Where is this? Weizet looked around, finding himself in a completely unfamiliar scene. A hint of doubt arose in his mind. Wasn't he doing his final sprint review before the exam? How did I get here? Broken stones, rubble and debris were scattered everywhere. The ceiling and walls were torn open with huge gaps. The fireplace not far away was also mostly blown away, ash still flying in the air. Obviously this was not his room but a ruin. Suddenly a surge of inexplicable memories flooded into Weizet's mind like a tide. The original body was a test subject of a dark wizard forced to undergo various inhuman dark magic experiments. In this process the original body endured immense pain and torment, developing a great fear of magic, and also gave birth to powerful dark magic power. That was the dark wizard's goal. He wanted to cultivate a controllable Obscurus but forgot that those who play with fire will burn themselves. The original Bodus Obscurus erupted without any warning. Not only did it destroy the building but it also tore the dark wizard to pieces. After digesting these memories, Weizet understood one thing: he had actually transmigrated into the magical world of Harry Potter. Unfortunately he had never read the original Harry Potter books, only knew the names and some images of Luna, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Voldemort, Dumbledore through some fan-made clip videos. As for the movies, he had only watched one spin-off film, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. He knew more about that film. It was about Newt Scamander's trip to New York. In the end, not only did he release the Thunderbird but he also captured Gellert Grindelwald. It seemed there would be sequels, but unfortunately he wouldn't get to see them. The film described the Obscurus, a powerful but uncontrollable dark magic force. Its manifested form was like a black mist containing ashes. So was he now in that form? As soon as this thought occurred, he felt a sudden agitation around him. A jet of black mist shot out before his eyes, rapidly destroying the wall in front of him, raising a cloud of dust. Such power! A sudden surge of rage appeared, spreading through Weizet's mind, giving him a destructive impulse. This was the drawback of the Obscurus. Those who possess an Obscurus are called Obscurials. The Obscurial is controlled by the Obscurus, losing control of the body, leaving only a strong desire for destruction. The lifespan of an Obscurial is extremely short. Except for Credence in the film, there seemed to be no Obscurial who lived past 10. The original body, after various dark magic experiments, had a magical adaptability far beyond normal. Coupled with the dark wizard's deliberate actions, the original body survived to the age of 11 without dying. But Weizet could feel that this eruption was extraordinary. The Obscurus was eroding his mind. Once his consciousness was completely taken over by the Obscurus, he might be the fastest dying transmigrator in history. The Dark Wizard's notes. The various methods of limiting the Obscurus were all obtained by the Dark Wizard from a notebook. Weizet had to find that notebook, use the knowledge inside to control the Obscurus and save his own life. He floated in midair, dust blown everywhere, barely allowing him to see the scattered debris on the ground. Just as he was carefully searching for the notebook, a crisp crack sound echoed in the air and swirls appeared out of nowhere. Apparition. The original Bodus Obscurus eruption destroyed this place. The arrival of wizards was only a matter of time. He just didn't expect them to be so fast. Edward Murphy once said, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. To wizards, an Obscurus is as dangerous as a flood or a wild beast. In the film Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, when the Magical Congress discovered the Obscurus, they immediately attacked to eliminate Credence. 4 wizards appeared before Weizet. Things were heading in the worst direction. They didn't care whether Weizet could recover. They all raised their wands, assuming attack positions. It's an Obscurus. Send someone from the Auror office. This is not something we can handle. Another swirl appeared and one person left to notify the Auror office. The situation remained dire. The remaining 3 were extremely nervous, sweat beading on their foreheads. Protego. They chanted the spell and layers of magical energy fields appeared, enveloping Weizet. Merlin's beard. How many years has it been since an Obscurus appeared? Are we just going to stand here? Should we do something else? Don't act rashly. Just contain the Obscurus. Wait for the Aurors to arrive before attacking together to avoid complications. The situation worsened further. The 3 wizards' intentions were clear. They trapped Weizet here, planning to eliminate him once enough hands arrived. Weizet tried to communicate, but only a gale-like howl came out. If he used the Obscurus power to break the encirclement, the notebook would likely be destroyed by the force and the Obscurus erosion would accelerate. There was only one path before him: find the notebook as soon as possible, return to normal, and prove he was not dangerous. After a thorough search, his efforts paid off. A leather-bound notebook with a weathered cover came into Weizet's view. What struck him as most peculiar was that a silver-blue cyclone floated above the notebook, spiraling upward. The cyclone seemed to sense his gaze and flew straight toward him. The instant the cyclone rose, the notebook turned to dust and disappeared. Before Weizet could react, the rushing cyclone drilled straight into his mind. The practical guide for wizards, the notebook now reduced to dust, revealed its name and his mind slowly unfolding its first page. A wealth of knowledge flooded into his mind, forming wondrous text in his consciousness. The Guardian meditation method enhances magical affinity. Gathers uncontrollable negative emotions. Collects, stores and seals them. Transforms them into ancient magic power. In an instant Weizet had mastered the meditation method and immediately began to meditate. After entering the meditative state, everything around became clear. He could feel the Obscurus more comprehensively, sense the extraordinary nature of this power. His mind was like a huge vortex, absorbing, purifying and transforming the power of the Obscurus. Everything seemed to be heading in a good direction. But Edward Murphy also said if there is a possibility of things going wrong, no matter how small, it will eventually happen. With a series of loud cracks, one wizard after another emerged from swirls surrounding Weizet. It really is an Obscurus. The statute of secrecy has been in place for so long, why is an Obscurus still appearing? Never mind. The priority is to eliminate the Obscurus and prevent more harm. Let's do it. The wizards present raised their wands, magical light gathering at the tips, strong magical energy stirring the surroundings, raising dust again. The wizards were about to attack. For Weizet this was undoubtedly the worst moment. Amidst the dust a burst of fire appeared out of nowhere and an old man stepped out from it. The old man wore a purple robe with gold trim, had silver hair and a beard long enough to tuck into his belt, and behind his half-moon spectacles bright blue eyes sparkled with wisdom. The wizards present all showed expressions of surprise. Headmaster Dumbledore. Why are you here? Seeing Weizet confined within a swirling field of magical energy, Dumbledore showed a hint of surprise and gave his wand a gentle wave. A far more solid magical barrier emerged, completely enclosing the space where Weizet was suspended. In his meditative state, Weizet could clearly sense that the power within this new magical field far surpassed that of the previous ones. It seems I have arrived at a rather inconvenient moment, Dumbledore remarked as he looked around at the chaos. The book of admittance recorded the name and address of a new student and Minerva asked me to come and confirm it. A tall bald black wizard stepped forward. Headmaster Dumbledore, you came here to search for a soon-to-be first-year student, did you not? Yes, Dumbledore nodded lightly. If the book of admittance is not mistaken, then this new Hogwarts student should be this very child before us. In Weizet's eyes, Dumbledore had come at precisely the right moment. Not only did he help buy time so Weizet could continue absorbing the Obscurial power, he also brought the news that Weizet would be able to study at Hogwarts. In Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, a question is raised: which is the finest magic school in the world? The answer given by the protagonist Newt is the very Hogwarts that Dumbledore had just mentioned. Newt's brilliant performance in that film serves as indirect proof of the answer. As a student, if given the chance to learn magic, Weizet naturally wished to choose the best school. He still could not yet speak aloud. If Dumbledore could delay just a little longer, Weizet would be able to continue using his meditation method to absorb the Obscurial power and restore his normal appearance. The black wizard's face showed a troubled expression. Headmaster Dumbledore, if he is to start school this year, it means he has already passed the age of 10. Obscurials rarely live beyond 10, you know this well. Perhaps the address was recorded incorrectly. In any case, this Obscurial already appears to be out of control. Dumbledore's gaze swept over the others. He understood well what these wizards were afraid of. Kingsley, I understand your concerns, he said evenly. But there are always exceptions, are there not? Among the Obscurials I have encountered, more than one has lived past 10. Why not grant this child and me a few more minutes? He suggested. If he loses control, I will bear the consequences myself, and I will give Cornelius a proper explanation. Having heard this, Kingsley naturally had no reason to refuse. Very well. We will repair this place within 10 minutes and then erase the surrounding muggles' memories. Dumbledore smiled. That is wonderful. Thank you for your help. Kingsley led the other wizards to begin handling the aftermath. Through their combined efforts, the ruined house seemed to have a rewind button pressed. Rubble and broken tiles rose into the air, and the fireplace walls and ceiling slowly returned to their former state. Dumbledore turned his gaze to the magical energy field, a hint of amusement in his eyes. What an extraordinary display of magic! He is actually gathering the Obscurial's power, he murmured to himself. For an 11-year-old child to accomplish something so remarkable, no wonder the book of admittance showed an anomaly, he added half to himself. Weizet paid no attention to what Dumbledore was saying. All of his focus was locked on the Obscurial power. At last the Obscurial's power was completely absorbed. Most of that power gathered at his chest, condensing into a core of interwoven black and crimson. Around that core several silver-blue chains coiled tightly, binding it as if it were a beating heart. At last Weizet could fully feel his body again. He immediately reached out with both hands to grasp the core. In that instant the Obscurial core merged back into his body. Dumbledore immediately noticed the black mist within the magical field disperse and the thin boy's figure dropped from midair. The boy's dull black hair lacked any sheen and in his deep dark eyes there was a faint relaxation as though finally relieved. Dumbledore immediately flicked his wand and the magical field vanished in an instant. A phoenix the size of a swan appeared out of nowhere, catching the boy gently and holding him aloft. Feeling the softness and warmth at his back, Weizet could not help but smile. I did it, he thought. He blinked and noticed that the building which moments ago had been a ruin was now fully restored. So this is magic, he marveled inwardly. It's incredible. You did very well, child, came a kindly face into view. To free yourself from such a dangerous power, few children I have met could compare with you. Weizet instinctively asked, are you Albus Dumbledore? Dumbledore looked slightly surprised. You know of me. If you know of the existence of magic, then why do you fear it? Weizet quickly turned his head aside and amended, that strange man who experimented on me would sometimes curse your name. Dumbledore's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. It seems you have suffered greatly. No wonder you came to loathe magic, that is not your fault. There is something I must make clear, child. You are an Obscurial, he continued. Incidents like today's may happen again. You must learn to control the Obscurial within your body. Weizet followed his words and asked, what should I do? You must attend Hogwarts, child, that is the purpose of my visit, Dumbledore replied, his eyes in tone heavy with complexity. He remembered something, and long-sealed memories opened everything about Ariana rose once more before his eyes. No more innocent lives must be harmed, he vowed inwardly. Such mistakes must not be repeated, his voice grew firmer. No matter what, they must not. Child, you need to study at Hogwarts. Having just crossed into this new world and endured such a calamity, Weizet felt his eyelids grow heavier and heavier. He could only let out a faint sound in response. Dumbledore, naturally noticing this, let his tone soften once more. Sleep well, child. There will be no more danger tonight, his expression seemed to say. Weizet made an effort to nod, feeling even more worn out. For reasons he could not fully name, Dumbledore's presence filled him with a profound sense of safety, and he finally surrendered to his exhaustion and slipped into unconsciousness. Poor child, rest well, Dumbledore thought as he noticed the many wounds of different shapes on Weizet's body. It seems his Hogwarts acceptance letter will have to be delivered later, he mused, fully aware that these wounds were the result of dark magic experiments. He stretched out his hands and carefully lifted Weizet. Fox, this child has endured too much, his expression seemed to say as he addressed the phoenix. Fox gave a soft clear cry and hovered in front of Weizet, flapping its wings to stay level with him. Looking at the wounds on Weizet's body, its eyes grew moist. Pearl-like tears overflowed from Fox's eyes, slid down its smooth feathers and fell onto Weizet's body. A wondrous thing happened. Weizet's wounds healed swiftly, not even the faintest scar remaining. Weizet's complexion became rosy and even his lips, which had been tightly pressed, relaxed into a faint smile. Kingsley led the other wizards back into the room and asked in surprise, has he truly recovered? Yes, Dumbledore answered with a smile. He is a resilient and gifted child. He must go to St. Mungo's for treatment, and I will discuss matters with Cornelius. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, returned to his office in a foul mood. Both the accident that evening, which caused him to miss a sumptuous French dinner, and the latest issue of the Quibbler contributed to his displeasure. Facing Dumbledore, his tone was somewhat curt. Headmaster Dumbledore, after all you've said, you simply want to admit an Obscurial to Hogwarts, is that correct? Dumbledore remained composed. Indeed. His name appears in the Book of Admittance. According to tradition and custom, admission is inevitable. Ha! Lucius Malfoy let out a sneer, his voice low and drawling. An Obscurial who has just caused a major catastrophe. As a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, I must remind you, Headmaster Dumbledore, that Hogwarts is not your personal garden. Of course I understand. I will ensure the child's safety. Dumbledore offered a smile. He is highly gifted. His talent must not be stifled simply because he is an Obscurial. Is that so? Lucius' voice turned icy. How remarkable. How benevolent. Not to stifle a child's talent. Would you like some sugar in your tea? Hearing Lucius' sarcasm, Fudge intervened to ease the tension. The ministry wishes to handle this matter, but it may face protests from parents. Dumbledore replied, I can help issue a statement. I will ensure the child's safety. Is that all? Lucius raised an eyebrow. Adults. If they cannot keep their promises, there must be a price to pay. No. Dumbledore maintained his smile. If any harm comes to this child, I am willing to submit to a ministry investigation. Aha. As compassionate as ever. Lucius' tone remained dripping with sarcasm. That dim-witted giant expelled for murder years ago, you've hidden him away in Hogwarts too. Dumbledore, do you always seek out dangerous individuals and conceal them within the school? Do you truly care about the other students? Are you still fit to be headmaster? Dumbledore's smile never wavered. Perhaps you could call for another vote. See if you can have me removed again. Last time your reason was a fairy tale. What excuse will you use this time? At these words Lucius pursed his lips, his face turning even colder. Faced with the still tense atmosphere, Fudge wiped the sweat from his brow. Torn between the ministry's benefactor and the renowned headmaster, he wished to offend neither. He spoke again. Headmaster Dumbledore, for a tormented Obscurial, the question remains whether he can truly integrate into wizarding life. How about this? Before the term begins, the ministry will assess this Obscurial. If he can integrate into a wizarding family, then we will approve his enrollment. Of course that is a necessary measure, and I have faith in this child. Dumbledore nodded. I can arrange. Shouldn't this matter be arranged by the ministry? Lucius cut Dumbledore off sharply. Do you believe the entire wizarding world is your personal garden? Or has the Quibbler's speculation come true? Are you the uncrowned king? The invisible minister of the British Ministry of Magic. Too proud to heed Minister Fudge's decisions. Lucius' words made Fudge flush red. Fudge's gaze shifted to the copy of the Quibbler on his desk, recalling the outlandish articles within. He was weary of consulting Dumbledore for every decision. Having served a full year as minister, he felt it was time to assert himself free from Dumbledore's shadow. A plan formed in his mind. He spoke. Headmaster Dumbledore, the ministry will handle the task of finding a wizarding family. After seeing Lucius and Dumbledore out, Fudge sat alone in his chair, chewing on a sweet to stave off hunger. 1 year in office, when will puppet minister Fudge gain real power? He glanced at this issue of the Quibbler, and even the sweet tasted like chewing on eraser rubber. At the start of his term he had lacked confidence, often writing to Dumbledore for advice on decisions and execution. But such things were not to be spoken aloud. It was enough that everyone knew tacitly. The Quibbler's public mention of it was a slap in the face, wasn't it? Incompetent am I. The owls delivering letters to Hogwarts have dropped dead, and if you pieced their bodies together they'd circle Britain twice, wouldn't they? Since you've caused me trouble, don't blame me. That Obscurial will go to your home. Let's see if you still have the energy to slander me. Fudge chewed the sweet noisily, as if gnawing on the flesh of the Quibbler's editor. He pulled out a piece of parchment and wrote a lengthy letter of appointment designating Xenophilius Lovegood as the Obscurial's guardian. Watching the letter transform into a paper airplane and fly out of the office, Fudge slumped back in his chair, rubbing his stomach. I wonder when Lucius will invite me to dinner again. That French bouillabaisse was truly exquisite. Weizet opened his eyes to find himself in a sunlit hospital ward. Candles floated near the ceiling, encased in crystal bubbles that drifted up and down. He propped himself up, slowly recalling everything that had happened. He had transmigrated, wielding the power of an Obscurus. Due to this dangerous dark magic he had nearly been eliminated by wizards. With the help of a meditation method from a notebook, he had successfully suppressed the Obscurus and received an invitation from Dumbledore to attend Hogwarts. So what was that notebook all about? Just as he tried to delve into his mind to investigate, he heard a rustling sound. Not far away there was a girl. The girl sat by the window, her profile lovely, a wisp of long pale blonde hair brushing her ear. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on her face. For some reason, when Weizet saw the girl, the world seemed to fall completely silent. Facing the sun, she extended her hands and formed a shadow puppet. It was a rabbit, and she watched it with a faint smile. Weizet didn't know how long he watched, only that she made many animals: rabbits, dogs, ducks, swans, doves. Until she noticed him and came to his bedside, whispering, "You're awake." Her voice was peculiar, ethereal and dreamlike, as if speaking in a trance, yet her words were distinctly clear. Her eyes crinkled into a smile as she introduced herself. Hello, I'm Luna. Luna Lovegood. Luna had fair skin and a mane of fluffy waist-length pale blonde hair. Her faint eyebrows and silvery white eyes were quite distinctive, and her earrings, shaped like tiny carrots, swayed gently. Hello, I'm Weizet. Weizet looked around. There were 2 other beds nearby, but they were hidden behind curtains, so he couldn't tell if anyone was in them. He spoke slowly. Which hospital am I in? St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Luna blinked, as if recalling something. The healer has already examined you. Now that you're awake, you can go home. Go home? I don't seem to have a home. Or a family. Weizet thought of his past and present lives, struck by a strange sense of unity. He was an orphan in both. In his past life he was a student raised in an orphanage, his sole desire to fulfill his duties as a student. In this life, his current goal seemed similar: to enter Hogwarts and study. This was something he must do. Of course you have a home. A beautiful curve touched Luna's lips. I am your family. Weizet smoothly completed the discharge procedures and claimed his new identity, a member of the Lovegood family. This was the family Luna had mentioned. Luna lived in Ottery St. Catchpole, a semi-wizard settlement. A semi-wizard settlement meant wizards and muggles lived together. However, wizards had to restrain themselves avoiding magic in front of muggles to comply with the statute of secrecy. Perhaps for this reason Luna rarely visited the muggle village. This home was her entire world. Even Luna wasn't entirely clear on the specifics of the statute of secrecy. She only knew that after entering Hogwarts she could gain corresponding explanations from history of magic classes. Nevertheless, Luna still possessed a wealth of common knowledge about the magical world, which was precisely what Weizet needed. Undoubtedly, Weizet was an excellent listener. After these days together, Luna had become completely open with him. The Lovegood home stood as a black tower beside the village, cylindrical in shape, resembling a rook from a game of chess. Beyond the tower lay a lush garden planted with all sorts of peculiar magical flora. This was Luna's cherished playground. She fluttered like a graceful butterfly, collecting dew, loosening soil, watering and fertilizing, thoroughly enjoying herself. She had many playmates, but her favorite was an owl. When Weizet first moved in, Luna introduced this owl to him. Her name is Diana and she's a wonderful post owl. Post owl. Do wizards use owls to deliver letters? Luna stroked the owl's fluffy feathers. Yes, whether it's sending letters or packages, you can entrust it to Diana. Using owls for communication and parcel delivery was common knowledge in the magical world, a uniquely wizardly romance. Besides the palm-sized owl, the most active creatures in the garden were gnomes. Gnomes were small magical creatures looking like potatoes with legs. Luna had a good relationship with the gnomes. When she planted, they would emerge from their holes to help dig the soil. The gnomes were only friendly to Luna, treating Weizet rather poorly, even biting his finger. Luna carefully bandaged his wound, saying airily, "Daddy once said that gnomes in the garden are a blessing. If you feel some talent budding today, don't suppress it, it's a gift from the gnomes." Weizet was just beginning his life in the magical world. While Luna had grown up in a wizarding family, he chose to trust her words. He did feel something stirring in his mind. The Wizard's Practical Guide flipped to the second page, revealing new content. Ancient Magic Shield. Through meditation and gestures, gather the power of ancient magic to expand into a magical barrier. This was a spell that required no wand. Luna had once told him that wizards generally needed a wand's assistance to cast spells. And for Weizet to obtain a wand, he needed an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Although Dumbledore had told him he must attend Hogwarts, nearly half a month had passed without the so-called acceptance letter appearing. Being able to acquire a spell from the Wizard's Practical Guide, especially one requiring no wand, thrilled him. Weizet left the garden and went to a nearby stream to practice the magic. First, he needed to master the gestures involved. The first movement was to press his palms together, then after a series of hand seals, spread his hands apart with thumbs and forefingers touching. The gestures weren't overly complex. After repeated practice, Weizet committed them to memory. Practicing the gestures was only the first step. He also needed to channel the power of ancient magic and integrate it into the movements. This process was significantly more challenging. Each contact between his hands felt like a collision of forces. His hands would separate like repelling magnets, making the required gestures awkward. Is it because my power source is an Obscurus? Try combining it with meditation. As a student, Weizet was adept at thinking through problems and solving them. Entering the state of guardian meditation, his surroundings became clear. Even the process of channeling power became smoother. When he completed the final gesture, silver blue ancient magical energy appeared, gathering into a ball of light between his hands. Then, the light vanished and the power returned to Weizet's body. According to the Wizard's Practical Guide, once all steps were complete, the power should expand into a magical barrier. Yet the power retreated into his body, clearly indicating the spell had not succeeded. Nevertheless, the appearance of the light ball was encouraging enough to motivate him to continue practicing. After practicing repeatedly, Weizet's gestures became fluid, but he still couldn't complete the final step. Whenever the light gathered between his hands and was about to expand, the power would return to his body. After continuous practice, he felt something was missing in the casting process. "Weizet, are you practicing magic?" An airy voice came from the side. Diana perched on Luna's shoulder, her eyes half closed as if dozing. "That looks like magic from old wizards. Could you show me once more?" "Of course." Weizet maintained the meditation state, executing the gestures and power flow in one smooth motion. Yet at the crucial moment, the power still failed to transform into a barrier. "Perhaps you lack a strong desire." Luna tilted her head. "I once read an old notebook filled with wizards' insights on spellcasting. The wizard who wrote it mentioned that when casting spells, one always needs a wish to make the magic docile, just like Diana. Such a notebook exists." Weizet grew curious. "Is it still available? Could I borrow it?" "It's gone." Luna shook her head gently, her voice seeming a bit more grounded. "Some things happened and many notebooks were lost." "Something happened. Can't magic repair them?" Weizet knew of a spell called reparo which could even quickly fix a house. Luna shook her head again. "It was a magical accident. My mother, a brilliant witch, she loved conducting experiments. A charm went wrong. I was there too. The power from the faulty charm was immense. My mother vanished and so did those notebooks. Weizet looked at Luna's expression, feeling a pang in his heart, and murmured, "I'm sorry. I didn't know." He had only known that Luna's mother was gone but never imagined Luna had witnessed her death. It truly is a sad thing. Luna's voice turned airy again. But I still have family. And it's not like you'll never see my mother again. There will be another chance, won't there? Weizet now understood why Luna had spoken so solemnly about family back at Say. Mungo's. Hoot. The owl on Luna's shoulder woke up, flapping its wings and screeching in alarm. The calm stream grew turbulent, churning up large splashes of water that sprayed onto Weizet and Luna. Just as Luna was about to soothe the owl, the nearby stream suddenly churned violently and a massive figure emerged from the water. Thanks to the enhancement of the meditation technique, the sudden upheaval did not affect Weizet. He sensed the figure extending its tail, sweeping toward them both. At this critical moment, fear did not cloud his judgment. Weizet grabbed Luna's arm and they both lunged forward together, narrowly dodging the strike. Bang! The tail grazed Weizet's shoulder and drove viciously into the grass. The ground shuddered violently as the figure retracted its tail, kicking up a cloud of dirt and grass clippings. Hiss! More water sprayed outward as the creature let out a cold forked tongue sound, crawling out of the water and onto the bank. This was a strange serpent Weizet had never seen before. Its raised body stood at least over 2 meters tall. What astonished him most was that this bizarre snake had 3 heads. The 3-headed snake was not only enormous and grotesque in appearance but also covered in a layer of orange-hued spiky scales. The orange-hued hue of these scales was not particularly vibrant, instead exuding a deathly gray, giving an impression of advanced age. As the 3-headed snake let out a low hiss, Weizet could clearly see that within the right head of the serpent lay a pair of fangs gleaming with a ghostly green light. This 3-headed snake was as thick as a wagon wheel, coiling and writhing as it lunged toward them. Hiss! The 3-headed snake attacked again. The right head shot forward, suddenly opening its gaping maw to reveal sharp fangs. Although this head's attack was unexpected, it was restrained by the other 2 heads and failed to bite Weizet in time. Seizing the opportunity, Weizet pulled Luna back again, narrowly avoiding the snake's bite. The head plunged into the grass once more, stirring up a cloud of dirt and debris. Weizet, this is a runespore. It might be old and not very agile, Luna said, her voice devoid of panic. Its 3 heads each have their own thoughts, making them prone to infighting. At that moment the middle head opened its eyes, emitting a hissing sound as if speaking. The left head also flicked its tongue, shaking its head incessantly, seemingly scolding the other 2 heads. The 3 heads exchanged glances, baring their fangs at one another, and indeed began to attack each other. Just as Luna had said, the runespore was in the midst of an internal conflict. This is an XXX class magical creature. Why is it here? Luna scrambled to her feet. You're injured. When she saw the blood seeping from Weizet's shoulder, her voice filled with alarm. Luna quickly pulled Weizet up and supported him as they ran toward home. As if realizing it was about to lose its prey, the runespore ceased its infighting and pursued Weizet and them with incredible speed. Through the meditation technique, Weizet could sense the movement behind him. The runespore was as fast as a motorcycle at full throttle. It would likely be able to attack again in just a few seconds. Just as he was pondering a countermeasure, Luna acted first, pushing him forward and speaking with unwavering resolve. Weizet, you're wounded. I'll lure it away. Weizet was utterly astonished. He never imagined that in such a perilous moment Luna would do this. In his past life no one had ever treated him this way. He whirled around and everything around him seemed to slow. The 3 heads drew closer to Luna, her light golden hair streaming in the air. Through Luna's gaze, Weizet saw no trace of panic, only calm determination and resolve. Protecting one's family. Weizet recalled his past life. After realizing he was in an orphanage, he had desperately yearned for a family to take him in. Any kind of family would do, no matter the cost. In that moment he understood Luna and why she had made such a decision. Back then Luna lacked the power and lost her family. Now she did not want to repeat that mistake. Weizet felt the same. Having finally found a family, he could not bear to see them come to harm, especially not for protecting him. The details of ancient magic shield surfaced in his mind, every aspect crystal clear. He now had the confidence to perform this spell. His desire was now overwhelmingly strong. The runespore must not harm Luna. Weizet clasped his hands together and the Obscurus was squeezed, unleashing a powerful surge of ancient magic that coursed tumultuously through his body. The runespore's venomous fangs were inches away, nearly touching Luna's slender neck. His gestures flowed seamlessly and the power coalesced between his palms into a sphere of light expanding outward. The sphere dissipated once more, but this time the power did not return to Weizet's body. In the next instant a silver blue light suffused Luna's entire being, rapidly expanding outward into a spherical barrier. The barrier shimmered with dazzling silver blue radiance. As the runespore's fangs struck the barrier, they shattered into tiny fragments. Acting on instinct, Weizet parted his index finger and thumb, which had been pressed together. The barrier immediately expanded outward, forcing the runespore back into the stream. This was Weizet's first time casting a shield spell, yet the scale of the barrier was astonishingly vast. To maintain such an enormous barrier, he continuously drained the Obscurus power. The Obscurus grew restless in response. The chains restraining it rattled violently as if on the verge of breaking at any moment. Hiss. The runespore rallied, all three heads hissing in unison. After all, this was merely a shield spell lacking offensive capability for now and unable to inflict sufficient damage on the runespore. Just then a tabby cat suddenly darted out from afar. The tabby cat leaped into the air, swiftly transforming into a human form. An elderly witch with glasses appeared, clad in dark green robes and holding a wand in her hand. She pointed her wand at the runespore and gave a gentle flick. The stream water around the runespore solidified into an iron cage, imprisoning the enraged creature. Merlin's beard. Thank goodness you're both unharmed. Apisky. The witch hurried over to Weizet, a soft green light emanating from the tip of her wand. Weizet felt a tingling sensation on his shoulder, and within a single breath the blood enwound on his shoulder vanished completely. Is this also magic? Weizet took Luna's outstretched hand and sprang to his feet. Yes, the witch said, pursing her lips, speaking almost without revealing her teeth, appearing somewhat stern. In the future at Hogwarts you can learn all these spells. Luckily I arrived in time. If you had been bitten by the runespore you might have needed treatment at SA. Mungos. Thank you. Weizet expressed his gratitude repeatedly. May I ask, madam, what is your name? The witch offered a faint smile. I forgot to introduce myself. Minerva McGonagall, professor of transfiguration at Hogwarts. The Hogwarts acceptance letter. This is the purpose of my visit, to deliver it to you. She took a parchment envelope from her pocket and handed it to Weizet. Weizet received the parchment envelope with both hands. The seal bore a wax stamp with a shield-shaped crest. At the center of the crest was a capital H letter surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger and a serpent. Weizet tore open the letter and saw the admission notice bearing his name. Having just experienced the wonder of magic, his heart was brimming with irrepressible excitement. During this time he had been eagerly awaiting the arrival of the admission notice. Apart from the notice, there was another thick piece of parchment listing the books and items required for school. Attending Hogwarts required no tuition fees. Students only needed to purchase their own supplies. In his past life, Weizet had lived in an orphanage, and such an extraordinary experience made him particularly sensitive in certain aspects. When it came to money he became exceptionally cautious. However, he had an even more pressing question. Professor McGonagall, isn't Luna's admission notice supposed to be delivered by you? McGonagall explained she hasn't reached school age yet. She can join Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as a new student next year. Weizet turned to look at Luna. Then why did you ask me to call you sister? I've always wanted a younger brother to care for. Luna replied with a smile, a hint of playfulness in her tone. I've fulfilled my duty as a sister, haven't I? McGonagall pointed her wand at the iron cage, which floated into the air and wobbled over to her side. I need to investigate thoroughly why this snake appeared here. Investigate. Weizet thought of something. Professor McGonagall, are you saying this was a deliberate attack? McGonagall sighed softly. Weizet, you are an Obscurial. Other wizards will look at you differently, you understand that, don't you? With that said, I understand. Weizet recalled many things. They see me as an outsider and instinctively want to reject me. In their eyes I must be a bomb that could explode at any moment. If I were a student's parent, I'd have to consider the child's safety too. You understand perfectly. McGonagall adjusted her glasses, a look of surprise and admiration gleaming behind the transparent lenses. Like Headmaster Dumbledore, I have great confidence in you. You are an exceptionally talented child and I look forward to your performance at Hogwarts. You don't need to worry about the rest, we will handle it for you. Oh. A letter will arrive here in a few days and someone will take you to Diagon Alley to purchase the items on that list. With those instructions she and the iron cage vanished into a swirl. That night, just as Weizet was about to mend his clothes, a sudden knock came at the door. Come in. The person who entered the room was Xenophilius, Luna's father, a disheveled middle-aged man. His long pale blonde hair hung limply over his shoulders, looking greasy. Deep dark circles under his eyes gave him a somewhat haggard appearance. He pulled up a chair and sat opposite Weizet. This seems to be our first face-to-face conversation. You're mending clothes. The clothes got torn accidentally. Weizet put down his needle and thread. As Xenophilius said, this was indeed their first face-to-face talk. Xenophilius was the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler, working upstairs on the second floor. He also cooked 3 meals a day and told Luna bedtime stories, barely managing to balance work and family. Luna told me everything. Xenophilius' expression turned serious. You protected her. I need to thank you. She protected me. Weizet waved his hand. She pushed me away immediately, and it was Professor McGonagall who ultimately saved us. Compared to the usually somewhat disheveled middle-aged man, the serious Xenophilius now seemed unfamiliar. No, no. Xenophilius shook his head repeatedly. Because of work I can't spend much time with her. Most of the time she plays alone. Besides reading the Quibbler, she waters the garden. Since you arrived she's been smiling more. And even the rainbow trout she catches are much bigger. Weizet smiled. I've learned a lot from Luna. In any case. Although I still don't understand why the Ministry of Magic placed you in my home. Xenophilius stood up. He placed his hand on Weizet's shoulder like a king knighting a knight. But I accept you now. Seeing Xenophilius like this, Weizet found it both amusing and touching. Yet he understood one thing: today he and Luna's family had truly accepted each other. Late at night the fireplace in the Hogwarts headmaster's office crackled and the flames turned emerald green as McGonagall stepped out from within. Dumbledore put down the documents in his hand and stood up to ask Minerva, back so late. Did something go wrong? There was indeed some trouble. McGonagall adjusted her glasses. When I went to deliver the admission notice I encountered a runespore. Dumbledore frowned. A runespore? Is Weizet all right? He's fine. McGonagall nodded. I've asked Kingsley to investigate and sure we'll have results soon. That runespore was very old. By the time I brought it to Kingsley it had already died. Whoever could raise a runespore must be no ordinary person. I suspect the person who released the runespore hoped the attack would trigger the Obscurus to go berserk, thus inviting more criticism. As expected. Dumbledore sighed. But I imagine Weizet must have performed unexpectedly well. Yes, Weizet is a gifted child. McGonagall offered a slight smile. Not only was he not attacked by the runespore, but he also protected Luna Lovegood. The situation seems more complicated than I thought. Dumbledore walked to a cabinet and took out an ancient stone basin. The rim of the stone basin was engraved with countless mysterious runes, and it was filled with a silvery substance that swirled like smoke, an illusion creating a dazzling and mesmerizing effect. A pensieve. McGonagall drew her wand, pressed its tip to her temple and pulled out a shimmering silver thread. The thread dissolved into the pensieve and Dumbledore leaned down, burying his face deep into the basin. Dumbledore put the pensieve back, interlaced his fingers and sat in his chair, a hint of emotion in his expression. Wandless magic. No. It's more ancient, a method wizards used before wands became widespread. Truly remarkable. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. I sensed a very pure protective determination in that shield spell. Is he self-taught? Perhaps guidance from others is also important. Dumbledore smiled. Cornelius stumbled upon the right wizard family for Weizet purely by accident. Professor McGonagall's tone was slightly resigned. If it's just about nurturing imagination, the Quibbler does have its effect. Yes. Dumbledore's smile grew more pronounced. Minerva, which house do you think Weizet will be sorted into? Gryffindor. McGonagall declared without hesitation. I see exceptional courage in him. As the head of Gryffindor, I naturally hope he will be sorted into our house. I think so too. Dumbledore nodded, the two Gryffindors reaching a consensus at that moment. However, he shifted his tone, perhaps he would also suit Ravenclaw. The calm he displayed when confronting the runespore aligns well with Ravenclaw's values. Indeed. McGonagall nodded instinctively. I imagine it won't be an easy task for the Sorting Hat to place Weizet. Hat's tall. Dumbledore stroked his beard with amusement. I recall that when the Sorting Hat sorted you it hesitated for a long time between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. There's less than 2 months until the start of term. McGonagall's voice brimmed with anticipation. I recall Harry Potter. Will be enrolling this year, won't he? Almost. Dumbledore picked up the document again. Harry's birthday is at the end of July. I'll arrange for someone to deliver his letter then. Time flies. McGonagall sighed. Have you found a suitable candidate for the Defense Against the Dark Arts professorship? That's no easy task either. Dumbledore sighed lightly. Fortunately, Quirinus has submitted a transfer application. A transfer application. McGonagall adjusted her glasses. He previously taught Muggle studies. Transferring to Defense Against the Dark Arts. Wouldn't that be too much pressure for him? Since he's willing to try, we should give him the opportunity. Dumbledore picked up a quill and annotated the document. I'll interview him in a couple of days. After Weizet and Luna's family accepted each other, he came to understand that the family's financial situation was worse than he had imagined. Xenophilius, relying on the sales of the Quibbler, could barely scrape by with Luna. Weizet's arrival only made Xenophilius' financial woes worse. Xenophilius rummaged through drawers and cabinets, only finding some loose change, sickles and nuts. Fortunately, Hogwarts had a financial aid program which allowed Weizet to receive 30 galleons for purchasing school supplies. Galleon sickles and nuts were the currency of the wizarding world, essential for buying all manner of magical items in the magical realm. At dawn, when the sun had just barely peeked over the horizon, Weizet had already finished washing up and was waiting quietly on the first floor. A street exclusive to wizards, how exciting it must be. Luna was also awake, holding a goblin sculpture she had made as a piggy bank. Take this with you. I know you might not have enough money to buy everything on the list. Weizet gazed at Luna's silver-white eyes, momentarily lost in thought. Having experienced the pain of parting with her mother, Luna was undoubtedly a precocious child, far more so than Xenophilius ever imagined. I've applied for financial aid and will collect the money in Diagon Alley today. Weizet shook his head gently. I hear Diagon Alley is fascinating. Is there any gift you'd like? I don't need anything. Luna smiled at Weizet and shook her head gently as well. A thunderous series of knocks shattered the morning's tranquility. Outside the door stood a giant over 3 meters tall, clad in a fur overcoat stitched with several pockets. The giant's beard and hair were thick and bushy, and his shiny black eyes resembled black beetles. You're Weizet, aren't you? The giant's beard twitched, his voice filled with kindness. I'm Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I'll take you to Diagon Alley today. I believe the letter mentioned that. Weizet nodded. Hello, Mr. Hagrid. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Mr. Hagrid. Luna appeared beside Weizet, rubbing her eyes. Please come in. This was the magical world. As Hagrid approached, the doorframe that topped her high doorway suddenly widened and elongated just enough to accommodate his size. Would you like some biscuits? Luna brought over a box of pastries with casual familiarity. I'll go wake Dad. No need, no need. Hagrid waved his hands repeatedly, the motion nearly knocking Luna over. I'm here to take Mr. Weizet to Diagon Alley. As a first year, there's plenty to buy. We need to hurry. Is there a flu network here? No. Luna shook her head gently. Dad said we never use it, so we didn't have the ministry install one. But the real reason was that installing a flu network wasn't cheap and Xenophilius couldn't afford it. Then there's no choice. Hagrid shook his head. Good thing I came early. We have time to find another way to Diagon Alley. Then take the biscuits. Luna stuffed the pastries into Weizet's arms. You haven't had breakfast yet. With the biscuits in hand, Hagrid led Weizet forward along a dirt path. Weizet watched Hagrid grip an umbrella and raise his arm high, asking tentatively, are we waiting for a bus? Exactly. That's why I didn't eat the biscuits, you shouldn't either. Before Hagrid could finish, a 3-story purple bus materialized out of thin air, its body shuddering as it stopped before them. Welcome to the night bus. I'm your conductor. Just raise your wand and step aboard and we can take you wherever you need to go. The conductor was a wizened old man with drooping eyelids and a listless demeanor, as if he held no aspirations for the future. Like the doorframe at Luna's house, the narrow bus door instantly expanded wide enough for Hagrid to step inside. Weizet felt as if he had entered a dim, aging dormitory, no seats or small windows, only 6 brass-framed beds with light provided solely by small candles on either side. The conductor asked weakly, where to? Diagon Alley, London. Hagrid found a bed and sat down. The bed groaned under his weight as if it might collapse at any moment. That'll be 34 sickles, though if you'd rather pay 2 galleons that's fine too. The conductor perked up slightly as he extended his hand. Wizarding currency conversion was rather complex. 1 galleon equaled 17 sickles or 493 nuts. Hagrid reached into one of his overcoat pockets, pulled out 2 gold coins and pressed them into the conductor's hand. Weizet sat on the bed opposite Hagrid. When we reach Diagon Alley, I'll repay you for the fare. Hagrid covered his mouth, his voice muffled. Hold on to the railing, this bus will be bumpy. Well, talk when we get off, the bus is about to start. Before he could finish, the night bus lurched forward, shooting off like an arrow from a bow. Weizet quickly grabbed the railing to avoid being thrown by the immense momentum. Hagrid let out a dry heave, his shiny eyes squeezed shut, a clear sign of motion sickness. Weizet fared much better, his heart filled with curiosity as he studied the windshield at the front of the bus. The scenery beyond the windshield blurred past, shifting rapidly between fields, rivers, ponds and villages. With the aid of magic, obstacles such as trash bins, lampposts and mailboxes leaped aside to clear the path as the night bus sped by. After roughly 20 minutes, the night bus finally came to a halt in a narrow alley. The massive bus shrank to the size of a wooden crate, fitting snugly into the cramped lane, a feat achievable only in a world governed by magic. Hagrid staggered off the bus, leaning against the corner wall of the alley as he retched. Beyond the alley lay a bustling commercial street lined with shop signs. But they had arrived too early. The shops were still closed and only hurrying pedestrians filled the streets. That was dreadful. Hagrid's complexion was poor and he still swayed as he walked. Weizet, please take a look and find a place called the Leaky Cauldron. The commercial street boasted all manner of stores, fast food joints, clothing boutiques, jewelry shops and cinemas, but nowhere was the Leaky Cauldron to be found. It was not until Weizet passed a bookstore that a sign suddenly materialized. The sign was ancient and weathered, a stark contrast to the gleaming signs around it. The sign was covered in soot and scorch marks, bearing the image of a black cauldron with a cracked bottom. Hagrid, is that it? Weizet asked, pointing. Hagrid let out a dry heave and nodded. That's right. You'd never guess when this pub was established. When was that? Weizet showed intense curiosity about everything in the wizarding world. I recall it was around the early 16th century. Hagrid frowned and thought. At any rate, it predates the Statute of Secrecy. Let's go inside. Despite its 4-century history, the Leaky Cauldron had accumulated little in the way of historical gravitas, but the walls and floors had gathered more than enough grime. Hagrid was evidently irregular as he entered the Leaky Cauldron. The place erupted in noise, with patrons waving and smiling at him. Compared to the quiet morning on the commercial street, the dimly lit Leaky Cauldron was bustling with life. The usual. A bald elderly man approached the bar, clinking 2 beer mugs together. Hagrid waved his hands frantically. Not today, Tom, I've got business to attend to. Give me some anti-motion sickness potion. Weizet, what would you like to eat? Thinking of Luna's family's financial situation, Weizet held up the snack he had. No need, Luna gave me this. The pub fell silent, the patrons' expressions turning uneasy, even wary. Tom took a step back and asked cautiously, is he Weizet? The Obscurial. My fault. Hagrid realized what the patrons were wary of and slapped his forehead with a thunderous crack. He's a good kid. Why didn't you react like that just now? Sorry. Tom's face flushed with embarrassment. You're right, I overreacted. All right, time to go. Hagrid tossed down a silver coin and downed the anti-motion sickness potion in one gulp. He led Weizet through the pub to a small courtyard at the back. This area was considerably cleaner than the interior of the Leaky Cauldron, with only a few clumps of weeds and a trash bin. Weizet, remember this. Hagrid raised his umbrella. Count up 3 bricks from the bin, then 2 across. The umbrella tapped the wall with a sharp rap and the entire wall trembled and rearranged itself until a wide archway appeared. Welcome to Diagon Alley. The morning sunlight was soft, casting a gentle glow on the signs of Diagon Alley, illuminating the names of each shop. The alley was filled with witches and wizards, and the shops displayed all manner of curious items, giving Weizet a strange sense of déjà vu, as if he were attending a market fair from his past life. Hagrid pointed to a snow-white marble building. That's Gringotts Bank. We need to withdraw your bursary. Towering amidst a row of shops stood a lofty structure, its pure white facade making it particularly conspicuous. Weizet looked at Gringotts and asked Hagrid, is that guard a goblin? That's right. Hagrid nodded with a smile. Goblin-made currency can't be counterfeited, so Gringotts is run by them. The interior of Gringotts was impressively grand. The outer bronze doors stood wide open, revealing a pair of gleaming silver doors beyond. As Weizet and Hagrid approached, the greeter goblin immediately bowed, motioning for them to proceed. The silver doors bore a long inscription, enter stranger, but take heed. Thief, you have been warned lest what you seek be not treasure but doom. The words were all warnings, reminding Weizet of a famous warning from his past life, the curse of Tutankhamun's tomb. It was said that the first to enter that tomb were slain by the curse within. Weizet was curious about the so-called doom. Hagrid, if a thief did break in, what methods would the goblins use against them? Oh, there are plenty. Hagrid lowered his voice and pulled Weizet a few steps deeper inside. Apart from Hogwarts, this is the safest place in the wizarding world. If a thief touches those doors, they'll get sucked inside and never come out. And as for the vaults deep underground, the goblins have trained trolls and dragons to guard them. Weizet asked curiously, dragons? There are dragons here too. Of course. It's legal to keep dragons here. Brilliant. Hagrid's eyes lit up. I'd love to have a dragon myself, those little darlings are so enchanting. Hagrid possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of dragons and could describe the traits of every breed. Yet Weizet found it hard to imagine how those dangerous magical creatures at least 5 meters long could be called little darlings. All the way Hagrid chattered away, displaying an intense passion for dragons. They reached the deepest part of the hall and Hagrid handed the application form to the reception goblin. We're here to collect a bursary. Very well. The reception goblin extended a finger and a wisp of flame erupted from its sharp long nail, igniting the application form. After the burning, not a trace of ash remained, only a beautiful calligraphic signature floated in the air. Please wait a moment. Once confirmed, the reception goblin hopped down from the counter and vanished into the shadows. Weizet asked Hagrid, if I have Muggle money, can I exchange it for wizard currency? Of course you can. Hagrid continued rummaging through his pockets. Underage wizards can exchange up to 50 galleons a year and adult wizards up to 100. Why is there a limit? Because Muggle money is far too easy to come by, their banks aren't secure at all. So limits are necessary to avoid disrupting the wizarding world. Found them at last. These are real treasures. Hagrid suddenly laughed and extended his hand toward Weizet. In Hagrid's palm lay over a dozen eggs, each the size of a fist, their shells covered in orange-eared patterns. Weizet found the eggs oddly familiar. Could these be runespore eggs? You know quite a lot. Not many young wizards recognize these days. Hagrid's eyes lit up. These are runespore eggs. Remember what happened last time? That little darling was a lady hence her size. Professor McGonagall told me this is all compensation for you. In short, don't worry, no one will attack you again. Hagrid continued his spirited chatter. Among known magical creatures, only the runespore lays eggs in its mouth. Apart from their unique method of laying eggs, runespore eggs possess special properties. When used as an ingredient in potions, they enhance the drinker's mental agility. Wizards eager for intelligence-boosting potions hunted runespores relentlessly. Just as the runespore teetered on the brink of extinction, wizards finally came to their senses. They established a protected reserve in Burkina Faso, the creature's native land, allowing the species to thrive once more. Nevertheless, the trade in runespore eggs continues, though typically only on the black market. Yet Weasley also had an impression of that snake, a clearly ancient serpent. Why did Hagrid refer to it as a lovely lady? Excellent quality, very fresh. At current market rates for these 20 eggs, I can offer 300 galleons. In a dim corner of the apothecary, the potioneer put away his magnifying glass and lowered his voice to quote a price. 300 galleons. Weasley was taken aback. The eggs were surprisingly valuable. Having toured Diagon Alley and purchased numerous items, he had developed a basic understanding of wizarding prices. Converted to his former world's currency, 300 galleons was worth at least tens of thousands of yuan. With careful budgeting, that sum would be enough for him to leave the orphanage and live independently for a year. Don't think it's too little. The potioneer, evidently experienced in such transactions, explained habitually processing these items takes considerable effort. Just then Hagrid approached Weasley carrying a cauldron. We have Mr. Scamander's certified signature, these aren't black market goods. Hagrid. The potioneer clearly recognized the gamekeeper. May I see the certification? Of course. Hagrid set down the cauldron and produced an envelope. Lumos. The potioneer, instead of opening the envelope, illuminated his wand tip to examine it. After confirming its authenticity, he handed over an embroidered pouch. All in order. Harry's 500 galleons, who should hold the money? Not so fast. Hagrid shook his head. We need supplies for a new student. Deduct the cost from that. A new student. The potioneer paused, then curiously directed his lit wand toward Weasley. You're Weasley. The Obscurial. That's me. Weasley noticed the potioneer's face turn ashen, nearly matching the glow of his wand tip. Weasley pulled his trolley, occasionally glancing back. On the trolley, besides the cauldron and the scales and potion bottles hidden inside, were school robes and various stationery items. He suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure passing by and entering Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Hagrid, did you see Professor Dumbledore? No, I didn't. Hagrid quickly looked around. Are you still thinking about what happened earlier? He said gently. Weasley, don't mind their stares. You're a good kid. I don't mind. Weasley shook his head. I know the dangers of an Obscurus, but I didn't expect everyone to know I'm an Obscurial. It's all because of the Daily Prophet. They report on it every day. Hagrid's voice suddenly grew agitated. That Rita Skeeter loves spreading rumors and exaggerating. The Daily Prophet. Rita Skeeter. Weasley was curious about these new terms. Yes, it's the most influential newspaper in the British wizarding world. Hagrid pointed ahead. Take a look and you'll understand. Actually, don't bother, that woman's words are venomous. Flourish and Blots was a sea of knowledge. Shelves crammed with every kind of book reached up to the ceiling. The books varied in style, from hefty tomes the size of paving stones to palm-sized pocket editions. These enchanted books seemed alive. Some had not only dancing letters on their covers but also restless pages eager to escape their bindings. Two shop assistants waved their wands repeatedly, calming the books to prevent the shelves from collapsing. At Luna's home, Weasley's only reading material had been the Quibbler. Many books had once been kept there, but after Luna's mother's accident they had vanished along with it. It was still early, so few wizards lingered in the shop. Weasley entered and noticed the Daily Prophet on the newsstand. Obscurial Weasley defeats XXXXX class magical beast, what else is he hiding? What is Dumbledore plotting was the headline story. Weasley skimmed the article and finally understood why wizards who knew his name wore such expressions. They saw him as a born dark wizard, a walking powder keg, an extremely dangerous individual. These adjectives were all from the article, while the XXXX class magical beast mentioned in the headline appeared only there, likely as clickbait. Merlin's beard. Rita Skeeter is terrifying. Hagrid fumed. Professor Dumbledore had the news suppressed. How does she know so much? Hey. I'm here. A wizard in black robes, head bowed, appeared at the door. Weasley. I have some things to take care of. Hearing the wizard's voice, Hagrid grew excited, his tone rising like a drumbeat. Then go ahead. Weasley, captivated by the vast array of books, nodded. How do I find you later? If you don't see me, head to Ollivander's wand shop. Buying a wand takes time. Hagrid strode toward the wizard. I'll be back soon. Weasley didn't pay much attention, picking up Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and leaning against the cauldron to read. The book was rich in content, introducing magical creatures from around the world, hundreds of species. It also featured hand-drawn illustrations that moved vividly, depicting the creatures' habits. Unconsciously, Weasley finished the entire book, gaining a deeper understanding of magical beasts. Hagrid still isn't back. He looked around. Neither inside nor outside the shop was there any sign of Hagrid. Just then a subtle change occurred in his mind. A new book appeared beside the practical guide to wizardry titled Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Weasley delved his consciousness into it and opened the newly manifested Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. It's exactly the same content. How is this possible? Intrigued, Weasley opened another book. He didn't dwell on each sentence, instead he skimmed through rapidly, aiming to finish as quickly as possible. Sure enough, a new book appeared in his mind, Defense Against Invasion, a primer on protective magic. Weasley's expression shifted. Do I just need to flip through them to record these books in my mind? Weizet had lived in an orphanage in his past life, inherently lacking a sense of security. The simplest way to gain that security was to fatten his wallet. Though he now had 500 galleons to his name, he had to consider both increasing income and reducing expenses for the future. He had yet to find an opportunity to earn more, but cutting costs could be implemented immediately. In the Wizarding World, books were exorbitantly priced, none cost less than a galleon. If he only had his bursary, purchasing textbooks alone would consume nearly half of it. Weizet checked the list and found all the textbooks he needed for school. He immersed himself in the sea of books, munching on a few biscuits when hunger struck. A shop assistant stood at a distance, observing for a long time. As he watched the boy repeatedly pick up and put down books, he pursed his lips, his face brimming with barely concealed impatience. He had seen too many customers who just browsed without buying and had mastered the art of judging people. Shabbily dressed, weathered old wizards usually had thick skin and were hard to shoo away with a few words. But Weizet was different. He carried a cauldron with him, and the books he flipped through were all first-year Hogwarts textbooks, clearly a new student about to enroll. New students usually had thin skin. His clothes weren't fancy, so he wasn't from a wealthy pureblood family. Flipping through textbooks likely meant he just wanted to feel the new books. If he actually intended to buy, he'd probably head to a second-hand bookstore. All these factors led the assistant to approach Weizet. Sir, you've been here for most of the day. May I prepare a cup of black tea for you? Weizet asked instinctively. Black tea? How much? In his past life he had also browsed in bookstores. Besides selling books, they often had small cafes selling drinks and desserts. Then you'll have to go next door. The assistant pointed impatiently toward the door. There's an ice cream shop over there. You can go there. Wait. The assistant suddenly widened, his eyes cold, sweat pouring out. Are you that Obscurial? Weizet was used to such reactions. He placed the book back on the shelf. Sorry, you'll leave now. He had already exceeded his goal, cataloging a large stack of books in his mind. Since the assistant had asked him to leave, there was no need to stay. Hagrid hadn't returned yet, so he planned to go to Ollivander's wand shop first and get the most important item, his wand. Don't say that. The assistant waved his hands repeatedly. Please continue. I didn't say anything. Go on. What's going on? A well-dressed, elegant, middle-aged man walked over and stood between them. Boss. The assistant wiped the sweat from his brow. I just saw this guest had been here a while, so I told him he could sit at the ice cream shop next door. Is that so? The bookstore owner murmured. Sir, why don't we go upstairs for a seat? Despite his confusion, Weizet followed the owner to the second floor. The moment he stepped onto the second floor, the clamor from downstairs vanished, replaced by a profound stillness. Clearly magic had been cast here, creating an atmosphere distinct from the first floor. The layout of the second floor was meticulous with furnishings that looked ancient and exuded classical beauty. Weizet couldn't help but remark, "This is truly a wonderful place for reading." "Thank you." The owner gestured for Weizet to sit. "What would you like to drink? Would black tea be suitable?" Weizet felt a bit nervous and nodded softly. "Of course." The owner spoke again. "I am the proprietor of Flourish and Blots Clother Bagshot. May I ask your name?" "Hello, Mr. Bagshot. My name is Weizet." Their income is tied to the bookstore's sales, so they sometimes take inappropriate measures. "I hope you can forgive them." Weizet was full of questions. Why was this bookstore owner so kind to him? "Of course I understand." But he also knew the hardships of working people, so he waved his hand and said that assistant wasn't entirely wrong. He did ask if I needed black tea. Bagshot took a sip of his black tea. "Oh. Do you really think?" Those words were meant literally. "Yes, I thought there was a tea house or cafe here for readers." "A tea house inside a bookstore. I'm very interested in that idea. Could you tell me more?" Seeing Bagshot's sincere attitude, Weizet nodded and shared his views on bookstores from his past life. Bagshot listened intently, even waving his wand to conjure a quill and parchment to jot down everything Weizet said. "Mr. Bagshot, I must say with all sincerity, the second floor is absolutely splendid, perfect for hosting various book club events. Since you focus more on the bookstore's influence, having the staff proactively offer service would undoubtedly enhance the overall reputation of the store. Even if they don't buy books, they might order a cup of black tea or a dessert. With the staff service and the elegant environment, the bookstore's own prestige would be elevated." "Brilliant." Bagshot beamed with a radiant smile. "Actually, this bookstore is a family business and I want to take it further to imbue it with my own personal touch. Unfortunately, I've never found a better way and have been helplessly stuck in place. Today, from your words, I've discovered a new path. Having the staff serve customers well and making them realize that Flourish and Blots is a special place, truly a wonderful idea. I've benefited greatly." Weizet waved his hand dismissively. "I'm glad it helped you. After all, I've been reading here all morning." He was merely a conveyor of ideas. This model was common in bookstores from his past life. Bagshot still expressed his gratitude, not only covering all of Weizet's future textbook costs but also permanently reserving a cozy seat for him on the second floor. Whenever Weizet came to Flourish and Blots to read, tea and desserts would be provided free of charge. Bagshot led Weizet to a small shabby storefront. "Weizet, this is Ollivander's wand shop. Remember to visit the bookstore often." "If I get the chance." Weizet nodded repeatedly. "Thank you for bringing me here." Watching Weizet enter the shop, Bagshot didn't return to Flourish and Blots but instead slipped into the nearby Florin's ice cream parlor. He walked briskly to the deepest corner where an elderly man with silver hair sat. Dumbledore was eating sweets with a pile of lemon sherbets in front of him. "Clother, you're here. What's your impression of Weizet?" "A remarkably intelligent child." Bagshot said, his face glowing as he sat down. "If it weren't for those reports, I would never have sensed even a hint of an Obscurial from him. He possesses a maturity far beyond his years and his thoughts are the same." Merlin's beard. "You wouldn't believe it, I actually drew inspiration from him. He gave me a brilliant idea that could etch my name in family history. Maybe Bathilda will even record this and write it into a history of magic." "Oh. Something like that." Dumbledore's tone carried a hint of surprise. "Can you tell me more about it?" After listening to Bagshot's account, Dumbledore wore a faint smile on his face. "What a good child." Bagshot asked Headmaster Dumbledore, "Is Weizet truly an Obscurial? Whether in speech or behavior, I cannot perceive this. This child possesses a certain charisma. Frankly speaking, even without your instructions, I would not be wary of him." "How marvelous." "That depends on whether you believe it." Dumbledore took a sip of black tea. "Weizet is indeed an Obscurial. I witnessed it with my own eyes. At that critical moment, Ministry of Magic officials arrived before I could. He managed to break free from the Obscurus state without my assistance. He recovered through sheer willpower." "He's nearly at the age of a new student, isn't he?" Bagshot asked incredulously. "This morning I thought you were worried about his instability, which is why you asked me to keep an eye on him and find opportunities to chat." "It seems I misunderstood your intention." Dumbledore shook his head gently. "I merely noticed Weizet lingering in the bookshop for a long time and feared he might be too reserved to approach and purchase a book. That's why I asked you to look after him to help if he had any needs. You've truly assisted me greatly this time. I will remember this." No. Headmaster Dumbledore, you jest." Bagshot waved his hands repeatedly. "I am the one who has gained immensely. It is I who should thank you. If we continue this courtesy, perhaps we should consider what to have for dinner. Dumbledore glanced at the time. I have an interview this afternoon and need to return to the Leaky Cauldron soon. Very well, I should return to the bookshop as well. Bagshot stood up. I shall take my leave now. Watching Bagshot's lightfoot retreating figure, Dumbledore's mind wandered slightly. Ariana. At least this time I will not repeat the mistakes of the past. For modern wizards, a wand is an essential tool touching every aspect of daily life. As one of the oldest establishments in Diagon Alley, Ollivander's wand shop was remarkably unassuming. The shop's front was small and shabby, its gilded sign faded and worn with embossed letters faintly visible: Ollivander's, makers of fine wands since 382 B. The display window was dusty with an aged wand resting on a faded purple cushion. Weizet pushed open the door and entered the shop. It was utterly silent, with only a narrow passage leading to the main chamber. This place was more a wand repository than a shop. Both sides of the passage were lined with shelves, each filled with wooden boxes stacked like bricks from floor to ceiling. The main chamber was equally cramped, with a worn bench in the corner. A melodious chime echoed through the room as a figure appeared before Weizet as swiftly as the wind. Ollivander was an elderly man with silver hair and no beard, his strikingly pale silver-white eyes commanding attention. In the dim shop those eyes shone like twin moons, seeming to emit their own light. Ollivander spoke softly. Good afternoon. Since the enactment of the Statute of Secrecy, Obscurials have become rare. You are a special guest. Weizet, it is a pleasure to serve you. A note of delight crept into his tone. An Obscurial who has the chance to touch a wand is unprecedented. Which hand do you usually use? Right hand. Very well, please raise your arm. Relax, I'm merely taking your measurements. As he spoke, a tape measure leaped from Ollivander's coat pocket. The tape measure paused on Weizet's shoulder, then slowly rolled down to his fingertips from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, and circled around his forehead. At that moment the shop seemed to come alive. Ollivander darted between the shelves and with a wave of his hand 3 boxes flew into his arms. Here, the wood, the core, the length. Every aspect differs. Each wand is a unique entity. Of course, there is always a wand here that will suit you. Try this one: acacia wood, dragon heartstring, 13 inches, firm and resilient. This was a wand of amber hue, its carvings following the grain of the wood, exuding an unhurried grace. Weizet grasped the wand, but before he could even tighten his grip, Ollivander snatched it away. That doesn't feel right. Try this one: blackthorn wood, dragon heartstring, 12.5 inches, highly flexible. Almost replicating the previous motion, Weizet had no time to hold the wand firmly before Ollivander took it back. Try this one: Hollywood phoenix feather, 13.75 inches, moderately. Cedarwood unicorn tail hair, 10.75 inches. No. Ollivander muttered incessantly, weaving back and forth among the shelves with an agility that belied his age. Weizet received wand after wand, only to have each one taken away again. Wands and their boxes scattered on the floor, piling up imperceptibly. What about this one? Ebony wood, dragon heartstring, 9 inches. Elder wood, dragon heartstring, 11 inches. Laurel wood, phoenix feather. Time slipped away and the pile of wand boxes grew higher like a small mountain. The once animated Ollivander finally paused, muttering excitedly, how unexpected. We've tried nearly every type. Why is this happening? Faced with such a situation, had it not been for his earlier use of a shield charm, Weizet might have doubted his own magical talent. Weizet, I need more information. Ollivander rubbed his hands together, eager and impatient. Would you be willing to share your past experiences with me? Try not to recall unpleasant memories. Tell me about happy things that interest you. Preferably from before you met Dumbledore. Weizet voiced his confusion. Mr. Ollivander, is there a problem? Why is no wand suitable for me? It is quite common for wizards to be particular about their wands. Ollivander smiled. The wand chooses the wizard and the wizard chooses the wand. Sometimes completing the pairing requires considerable effort. We must trace back to the source. Tell me about your past experiences. Before meeting Dumbledore. Weizet frowned, delving into his memories. Yes. Just things that interest you. In that wizard's home there was a book recording magic. It looked very ancient and I was quite fascinated by it. A book of ancient magic. Ollivander wore a contemplative expression. I have an idea. Wait here for a moment. He drew his wand and waved it over the wands on the floor. They returned orderly to their boxes and then flew back to their original positions. Before long he emerged from the shadows at the back of the shop holding a silver blue box. Weizet gazed intently at the whirlpool emblem on the box, a symbol he knew all too well. The same emblem appeared in the Practical Guide to Wizardry. Ollivander's expression was complex. To be honest, although it was made by the Ollivander family, it cannot be considered a complete wand. My grandfather once mentioned to me that this wand has a special purpose and under normal circumstances it might not even compare to an ordinary wand. Weizet carefully took the box and gently pulled out the lining. On the silver blue velvet lay an exquisitely crafted wand. The wand's handle resembled a solid piece of sapphire with a grey crystal structure spiraling upward connecting the wooden shaft to the sapphire grip. Ollivander looked at it as if it were a treasure. This wand is very special. It doesn't even conform to the theories of wand lore as it lacks a truly defined shaft and core. Weizet felt an indescribable sensation believing that this wand was meant to belong to him. Perhaps as Ollivander said, this wand had been waiting for him to become its companion since the moment of its creation. With this thought Weizet hesitated not at all and grasped the wand in his hand. A silver blue radiance appeared in his mind and the wizard's practical guide suddenly opened with countless pages fluttering in his mind like boiling water. At that moment the wand slowly vanished from his hand and appeared in his mind instead. The fluttering pages swirled around the wand like a school of fish. At this moment the wand resembled a stabilizing needle as the grey crystal maintaining it glowed radiating a silver blue light. The dim shop brightened with countless silver blue beams flowing in from all directions toward Weizet's eyes. Immediately the entire Diagon Alley flickered with silver blue light. Ollivander's mouth slightly opened as he stared wide-eyed at the scene before him watching Weizet float in. Weizet looked ahead as if standing as a deity upon the river of history observing the rise and fall of Diagon Alley from ancient times to the present. He saw Ollivander's ancestors coming here building a stall to sell the first wand. He saw fairies appearing seemingly sensing that this place was about to prosper starting to construct a snow-white building. He witnessed more and more shops emerging surrounding Gringotts and Ollivander's wand shop establishing a commercial street named Diagon Alley. He seemed to vaguely glimpse the essence of magic, how wizards obtained magic and even further back into ancient times. Weizet focused his attention trying to discern these visions, yet an inexplicable intense dizziness suddenly struck making him feel as though the world was flipping upside down. At the end of the leaky cauldron Dumbledore interlaced his fingers revealing a scrutinizing gaze as he stared at the person hidden in the shadows. Professor Quirrell, as far as I know, you went to the Albanian Black Forest to gain practical experience in the defense against the dark arts. Did you find anything enlightening? Of course I did. Quirrell stammered. I encountered a vampire. They were very unfriendly to me. At that moment a flash of silver blue light suddenly swept through the leaky cauldron and the patrons opened their bleary eyes. What just happened? Did you see the light? Not only did I see it, but I also believe in the light. Look. It's flickering. Have you had too much to drink and gotten dizzy? Burp. Tom. 2 more dozen sherry. Dumbledore looked toward the bar, his gaze seemingly penetrating through it to the little courtyard, then through the courtyard to Diagon Alley. From the silver blue light he sensed an ancient magical power and sought the source of this power. Is it Ollivander's wand shop? Could it be Weizet? There was an old witch. She was terrifying. Quirrell continued to stutter. Headmaster Dumbledore, what were you just saying? It's nothing. Dumbledore gently shook his head. I'm listening, please continue. What did that terrifying witch do? That old witch has many snakes. All of them are poisonous. She commanded the poisonous snakes to attack me. In the second floor room of the leaky cauldron, Quirrell's rented room, Voldemort possessing the snake Nagini awakened from his slumber sensing a peculiar power. He poked his head out from under the blanket and quickly climbed to the window gazing far into the distance. Such ancient magical power. He emitted a hoarse grating voice. This body is too weak, it can only make me sense that the source is here. I need Quirrell to obtain the Philosopher's Stone as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking the snake's body crumbled, its scales and flesh turning to ashes and a wisp of smoky black mist emerged from within. The black mist slowly approached the corner of the room where a cage full of poisonous snakes was placed. These poisonous snakes were in slumber and the black mist lingered in the air for a moment before finally selecting one pouncing towards it. Weizet awoke from the long bench in the shop. Everything around had changed. The ceiling was adorned with countless lines which resembled dried brush strokes showing only a dim silver blue hue. The wands on the shelves were similar, they were entwined with glowing lines. Some were glaring red lines, others warm orange lines, and still others soft silver lines. Child, you are awake. Ollivander appeared before him. Has the world before you changed? A mirror appeared reflecting a handsome face with a hint of baby fat unique to that age. What's wrong with my eyes? Weizet looked at the mirror, slowly moving his hand to his eyes. These eyes resembled a lake under moonlight filled with silver blue light possessing a unique mysterious beauty. He blinked, the silver blue light completely retracted, and upon blinking again it overflowed in his eyes again as if at will. The eye of magic, an exceptionally rare talent. Ollivander spoke with an envious tone. The talent the Ollivander family longs for the most. The first generation Ollivander wandmaker was a wizard who possessed the eye of magic. He observed the magical energy of this world, summarizing the patterns and mysteries contained within. He integrated these patterns into wand-making, allowing our wand-making techniques to stand out and be passed down as the foundation of our family. There have been many wand-makers throughout history, but when it comes to wand-making families there is only our Ollivander family. How remarkable! Weizet exclaimed, his consciousness sinking into his mind. A new page of the Wizard's Practical Guide opened, containing records of the Eye of Magic. Beginner's Eye of Magic: discover the ancient magical power brewed over time. Absorb it to help the Eye of Magic grow. See the magic circuits. To see the magic circuits means to perceive the lines entwined around the wand. And this was merely the ability of the beginner's Eye of Magic. If one continued to absorb ancient magical power, allowing the Eye of Magic to grow and evolve to intermediate and advanced levels. What else could be seen? Weizet attempted to channel the dormant magic, but unfortunately the ancient magical power generated by it could not be absorbed by the Eye of Magic. Since the path with the dormant magic was blocked, he did not press on. The urgent matter was still to obtain a wand. Mr. Ollivander, the wand you just gave me has disappeared. What should I do? It's all right. Perhaps it will become a key to unlock the Eye of Magic. Ollivander's tone grew even gentler, like an elder comforting a younger one. Let us begin anew in choosing your wand. Perhaps this time you will find an unexpected treasure. What color of wand do you prefer? Do you have any requirements for the core? Weizet asked in confusion. Didn't you say before that the wizard and the wand choose each other? Am I allowed to make requests now? Ollivander murmured. Under normal circumstances, yes. But you possess the Eye of Magic. Tell me the style you like. Weizet recalled the array of wands he had tried earlier. Elderwood, dragon, heartstring, 13 inches. Preferably something more rigid. You remember them all. Ollivander beamed, radiant as a sunflower. To bear the power of an Obscurus, indeed an extraordinary wand configuration is required. He knew the location of every wand in the shop like the back of his hand. With a mere flick of his wand, a wooden case flew from the deepest shelf and landed in Weizet's hands. Inside the case lay a jet-black wand, unadorned, straight and sharp, cold and formidable as a military spike. With the aid of the Eye of Magic, he sensed the exquisite craftsmanship within the wand. The overall magical circuit flowed smoothly. The only flaw was at the wand's tip, where the circuit seemed bloated like tangled threads. Weizet grasped the wand. The handle was perfectly rounded, with subtle contours fitting snugly in his hand. Ancient magical power stirred rapidly, spreading through the wand's shaft. The power converged at the wand's tip, merging into the bloated magical circuit. Weizet felt as if he were playing a game of cat's cradle, needing to untangle the circuit to make the wand's overall flow smooth. After an unknown span of time, he finally smoothed the magical circuit. A spiral pattern appeared on the wand's body, and at that moment the wand grew faintly warm. Weizet instinctively released his grip. The wand, contrary to its nature, floated in midair, emitting a melodious hum. He could feel it. The wand was calling to him, a stark contrast to its earlier silence. Not only this wand, but all the wands in the shop hummed in unison the same call. Remarkable. It has become even more perfect. Ollivander smiled with satisfaction. Do you understand now? The wand chooses the wizard. You possess the Eye of Magic. You can make wands better. No wand can refuse that. In a way, these wands are quite amusing. Weizet chuckled. He recalled a saying from his past life: today you ignore me, tomorrow will be beyond your reach. Weizet, I hope that after you graduate you will learn wand making from me. Ollivander's voice was filled with anticipation. Don't worry about the pay. You'll match an Auror salary. You won't lose out. Can I really do it? Weizet asked instinctively. This must be a profound craft, and it involves your family's secrets. You have the Eye of Magic. That's what matters most. Ollivander quickly added. Perhaps you can think it over. Just let me know before you graduate. You can start studying it. Let me give you this first. As if afraid Weizet might refuse, he vanished swiftly into the darkness. Before long he reappeared in the shop holding a notebook bound in scaly leather. Hungarian horntail dragon hide, specially treated. Even in winter taking notes, and it feels wonderfully warm. Weizet felt the warmth of the dragon hide notebook like holding a small hand warmer, a pleasant sensation. Weizet, inside are the basics of wand making along with some of my insights. Take it. Flip through it whenever you remember. This is a family secret, isn't it? It's too precious. I can't keep it. Hearing this, Weizet realized the notebook's value. He had only met Ollivander this once, yet was being treated with such trust. It made him uneasy, and he instinctively refused. Ollivander urged, why not take a look first? See if it interests you. With that, Weizet couldn't refuse. He opened the notebook and leafed through it page by page. The notebook contained a vast wealth of knowledge on wand making, enough to be etched into memory. After confirming the contents matched his recollection, he closed it. Mr. Ollivander, I've finished reading it. I've gained a great deal. Ollivander's eyes dimmed. You don't have to comfort me. It seems wand making doesn't interest you. Weizet explained, it's like this. I read quite fast. Though I may not grasp the meanings, I've memorized everything. Is that so? Ollivander brightened a little. What do you think of hawthorn wood for a wand shaft? Weizet consulted the notes in his mind. If hawthorn is used, the wand becomes strange and contradictory. It's a rather niche material, but I believe existence has its reason. Since it can serve as a shaft, it must find its rightful owner. Excellent. Excellent. Ollivander's eyes lit up again. What about sycamore wood? On questions related to the notes, Weizet could answer fluently if merely reciting, and Ollivander was full of admiration. Weizet, your realm is boundless. I must admit, making you a wand maker would be an understatement. Dusk had fallen, casting a vibrant orange hue over Diagon Alley. Observing the buildings with the eye of magic, they appeared like stained glass. Looking closely at the lines that held the structures, one could see the nearly dried silvery blue magical energy. It took consuming the ancient magic of Diagon Alley to awaken the eye of magic. To nurture it further, I must tread a long and arduous path. Weizet stood outside the wand shop toying with his wand. He loved its design. Moreover, this wand held great significance, it marked his first step on the wizard's path. Ollivander had told him that the 7 galleon price was a special deal for new students. Future wands would vary in price based on materials. But for Weizet these were not concerns. Should he need a replacement, he could trade in his old wand at the shop. For Ollivander, the wand improved by Weizet held research value. After playing with the wand a bit more, Weizet carefully opened his pocket and slowly placed it inside. He looked around puzzled. Where had Hagrid gone? The two had parted ways in the morning, and now at sunset Hagrid had yet to return. From their brief time together, Weizet felt that leaving without a word wasn't in Hagrid's nature. Could something have happened? He went to the apothecary and found the potioneer from earlier. Hagrid, you say? The potioneer frowned, thinking. I think I saw him heading that way. Why don't you go check? Oh. Remember, just look at the corner. Don't go into Nocturne Alley. The night had fallen and the street lamps on either side glowed to life, bathing Diagon Alley in a beer-soaked tipsy comfort. Weizet stepped out of the apothecary and, following the potioneer's directions, turned into a dark, narrow alley. The light from Diagon Alley dimmed instantly and the air in the passage grew cold and damp. The brick walls on both sides were crooked and warped, dotted with patches of luminous moss that emitted a eerie green glow, creating a ghostly, shadowy atmosphere. The end of the alley was shrouded in darkness, like the entrance to the underworld, giving a false sense of a one-way journey. Even the least perceptive person could sense something was amiss. From the end of the alley, Hagrid's roar echoed. Let me go. I don't want to buy it. Don't touch me. A smug voice cackled. What do you mean? Didn't we agree? We brought the dog all the way here. You don't want us to kill it, do you? Hagrid's roar grew louder. Don't you dare. The little darling hasn't even opened its eyes yet. You suddenly raised the price and I didn't bring that much money. Give me one more day. The smug voice continued. Give you another day. This is a hot item. Let us search you, and if you really don't have the money, you'll sell it to you at the original price. Hagrid roared firmly. No. I only have this much money on me. Weizet realized that Hagrid was in a conflict with another group. Now was not the time to play the hero or gawk. Returning to Diagon Alley for help was the right move. Just as he was about to turn back, a cold voice sounded behind him. A brand new cauldron. And an owl. Looks like a new student. A wizard shrouded in a black robe appeared, his wand raised high, the tip emitting a pale white light. Kid, what are you doing here? Weizet instinctively lowered his head, shielding his eyes from the blinding light. The black-robed wizard continued. Lucky day for me, 2 fat fish. Come with me. Weizet reached into his pocket, where lay a gift from Ollivander, an iron plate the size of a fist, a magical item with defensive properties. Its usage was also exceptionally simple. Just rub the plate 3 times to activate the embedded shield charm. Weizet vaguely understood the value of this iron plate, but given the urgency of the situation, it seemed he had to rely on this magical item to escape. He followed the black-robed wizard deeper into the alley, and at the end of the path saw a strange sight. A melody with a Grecian flair rippled through the air. The towering Hagrid leaned against the wall, fists clenched and eyes blazing with fury. 3 ragged men, like starving wolves, though only reaching Hagrid's waist, encircled the giant. Weizet! What are you doing here? Hagrid asked in surprise, then immediately roared. How dare you kidnap a child? So you know each other? Tough luck for him. The black-robed wizard shoved Weizet, joining the other 3 to surround Weizet and Hagrid. Weizet was not as agitated as Hagrid. He looked past the four men to see a massive beast sleeping soundly behind them. The beast was like a pug dog magnified countless times. Even lying down asleep it was as tall as Weizet. The most peculiar feature of this dog was its 3 heads. As it smacked its lips, sticky drool dripped down. A 3-headed dog, a 5X classified magical creature native to Greece with a fondness for sweets, possessing a size and magical resistance comparable to dragons. According to the rating in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, 5X is the most dangerous level, indicating creatures of extreme danger and difficulty to tame. Based on Weizet's understanding of Hagrid, for him to call a magical creature little darling, immense size and danger were essential attributes. Weizet asked Hagrid, "You want to buy it?" Hagrid nodded angrily. "I brought enough money, but they hiked the price to 600 galleons. The black-robed wizard said one of our brothers got caught bringing this big fellow here, so of course we need more money. He's our kin. That's no excuse for breaking your word." Hagrid spat, cutting him off. "Breaking our word? Yes. We are breaking our word." The black-robed wizard cackled. "Now that a kid knows our secret, we need even more. Now that there's an extra child, you go back and get the money. If you don't bring 1,000 galleons by tomorrow, the ghost of this child will come looking for you." "Ha!" Hagrid was startled, waving his hands frantically. "You can't do that. You must not do that." Seeing this, Weizet couldn't help but rub his forehead. From his past life in the orphanage, Weizet knew that in such situations backing down only emboldened the wicked. To deal with such unreasonable villains, one had to make them afraid. He. "Of course we will." The 4 across from them laughed eerily. "You can go gather the money now. Whether this kid lives or dies depends on you." Weizet cleared his throat. "Gentlemen, have you all decided everything without asking for my opinion? My family is waiting for me. They'll worry if I'm late. So I'm sorry, but I can't stay overnight." The 4 across were taken aback, then laughed even more. "What? Did I hear that right? Is he threatening us? I'm so scared. A new student with a cauldron probably just bought his wand today, right? What can he do? Lumos. Looking at your clothes, you're not from a rich pureblood family. If you were, we could ask for 2,000 galleons." Weizet said calmly, "Have you heard of Obscurials? Or do you read the newspaper?" The 4 grew impatient. "What Obscurial? Less talk. Big guy, go get the money." "All right." Weizet sighed. "Hagrid, I remember you brought the Daily Prophet. Is it still there?" "Oh. Yes." Hagrid immediately rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a crumpled newspaper. Weizet took it and handed it to the 4. "Take a look." Only the black-robed wizard unfolded the paper. The other 3 remained on guard. Soon the wizard's expression shifted from doubt to surprise. He raised his wand, the tip emitting a warm white light that illuminated Weizet's face. The wizard's expression changed rapidly from surprise to fear, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. A natural-born dark wizard, a walking powder keg, an extremely dangerous individual. Weizet pointed to himself. "That's me. I am an Obscurial." The black-robed wizard wiped the sweat from his brow and forced a stern tone. "Says who? Who knows if the photographer got the wrong person? And the article is just made up. He is Weizet," Hagrid said angrily. "He's been getting dirty looks all day because of this. Perhaps you need some proof." Weizet smiled as he rolled up his sleeves, each gesture fluid and deliberate. The scene of his encounter with the runespore unfolded before Weizet's eyes. A silvery blue radiance enveloped his body, and a spherical barrier materialized, cocooning both him and Hagrid within. "That reporter clearly wasn't there," Weizet said softly, pulling his pressed thumb and forefinger apart. The barrier instantly expanded outward, halting just before the black-robed Weizet let out a cold laugh and declared, "I forced the runespore into a corner and used this very magic to crush it bit by bit. Care to give it a try? Of course you can also try to resist. I can still control my power now, but if I were to unleash the Obscurus, who knows what would really happen." He glanced around. "This spot is perfect, a straight line. Here the Obscurus is sure to perform exceptionally." Sweat beaded not only on the black-robed wizard's forehead but also on his 3 accomplices. "Boss. That magic can't be that powerful, can it? Let's attack. Are we 4 no match for the 2 of them? Is he bluffing? The Obscurial thing is a lie, right? I've never even heard of it." The incessant chatter of his cohorts vexed the black-robed wizard deeply. He barked, "Shut up. Even if the Obscurial identity is fake, is wandless magic also fake? How many brats? Children have you seen perform wandless magic?" He thrust the newspaper at his companions. "See for yourselves. Don't go charging in without knowing a thing." He now deeply regretted not driving this Obscurial away. He wouldn't be in this mess. The silvery blue shield spell persisted and the black-robed wizard could only grit his teeth and ask filled with reluctance, "What exactly do you want?" Weizet chuckled softly, stepping forward 2 paces. "I just want to go home, a very simple wish." The black-robed wizards immediately retreated over a dozen steps, their backs pressed against the still sleeping 3-headed dog. From their reactions they clearly knew what an Obscurial was and were aware of Weizet's past deeds. Thank you, Rita Skeeter. This kind of outlandish report in an official publication allowed Weizet to achieve his desired effect without much explanation. "By the way, about this 3-headed dog, how much were you planning to sell it to Hagrid for?" "You still want to buy it?" the black-robed wizard exclaimed in surprise. 400 galleons. This puppy hasn't even opened its eyes yet." Weizet looked aside. "Hagrid is a 3-headed dog puppy worth that much?" His knowledge of 3-headed dogs mainly came from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. The book primarily covered precautions for handling them. For pricing he had to rely on the Hogwarts gamekeeper. Hagrid nodded vigorously. "Absolutely worth it. A steal. I've never seen such a good deal even during my trip to Greece." "See," the black-robed wizard sighed with relief, "at that price we want Weizet a Canute." Weizet looked at Hagrid a bit speechless. They had the upper hand. He should have been more assertive. Perhaps wizards in the magical world were simply naive. Or was it just Hagrid? 400 galleons was no small sum. Weizet's frugal instincts kicked in. That price is clearly unreasonable. This isn't Greece. The black-robed wizard immediately looked at him, asking nervously, "What are you getting at?" Weizet said calmly, "As far as I know, a 3-headed dog is a dangerous and rare magical creature. Buying one is quite troublesome. Beyond the purchase price there are various procedures. Going through the normal process takes considerable effort. Do you understand?" This was information from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which briefly introduced adopting a 3-headed dog. "Ah." The black-robed wizard intended to play dumb, shaking his head repeatedly. "No idea. The price is really a bargain." He desperately winked at Hagrid. "Big man. Say something. It's a puppy. Don't you want to be the owner of this little cutie?" "Oh." Hagrid let out a long rumbling hum but didn't reply. He looked down at Weizet, clearly indicating he was following his lead. Weizet held up 2 fingers. 200 galleons. That's our final offer." 200 galleons, the black-robed wizard shrieked. "You might as well kill us. That price is impossible." "Good idea." Weizet stroked his chin, seemingly pondering the suggestion. "This dark alley is indeed perfect for such things." "Weizet." Hagrid was startled. "You must stay calm. You're a good lad." The black-robed wizard was also terrified. "Right. The big man is right. You must stay calm. Let's negotiate." Weizet wiggled his 2 fingers. 200 galleons. 390 galleons. That's our limit. 190 galleons. If you had limits you wouldn't have tried to kidnap me in the first place. You. The black-robed wizard was now even more regretful, his voice weakening as he lowered the price. 380 galleons. Can't go any lower. Weizet smiled calmly. 170 galleons. Judging by your clothes you've been living rough for a while, haven't you? Did you get into trouble in Greece? So you brought the 3-headed dog here to hide. This money should be enough to sustain you for a bit, right? Besides, Hagrid is the gamekeeper at Hogwarts. Only a place as vast as the grounds can provide a comfortable life for a 3-headed dog. Understand?" The black-robed wizard, as if struck on a sore spot, his voice turned shrill like chalk on glass. "But you can't keep lowering the price. Who bargains like that?" 150 galleons. Weizet maintained his composure. "As I said, limits can be lowered. Especially when dealing with people like you." When the moon hung high in the sky, a beaming Hagrid hoisted the 3-headed dog onto his shoulder and led Weizet back to Diagon Alley. "Weizet, I'm so grateful for today. Without you I might never have made it out of Nocturne Alley." He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out an exquisitely embroidered cloth pouch. "That really scared me. They wanted to search me but I couldn't let them take this." This was why Hagrid had vehemently refused to be searched. Weizet had entrusted his money pouch to him. The runespore was brought by Hagrid. If Hagrid had been selfish, Weizet wouldn't have gotten the 500 galleons. At least in terms of character, Hagrid was trustworthy. Moreover, Hagrid's overcoat had magical resistance able to repel common thieving spells. Keeping the money on him also put Weizet more at ease. Seeing Weizet take back the pouch, Hagrid sighed in relief and asked cheerfully, "What do you think we should name this little cutie?" Weizet looked at the still dozing 3-headed dog and shrugged. "I don't know. I'm not good with names. But seeing it's so fluffy it is cute, I suppose." Hagrid's eyes lit up. "Yes. A fluffy little cutie. How about Fluffy?" He reached out to stroke the 3-headed dog's back, his voice full of affection. "Fluffy, what do you think?" Perhaps stirred by Hagrid's call, the three-headed dog Fluffy grunted and slowly opened its eyes. Woof. However, slung over Hagrid's shoulder, the first person Fluffy saw wasn't Hagrid but Weizet, who was following behind pulling a small cart. Hagrid! Your Fluffy is awake. The three-headed dog Luwei, its eyes gleaming, pawed the ground and whined, eager to lunge at Weizet. Hagrid, possessing a certain giant strength, effortlessly lifted Luwei over his head upon its awakening. He exclaimed excitedly, "Luwei, you're awake! So adorable, born to be cuddled by its mother." Weizet wiped a bead of sweat from his brow behind them. Only someone of Hagrid's stature could single-handedly lift a three-headed dog the size of an African lion. "Have I come at a bad time?" At that very moment a familiar voice rang out as Dumbledore appeared before them. Dumbledore, Headmaster!" Hagrid exclaimed, startled. As if hiding a gift, he quickly concealed Luwei behind him. Unfortunately, Luwei's size rivaled that of an African lion. Even Hagrid's over 3-meter frame couldn't hide it. "A three-headed dog pup looks a bit thin," Dumbledore said with a genial smile. "Is that new den you built at school for him?" "Ha! Ha!" Hagrid chuckled apologetically, his smile forced. "Luwei is still young. I don't want him to keep moving around." "I understand, of course," Dumbledore nodded. "But in that case I'm afraid the night bus won't be an option. Weizet, would you like to try another mode of travel? There's a more economical choice. I've already spoken with Molly." "More economical?" Weizet, remembering he hadn't paid the morning fare, quickly fished out a gold coin and slipped it into Hagrid's trouser pocket. Hagrid protested eagerly, "Weizet, you don't have to. You saved me over 200 galleons." Weizet waved a hand. "That's different, one thing at a time." "Hagrid, just accept it," Dumbledore said, his smile growing even more benevolent. "Weizet, let's go. The Floo network is definitely a wonderful way to travel." The trio returned to the leaky cauldron. It was still bustling, with flames roaring in the corner fireplace, making the pub's atmosphere even warmer. Dumbledore picked up a flower pot from the mantelpiece filled with glittering starry powder. "The method is very simple. Just grab a handful of Floo powder, throw it into the fire and shout your destination, the burrow." He demonstrated as he spoke, tossing a pinch of Floo powder. The flames that touched the powder instantly surged, churning from a bright red to a vivid emerald green. "Weizet, overcome your fear of fire. The flames in the hearth will not harm you, they will guide you home through magic." Hearing Dumbledore's gentle words, Weizet nodded, pushed his small trolley and charged straight into the flames. "Headmaster Dumbledore." Hagrid cowered in a corner with Luwei. "How should we get back to school?" Dumbledore made an inviting gesture. "I've arranged for a thestral, though it won't arrive immediately." Tom the barman appeared just then, carrying a large pot of tea and a sliced cake. Seeing the cake covered in rich sweet cream, Dumbledore's eyebrows lifted in a pleased expression. "I'm very interested in the origins of that three-headed dog. Would you tell me about it?" Hagrid perked up. "Of course. Where should I start?" "From how I met Luwei. It was right here in the leaky cauldron. I'd like to hear about the process of buying Luwei." Dumbledore waved a hand. "From your earlier conversation it seems Weizet was a great help." "Yes. Yes." Hagrid nodded vigorously. "If it weren't for him, those people would have definitely swindled me. The thing is, I entrusted 500 galleons to Weizet. How could I let them search me? When I saw him appear, I was absolutely terrified. He's so clever, I still can't quite figure out what happened, but those men ended up selling him for only 170 galleons. What kind of discount is that?" He gesticulated excitedly, and even Luwei, who had fallen back asleep, stirred, barking along whenever the name Weizet was mentioned. A look of profound satisfaction crossed Dumbledore's face. He used everything he had observed throughout the day to effortlessly turn the situation around. To conceive such a perfect solution under such pressing circumstances. Honestly, even I couldn't have done better. Hagrid nodded in vigorous agreement. "That's what I keep saying. If Weizet hadn't come, I honestly wouldn't have known what to do." Dumbledore asked with a smile, "Hagrid, it's clear you are very fond of this boy. Luwei is very fond of him too." Hagrid said, rubbing Luwei's head. "But so many people still misunderstand him. It's all because of those reports. They will have new things to report soon." Dumbledore stroked his beard. "In a few days it will be Harry's birthday. He'll need your help with a trip then." "Harry." Hagrid's mouth fell open. "Harry Potter. That's right. He's of school age now. Of course I'm fine with that. I haven't seen him in 10 years. Back then he was just a little tot, so small." "Yes, 10 years. Dumbledore sighed suddenly. "The coming times might be very busy. The thestral is here. We should return to school." Just as Dumbledore had said, the flames did not harm Weizet. A strange roaring sound filled his ears. It felt as if he were in a vortex with fireplace exits flashing past his eyes. Ahead, a boy's startled cry rang out, "Mum! The fireplace is working. Come and see." A more mature male voice said, "Weizet is back from Diagon Alley. He probably has a lot of stuff." "Ron, stand back, be careful." A push came from behind and Weizet emerged from the fireplace. What met his eyes was a living room built of crooked stone blocks. A tall red-haired boy stood before him, extending his hand with great formality. "Hello, I'm Percy Weasley, Gryffindor Prefect." Another red-haired boy appeared, smiling shyly. "I'm Ron. You'll be starting school this year too." Suddenly another hand appeared beneath Percy's. "Hello. I'm Fred Weasley, the brother who always gets points deducted by the prefect." Then another hand covered Percy's. "Hello. I'm George Weasley, another brother who gets points deducted by the prefect." "Shut up!" Percy snapped. "If you two behaved, who would take points from you?" "That's Percy for you." The two identical-looking boys shook their heads, speaking with feigned disappointment. "Sometimes I wonder if he's really our brother. He has no sense of humor." Four boys stood before Weizet, all with freckles and red hair. Percy was the most formally dressed, wearing a black robe with a gold and red badge pinned over his chest. Wire-rimmed glasses sat on his nose, giving him an air of studious rule-following. Fred and George wore mischievous grins. Their clothes, besides being old, bore the smoky, singed marks of magical mishaps. Ron stood at the back, his eyes bright, craning his neck with curiosity. "All right." A middle-aged woman in an apron appeared, pulling Fred and George aside. "I'm Molly. You're back so late, have you had dinner?" She bent down to look Weizet over, straightening his collar. "Shall I cook you something?" She was Molly Weasley, mother of Ron, Percy, Fred and George. Weizet looked at this large, welcoming group. In their eyes there was no distance or fear, and a wave of warmth washed over her. "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley." He smiled and shook his head. "I don't think so, Mr. Lovegood left me some dinner." Weizet had heard from Luna that there were other wizarding families living around Otteriaceae. Catchpole. Mrs. Weasley, carrying a vegetable basket, walked ahead. "The Diggorys live nearby. Their children are far more sensible than Fred and George. And the Fawcett's are around here too. I think they have a daughter who should be starting school this year. You might run into her when term begins." She was a warm and easygoing woman, and chatting with her felt like a casual conversation with no sense of distance. After Mrs. Lovegood's accident, their family became reclusive. "We haven't kept in touch much over the years. Luna is a good child, but her mind tends to wander. Even Fred and George often can't keep up with her." Having been in this world for less than 2 months, Weizet mainly listened to Mrs. Weasley, offering occasional responses. He smiled faintly. "To me, many things Luna says are enlightening. Without her protection and inspiration, he wouldn't have been able to cast that shield spell when facing the runespore." "That's wonderful." Mrs. Weasley looked toward the nearby stream. "I sometimes pass by that stream. In the past 2 years I've often seen Luna there. She'd be catching fish while crying, and when she saw me she'd immediately run home. A child not yet in school missing someone close must be hard to get used to, isn't it?" Mrs. Weasley's words struck Weizet, making his heart skip a beat. "It shouldn't be like that anymore." Mrs. Weasley smiled. "That's really good to hear." Looking at her kind smile, Weizet felt an inexplicable restlessness. Hogwarts operated as a boarding school with only summer and Christmas holidays for leaving. 2 moons appeared over the hill. One moon hung high in the sky while the other floated above the carriage-shaped castle. That was Luna's mother's creation, said to have originated from a magical experiment. Since then, the darker the sky, the more distinct the moon above the castle became. If he observed it with the eye of magic, would he see something extraordinary? Weizet's heart stirred and his eyes filled with a silver-blue radiance. The silver-blue magic flowed like liquid, enveloping the entire castle, especially the round moon where the silver-blue energy blazed brilliantly. Most importantly, this was an ancient magical power brewed by time, as if he could merge it into his eyes if he wished. He did not do so, because at night Luna loved to stroll on the top floor gazing at the moon above the castle. A thought struck Weizet. Had Luna's mother studied ancient magic? "This is my first time here at night. It's truly beautiful." Mrs. Weasley suddenly spoke, handing the vegetable basket to Weizet. "I'll leave you here. These vegetables are from our garden. Give my regards to Mr. Lovegood and Luna." Weizet's eyes returned to normal and he said sincerely, "All right, Mrs. Weasley. I don't know how to thank you enough." Mrs. Weasley's figure faded into the night and the fluffy owl let out a cheerful hoot, darting into Weizet's arms. Hoot hoot. The cage on the cauldron swayed gently and the bronze-colored owl inside called out eagerly as if greeting him. Soft light footsteps approached. Luna looked at Weizet quietly, a faint smile on her face. Diagon Alley was amazing, wasn't it? Her voice remained airy. Troubled by Raxperts. You can write to me when you get to school. Hoot. The owl Diana puffed out her chest and echoed with 2 hoots. Yes, I can write letters. Weizet smiled in relief and shook his head gently. Luna always had a magic about her that could easily dissolve his confusion. Setting aside his worries, Weizet pointed at the restless owl. What do you think we should call this little one? Such a lively little thing. Luna pondered. How about Sol? The sun and the moon always appear in turn. That's a good name. The two walked across the soft grass toward the castle under twin moons. Before they knew it, time had arrived at the end of August and tomorrow was the start of Hogwarts term. A little over a month wasn't long, but Weizet had used this time to prepare for school and reorganize his room. Luna had contributed greatly. Or rather, she had single-handedly handled the room's decoration. Besides replacing the bedding and wallpaper, she had strung dirigible plums together as bed curtain ornaments. These were magical materials shaped like miniature radishes, said to enhance one's receptiveness to unusual things when frequently exposed to them. Dirigible plums were everywhere in the castle, even Luna's earrings were made from them. Xenophilius, as editor of the Quibbler, worked in a room hung with dirigible plums, supposedly to keep his inspiration flowing. The second floor of the castle was particularly lively these days, as it was the printing period for the Quibbler. The magical printing press ran at full speed, clattering from day till dusk. Wizarding printing presses were unique, entirely wooden structures reinforced with iron at key points resembling spinning machines from the Industrial Revolution. Under the influence of magic, a single magical printing press combined the functions of folding, binding, and cutting machines. Xenophilius' task was simple: design the initial draft and feed it into the printing press entrance. The machine would then operate automatically, printing one finished magazine after another. However, the machine's efficiency wasn't high, producing fewer than 100 copies of the Quibbler in a few days. During this time, Weizet also recopied the textbooks he would need. As the saying goes, the faintest ink is more powerful than the strongest memory. While copying the textbooks, he gained a general understanding of the new school year's curriculum. The illustrations in the textbooks were also entirely drawn by Luna. She was highly skilled at drawing, able to depict images based solely on Weizet's descriptions. She showed unparalleled talent, especially in illustrating magical creatures, rendering each one with vivid accuracy. Mom and I once read Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them together, Luna explained with a bright smile. I've seen all the magical creatures in it except for the Crumplehorn Snorkak. Weizet asked the Crumplehorn Snorkak. I'll look for relevant books at Flourish and Blots next time. It might be hard to find. Luna showed a hint of regret. It's an extremely rare magical creature. Dad says they live in Sweden. Someday I'll go find them myself and draw them. Sweden. Weizet made a mental note of it. On the last evening of August, Xenophilius didn't cook himself but ordered from a nearby Muggle restaurant, preparing a lavish dinner at home. Remember to write often was his only instruction. Share everything about school with us, it doesn't matter what. You know what I mean. I understand. Weizet smiled and tossed 2 steaks out the window. Then they'll have to work hard. The 2 owls turned into fluffy streaks of lightning, catching the steaks midair and hooting twice in response. On the first day of term, Weizet double-checked his admission letter and inspected the contents of his trunk repeatedly before finally feeling at ease pulling the trunk downstairs. Luna sat in the living room where the bright sunlight streamed through the window, gilding her pale blonde hair with a golden glow. She was grooming Sol's feathers, tending to each one meticulously. Weizet said softly, "I'm off to school." Luna's voice was slightly distant. Though goodbyes are always a bit sad, every parting is just preparation for the next reunion. She handed him a vibrant green Gertie root. If you encounter difficulties or confusion, this will bring you luck. Inside it is the taste of home. She wasn't wrong. The Gertie root resembled an onion in both shape and flavor, and only Luna's family brewed it into tea. Indeed, it's the taste of home, a flavor unique to this place. Weizet nodded. This gift was quintessentially Luna. King's Cross Station, situated in the heart of London, stands as a vital transportation hub for Britain. The hour was still early, with only a sparse stream of travelers coming and going. Weizet entered the station smoothly and after several inquiries located the direction leading to Platform 9. The closer he drew to Platform 9, the more clusters of people he saw around him. They all appeared to be parents seeing off their children, yet their attire was undeniably peculiar. Some wore clothes of strikingly vivid colors as if borrowed from a circus, others sported stark contrasts with a thick padded jacket on top and shorts below, still others seemed to have chosen their outfits poorly, a bald, stubbly middle-aged man clad in a floral maxi dress. Despite their garments clashing with the surrounding passengers, their actions were oddly uniform. They approached the pillar between platforms 9 and 10, charged into it and vanished. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie, sensing something amiss, hurried over with a puzzled expression, even reaching out a hand to touch the pillar. At that very moment, the burly man in a pleated skirt suddenly reappeared, raised his wand, dashed to the middle-aged man's side and murmured an incantation. A flash of light swept by and the middle-aged man's face contorted with extreme urgency as he sprinted out of the station at a breakneck pace. Weizet wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, unsure where to even begin with his complaints. Everything was too bizarre. A pleasant female voice reached his ears. Muggle studies should be made compulsory for all grades, not just an elective. It was an Asian girl with delicate features, shoulder-length black hair and a few freckles dotting her dainty nose. She wore a sky-blue hoodie with two deep blue letters T on the chest. With one hand pulling a suitcase, the other clutched an old-fashioned broomstick. The broom was impeccably maintained, clearly never used for sweeping. Both the handle and the twigs were coated in varnish, giving it a smooth and glossy sheen. "You're Weizet, right? You look familiar. I remember you were often on the front page of the Daily Prophet last month." The girl introduced herself with a smile, and Cho Chang. "I'm a Ravenclaw student." Weizet nodded. "Hello, Cho Chang." "Hello," Cho Chang said with a smile. "We should go. Just charge straight through. The Ministry of Magic employees only shoo away muggles." "Ministry of Magic employees?" Weizet pointed at the burly man in the pleated skirt. "Dressed like that?" "Right. Hard to comprehend, isn't it?" Cho Chang offered a resigned smile. "That's why I say Muggle studies needs to be made compulsory, and its knowledge needs update. I'm wearing a Tuchel Tornadoes jersey and carrying a flying broomstick, so what? They don't even notice me. Muggles these days are much more accepting. Can you believe it? It's 1991 now and Muggle studies' understanding of Muggles is still stuck 300 years in the past. It's absolutely incredible." Cho Chang walked ahead, speaking as she quickened her pace and vanished directly into the pillar. Weizet followed closely. After a fleeting moment of darkness, a brightly lit platform appeared before him. Behind him was no longer the King's Cross Station Hall, but a wrought iron archway with a sign hanging from the ceiling reading Platform 9 3/4. A deep crimson steam locomotive stood before them, exuding a strong Victorian aesthetic. In truth, the steam locomotive did originate from that era, having been requisitioned by the Ministry of Magic from Britain as a mode of transport. The then Minister for Magic, Adeline Gamble, had spearheaded a massive ministry project to ensure the safe return of Hogwarts students to school, overcoming considerable opposition. This project involved 167 memory charms and the largest scale concealment magic in British history, ultimately leading to the construction of Platform 9 3/4. The steam locomotive was also thoroughly modified, its steam engine completely converted to magical propulsion, and it was christened the Hogwarts Express. The platform was bustling with noise. White magical steam swirled overhead while various pets scurried underfoot. Parents leaned against the windows of the Hogwarts Express, murmuring last-minute instructions as their children nodded eagerly like pecking chicks. Weizet activated his Eye of Magic. The ancient magical power brewing here was abundant, the silver-blue energy nearly overflowing the platform. With a flicker of his mind, a torrent of ancient magic surged toward him, and the wizard's practical guide in his mind flipped to the 4th page. Ancient Magic Enhancement Beginner Guide. Ancient magical power to enhance spells. Amplify magical potency. Add special effects to spells. Unlike shield magic, enhancement magic cannot be used directly and must be combined with other spells. Its utility was highly practical, capable of boosting a spell's power while also imparting certain special effects. During the time before the school term began, aside from organizing his supplies, Weizet had been studying the wizard's practical guide to understand how to wield ancient magical power. If he were to interpret it with his past life mindset, this notebook essentially provided him with special skills, in other words unique abilities or SP skills. From the initial shield magic to the Eye of Magic acquired later in Diagon Alley, all these abilities differed from contemporary wizard magic. The emergence of enhancement magic in particular helped confirm his conjectures. The notebook mentioned two types of ancient magical power. One type originated from Obscurials and could be used to cast magic directly. The other type was more unique, sourced from ancient magical structures. These structures steeped in time generated ancient magical power that could be directly absorbed to nurture the Eye of Magic or unlock new pages of the notebook. Feels overwhelming, doesn't it? Cho Chang's voice rang out. When I first came in I was equally awed. Such relics are usually only seen in museums. The front few carriages were already filled with students. Some were roughhousing in the corridor, others had their school bags as desks to finish homework, and a few were idly chatting. Why did you bring a toad? Is that trendy now? It's called Trevor, it's a toad. My great-uncle bought him for me, he was thrilled I had wizard talent. Are you sure your great-uncle was thrilled? And not feeling something else? Does anyone still keep toads? As pets? Cho Chang, an enthusiastic girl, led Weizet through the train until they found an empty compartment near the middle. Together they hoisted the luggage onto the rack. Students still finishing homework at this hour are almost always from Gryffindor. How can you tell? Weizet asked curiously. He didn't know much about Hogwarts. Although he had a copy of Hogwarts: A History in his mind, since it wasn't a textbook he hadn't had time to peruse it yet. Cho Chang pulled out a cloth to polish her already gleaming broomstick. From what I know, Gryffindor students always have exceptionally eventful summer plans. They arrange expeditions to ancient wizard ruins or immerse themselves in Quidditch all day. In short, homework is usually their last priority. Weizet couldn't help but chuckle. So on the day before school starts, it's a choice between finishing homework and sleeping. Cho Chang giggled as well. Exactly. That's precisely it. A young black man suddenly popped his head in, holding up a pocket in the hem of his shirt, and said, "Mate, can I borrow your homework to copy? I've got a bag spider from Africa, you can touch it." A young black man suddenly popped his head in, holding up a pocket in the hem of his shirt, and said, "Mate, can I borrow your homework to copy? I've got a bag spider from Africa, you can touch it." Cho Chang raised her hand to introduce him. Lee Jordan, a third-year Gryffindor, the famous commentator for Quidditch matches. Had ha. "I'm not that famous." Lee Jordan strode into the compartment. "Have you done Professor Flitwick's homework? When I got home yesterday I realized I left my new textbook in Africa. It won't arrive until tomorrow. But I haven't written a single word of the preview assignment Professor Flitwick set." A faint knowing smile curved at the corner of Cho Chang's lips, as if to say, "See. That's just how Gryffindors are. Homework holds no weight in their hearts." Cho Chang explained patiently, "You should ask someone else. I'm a second year and this is Weizet, a first year this year." Cho Chang. "I know you." Lee Jordan wore a teasing expression. "In that match last year Cedric couldn't catch the golden snitch. Seems like he was distracted by looking at you." Ahem. Ahem. Cho Chang's cheeks flushed as if she were choked, coughing a few times. "Are you sure you didn't mistake me for someone else? I'm a Ravenclaw." Lee Jordan raised his eyebrows high, looking indignant. "As a commentator it's my duty to capture the highlights of the match. At that time you were wearing this same Tuchel Tornadoes jersey. I remember it vividly and I swear it's true, I could stake a bag of spiders on it. But I still suggest you ask someone else." Cho Chang quickly interrupted Lee Jordan. "We really can't help you. Can I stay here for a while?" Lee Jordan sighed. "I'll wait for Fred and the others to get on the train and see if they brought their textbooks." "As you wish." Cho Chang didn't refuse. Weizet asked Fred. "Do you mean Fred Weasley?" Lee Jordan's face lit up. "Yes. That's him. Fred and George are twins and I'm great friends with them." "Do you know them too?" Weizet nodded. "The Weasleys helped me before, so you could say we're acquainted." "Ah, so you're old friends." Lee Jordan let out another long sigh of complaint. "I really don't want to waste all my time on homework. This bag spider's venom is amazing. Back in Africa I experimented with this bag spider. Even if your tongue just touches a tiny bit of the venom it swells up immediately. If Fred and them come over we can do experiments together. If only this blasted homework didn't exist. But I've asked several people already and none of them would lend me their work to copy. Can't borrow any." Weizet noticed Lee Jordan's pocket again. "You want to borrow homework and the payment is letting them touch the bag spider?" Lee Jordan nodded eagerly. "Of course. This isn't just any bag spider, its venom contains magical properties, it's rare. As rare as a wizard among muggles." Weizet finally understood why no one would lend Lee Jordan their homework. Touching a spider. The thought alone was rather spine-chilling. This black-skinned lad was a restless soul. Perhaps due to a racial talent his urge to talk was exceptionally strong. When Lee Jordan learned that Weizet knew Fred and the others he immediately became chummy and launched into a boastful discourse introducing each house. "Gryffindor is obviously the best house. You know Headmaster Dumbledore. He's one of us Gryffindors. Everything about it is the best. Ravenclaw isn't bad either. If only Cho Chang were in my year. Ravenclaw has the highest homework accuracy. Hufflepuff people are all very friendly. That heartthrob Cedric Diggory. They have the most food, I've no idea where they get it from. Slytherin. It breeds dark wizards, the worst house. You know who was a Slytherin? Those people stop at nothing to win the house cup and their head is a point deduction maniac. You know who? That title is rather odd." Weizet felt the name sounded familiar. He suddenly recalled this was one of Voldemort's true aliases, though people usually called him Noseless or Double Socket. That name wasn't funny back then. Lee Jordan swallowed hard, his voice turning strained. He was the most dangerous dark wizard of all time. My dad told me that the people killed by you-know-who could form an army of inferi. Even the name you-know-who is just a substitute because we dare not speak his real name. Was he really that dangerous? Weizet frowned. I've only heard of Grindelwald. He seemed to be a very dangerous dark wizard. He knew the name Gellert Grindelwald from the movie Fantastic Beasts. At least in the film, Grindelwald was extremely powerful, handling even the ores of the magical Congress with ease. That's from even longer ago. Lee Jordan shrugged. Headmaster Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald, that's all I know. Joining Gryffindor is the right choice. Cho Chang, having finished polishing her broomstick, said, if you're interested in Grindelwald and you know who, you can read A History of Modern Magic. It has more detailed records. Time quickly passed to 10:30. Lee Jordan, now parched, settled down and began attempting to fabricate his homework. The repairing charm. The incantation is R. R what? Repair. It's a spell used to fix things. Invented by some English wizard. I think I've seen it before. Cho Chang buried her head in a book titled Quidditch through the ages, her shoulders shaking violently, occasionally punctuated by muffled snorts. Weizet scanned the books in his mind and found Standard Book of Spells Grade 3. These books, recorded in his mind as long as he intentionally searched for related text, could be retrieved at lightning speed to find the corresponding passages, as simple as searching keywords on a computer. The Standard Book of Spells series consisted of 7 volumes corresponding to 7 years of charms at Hogwarts. For this reason, while browsing at Flourish and Blots, he had recorded all 7 volumes. He recited from the description in Standard Book of Spells Grade 3. Mr. Jordan, the incantation for the repairing charm is Reparo. If you need the full explanation of this spell, it should be a charm used to seamlessly repair most damaged objects. Are you sure? Lee Jordan's eyes lit up as if he had found a lifeline, grabbing Weizet by the shoulders. The book you left in Africa, was it called Standard Book of Spells Grade 3? Yes. That's the one. Then it's correct. When I was buying books earlier, I found this one quite interesting, so I happened to memorize it. Memorized it? Is that something a normal person can do? Do you really not know you know who? Well, when you read out the question, it just came back to me. Weizet nodded. If you're not sure when Fred and George come, you can check the answers with them. I'll try it myself first. Lee Jordan pulled a tissue from his pocket and tore it into pieces. Rep. Arrow. Reparo. He practiced the spell from the preview assignment repeatedly. After a dozen or so attempts, the tissue pieces were barely pieced back together. Magic always required multiple attempts. The fact that the tissue could hold together without falling apart showed that the principle and incantation of the repairing charm were correct. Genius. You're a genius, brother. Lee Jordan's address for him changed entirely as he pulled the preview assignment over. Help me with the rest. The examination paper was filled with a vast array of fill-in-the-blank questions. Had one truly prepared in advance, the difficulty was hardly insurmountable. Weizet pointed to the blank space and said, in 1750, for the British Ministry of Magic's Office for the Misuse of Magic, Arabella Nutley repaired the accidentally destroyed Roman Colosseum. Mate. You're incredible. Lee Jordan gave a thumbs up, immediately scribbling furiously to fill in the correct answer. The Patronus charm, the incantation, is Expecto Patronum, explained as an ancient and mysterious spell that summons a magical guardian. One by one, the blanks on the preparatory exam were filled. Cho Chang, who had been secretly smiling, now wore a different expression, staring at Weizet in astonishment. Woo woo woo. The shrill whistle of the Hogwarts Express finally sounded as the train departed. Outside the window, countless parents waved farewell, along with many younger children who cried and chased after the train. The train picked up speed, leaving the crying, chasing children behind, who could only wave their hands in a final goodbye. Finally freed from their parents' grasp, many children now wore expressions of relief, pulling out their wands from their pockets, and the train was filled with endless laughter and playful chatter. Having finished his homework, Lee Jordan was full of energy again. Let me tell you. I met quite a few wizards in Africa and even learned a spell that doesn't need a wand. Cho Chang grew interested. Wandless magic. I've read about it. Africa seems to specialize in that. Lee Jordan waved his hand. It's not simple wandless magic, it's a kind of magic performed through gestures. Let me perform. Show you. He rolled up his sleeves, went through a series of flashy movements, and clapped his hands with a sharp crack. But nothing happened, no special light appeared, nor did anything unusual occur. Cho Chang murmured softly, asking cautiously, "Are you sure this is a spell? What kind of spell is it?" Maybe I should try again. Lee Jordan scratched his head, pulled his sleeves all the way up to his shoulders, and clapped his hands once more with a sharp crack. Merlin's trousers. Have you been bewitched by an African wizard? A voice exclaimed with exaggerated drama. Fred slipped in, grabbing Lee Jordan by the shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Don't you dare croak on us. We're still waiting for your bag, Spider. Hey. Weizet, you're here too. George followed closely behind, waving in greeting. Oh, And the girl who distracts Cedric. Cho Chang nodded without saying much, though the tips of her ears reddened slightly. Of course I'm fine. Lee Jordan shook off Fred's hands. Watch it, you might have crushed the bag spider. Then we'd regret it for life. George made a prayer gesture. Hurry up and bring it out. In an instant everyone's attention was drawn. Cho Chang was mainly on guard, fearing the furry spider might leap up and land right in front of her. Fred, George and Lee Jordan admired and marveled at the dense bristles on the bag spider's body. Weizet activated his magic eye, scanning the bag spider's body back and forth like an X-ray machine. Apart from the fangs and venom glands emitting a faint green glow, no other parts of the spider shone, appearing as a blur of gray. Weizet concentrated, focusing intently on the green light of the fangs and venom glands. Within the green glow there seemed to be a symbol. Yet the symbol was too blurry, its specific structure was impossible to discern. A hand suddenly appeared near the fangs. The bag spider hesitated, not at all biting down directly and injecting its venom-laden magic into the flesh. As the venom was fully injected, the green glow of the fangs and venom glands dimmed instantly. The hand belonged to Fred. The bitten area began to swell at a visible rate. Cho Chang's eyes widened and she instinctively drew her wand. Why did you stick your hand out yourself? Don't worry, it's nothing serious. George was remarkably calm, pulling out a suction cup-like device from his pocket and pressing it onto the bite mark. The suction cup seemed to come alive, emitting a gurgling sound. The venom-laden magic flowed through the wound, absorbed by the suction cup and collected into a small glass vial at its top. Fred's hand rapidly deflated, leaving only 2 ricin-sized puncture wounds. Lee Jordan didn't idle either. He took out a green leaf, chewed it hastily and spat it onto the wound. Wisps of green smoke slowly dissipated. When he brushed the leaf away, the wound had fully healed, though the skin was slightly smoother than the surrounding area. Only then did Fred grimace, letting out a long breath. This bag spider's got some kick. It hurt like hell. But we got this. George removed the glass vial, gently shaking the green venom inside. Here come the Tung-Tung toffees. Fred broke into a grin. But remember, next time it's your turn to get bitten. Weizet dispelled his magic eye and asked curiously, excuse me. Is that Dittany? A connoisseur, I see. Lee Jordan puffed out his chest, proudly pulling out a bag full of green leaves. I got this in Africa, this whole bag was free. No wonder it healed so fast, such a rare find. Fred exclaimed in amazement. I wonder when we'll ever earn enough to take our families on a trip. It should be soon, George comforted him, then turned to Weizet. Who'd have thought you'd recognize Dittany at a glance? This mate of mine is amazing. Lee Jordan slung an arm around Weizet's shoulder, acting like a brother. While I was waiting for you guys, guess how I finished the homework? Fred said you must have guessed blindly. It's just Professor Flitwick's homework, not Professor McGonagall's, no big deal. Ahem. Cho Chang cleared her throat softly, reminding them that a Ravenclaw was still present. I'm not as irresponsible as Fred. Lee Jordan said with a grin. With Weizet's help I finished the preparatory exam. George stroked his chin. How is that any different from guessing blindly? Lee Jordan suggested, why don't we compare exams? I trust him, and trust needs no reason. Fred and George were men of action. They quickly fetched their own preparatory exams and scrutinized them word by word. After checking everything, George still couldn't quite believe it. He retrieved the Standard Book of Spells Grade 3 and double-checked the corresponding blanks. Merlin's bald head. How can it be all correct? Some of my mistakes were just carelessness, I didn't spell the words right. See, Lee Jordan said with great satisfaction. I wouldn't have believed it either if I hadn't actually cast the restoration charm myself. He's just a first year, yet he managed to memorize the entire Standard Book of Spells Grade 3 just from the time he bought books in Diagon Alley. Amazing, isn't it? Interested in joining Gryffindor? Fred's expression suddenly turned serious as he patted Weizet on the shoulder. We need talent like you. That's hard to say. The sorting is determined by the sorting ceremony, George said with a mischievous grin. Getting through the sorting ceremony might be a bit difficult. Exactly. Fred winked, then shifted his tone to one of regret. To enroll you have to get through the terrifying sorting ceremony. Lee Jordan said solemnly, buddy, I believe in you. It's just a life or death duel, absolutely no challenge for you. As if reading each other's minds, the three left one intimidating remark each and slipped out of the compartment. Weizet was quite calm. The sorting ceremony. It can't be that terrifying, can it? I'm not sure about that either, Cho Chang said with a barely suppressed laugh. We should arrive at the school by evening, everything will be revealed then. The train departed London, speeding across the wilderness. The area was sparsely populated, with only herds of cattle and sheep accompanying the train. Time quickly reached noon. The blazing sunlight streamed into the compartment and the clack-clack sound of a trolley's wheels echoed from the corridor. A plump middle-aged woman pushed open the compartment door. "Darling, would you like to buy something to eat? Sweets, cakes, snacks, pies. We have everything." As she spoke, the woman produced a wide array of snacks for display. At Luna's home, Weizet had eaten Xenophilia's homemade biscuits made from gertie roots and flour whose flavor was intensely oniony without being fragrant. In his past life, the meals at the orphanage were nutritionally balanced, but the taste was indescribable. As a result, he had never been particular about food. Satiety was the primary goal. Suddenly faced with a choice, he turned to Cho Chang for help. "Do you have any recommendations? I've never seen any of these snacks before. It's a bit hard to choose, each has its own special feature." Cho Chang frowned and thought. If you want to experience the fun of snacks, Bertie Bott's every flavor, beans, droobles, best blowing gum and chocolate frogs are all quite good. The snacks were extremely affordable. Weizet bought a few of each that Cho Chang mentioned, spending only 15 bronze nuts. "This is the most magical part," Weizet remarked. Converted to the prices of his past life, these snacks cost only about 5 yuan, unbelievably cheap. Moreover, the packaging of these snacks was brightly colored and very eye-catching. Especially the blue cardboard box for the chocolate frogs, which had gold edges pasted on top and bottom, looking quite exquisite. "Thanks." Cho Chang took the chocolate frog Weizet handed her. She opened a box and the chocolate frog inside leaped up, tracing a brown arc through the air. Quick as a flash, Weizet gently caught the chocolate frog, a look of surprise on his face. "This thing actually moves. That's amazing." Through his eye of magic, he noticed that the surface of the chocolate frog was imbued with magic, along with a similarly indistinct symbol. "The picture card inside is amazing too." Cho Chang took a card from the box. The card was also imbued with a faint magical symbol depicting an old man with a white beard and a name, Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled gently, nodded slightly at Weizet, and then vanished from the card. "Where did he go?" Weizet asked hastily. "That's magic," Cho Chang explained with a smile. "There are many moving pictures in the magical world. They might leave this picture to visit others. The most valuable thing about chocolate frogs is these cards. If you're interested, you can start collecting them. The introductions on them are quite interesting." Introductions. Weizet turned the card over and read the text on the back. Acknowledged as the greatest wizard. Defeated the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945. Made significant achievements in alchemy with Nicholas Flamel, creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Not only was the card interesting, but the chocolate frog itself was delicious. The milky and chocolatey aromas were rich. Once in the mouth, the chocolate frog melted quickly, leaving a silky smoothness. The perfectly balanced bitterness tempered the sweetness, earning the highest praise, "Not too sweet. I should send some to Luna. And Mr. Lovegood." Weizer's eyes lit up. He quickly ran into the corridor, searching for the witch who had been selling snacks. Cho Chang seemed quite popular, and Ravenclaw students occasionally came to visit her compartment. Just after noon, another pretty brown-haired girl found her way there. The girl was a fifth-year Ravenclaw student named Penelope Clearwater. Penelope wrapped her arms around Cho Chang's waist and confided, "Cho, I feel so stressed right now. I have my O.W.L.S. this year. And on top of that, I became a prefect." As she spoke, she tugged at the badge on her chest, the blue and bronze emblem gleaming. Cho Chang patted Penelope's shoulder, comforting her. "Isn't that a good thing? I heard you even have a special bathroom, a very luxurious one." "Enjoying the privileges means taking on the responsibilities." Penelope sighed softly. "For example, patrolling the train. I just switched shifts with Percy Weasley and I have a meeting later. I'm only here during my break to sit for a bit and practice some magic. Not being able to cast spells during the summer wasted so much of my time." With that, she pulled out her wand and handed a notebook to Cho Chang. "Cho, can you check if I've memorized this correctly? The summoning charm, the incantation is Accio. It's a spell that makes a distant object fly to you. The key points for casting: must concentrate your will, visualize the target clearly, cannot be used on living things." She pointed her wand at Cho Chang. "Notebook, come." The notebook flipped a few pages in Cho Chang's hand and then lay still. "Out of practice." Penelope looked frustrated. "Must concentrate. Visualize clearly. Notebook, come." Weizet had some recollection of this spell. He searched his mind through the Standard Book of Spells Grade 4 and indeed found a description of the summoning charm. The description of the summoning charm in the Standard Book of Spells Grade 4 was very long, and Weizet felt a bit dizzy reading it. However, he understood everything in Penelope's notes and even felt he could try it himself. In fact, when Lee Jordan was practicing the repairing charm, Weizet had already wanted to give it a try. But the situation was special then, so he couldn't put it into action. Now it was a good time to practice. He placed the chocolate frog on the opposite seat, took out his dagger-like wand and gave a gentle pull backward. Chocolate frog come. The blue box containing the chocolate frog trembled as if pulled by an invisible thread and slid a couple of inches in his direction. The learning environment was very important. As Penelope practiced and summarized her experience, Weizet benefited greatly. As he repeatedly practiced the summoning charm, the blue box moved an increasingly longer distance. Just then hurried footsteps sounded from the corridor. "Excuse me, have you seen a toad? Nevilla's toad is lost." Weizet looked up to see a breathless girl standing before him. The girl had bushy brown hair, chubby cheeks and a pair of prominent front teeth, making her look a bit like an otter. Weizet instinctively tried to retrieve the chocolate frog but habitually recited the incantation, "Chocolate frog come." It worked. The blue box shot into his palm at incredible speed. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. "What kind of magic is that? Why haven't I seen it in any book?" The girl sat down while Penelope and Cho Chang paused their magical practice to turn and appraise Weasley and the girl. "Oh. I tried a few spells at home too," the girl said, visibly excited. "Just simple practice. I thought I already knew all the magic we'd be learning this year. Many strange things happened when I was younger, but it wasn't until I received my Hogwarts letter that I understood it was magic. From what I know, Hogwarts is the finest school of witchcraft and wizardry. I mean, I've memorized all our textbooks for this year, but I've never seen that spell of yours. By the way, my name is Hermione Granger. What are your names?" Hermione finished speaking in a rapid-fire manner, looking somewhat nervously at the others in the compartment. "She's Cho Chang and I'm Penelope Clearwater," Penelope introduced. "Did you see Weasley casting a spell just now?" "Yes." Hermione nodded eagerly, her eyes bright. "He shouted Accio chocolate frog. And then the chocolate frog flew from the seat right into his hand." Penelope asked incredulously, "You've mastered the summoning charm?" "I tried a few times and that was the first successful attempt," Weasley said with a slight nod, pondering what had just happened. He had been deeply engrossed in his magical practice, instinctively wanting to tidy the seat, and had habitually muttered the incantation. For some reason luminous words echoed in his mind: when a wizard casts a spell they must always harbor a desire for that makes the magic docile. Penelope leaned closer. "Can you try it again?" "I'll give it a go." Weasley didn't refuse, aiming his wand at the notebook in Cho Chang's hands. Following Penelope's insights, he first memorized the notebook's appearance, visualizing its every detail as vividly as possible. Once the notebook's image was clear in his mind, he infused it with luminous inspiration, imbuing a wish to obtain the notebook from Cho Chang. Accio notebook. Swish. The notebook in Cho Chang's hand shot through the air like an arrow from a bow, tracing a sharp straight line before landing firmly in Weasley's grasp. "Merlin's beard. That's fourth-year magic," Penelope said, stunned. "Is there something wrong with my magical talent?" "That's fourth-year magic," Hermione pressed eagerly. "Did you buy the fourth-year textbooks in advance? Have you already mastered the previous year's material?" Weasley shook his head slightly. "They were practicing over there and I just listened in." "Just listened in?" Penelope covered her face, her voice full of dismay. "He's a first-year and he's already mastered a fourth-year spell while I can't even succeed at revision." Cho Chang was caught between laughter and tears, trying to comfort her gently. "You received the prefect badge. That's the school's recognition of you, Professor Flitwick's recognition. Could it be anxiety?" Weasley ventured, drawing from his own pre-exam experiences. "After all, the big exams are looming. Feeling unsettled is quite normal. Miss Clearwater, after patrolling the entire train, have you had any lunch?" "No," Penelope shook her head. "I just finished my patrol and came straight to find Cho." "That's it." Cho Chang's eyes lit up. "Why don't you eat something first? My grandfather always said man relies on food, iron on steel, skip a meal and you'll feel the ordeal." Miss Clearwater here, Weasley offered her a box of chocolate frogs. "Have some sugar, it can help with depression and anxiety." "Your notes are definitely fine. Otherwise I wouldn't have mastered the summoning charm in just one afternoon by following your method step by step. I don't think it's a problem with you, but rather your current state isn't optimal. You just need to adjust a bit, at least to get back to your usual level." "Is that so? Thank you." Penelope, though still doubtful, obediently ate a chocolate frog. "How did you do that?" Hermione asked, puzzled. "Why did she listen to you? My classmates never listened to me." "Did I do something?" Weasley shrugged. "I just told her to have some sugar. She just needs a bit of composure." She mentioned facing O.W.L.S. this year. Pre-exam anxiety is perfectly normal, but it's only the start of term. What will she do later on? Were you also a muggle before? Why are you so familiar with exams? Hermione inquired. I read in books that wizards educate their own children to stay hidden, not sending them to school. She finally took a proper look at Weasley. He had a handsome refined face with a steady air about his brow. Are you Weasley? The Obscurial who appeared in the Daily Prophet. I'm not scared. It's just that I'm new to the magical world. You know what I mean, right? Another rapid-fire speech. Weasley could only nod helplessly. Maybe you don't need to explain so much, sometimes saying more leads to more mistakes and misunderstandings. Is that so? Hermione frowned as if recalling some unpleasant experience. Maybe that's true. Accio notebook. Penelope suddenly cried out, her tone far more forceful. The notebook tore free from Weasley's hand and flew back to its owner. It felt completely different from before. I succeeded on the first try, she exclaimed excitedly, placing the notebook back in Cho Chang's hands. Accio notebook. The notebook returned to her once more. Have you seen it? Hermione asked hastily. It's Neville's pet toad named Trevor. Weizet gently shook his head. I haven't seen it, but I hope you can describe what this pet toad looks like. I'll go get Neville. Hermione dashed out of the compartment. Penelope asked softly, are you planning to use the summoning charm? Weizet nodded. Yes, I want to give it a try. But you should know Penelope didn't dismiss his idea outright. The summoning charm only works on inanimate objects. Even if there were exceptions, they'd be limited to creatures like flobberworms whose structure is extremely simple, allowing the charm to function. Why not let him try? Cho Chang suggested from the side. Weizet is quite remarkable. This morning he helped a third-year student with their preparatory home. Is that so? Penelope exclaimed in surprise. Putting curiosity into practice is not wrong in itself. As a Ravenclaw, what I just said was indeed inappropriate. Weizet offered a faint smile. He had a favorable impression of Ravenclaw. Through this brief interaction he rather appreciated the atmosphere among Ravenclaws. Having arrived in this world of magic, aside from going to Sweden with Luna to search for the Crumplehorn Snorkack, learning and exploration became his primary goals. This world held too many unknowns and wonders. The magic that permeated every aspect of life was well worth his continuous study. Beyond that, there were the myriad fantastic beasts and the never-before-seen ruins of ancient wizards, all of which stirred a longing within him. Through Lee Jordan's introduction to the four houses, Weizet now had a basic impression of each. If he could enter Ravenclaw, he should be able to enjoy a pleasant school career, laying the foundation for his future explorations. Soon Hermione returned, leading the boy who had lost his toad. The boy had a round face, his flushed cheeks streaked with tears. Thank you. Hermione said. Said you could help me find Trevor. Weizet handed him some tissues. I need a more specific description. What does Trevor look like? It would be best if you could be clear so the target is more defined and I can help you better. Thanks. The boy blew his nose, his sobs subsiding. He's as big as both my palms together, dark brown with 13 warts on his back. The boy was very attentive to Trevor, his description remarkably detailed. With a flurry of gestures and words he painted a vivid enough picture for Weizet. What came next was very simple. He drew his wand and gave it a light flick, intoning the spell Accio Trevor. The Obscurus core pulsed sharply, unleashing a surge of ancient magic that flowed into the wand, causing it to emit a silvery blue light. The occupants of the compartment instinctively looked towards the door. A commotion erupted in the corridor. Look! A flying toad. Ah! How disgusting, it touched my hair. Why would anyone bring a toad onto the train? Where is it going? Amidst panicked croaks, a plump toad appeared in the doorway. It paddled its limbs, frantically struggling with all its might, but was helplessly drawn towards Weizet. Weizet's eyelid twitched and he withdrew his wand. Released from the summoning charm's control, Trevor the toad dropped, landing in Neville's hands. Merlin's beard. A toad this big. The summoning charm shouldn't have worked. Penelope rubbed her eyes and silently opened a box of chocolate frogs. Just as I thought, Cho Chang said with a smile. That's really interesting. Neville kept thanking him. Thank you so much. I don't know what to say. My name is Neville Longbottom. Hermione began to speak rapidly again. Weizet, which house are you planning to join? Are you going to Gryffindor? Headmaster Dumbledore came from that house. I haven't thought about it. Probably Ravenclaw. If I have a choice. Weizet replied absently. His attention was fixed on the chocolate frog card. He thought he had just seen Dumbledore moving. The returning Dumbledore card seemed different, its eyes possessing a newfound liveliness. Weizet could sense the goodwill within them. Shouldn't you tell the others who were helping? The toad has been found. Cho Chang's remark finally managed to send Hermione and Neville on their way. Watching their retreating figures, Weizet let out a long breath. Their half-hour of thanks and questions had left him feeling somewhat drained. Cho Chang chuckled. The new students this year are full of energy. Indeed. Penelope stood up, straightening the prefect badge on her chest. I have to go to a meeting. This badge is burning hot to remind me. The sky grew darker, vast swaths of purple dyeing the heavens, while the mountains and forests below rushed past the window, creating a rather eerie atmosphere. Soon a hollow voice echoed through the train. The Hogwarts Express will arrive at the station in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on board, it will be taken to your dormitories. Dumbledore put down the chocolate frog card, a broad smile on his face. Remarkable magical talent. To achieve this level on his first contact with a wand. His smile quickly faded as he recalled a less pleasant memory from the past, letting out a soft sigh. He needs proper guidance. We cannot let what happened before happen again. 1 Harry. And 1 Weizet. Both require special arrangements. Looks like you'll have my hands full. A knock sounded at the door. Professor McGonagall, clad in her emerald green robes, entered. Headmaster Dumbledore, is the sorting list ready? Of course it's ready. You've come just in time. Dumbledore stood up, gesturing like a conductor. The parchment scroll on the table flew up and landed in Professor McGonagall's hands. The names on the sorting list were written in beautiful calligraphy, the emerald ink only fully drying as Professor McGonagall caught the scroll. Professor McGonagall glanced at the list. Weizet's surname is Lovegood. What was his original surname? Untraceable. Dumbledore shrugged helplessly. I even investigated that dark wizard. Everything is shrouded in mystery. So we had to use the surname Lovegood. It was kept secret until now to protect his safety. It was only today, after Weizet boarded the Hogwarts Express, that I had Xenophilius finalize the paperwork. Professor McGonagall nodded. It was a necessary measure. We hadn't anticipated the leak, nor that the Parkinson family would be so extreme. That is in the past. Dumbledore waved a hand. An elderly runespore holds little value. Accepting the runespore egg as compensation serves as a minor deterrent. Professor McGonagall looked concerned. Will they seek revenge again? No, Dumbledore replied with a smile. I made it clear to them that I would be keeping a close watch on this child. As long as Voldemort hasn't returned, they wouldn't dare go that far. That's good, Professor McGonagall said. I must be going, the train is about to arrive. She walked over to a cabinet, took out a tattered old hat and left the headmaster's office with the sorting list. Watching Professor McGonagall's retreating form, Dumbledore waved his hand again. His star-spangled purple robes flew up and draped themselves over him. His matching purple wizard's hat also flew up and settled on his head. Ready, he gently pulled the door to the headmaster's office closed. How miraculous! How did they manage that? Weizet was intrigued by this statement. It couldn't be mere magic, could it? How do they know where we live? That's rather complicated. Perhaps some sort of magical creature. Cho Chang tilted her head thoughtfully. Our guess is that house elves help us with the luggage. Weizet caught a new term. House elves. Ma'am. Cho Chang stretched languidly. They resemble goblins in stature and appearance, but house elves seem far more amiable. They typically reside in ancient magical manors, tending to household chores and unconditionally fulfilling every command of their wizard masters. A competent house elf is hardly perceptible to wizards, so I've never seen one in person either. The train gradually decelerated, stirring another commotion in the compartment, accompanied by pained howls. Many students had already changed into their robes and upon hearing the noise rushed toward the end of the carriage. It seems Harry Potter is fighting someone. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. He's finally enrolled. Let's go see. The one fighting seems to be from the Malfoy family. He's actually brawling with the chosen one. Weizet stepped into the corridor and found it packed with students, all pushing toward the rear. This is madness, like a fan frenzy. Nightfall descended as the Hogwarts Express finally halted at a small uneven platform. The platform was unlit, devoid of lamps or torches, with a biting wind howling through. Many disembarking students sneezed. Well, part ways for now. Cho Chang waved at Weizet. You first years need to follow tradition and enter Hogwarts from another route. Weizet inquired. Follow tradition? Is it the sorting ceremony? Not at all. Cho Chang breathed into her palms and rubbed them vigorously. It's retracing the path the 4 founders took when they discovered the castle, quite a rugged journey. First years. First years over here, a thunderous voice boomed. Mind your footing. Be very careful. Hurry to me. Weizet turned and spotted a massive lantern in the distance, held by none other than Hagrid. Hey. Weizet. Found you at last. Hagrid spotted him too and waved his enormous hand. Come here. Stand by me. Leveraging his over 10-foot stature, Hagrid stepped past several people and lifted Weizet to his side. He chuckled warmly. Great to see you. Have you been bothered lately? The Daily Prophet has quieted down, I suppose not. Well, with Harry enrolling, the headlines are all about him. He's immensely famous in the wizarding world. Let me introduce you to Harry. Where are you? Hagrid's height gave him an overwhelming advantage. Like a claw machine grabber, he effortlessly scooped up Harry. Harry had bright emerald eyes, tousled black hair, and a somewhat frail appearance. As he was lifted over, another familiar face pushed through the crowd and approached Weizet. Ron waved. We've met before. That time with the Flu Network, remember me? Weizet nodded. Of course I do. Pleased to meet you both. Ron then said to Harry, this is Weizet, I told you about him on the train. Harry's expression brightened with realization. So it's you. Hagrid often mentioned you when he took me to Diagon Alley, said you did him a huge favor. Weizet explained it was a small gesture. I was left with no choice at the time. Hagrid interjected, that was no small gesture. You didn't just help me, you helped Headmaster Dumbledore too. Headmaster Dumbledore. Weizet looked puzzled. Oh. Nothing. Hagrid caught himself and clumsily changed the subject. We should get moving. There's still a long way to go. The path to Hogwarts was treacherous, riddled with potholes. Without the lantern's glow, it would have been easy to trip and fall. Such mishaps occurred frequently, forcing Hagrid to stop often and lift the fallen children back up. Intimidated by Hagrid's imposing physique, the children refrained from crying, though tears glistened in their eyes. Ron sighed. Good thing I pushed to the front, there are plenty of trials ahead. What trials? Harry asked hastily. Ron said with mock gravity. Well, Fred and George said the sorting ceremony is terrifying, we might have to fight a giant. A giant? Harry glanced up at Hagrid. Even taller than him. Ron shook his head. I don't know, but definitely bigger than Hagrid. Hermione's voice cut in somewhat abruptly. Actual giants stand at least 20 feet tall, the shorter ones often face discrimination. Oh. Ron groaned and fell silent. Harry reacted similarly, both of them clamped their mouths shut. Just as Hermione was about to continue, Hagrid's thunderous voice rang out again. Hold on a bit longer, turn this corner and you'll see Hogwarts. Before long, a vast black lake appeared before Weizet. On the far shore atop a high hill stood a magnificent castle with towering spires. It was a castle of strong Gothic style, with countless windows radiating warm light, twinkling like stars beneath the night sky. Weizet exhaled deeply. Though in his past life he had glimpsed many majestic structures through television, only first-hand experience could truly convey such grandeur. Especially under his magical sight, the towering castle glowed brilliantly, its silver-blue magical energy blazing like a sun, almost too dazzling to behold. This castle held immense ancient magical power, like treasure sealed within a chest, beckoning him to explore. A flood of information surged into Weiser's mind, leaving him dizzy. He quickly activated the Guardian meditation technique and the dizziness gradually subsided. Just then the wizard's practical guide in his mind flipped open, revealing a map on its pages, the very map of Hogwarts. The map was shrouded in mist, with only faint outlines of the castle and lake discernible. Only one path was clearly visible, the rugged trail from the station to the lake. Clearly, to dispel the map's mist, he would need to explore the surroundings of Hogwarts. Looks like the days ahead won't be dull. Weiser smiled. Hagrid pointed to a row of small boats. Board in order. Well, cross to the far shore by boat. Each boat holds up to 4 people. Weiser stepped into a boat joined by Hermione, Ron and Harry. At Hagrid's command, the boats set off on their own, gliding at a steady pace toward the opposite bank. Leaf. Don't run. With Neville's shrill cry, his pet toad broke free from his grasp once more and leaped into the water. Ron watched the toad leaf as it splashed into the lake, murmuring, at least Scabbers isn't that rebellious, he doesn't try to escape. Weiser drew his wand. Accio toad leaf. Thanks to the Guardian meditation technique, his casting was faster this time. The moment Leaf touched the lake water, it was yanked by magical force, flying back out with a spray of droplets. Amid the children's gasps of amazement, Leaf traced an arc through the air and tumbled back into Neville's arms. Harry and Ron stared wide-eyed. What kind of spell was that? Summoning spell. Hermione answered quickly, did I not tell you before? Remember when you wanted to turn the rat? Scabbers, that spell has issues, I'm serious. Ron said, somewhat disinterested, can we not bring that up? Harry, wanting to say something, closed his mouth after noticing Ron's unusual demeanor. Hermione was the same, lowering her head and looking listless. Weizet was the most at ease, maintaining the Guardian meditation technique, fully enjoying this journey on the Black Lake with a pure mindset. A gentle breeze blew, creating ripples on the lake's surface. The moon in the night sky resembled a crescent blade, its light casting a shimmering glow on the rippling water as if it were a stunning oil painting. Many creatures existed in the black lake, some surfacing to curiously observe them. Unbeknownst to them, the small boat glided through a curtain of ivy, gently bumping against the lakeshore. Hagrid led the way, holding a lantern, guiding the children through the dark tunnel to a place resembling a boathouse. From here they could finally see the marks of human excavation. Following the pebble-strewn path upwards and climbing a long flight of stone steps, they finally arrived at the entrance of Hogwarts Castle. After a brief rest, though the children were panting, they didn't idle and started chatting and laughing again. Thud thud thud. Hagrid raised his fist like a sandbag and knocked heavily on the oak door. The door slowly opened and Professor McGonagall stood at the entrance, her tall figure and stern expression instantly silencing the children's laughter. Hagrid walked to the door. Professor McGonagall, I've brought the first-year students. Thank you, Hagrid. Professor McGonagall nodded, gently glancing over the children. Follow me, the Startofterm feast is about to begin. The hall inside was quite spacious, with an extravagant marble staircase standing in the center. The group ascended the marble stairs, turning into a corridor that led to a small room with a fireplace. The flames in the fireplace burned brightly, dispelling the chill from the children's bodies. At the end of the small room there was a door through which noisy sounds seeped in. Welcome to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall stood before the door. Before entering the hall you need to undergo a ceremony, the sorting ceremony. The houses are like your home. At Hogwarts you will study and live with your housemates, spending your leisure time in the same common room. Hence the ceremony is immensely important as it determines your house affiliation. After the ceremony you will become a member of Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. Each house has a glorious past, nurturing countless outstanding wizards. Your performance in daily life and studies will determine the selection for the House Cup at the end of the year. This is the highest honor you can achieve at school. No matter which house you are sorted into, I hope you can bring glory to your house. She suddenly stood tall, exuding an aura of authority. Please wait here for a moment. The sorting ceremony will begin in a few minutes. All the faculty and students will attend your sorting ceremony. I hope you can take these few minutes to adjust yourselves and present your best selves. She turned to open the door and added, when the stage is ready over there I will come to get you. Please remain quiet. Adjust yourselves. Without a doubt, Professor McGonagall's series of remarks coupled with her stern expression plunged the children into an indescribable tension. They looked at each other only to see the tension reflected in each other's eyes. The light-hearted atmosphere vanished. We might have to fight a giant. Or a fire dragon. Ron said with unusual certainty. I didn't believe Fred and the others before, but now. It seems they were telling the truth. Weizet, aren't you nervous? Harry huffed on his glasses, awkwardly wiping them. The sorting ceremony is about to begin. Not nervous. Weizet gently shook his head. Just stay calm, this is also a form of adjustment. Perhaps aided by the Guardian meditation technique, he sensed a hint of amusement from Professor McGonagall's serious tone. Additionally, the words spoken by Qiu Zhang previously made him feel no worry regarding the impending sorting ceremony. Weizet's calm remarks seemed to have a magical effect, making those who heard him feel less tense. Utilizing the brief resting time, Weizet walked around the room, taking everything in. A moment of clarity arose. He unleashed his magical eye, absorbing the ancient magical powers contained within the room. These powers transformed into a silver-blue liquid like ink stored by his notebook. The ancient magical powers of just one room were not enough to turn a new page, which Weizet had anticipated. Meanwhile, a small bright area appeared on the map in his notebook. The power contained in this room was not much insufficient for the magical eye to grow. However, Weizet still summarized a point of insight. Only by continuing to explore Hogwarts Castle could he harvest more ancient magical powers. A ghost. A ghost appeared on the wall. It's haunted. The scream attracted the children's attention and they all looked towards the wall. However, these ghosts were not focused on them but were intensely discussing something. It wasn't until a monk-like ghost floated down that it sparked further commotion. You can call me Fat Friar, the ghost said cheerfully. The sorting ceremony. I really hope you come to Hufflepuff and part of that house. With that said, the tension returned, flooding the children's hearts. Professor McGonagall also promptly returned to the room and said loudly, form a single file and follow me, the sorting ceremony is about to start. The great hall was filled with a rich magical ambience. The towering ceiling appeared transparent, revealing the sparkling starry sky. Under the starry sky floated thousands of candles. These candles levitated in midair without dripping a drop of wax or emitting a wisp of smoke, a marvelous product of magic. As a book-smart overachiever, Hermione's way of relieving tension was quite interesting. She recited large sections about the ceiling. The ceiling is enchanted. It shows the outside sky. And can change the weather. From Hogwarts, a history. Professor McGonagall brought over a four-legged stool and placed a pointed hat on it. The pointed hat looked dirty, patched all over, and hung limply on the stool, making it particularly conspicuous. Weizet half-jokingly guessed, are we supposed to use a repairing charm to restore this hat to its former glory? I haven't practiced that spell. Hermione's tone sounded as if she might cry. What should I do? Just then the pointed hat split open on its own, with the opening producing a sound like a saw cutting wood. Setting aside the hat's extremely unpleasant singing, Weizet could still discern many interesting details from the tune. For example, this hat was the executor of the sorting ceremony once worn. It could assign the wearer to the appropriate house. For instance, Gryffindor required courage, Hufflepuff valued integrity and loyalty, Ravenclaw favored clever students, and Slytherin preferred those who would do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. As the song concluded, Professor McGonagall unfurled a scroll. "When I call your name, come sit on the stool and put on the sorting hat. Hannah Abbott." A girl with 2 golden braids stepped forward, her face flushed as she put on the sorting hat, tugging it down until its brim covered her eyes. Weasley seemed to grasp why the sorting hat was so patched up. It might not be to showcase historical gravitas, but rather because the hat had genuinely been torn before. Soon the sorting hat split open again, calling out Hufflepuff. Cheers erupted from the table on the right, accompanied by particularly enthusiastic applause. The ghost who had spoken earlier emerged from the table, waving its hands in the air to offer congratulations. Hannah Abbott pulled the hat down and let out a long sigh. As if overly relieved, she seemed dazed and stumbled toward the applauding table. It turned out to be that simple. Ron was quite indignant, sneaking a glance backward. "George is making faces at me, he's doing it on purpose." Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. The children were now much more relaxed, with many eager to try their luck, hoping they would be the next to don the sorting hat. Yet the alphabetical order of surnames determined the sorting sequence, leaving them with no choice but to wait in frustration. The time the sorting hat took to announce a house varied. Some students had it shriek out their house the moment it touched their heads, while others endured a long silence before the final declaration. Hermione, for instance, sat on the 4-legged stool for over 4 minutes before the sorting hat reluctantly called out Gryffindor. "Oh!" Ron groaned. Neville also sat on the stool for a long time before the sorting hat declared firmly Gryffindor. Weasley Lovegood. Weasley stepped forward calmly and placed the sorting hat on his head. With the help of the Guardian meditation technique, he could sense the gazes of many onlookers. 2 girls sat at the table on the left, Cho Chang and Penelope, both casting him looks of interest. Beside him, Professor McGonagall leaned forward, slightly anticipating the sorting result. Behind him there were 2 other distinct gazes. One carried a familiar warmth, likely from Dumbledore. The other gaze was filled with malice, like a bandit coveting treasure. It lasted only a few seconds before vanishing without a trace. It made Weasley wonder if the malicious gaze had been just an illusion. "Does it take this long?" he mused as over 4 minutes had passed and the sorting hat had yet to announce his house. "This hall is beautiful, I know that well," a faint voice whispered, omnipresent like surround sound. "Though you're a new student, so many are watching you, quite intriguing indeed." The voice suddenly carried a hint of helplessness. "But I must say you should think about your own matters. You're too unique, I don't know where to place you. Are you the sorting hat?" Weasley raised an eyebrow, his lips moving slightly. "Oh. Yes." The sorting hat's voice perked up. "I don't know where you want to go, I can only follow your thoughts and sense the gazes in this hall." Weasley's heart stirred and he immediately understood it was due to the Guardian meditation technique. Curious about the sorting hat's mechanism, he asked Mr. Sorting Hat, "How do you sort students?" "A polite child," the sorting hat said cheerfully. "Have you heard of legilimency? If not, I might find it hard to explain as I'm just a hat." Weasley recalled the plot of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which mentioned legilimency. "Mr. Sorting Hat, legilimency means you can read my thoughts." "Close enough." The sorting hat's tone held a hint of surprise. "If you want to know more, you can visit the library. Hogwarts holds the oldest magical knowledge. But for now, I must fulfill my duty." "Since you're so unique, why not decide for yourself which house to join?" Weasley replied without hesitation, "Let me go to Ravenclaw. A fondness for knowledge, is it?" The sorting hat's tone conveyed delight. "Powerful wizards always love to explore, swimming in the ocean of knowledge. The library welcomes you, child." Then the sorting hat finally split open, shouting the house name, Ravenclaw. Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore exchanged a glance, shaking their heads slightly with a hint of resignation. The Ravenclaw table burst into thunderous applause, louder than the welcome given to other new students. Weasley found a gap to sit down. Facing such enthusiastic applause, though his face remained impassive, his ears reddened slightly. Cho Zhang beamed, "Congratulations, you're a sorting hat conundrum." Weasley asked, "A sorting hat conundrum? Is that a good thing?" "Of course. It's an ancient term," Cho explained. "It's used only for students who take more than 5 minutes to be sorted. You know how fast the sorting hat usually works. For it to struggle over a house, the student must possess multiple traits and qualities." Weasley nodded, feeling he had become a sorting hat conundrum through a trick. Maintaining the Guardian meditation technique had caused the sorting hat to hesitate, ultimately letting him choose his own house. Penelope added, as far as I know only 2 Sorting Hat conundrums have emerged in this century and unfortunately they both ended up in Gryffindor. Perhaps one must have truly unique traits to become a Sorting Hat conundrum. Take Professor McGonagall up there, she was once a Sorting Hat conundrum and a Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall is the deputy headmistress and an expert in transfiguration, you'll see in class. The other Sorting Hat conundrum was Peter Pettigrew, also a Gryffindor unfortunately. When the Dark Lord fell he faced off against the Dark Lord's follower Sirius Black and ultimately gave his life. The Ministry of Magic posthumously awarded him a first-class Order of Merlin. Gryffindor suddenly erupted in cheers shouting, "We've got Potter! And we've got Weasley!" Cho teased, Sorting Hat conundrums are equally rare and your Ravenclaw's Sorting Hat conundrum. Weasley recalled McGonagall mentioning the House Cup and remarked, it seems the competition for the House Cup is quite fierce. Yes. Penelope nodded in agreement. It's the highest honor at school representing recognition for the house. The sorting ceremony finally ended with Ron also becoming a member of Gryffindor. After McGonagall removed the 4-legged stool and the Sorting Hat, Dumbledore stepped forward and stood before an owl statue. The owl statue immediately spread its wings, transforming into a small podium. A new school year begins tonight. Welcome back to Hogwarts. Before the feast starts, I'd like to say a few words. The statue seemed to act as a megaphone amplifying Dumbledore's voice so everyone could hear clearly. Weasley stared at the empty plates and recalled the principles from his past life. Those principals claimed they'd keep it brief only to drone on for at least an hour before putting down the microphone. And those words are nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, enjoy the feast, thank you, ha. Before Weasley could react, a rich aroma filled his nostrils. Amidst a round of enthusiastic applause, a variety of foods appeared on the plates. Roast beef, pork chops, lamb chops, potatoes, roast chicken, sausages and crisps, everything was there. Piled like small mountains, the steaming delicacies instantly stirred his appetite. Penelope scooped a spoonful of mashed potatoes while remarking, Dumbledore is such a unique headmaster. It would be wonderful if he were a Ravenclaw. It must be said that at least the opening feast at Hogwarts was exceptionally splendid. The various meats were cooked to perfection, not only tender and juicy but also full of flavor. The judicious use of spices such as black pepper and rosemary accentuated the rich essence of the meat itself. Likewise, the gravies, tomato sauce and dips added an extra touch of brilliance when dabbed onto sausages or potatoes. Weizet took another lamb chop, ladling a spoonful of gravy over it as the atmosphere of the banquet grew increasingly lively. The older students around him chatted and laughed, discussing all sorts of anecdotes, from current news to gossip about magical celebrities, from spellcasting tips to tales about their professors. Though Weizet had yet to systematically study magic, he could still glean much from these conversations. Professor McGonagall had a good reputation, being diligent in her work and responsible toward her students. As the head of Gryffindor, she was particularly strict with her own house, never hesitating to deduct points. Professor Snape was the potions master and also the head of Slytherin. If Professor McGonagall was a paragon of self-discipline, then Professor Snape was the opposite. He was overly lenient with his own house but exceptionally harsh with others, even nitpicking and deducting points over trivial matters. However, this behavior was mainly directed at Gryffindor, whose house points consequently languished at the bottom year after year. Professor Flitwick, head of Ravenclaw, taught charms and created a lively classroom atmosphere, earning the adoration of all Ravenclaw students. Professor Sprout was a kind middle-aged woman who spent her days tending to magical herbs and plants, and she also enjoyed a good reputation among Ravenclaw students. After the main course came desserts, including various pies, sponge cakes, puddings, jellies and ice cream. The syrup in these sweets was overly rich, making them far too sweet for the palate. Weizet merely scooped a small portion of ice cream, savoring its rich milky flavor. Desserts lift the spirits, and the older students shifted their conversation to their summer experiences and the recent Gringotts break-in. Have you heard about the recent incident at Gringotts? The Daily Prophet has run it as the headline for several issues. A robbery of the underground vaults, the highest security ones. I don't think any wizard would be foolish enough to attempt such a thing. I agree. Perhaps it's a goblin-orchestrated scheme to showcase their so-called service ethic. Though only for wealthy pureblood families, of course. Or maybe it's another goblin rebellion. During the summer I visited the Eye of the Mine, where some remnants of the goblin rebellions are preserved. Their smelting techniques are truly fascinating. The disappearance of desserts from the plate signaled that the opening feast was drawing to a close. Dumbledore rose once more and approached the owl podium. Now that you've all eaten and drunk your fill, allow this old man a few more words. Amid a ripple of light laughter he continued with a smile, first let me introduce your new defense against the dark arts professor, Quirinus Quirrell. Quirinus Quirrell stood up, his head wrapped in a thick purple turban giving him an Indian-inspired appearance. He waved his arm somewhat awkwardly and stammered softly, hello I am Quirinus Quirrell. It's a pleasure to teach defense against the dark arts. Thank you, Professor Quirrell. Dumbledore gestured for Professor Quirrell to sit down. Now some routine reminders. First-year students, please note that the forbidden forest on the school grounds is off-limits to all students. It is dangerous and one should only enter with absolute certainty. For more details on school rules and point deductions, you may consult our caretaker Mr. Filch, who has pamphlets prepared. Additionally, tryouts for the Quidditch teams will be held next week. Check the notice board in your common room for specific times. Dumbledore added several more details before finally clearing his throat, his smile fading into seriousness. And one more thing, the most important of all. If you wish to avoid a painful and untimely demise, do not under any circumstances approach the corridor on the 4th floor to the right. Mark my words. A brief silence fell over the hall until Dumbledore's smile returned. He cheerfully drew his wand. Before you return to your common rooms, let us all sing the school song together. With a bang, a long golden ribbon shot from the tip of his wand, floating in midair above the hall, twisting like a serpent into lines of text. Dumbledore used his wand as a baton. Choose your own tune, follow the lyrics and sing. Gryffindor's voices were the loudest, followed by Hufflepuff's. Ravenclaw and Slytherin were similar in their efforts, merely mouthing the words with few actually singing aloud. The somewhat awkward school song session concluded and the prefects led the students out of the hall in a file toward their respective common rooms. Weizet proceeded along the marble staircase, and the portraits they passed would whisper and point at them. A rumbling noise came from ahead. It was a series of magical staircases that constantly shifted, sometimes stretching, sometimes shortening, occasionally stopping before a door or pressing against a wall. Leading them was Penelope, who pointed proudly at the moving staircases and said the moving staircases were designed by Ravenclaw's founder, Rowena Ravenclaw. As a magical school, the staircases naturally can't be too ordinary. Moving staircases must be as free as a wizard. Alright, it's time to go up. Let's move. She led the students onto the moving staircases, continuing to introduce Ravenclaw's house history. Ravenclaw House is as free as the sky, and our common room is situated high above. Bronze and blue are the house colors, symbolizing the free eagle and the sky. Our common room has a house library which, though not as extensive as the school library, is still quite substantial. At least we can read these books with more freedom. The journey to the Ravenclaw common room was long, requiring constant traversal through the moving staircases. During this process, many first years began to grow drowsy, nodding off as they walked. Weizet was not among them. He curiously observed everything around him, whether the moving paintings or the sparring suits of armor, all seemed wondrous. Cho Chang smiled and said, "You seem well suited for Ravenclaw, not getting confused at all." Weizet nodded. "This place is so fascinating, I can't get enough of it. I hope I can sleep tonight." Cho Chang reminded him, "There are classes tomorrow, so it's best to get up early and make a good impression on the professors." Finally they arrived at the tower housing the common room. A bronze door stood before them, adorned with a bronze eagle statue with folded wings. The eagle looked lifelike, as if it might flap its wings and take flight at any moment. Penelope approached the bronze door, and the bronze ring beneath the eagle statue trembled as a melodious female voice emerged. "I am here yet unaware, forsake me, and I face certain doom." Penelope looked at Weizet and the others. "Ravenclaw is different from other houses. We don't need a password. As long as you answer the question correctly, you can enter the common room. Today's question isn't too hard. Why not let the first years answer? Let's see who can figure it out." What could the answer be? Noticing many first years at a loss, she gently reminded them, "Remember, there isn't just one correct answer. As long as your reasoning makes sense, you pass." Weizet recited the question, "Unaware of my surroundings, if I abandon it, I face certain death. Is it air? Omnipresent yet elusive, without air one cannot breathe and would perish, that is certain death." The eagle statue seemed to come alive, spreading its broad wings. The bronze door slowly swung open, revealing a marble spiral staircase beyond. A perfect answer and a very reasonable explanation, Penelope applauded. "This is our way of life. Welcome to Ravenclaw." Ascending the marble spiral staircase, they reached a spacious circular common room at the top. The domed ceiling was painted with a starry sky, shimmering in harmony with the clear crystals floating in midair. The pristine white marble walls, the deep blue carpets and tapestries like the sea, and the antique bronze decorations together established the common room's solemn and tranquil tone. Several desks, benches and armchairs were arranged in the common room, with bookcases set into alcoves on the walls filled with thick volumes, evoking an atmosphere of a literary salon. Arched windows on the walls revealed a particularly clear starlight outside, like flickering lanterns dotting the sky. Older students found their spots with ease, either reading books or gazing up at the clear crystals in the air as if emptying their minds. Many first years were eager to climb to the windows and fully admire the brilliant night sky. Penelope clapped her hands to get their attention. "Professor McGonagall should have told you, this house is your home and you'll be here for 7 years. Right now the most important thing is to take you to your dormitories. I noticed a few of you nodding off. It's been a long night and you must be tired, right?" She first led the girls to the other side of the common room, toward the girls' dormitory. On the opposite side stood a towering statue, its peak nearly brushing the dome. The statue depicted a beautiful woman draped in gauze wearing a noble crown, her long hair nearly touching the floor. She had an ethereal otherworldly air that inspired awe. An inscription at the base identified the statue Rowena Ravenclaw, wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. Just as the first years were starting to doze off again, Penelope finally returned to the common room to lead them to the boys' dormitory. She stopped abruptly and pointed to a set of double doors. This is the bathroom. If you want to wash up later, come here. Though the common room occupied only one tower of the castle, it was surprisingly spacious with at least 3 spiral staircases and several dormitories for rest. This is your dormitory. I won't go in. By the way, the stairs to the girls' dormitory are enchanted. If a male enters, they turn into a slippery slide. A first year quickly asked, then why can you come into ours? Is it a prefect privilege? Of course not. Penelope shook her head. Prefect privileges don't include that. The most reliable explanation, she added, is that the founders thought girls more trustworthy than boys. The dormitory was also spacious, each person having their own 4-poster brass bed, wardrobe and desk and chair set. The 4-poster brass beds were hung with deep blue curtains embroidered with eagle patterns in bronze thread. Blue thick carpets covered the floor, soft underfoot. The voice on the train hadn't lied, the luggage had already been delivered to the dormitory. It was as if a house elf had tidied up. Not only were the suitcases neatly arranged, but the bedding and pillows were also laid out and the air was filled with the scent of sun-dried linen. The other first years were too exhausted even to say goodnight, simply collapsing onto their beds. Hoot! The owl Thor called out, its claws scraping the perch as if in anticipation. Bored, are you? Weizet smiled and opened the cage. Thor eagerly flew to the suitcase, pecking at it with its sharp beak. Tap tap tap. Don't disturb them. Weizet quickly scooped up. Thor opened the suitcase and pulled out a large cloth bundle. Inside were snacks he had bought from the witch on the train. Are you sure you can manage it? He stroked Thor's crest feathers. Maybe I should ask about the Ollery and find a companion to help you. Hoot! Thor let out a long cry, striking a confident pose. All right, Weizet smiled, sitting at the desk and spreading out a piece of parchment. He pondered for a long time, even as the ink on the quill tip dried, without writing a word. He had never truly written a letter to anyone before and didn't know where to begin. Even with the help of the Guardian meditation, he still found his thoughts chaotic. Where should I start? From King's Cross Station? Or from crossing the lake to the castle? Hoot! Thor bowed like a curtsy and pecked at Weizet's chest. Right to the point. You seem to have inherited luminous wisdom. Weizet dipped his quill again, the ink blooming into a flower on the parchment. Snape, his face taut, knocked and without waiting for a response pushed open the door to the headmaster's office. A boy who lived in Obscurial, a baby 3-headed dog. Hogwarts is certainly lively this year. Headmaster Dumbledore, don't you think? Dumbledore placed the sorting hat on his desk and nodded in agreement. Indeed, very lively. Poof. Snape let out 2 harsh icy laughs. I never imagined that after returning from holiday Hogwarts would have become so safe. He drawled the word safe, his eyebrows raised high. I've been thinking, how exactly do you plan to protect Harry Potter? As long as the prophecy isn't fulfilled, it's a victory. You approved the enrollment of someone who could lose control at any moment and become an Obscurus, making him a classmate of Harry Potter. Severus calmed down. How about a cup of tea? Dumbledore sat back in his chair and conjured a tea set. My advice is that you should read The Quibbler. The Quibbler has become interesting lately, discussing a lot about Obscurials and how to interact with them. From what I know, the recent issues have been well received. But from what I know... Snape finally sat down. The editor-in-chief of The Quibbler is Xenophilius Lovegood, and that Obscurial shares the same surname. Yes, Dumbledore brewed a pot of tea. Xenophilius doing that clearly shows he has accepted Weizet. Also, I discovered something interesting. Snape glanced at the teacup and continued, also about that Obscurial. Yes. The Sorting Hat told me this. Dumbledore tapped the desk. Could you tell us more? That child is no ordinary one. The Sorting Hat suddenly split open a seam. I feel I can see into his thoughts, yet somehow I cannot. This feeling is most peculiar. I find him very affable. I don't mean he's an old relic like me. What I mean is... It paused, searching for the right words. Through that child I can see all of you from his perspective. This is truly fascinating. I like this feeling. I like this child very much. Snape's brow furrowed in thought. You mean... Snape raised the teacup and took a sip. The mind-closing spell. This is the Sorting Hat. Dumbledore added sugar to his teacup, one piece after another. For Weizet, the mind-closing spell is crucial. To be able to control emotions freely, to express and suppress intense emotions, the so-called silent rampage will become manageable. Before he finished speaking, Snape directly refused, saying, "Don't look for me. I don't intend to involve you in this matter." Dumbledore seemed to have anticipated this, smiling and shaking his head. "I have more suitable candidates." "Who is the intruder?" Snape shifted his tone, his gaze sharpening. "What is in the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor? Could it be the Dark Lord has returned?" "It's not certain yet." Dumbledore sighed lightly. "I've only received some whispers. We need to gather evidence." "Gather evidence?" Snape's eyes flickered as if he was pondering something. "Is it related to the thief who broke into Gringotts? What was placed in the vault? An alchemical product sufficient to attract Voldemort's attention, worth risking such a great commotion?" "It's the Philosopher's Stone. Only it can draw the Dark Lord's notice." "Severus, you are being overly perceptive. It makes it difficult for me to continue communicating with you and sharing more information." "That is your freedom, but I must reiterate my earlier point. Hogwarts is indeed safe." Dumbledore smiled following Snape's words. "This kind of safety is maintained by us together and requires your help. Besides you, I will also ask other professors to help enhance Hogwarts' safety." "Perhaps I came at the wrong time." Snape's expression darkened. "From the moment I knocked on the door, it was a wrong decision." "You arrived just in time." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. "Even if you hadn't come to me, I would have visited you to sincerely express my request. I feel as if there are ulterior motives in your words." Snape became vigilant. "What else do you plan to do? Has the intruder been identified?" "Not yet, but he will reveal himself eventually." Dumbledore gently shook his head. "Time is not on our side. The new school year has already begun. Let's all work hard." In the dead of night, a portrait of a woman in the headmaster's office suddenly spoke. "As you expected, indeed, someone went to that room." Dumbledore, still working, looked up. "Madam Wilkins." "Who was it?" Wilkins said, "Quirinus Quirrell. He didn't directly open the door but kept testing it with magic." As expected of Ravenclaw, a rather clever approach. Despite Dumbledore's praise, his tone carried an unspoken disappointment. This is not his style. Things are developing in a worse direction. The identity of this individual can now be confirmed. He picked up a quill and filled in the last name on the list. The list included not only Quirinus Quirrell but also Minerva McGonagall, Severus Snape, Rubeus Hagrid, and others. In the morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window into the dormitory, Weizet just opened his eyes, the sounds of snoring and murmuring echoing in his ears. He felt his mind was empty, as if he had absorbed too much information but was unable to remember anything. 1, 2, 3. Yesterday I maintained the Guardian meditation method for at least 5 hours. This was the longest he had maintained the Guardian meditation method. With the help of the meditation technique, he had spent a wonderful magical night, fully immersing himself in everything happening here. The Guardian meditation method can internally restrain emotions, keeping the silent rampage within control. Externally, it can enhance perception and even accelerate spellcasting, providing a sense of both offense and defense. However, he needed to be cautious about the usage time and could not enhance perception all day long. On the desk there was an additional piece of parchment with the courses all written in a grid. Weizet picked up the schedule and glanced at it. Both morning classes were potions and the afternoon was a history of magic class. Weizet first strolled around the dormitory, absorbing the ancient magical power contained within before heading to the washroom. After washing up, Weizet arrived at the common room, intending to preview the textbooks again, a habit he had developed from his previous life. Before 7 o'clock, many people were already in the common room holding various reading materials and engrossed in their books. "Good morning. Did you sleep well?" Xiao Zhang sat in a corner of the common room, her voice gentle. "Are you adjusting well?" "Pretty good." Weizet nodded. "I'm looking forward to today's potions class and history of magic class. They both sound very interesting." "Looks like I have to pour cold water on you." Xiao Zhang teased. "These 2 classes. You should prepare yourself mentally. Professor Snape will silently appear behind you, so don't be startled. As for the history of magic class, if you see someone sleeping, that's very normal." Weizet curiously asked. "History of magic class? Why is that?" Xiao Zhang explained. "Professor Benz is the oldest professor here. He is a ghost and is said to be the only history of magic professor at the school. When he speaks, he drags on, and combined with that classroom, it's particularly comfortable. Even I occasionally fall asleep." Weizet laughed nonchalantly. "That's quite fascinating." Weizet lingered in the common room for a while longer until he felt his stomach growl with hunger, prompting him to head for breakfast. He hadn't walked far out of the common room when an abrupt hiccup caught his ear and he bumped into a woman reeking of alcohol. The woman was as thin as a stick, wearing a thick pair of oversized black glasses that magnified her eyes immensely. She was adorned with many trinkets, with countless beaded necklaces and chains hanging from her slender neck and various bracelets and rings on her bony arms, resembling a typical fortune teller. However, this was based on his judgments from his previous life, as this world truly contained magic. Now that the sky was just brightening, Weizet could confirm that this corridor was empty. The woman had appeared out of nowhere. He stood up first and said flatly, "Sorry ma'am, I didn't notice your presence." "Hick." The woman hiccuped and the nauseating smell of alcohol spread around. It's all right. This is the guidance of fate. Her voice was weak and somewhat slurred. Yes, I knew long ago that I would bump into someone this morning. I saw it in my crystal ball. Weizet was somewhat speechless at this moment. He didn't know what this eccentric woman was doing at the school. If you're fine, then I'll take my leave. Weizet called out, intending not to bother with the woman any longer. However, she widened her eyes, her pupils spinning rapidly. Her mouth opened wide, looking as if she were having a fit. Weizet instinctively took 2 steps back, but the woman quickly closed the distance, her spider-like fingers gripping his arm. The woman emitted a shrill saw-like sound, clad in the armor of a hero defeating the revolutionary Dark Lord. He has found a new star. The new star reminds him of the past. He will pass on the armor and sword. The former Dark Lord returns. The disguised Dark Lord must defeat the former Dark Lord. The new star gives the disguised Dark Lord a reason to break free from his shackles. Is it the former Dark Lord who brings down the old fears? Or the disguised Dark Lord who brings new disasters? The future remains unknown. The new star rises. Will illuminate the path ahead. Footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. George, did you hear that sound? Let's go check it out, shall we? It's probably the Ravenclaw students studying ancient texts. As the footsteps drew closer, Weizet looked up to see 2 familiar faces, Fred and George, the twin brothers. Weizet. Fred grinned playfully. It's only the first day and you've already inherited Ravenclaw's fine tradition by rising so early. It doesn't seem like you woke up willingly. George feigned a furrowed brow. Professor Trelawney must be itching to conduct the most primitive form of divination. Got it. Fred nodded knowingly, randomly selecting a freshman to gain insights into faith through a blood sacrifice. Weizet couldn't help but chuckle at the twins' absurdity. Is this lady also a professor at Hogwarts? Why is she drinking so early and saying such nonsensical things? That's Professor Trelawney, in charge of divination class. George explained. I remember she's the great-granddaughter of a famous seer, but honestly she seems more like a dark witch. Exactly. Fred wholeheartedly agreed. She has a particular fondness for death prophecies. She practically wishes for them to come true. Those are death prophecies. If she truly wants them realized, it can only be through some sinister dark magic curse. Bang. Professor Trelawney rolled her eyes back and collapsed, her head hitting the ground with a sharp thud. The twins shook their heads in awe, exclaiming, "What a beautiful sound!" It was Weizet's first encounter with such a peculiar professor, leaving him utterly unprepared. Seeing the twins were quite familiar with this professor, he asked, "What should we do now?" Fred crouched down and nudged Trelawney. She's fainted. As expected of Professor Trelawney, every move she makes is beyond my expectations. He then looked up at Weizet. What's your first class? Potions class. Then we should take care of this. Fred placed one of Trelawney's arms over his shoulder and smoothly lifted her up. In perfect synchrony, George stepped forward and did the same on the other side. Fred said leisurely, "Your first lesson is still with Professor Snape. Knowing the way to the hospital can improve your survival odds. Indeed, keep this survival path in mind." George said seriously, his expression grave. "If Professor Snape mentions poison, make sure to rush to the hospital at the first sign of trouble." Poison. Weizet's eyelids twitched. Is that part of potions class? No. The twins shook their heads in unison. That's an extension of Professor Snape's twisted sense of humor. In a way, he's quite impressive, George reflected. Many of our prank prophecies have their inspirations rooted in his past poisonings. As long as he doesn't end up poisoning us. Fred shot George a knowing glance. George promptly replied, "Then the poisons will turn into galleons in our pockets." Weizet's curiosity was piqued. What's the connection between pranks and poison? You get it. Fred praised. I can tell you're genuinely asking us. Always digging for answers. That's the true Ravenclaw spirit. George agreed. You don't seem to know much about the magical world and have likely never encountered prank items. This is a sight you've never seen. The collision of potions and creativity, the fusion of magic and alchemy, gives birth to the magnificent category of prank items. They held a strong belief in this so-called prank items. Before setting off, Weizet released his magical eye to gaze at a tapestry not far away. The tapestry was enchanted with the figures in the painting coming to life. A giant in a ballet tutu swung a wooden stick, relentlessly attacking a frail wizard who was jumping around. Indeed, there was something suspicious about the wall opposite the tapestry, where a dense concentration of ancient magical energy gathered, forming the outline of an arched doorway. Weizet thought to himself, could this professor have emerged from within? The magical world is truly wondrous. As he approached the hospital on the second floor of the castle, the strong scent of herbs hit him before he even pushed the door open. Madame Pomfrey managed the hospital, which was well equipped and stocked with potions capable of treating most ailments and various magical injuries. A stern voice rang out, "Trelawney. You're drunk again this early in the morning." Just as Weizet was about to knock, a tall, slender, middle-aged woman stepped out, her demeanor reminiscent of Professor McGonagall. The middle-aged woman's attire was quite distinctive, resembling a medieval nun's habit with numerous pockets in her skirt revealing various tools and potions within. Thank you all, the middle-aged woman's voice softened, for helping to carry her. It's quite disgraceful to have a drunkard lying in the middle of the corridor on the first day of school. Fred walked over to Weizet and nudged him with his elbow. This is Madame Pomfrey. Weizet nodded, observing Madame Pomfrey's healing process attentively. Healing is good as new. Madame Pomfrey waved her wand and a vibrant green light gathered on Trelawney's forehead, instantly dissipating the bruise from her fall. She then produced a vial from her pocket, expertly pried open Trelawney's mouth and poured the potion down her throat. Trelawney began to cough violently, expelling a mouthful of amber smoke that still carried a hint of alcohol. Disappear. Madame Pomfrey frowned, waving her wand again, and the unpleasant amber mist vanished instantly. Professor Trelawney, I hope you can rein it in a little. Having your disgrace seen by the freshmen is truly too. Freshman. Trelawney, like a cat, stepped on its tail, covered her face and vanished around the corner at lightning speed. Cool. Fred and George whistled. If Professor Trelawney didn't become a seer but instead a seeker, she would certainly excel. Madame Pomfrey raised an eyebrow, looking at the twins. And you too? Why would you give the freshman brain freeze potion? While it has no side effects, taking too much can lead to dependency. Who are you referring to? Us. George pointed at himself in confusion. Madame Pomfrey, you know us, we really can't afford that. Exactly. Fred nodded in agreement. We can barely afford rosemary. How many galleons would we need for tree frog brain? Weizet chimed in. Madame Pomfrey, I didn't drink any potions, they helped me bring Professor Trelawney here. Perhaps. Madame Pomfrey bent down to scrutinize Weizet closely. Do you feel like your mind is a bit foggy? Long-term use of brain freeze potion can easily lead to that. Weizet didn't want to reveal the keeper's meditation technique, so he persisted with his earlier words. I haven't taken the brain freeze potion, maybe I just stayed up too late last night. Perhaps. Madame Pomfrey didn't press further, producing a vial of purplish clear potion. Just a drop will do, it can alleviate these symptoms. Weizet curiously asked, Madame Pomfrey, is this lavender elixir? I saw a similar description while studying this morning. Looks like we have a clever Ravenclaw here. Madame Pomfrey nodded, waving her wand to pour out a drop of lavender elixir. You have classes in the morning, taking this will be enough to alleviate your symptoms without getting you drunk. Since you're a Ravenclaw student, go find a crystal to clear your mind at noon and you'll recover by afternoon. With that, she turned and entered the hospital without looking back. Madame Pomfrey is truly remarkable, Weizet marveled, feeling much better now. Fred chuckled, absolutely. It's a pity Madame Pomfrey leaves the castle during the summer, otherwise we could stay at school all year round. That won't do. Madame Pomfrey returned, this is not your private clinic. Be safe while studying magic and spare me the worry. I'm Madame Pomfrey. Fred and George raised their right hands, saluting. We will certainly remember your words. After absorbing the ancient magical powers he could obtain, Weizet finally arrived at the Great Hall. This time he channeled the power into the Eye of Magic. Although the Eye of Magic was still in its initial stage, it had gained a special ability to make the magical circuits of magical materials clear and visible. As Weizet walked toward the Ravenclaw table, a wave of inexplicable malice emanated from the Slytherin table. I heard from Miss Parkinson that he's an Obscurial. An extremely dangerous individual. He looks quite well behaved and even handsome. That's just a facade. Find a healer and use a permanent transfiguration spell to change it. You can look however you want. I don't want to end up in SA. Mungo's, the risk of permanent transfiguration is too great. If this dangerous person goes mad in class, we'll all be buried with him. Why did Dumbledore let him in? It's too dangerous. I don't want to die. Someone like him should be sent to Azkaban and let a Dementor give him a kiss. I agree. Azkaban is where these dangerous individuals belong. The Slytherins spoke loudly, as if wanting everyone in the Great Hall to know that he was an Obscurial, a dangerous figure. Weizet dismissed it with a smile, his heart undisturbed. In his past life he had lived in an orphanage, and due to his special identity had endured all sorts of gossip, ostracism and even bullying at school. It was all too common. So before entering Hogwarts he had already prepared himself mentally to face doubts and rumors with composure. However, to his surprise, it seemed only the Slytherin table was particularly concerned about this matter. The other three tables showed little reaction. Their conversations centered on Harry Potter, the boy who lived. A boy with a straight nose and long black hair sat down beside Weizet. I knew you'd be having breakfast in the Great Hall. Chris told me you were taken by some Gryffindor upperclassmen. I was about to report it to Prefect Penelope. Michael, you just think Prefect Penelope is pretty and want an excuse to talk to her, said a boy with brown hair, Chris, sitting across from him with a grin. Morning. A blonde boy asked, why is your book so small? Is it a deluxe edition? Morning, Anthony. Weizet replied, it's not a deluxe edition. I just copied all the textbook content and Luna helped with the illustrations and cover. Morning visit. Another brown-haired boy appeared frowning. Luna. Is she a girl? Morning Terry. Visit nodded. Yes, she's my sister. Chris Morn, Anthony Goldstein, Michael Corner and Terry Boot, these 4 speakers were all Visit's roommates. Such a thoughtful sister. Mine just cries all day sigh. Terry said with a hint of bitterness. Will your sister enroll here in the future? Chris leaned in. Definitely. Visit mused. We'll meet next year. Chris said enviously, a sister who draws for her brother, what a perfect life. His life is perfect, but what about us? Michael sighed. Our first class is potions. Snape's reputation was indeed poor even before truly experiencing potions class. A group of first years had already developed a sense of fear. Nevertheless, they picked up their textbooks and headed to the potions classroom. The potions classroom was distinctive, as spacious as a medieval monastery and equally dim-lit only by a few torches. Before they even entered the classroom, a cold damp air greeted them. The classroom was on the underground floor with rows of tall shelves against the walls filled with glass jars. In the dim firelight it was hard to see what was inside those strange-smelling glass jars. Terry approached one and immediately stepped back 2 paces. Are these animal specimens? Why are they all so oddly shaped? They should be specimens of magical creatures. Visit also came closer to examine them carefully. That transparent furry one should be a demiguise, and that snake with a bird's head is probably a Akami. Luna loved the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which was also the first textbook he had thoroughly read. Coupled with the well-preserved specimens, he could easily identify the species. What seemed obvious to him, however, amazed his roommates. Terry exclaimed in wonder, no wonder you were the Sorting Hat's dilemma. You know so much. Visit said Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them is interesting, so I read it a couple more times. Is that all? Chris interjected. Didn't you just say you copied the textbooks? Michael scratched his hair. Did you? Chris teased, your mind is full of the pretty prefect Penelope, it'd be strange if you noticed. The long tables in the classroom were battered, covered with burn and corrosion marks. Ravenclaw students had arrived early, but due to Snape's fearsome reputation none chose to sit near the podium. Terry asked Visit, aren't you going to sit further back? Visit shook his head. The lighting isn't great here. To be safe, sitting closer will make it easier to see clearly. Impressive. Anthony said sincerely. It's no wonder you know so much from the very start. Indeed. Michael agreed. To face Professor Snape Hedon requires not only remarkable wisdom but also extraordinary courage. Visit was a bit amused. It's not that exaggerated, I just want to learn better. Besides, none of you have even interacted with Professor Snape yet, so why are you already afraid of him? This potions class was to be combined with Hufflepuff and the room was growing more crowded. Yet no matter how many arrived, they all chose seats at the back, trying to stay as far from the podium as possible. By the time there were only 5 minutes left before class, the seat next to Visit remained empty. Just as the bell was about to ring, a girl with 2 golden braids hurried in. Except for the seats near the podium, all the nearby spots were taken. With no other choice, she sat down next to Visit. It was Hannah Abbott, the girl who had been sorted first. She wiped the sweat from her cheeks, hastily arranged her textbooks and let out a sigh of relief. Snape also arrived with the ringing of the bell, his black robes billowing like a giant bat as he swept into the classroom. He stood at the podium looking down and glanced at the flushed Hannah. Hufflepuff. It seems only in the Great Hall you're not in a rush, am I right? Hannah didn't answer, just buried her head in her chest. Congratulations to Hufflepuff for taking the lead. Snape said coldly. -1 point. Hannah's face turned bright red and her body trembled slightly as if she might cry at any moment. The other students were silent as mice, the entire classroom frozen. Now I'll call the roll. Snape said no more, his tone icy and abrupt. Hannah Abbott. Present. The roll call was swift, everyone remained alert, answering almost instantly when their name was called. Good. Only one fool today. Snape confirmed everyone was present, his tone softening slightly. As beginners, if you lack a sense of punctuality, my advice is to leave here as quickly as possible to avoid harming yourselves and others. Potions is a precise and rigorous discipline. Both destruction and creation are contained within the steaming cauldron. I don't really expect you to truly understand the charm of potions or what it can bring you. Just follow me exactly, imitate every step obediently, and wealth, fame and honor will be within easy reach. There was indeed a reason students feared Snape. He was like a king, and the potions classroom was his palace where he could control everything, even the students' behavior. After delivering such a speech, he didn't begin the lesson but cast a sidelong glance at Visit. Mr. Lovegood, do you not have a textbook? Why bring a children's picture book to class? This is not an art lesson. Weizet rose to his feet and explained calmly, Professor Snape, my scholarship only amounts to 30 galleons. If I spent it on new books there wouldn't be enough left for the supplies on the list, so I copied all the textbooks by hand. Touching, like listening to some tacky inspirational story. Snape's expression was impassive, his voice drawling, since you've managed to make your own textbooks. You must be quite familiar with the contents, I presume. What ingredients are needed for the boil cure potion? What symptoms does it primarily address? Upon hearing this, the other students hastily flipped open their books. Before they could even reach the page on boil cure potion, Weizet had already begun to speak. He articulated clearly: half a cauldron of water, 4 finely ground snakefangs, 3 horned slugs that need to be steamed, 2 measures of dried nettles and 1 porcupine quill. The boil cure potion is primarily effective against common pustules, measles, boils, and it also works quite well on certain scrofulous symptoms. As long as it doesn't involve magical damage, it's a specific remedy. Before adding the porcupine quill, if the brewing heat is just right, the cauldron will emit pink smoke. The purer the pink smoke, the more skilled the potioneer's technique. Snape curled his lip, his cold gaze sweeping across the classroom. Why haven't you started preparing your ingredients? Are you waiting for me to serve you? Except for Weizet, everyone else shuddered in unison, scrambling to fetch their ingredients and measure out the required amounts. Snape didn't remain idle. He wrote key points on the blackboard: grind the snakefangs as finely as possible, frequently check the steaming horned slugs, they're ready when you can see black beneath the translucent skin, stir clockwise 5 times, once it starts bubbling remove from heat before adding porcupine quill. Although the method for making boil cure potion wasn't difficult, preparing the ingredients was time-consuming and every step required meticulous care. Even excluding preparation time, they had to brew for at least half an hour to complete the potion. Within this tight schedule they also had to record the time each step took, all while enduring Snape's rounds of inspection. Snape moved with a billowing cloak like a specter drifting through the classroom, sending chills down nearly everyone's spine. Faced with the slime-covered slugs, Hannah trembled violently, holding tweezers but unable to bring herself to touch them. Noticing her distressed expression, Weizet pushed the snakefangs toward her. Could you handle these instead? No need to rush, there's plenty of time. Hannah nodded gratefully, focusing intently on grinding the snakefangs. Weizet used the tweezers to pick up 6 slugs and placed them into the steamer. Under the intense heat of the steam, the slugs' mucus solidified and their bodies contracted. Activating his magic eye, he noticed something different about the slugs inside the steamer. The loose magical circuits within the slugs were also converging, forming a regular symbol. Could this be the reason for steaming the slugs? Weizet pondered silently, not lifting the lid, only observing the symbol's transformation through his magic eye. Why aren't you opening the lid? Snape's voice, cold and sinister, sounded from behind him. Or do you intend to steam the slugs for exactly 10 minutes as the book says? Hannah's hand trembled, nearly shattering the mortar. The others reacted strongly as well, holding their breath and daring not to exchange a single word. Of course not, Professor Snape. Weizet didn't look up, keeping his focus on the changes in the slug's magical circuits. Frequent opening of the lid would compromise the final product's quality. Well said. Snape pursed his lips, standing rigidly behind Weizet, occasionally glancing at the timer nearby. At exactly 7 minutes, Weizet picked up the tweezers, removed 2 of the slugs, quickly replaced the lid and noted the time. Snape's eyes narrowed. The 2 slugs Weizet had taken out were semi-translucent, with a deep black visible beneath the clear skin. His jaw tightened and he crossed his arms, remaining silent. At 7 minutes and 40 seconds, Weizet opened the lid again, took out the remaining slugs and recorded the time once more. All 6 horned slugs after steaming were identical in shape and size and of excellent quality. Not bad. Snape shot Weizet a deep look before resuming his prowl around the classroom. The potions classroom remained oppressive, but Weizet was unaffected by the atmosphere. Instead, he savored the quiet environment. Whether it was the slugs, the snakefangs, the dried nettles, or the porcupine quill, each ingredient possessed its own magical symbol. With the aid of his magic eye, Weizet added each ingredient to the cauldron, watching as those symbols were broken and reshaped into intricate, beautiful patterns. He delighted in this process, feeling like an artist sketching interesting pictures with various materials. Just as Snape had said at the beginning, both destruction and rebirth were contained within the steaming cauldron. The mixture in the cauldron turned a deep green, then shifted to a murky blue, beginning to glug-glug with large bubbles. Weizet glanced to the side. Hannah, it's bubbling now. Time to stir clockwise 5 times. Right. Right. Hannah nodded, repeatedly picked up the ladle and carefully stirred the potion. Once the stirring was complete, the large bubbles turned into tiny fisheye bubbles. The murky blue gradually cleared and impurities slowly gathered in the center. The potion in the cauldron transformed into a clear pale blue. At that moment, the impurities suddenly rose, forming pure pink smoke at the cauldron's rim. It's beautiful. Hannah exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. She eagerly grabbed the porcupine quill, ready to toss it into the cauldron. Weizet quickly reminded her, Hannah, you need to remove it from the heat before adding the porcupine quill. I almost forgot. Hannah said gratefully, swiftly picking up a cloth to lift the cauldron and adding the porcupine quill. The quill slowly melted in the residual heat, dissolving into specks of starlight that adorned the potion. Snape approached again, ladling out some of the boil cure potion to inspect it. Is this your first time brewing a potion? Never studied it before. Weizet countered, does helping Mr. Lovegood squeeze Gertie roots for tea count. Gertie root tea. Snape's hand twitched and he fixed a very serious look on Weizet. Don't let those absurd theories influence you. Can you manage that? Weizet looked slightly puzzled. Are you referring to Mr. Lovegood? I think the things he and Luna say are quite reasonable. You do have some talent. Snape said, his voice dry, not continuing that line of thought. He shifted the topic, adding, since you've finished your potion, why not take a look at your classmates? Are you trying to stand out like a peacock? Weizet replied calmly, very well, Professor Snape. Hannah followed behind him and the two began to stroll around the classroom much like Snape himself. If Snape brought fear to the students, then Weizet brought hope. Using his magic eye, Weizet observed the integrity of the ingredient symbols to help improve their potion-making processes. Before long the students Weizet had assisted all successfully completed their potions. In their eyes the once simmering cauldrons now appeared far more pleasing to behold. Even the rising pink smoke seemed as joyous as celebratory fireworks. The bell rang and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, gathering around Weizet as if to say something. Do you want to stay and clean the classroom? A cold voice rang out. Snape's eyelids drooped as he spoke unhurriedly. The students, startled like frightened birds, hastily packed their books and jostled each other out of the classroom. Snape said abruptly, Weizet, you stay behind to clean up. Michael and the others wore expressions of you're on your own, waving as they left the classroom. Hannah said weakly, her face already flushed, may I stay too? Snape let out a cold laugh but did not give a direct answer. Weizet waved his hand, there's not much to clean, I can handle it alone. If it weren't for you I would never have finished the potion. Hannah did not explain further. She rolled up her sleeves and began wiping the table. Thank you. Weizet whispered, picking up the broom and dustpan in the corner to sweep away the snakefang fragments and dried nettles. The rhythmic pounding of stone against snakefangs echoed in the classroom as Snape, oblivious to others, processed ingredients to prepare for brewing the boil cure potion. The cleaning was soon finished and Weizet stood in front of the podium, carefully observing Snape's potion-making process. Snape's movements were steady without a single superfluous gesture. After no more than 10 grinds the snakefangs were all reduced to an exceedingly fine powder. When handling the slugs he did not use tweezers but pinched them with his fingers before placing them into the steamer. The entire potion brewing process was fluid and seamless. Snape, boldly skilled, used a high flame to shorten the brewing time. Within 10 minutes an utterly pure pink mist bloomed like a flower, heralding the potion's completion. Snape looked up at Weizet and asked coldly, what did you see? Weizet pondered for a moment and declared familiarity with the potion ingredients. Whether you handled the snakefangs or the dried nettles, every action was precisely accurate. The same with the slugs, you kneaded them with your fingers to judge their quality so you could obtain the best slugs without lifting the lid. Before adding the porcupine quills you scraped off the surface impurities with a scraper, ensuring the potion was flawless. That is the part one benefited from the most. Not bad, it seems you're not stupid, Snape said softly, his tone unreadable. Talent can raise the ceiling but potions is not a simple subject. Experience is as important as talent. Being able to judge ingredient quality through experience will take you further on your potion path. 5 points to Ravenclaw. You may go. Hannah looked incredulous, even covering her mouth. Thank you, Professor Snape. Well, take our leave now. Weizet looked at Snape. He seemed to catch a glimmer of appreciation in the professor's eyes. But that flicker vanished in an instant, making him think he might have imagined it. At the entrance to the Great Hall Hannah was still dazed. It's the first time I've known Professor Snape to talk so much, and he even gave you 5 points. 5 points. Isn't that normal? Weizet asked. I remember Cho Chang telling me that every professor has the power to add or deduct points. Professor Snape is different. Hannah glanced back before lowering her voice to explain, Professor Snape only gives points to Slytherin and deducts from the other 3 houses. Is that so? Weizet smiled slightly. Then I guess I'm quite lucky. After a morning of potions class, Weizet had gained considerable goodwill among the Hufflepuff first years. As he passed the Hufflepuff table the younger students even smiled at him. Following Madame Pomfrey's advice, after a midday meditation he arrived at the History of Magic classroom full of energy. The classroom was on the 2nd floor of the castle, orderly in layout, well ventilated, and with excellent lighting. In the afternoon bright sunlight streamed in, nurturing a sense of tranquility and warmth. As Hogwarts' only ghost professor, Professor Binns had a unique way of entering the classroom. At the sound of the bell he drifted through the wall to the podium. Time's up, let's begin class. He did not call roll nor glance at the students but started lecturing in a monotonous flat tone. There was a period of stability and prosperity between wizards and muggles. Wizards lived in Muggle villages trading potions and healing magic for necessities. The dark wizard Emmerich rose in the south of England, terrorizing the region. His emergence was the spark for the Muggle witch hunts. The relationship between wizards and Muggles fractured, and wizards began to distance themselves from Muggle villages. Though Muggles could not defeat adult wizards, they could target young wizard children. The warm bright sunlight combined with the droning voice made it perfect for napping. Around Weizet, even the roommates who intended to take diligent notes succumbed to Professor Bin's voice nodding off like pecking chicks. Unwittingly, only two sounds remained in the classroom: Professor Bin's lecture and the rustle of Weizet's note-taking. The book A History of Magic was simply too thick. Even after copying the entire volume, Weizet still found it hard to memorize everything thoroughly. When Professor Bin's taught, he did not read verbatim but condensed and summarized the content, which greatly benefited Weizet. Unfortunately, these insights were buried in the droning tone, requiring the patience of a gold prospector to uncover the shining gems. Professor Bin's continued: some wizards, due to their children being harmed, gradually turned to extremes, using the torture of Muggles as revenge. The emergence of these dark wizards intensified Muggle fear of wizards, leading to the witch hunt spiraling, causing more wizard children to be killed. Wizards developed methods specifically against Muggles, such as the Muggle repelling charm and anti-Muggle door handles. The advent of these methods further reduced communication between wizards and Muggles. As the saying goes, history is a mirror that reflects the rise and fall. Through Professor Bin's lecture, Weizet gradually understood why wizards had isolated themselves, forming a wizarding world. Wizards are beings born with the ability to perform magic, and their way of thinking differs greatly from Muggles. For wizards, when encountering trouble in life, their first instinct is to solve it with magic, hence the creation of the Muggle repelling charm and anti-Muggle door handles. Yet it all comes to the same end: Muggles create tools for production, while wizards invent various magics to address problems. Thinking this way, Weizet appreciated the charm of the history of magic all the more. The bell rang and his roommates woke up, all wiping the drool from the corners of their mouths. Terry rubbed his eyes and asked drowsily, Weizet, why do you look so energetic?" "I was taking notes," Weizet replied with lingering fascination. "History of magic is so interesting." Michael opened his mouth, then patted his own face and said, "Maybe that's what a true Ravenclaw is like. Even in history of magic you're so diligent." Weizet smiled noncommittally and turned his gaze to the scenery outside the window. He suddenly felt that writing letters wasn't so hard. There were far too many interesting things to say. In Devon, the village of Ottery Estate. Catchpole at the Lovegood home. A bright morning with powder blue curtains swaying gently in the breeze. Warm sunlight filtered through the window, gilding the bedroom floor with a layer of golden sand. The girl murmured like a kitten, slowly opening her eye. She sat leisurely on the edge of the bed, her pale golden hair cascading like a waterfall. Luna rubbed her eyes, stretched her limbs languidly, and gazed at the blue sky outside the window. What a lovely day. Descending the stairs, she looked at the tightly shut door not far away, and the smile on her lips gradually faded. That door had not been opened since yesterday. Yesterday was the start of term at Hogwarts. "I'll be enrolling next year too, right?" she murmured, as if reminding herself of something important. Xenophilius was already in the dining room, his hair a wild mess, holding a writing board in his hands with a charcoal pencil tucked behind his ear, conceiving the next issue of the Quibbler. "Luna, today is perfect for painting," he said, bringing over the prepared breakfast. Luna sat down at the table, picking up her knife and fork. "Yes, the sky is like a blue curtain." The dining room was filled only with the scratching of the charcoal pencil and the occasional clink of cutlery against plates. A profound silence. Xenophilius set down his board. "Luna, are you feeling all right? Is the breakfast not to your liking?" "I'm fine, Dad," Luna said softly, shaking her head gently in the face of such concerned expression. She didn't want her father to worry, so she deftly changed the subject. "Is this month's issue ready? I'm quite eager to see it. The last few issues were well received. That lad Weizet has some real ideas." Xenophilius brightened up. "The number of submissions has increased recently. They were very interested in the local specialties segment and even sent me some samples. I added a bit to the bread for breakfast. The contributor said these bees collect laurel honey, and those who use it will have good luck. How do you find the taste?" "So it was Weizet's idea," Luna murmured. She forked a piece of bread and put it in her mouth, a faint smile appearing. "I think it tastes quite good." Luna's life continued as usual, like a diligent bee tending the entire garden. The owl Diana accompanied her, singing merrily. Collecting dew, loosening soil, watering flowers, feeding. She could still find joy in these tasks, but that joy felt strange, as if something was missing. "The mistletoe and dirigible plums are growing well." "No Nargle spotted," Luna said while picking dirigible plums. "Weizet, do you know what Nargles are?" "Dad told me they're little creatures much like maggots with 3,000 teeth when young, and they grow even more as adults. They have 3 eyes and a side-like hook on their tail, that's why they're called Nargles." "Isn't that interesting, Weizet?" "Why?" "Zet. The expected gentle response never came. Luna could only hear the wind around her. She now felt that something seemed to have been locked away along with that tightly shut door. Yes, he's gone to Hogwarts. Luna stood up and walked toward a stream in the distance. She sat on the bank gazing at the trickling water, lost in thought. Only a day had passed yet she felt a hollow emptiness. The rackspurts are increasing, she murmured to the dirigible plums. This feeling was familiar, she had experienced it before. Time could smooth everything over. Given a few more days she would adapt to life without one person. Such changes were ordinary to her. The sky remained clear, the stream water still pristine. Though everything was as before, she felt herself drifting away from it all. Luna sat by the stream for a long time staring at the water's surface until a familiar owl's hoot made her look up sharply. Hoot! Hoot! The owl, clutching a large cloth bundle, wobbled like a propeller plane with a damaged wing about to glide into the stream. Luna quickly reached out, barely catching Thor to prevent him from becoming a drenched bird. Thor, I've got you. Hoot! Hoot! Thor struggled, nuzzling against Luna's sleeve before closing his eyes. Carrying so much from Hogwarts all the way here, he must be exhausted. Luna said softly, stroking Thor's drooping crest feathers. Back home, Xenophilius had just taken off his apron. A pot of steaming stew sat on the table. I was just about to look for you. What kept you out so late today? Luna carefully placed the cloth bundle on the table, clutching the owl excitedly. I ran into Thor. So that lad remembered to send a letter. Xenophilius raised an eyebrow, taking the owl from Luna. See what he wrote. You'll find some tonic for Thor, he looks worn out. Opening the bundle, she first found 2 large boxes of sweets. Their heavy weight instantly made Luna understand why Thor was so exhausted. Beneath them lay a letter, the thick parchment envelope inscribed with a line to Luna and Mr. Lovegood. The phrase "in Mr. Lovegood" was spaced a bit further apart, as if added later. Luna placed a hand over her heart, feeling it beat faster. She let out a soft breath before opening the letter. Dear Luna and Mr. Lovegood, Thor has brought a bag of chocolate frogs for me. This snack tastes wonderful and I wanted to share it with you and Mr. Lovegood. Hogwarts is beautiful and magical. I've seen so many fascinating things that words cannot describe them all. But I suppose that's alright, since you'll be coming to Hogwarts next year too, and we can explore it together then. How are the mistletoe and dirigible plums at home? I recall the dirigible plums are almost ripe. Last time we fertilized them together you mentioned nargles. What kind of creatures are they? I'm still very curious. You teased me with a mystery last time, would you be willing to tell me now? Hogwarts has so many wonders, I hope you won't find me long-winded if I write to you often. P.S. Please give my regards to Mr. Lovegood. I hope you are both well. Weizet Lovegood. The letter was plain, yet it was this very plainness that made Luna feel so close to Weizet. In her heart, Weizet was not someone blazing like the sun, but a gentle breeze silently accompanying her. She could speak her mind without burden, and Weizet could embrace it all with ease. Luna opened a box of chocolate frogs. The smooth, rich chocolate melted on her tongue, a sweet taste filling her heart. Also. P.S. Xenophilius' voice rang out. The owl Thor on his shoulder had recovered some energy, now able to hook onto his shoulder and doze off. Luna, are you going to write back to that lad? Tell him to be more careful next time and not put "and" or "also" before my name. Okay, Dad. Luna put the envelope away and took out a set of painting supplies from the cupboard. Xenophilius asked, puzzled, what are you up to? Lunch is ready. I know, Dad. Luna said as she ran upstairs. Didn't you tell me this morning that today is perfect for painting? To be favored by Hufflepuff was a truly delightful experience. During breakfast, Weizet would always receive jars of jam with various flavors from his Hufflepuff classmates. According to Hannah and the others, these jams were specially supplied for teachers and only Hufflepuffs had the privilege to enjoy them. Weizet had to admit that these special jams each had a distinct flavor. Through his magic eye he could see the magical symbols imbued within them, and these symbols were the source of the flavors. At noon, an owl with sleek feathers flew into the great hall. The owl circled once above the hall before landing on Weizet's shoulder. Weizet gently stroked Sol's crest. You must be tired from all that travel, right? Coo. Sol rubbed its beak against his cheek, then took off and left the hall, presumably heading back to the Ollery for a good sleep. As Weizet removed the envelope, his roommates had already turned around with curious looks. Chris leaned over, eyeing the envelope decorated with a circle of mistletoe, and asked, who sent this letter? Why is it so fancy? It must be from Weizet's sister, Michael said, sharp as a bloodhound, guessing correctly instantly. It's from her. Weizet opened the envelope. Inside, besides a short letter, there was a small bottle and a dirigible plum pendant. What are these? His roommates grew even more curious. A pendant made from a mini carrot. This is the most novel gift I've ever seen. Terry asked what's in the bottle. Seeds. Dirigible plum seeds, Weizet said with a nod, raising the pendant to explain this is a dirigible plum pendant. It enhances one's ability to accept the unusual. Anthony frowned. Dirigible plum. Enhances the ability to accept the unusual. Will it keep me awake in history of magic? Professor Bin's class has a certain magic of its own, Weizet said with a smile. If you get used to his tone you'll surely learn something. As for the special effect of dirigible plums, Luna said it varies from person to person. At least for me the effect is remarkable. Terry seemed eager. So will you plant those seeds? Then we can try them too. Michael immediately teased, maybe you also need a clever sister to make the pendant for you. Weizet paid no mind to his roommate's banter. His thoughts were on Luna's reply. Luna's reply was simple, describing her day in a gentle flowing manner. She had harvested dirigible plums in the garden, tasted sweet chocolate frogs, painted a picture in her room. She also mentioned Xenophilius' praise for him and the dirigible plum pendant, hoping it would bring him inspiration. Weizet hung the pendant around his neck, gazing at the rosy dirigible plum. His thoughts seemed to cross the Scottish Highlands, returning to that garden filled with strange magical plants. In the afternoon there was another transfiguration class, this time with Ravenclaw and Gryffindor together. As Weizet entered the classroom he saw many Gryffindors standing by the teacher's desk. Before Professor McGonagall entered the room they were doing their best to tease the tabby cat on the desk. They laughed and joked, yet failed to elicit any reaction from the cat. Weizet frowned, feeling a strange familiarity with this tabby cat, as if he had seen it before. Soon he remembered that when he had faced the runespore an identical cat had appeared, and that cat was actually Professor McGonagall in disguise. Seeing the Gryffindors' cheerful atmosphere his roommates wanted to join in. Weizet quickly called them back. Anthony, still watching the tabby cat from his seat, asked, "Don't you like cats?" "That cat's markings are beautiful, especially the dark patches around its eyes like spectacles." Weizet explained, "This is no ordinary cat, it's..." Before he could finish the loud class bell rang. The tabby cat, which had been still on the desk, suddenly moved, leaping forward and transforming into a human form midair. "Professor McGonagall! Professor McGonagall!" The Gryffindors screamed and scrambled back to their seats. They put on stern expressions and straightened their postures, trying to bluff their way through. Anthony, still shaken, asked, "How did you know?" Weizet whispered, "You said it yourself, the dark patches around its eyes look like spectacles. Such markings are rare." Professor McGonagall's expression was severe as she announced loudly, "Perhaps to you transfiguration seems like a kitten that can be teased at will without any cost. But in truth, this is the most complex and dangerous magic you will encounter at this school. I do not wish for any of you to get hurt or even lose your lives because of it. Anyone who tries to cause trouble in my class will be expelled immediately lest they meet with an accident due to their arrogance. Remember this well." Seeing the students nodding fervently, she softened her tone. "As this is your first transfiguration lesson, what you need to master most is not the spell but caution. Approach transfiguration with a cautious mindset. Even if it appears merely as a cat, you must remain vigilant lest it transform into something you fear most. Enough of the warnings. Turn to page 4 of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration and start by learning the proper techniques for casting transfiguration spells." Transfiguration was indeed a complex subject. Although Weizet had copied A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration into a booklet, he still understood only a fraction of its content. At such times an excellent guide was crucial, and Professor McGonagall was precisely such a guide. Drawing from her experience, she deconstructed the textbook, making the originally abstruse theories of transfiguration much easier to grasp. After half the class, Professor McGonagall had thoroughly explained the theory from the basics to the complex and then moved on to the practical application. She gave each student a match and their task was simple: transform the match into a needle. Having endured half a class of theory, the students were eager to start practicing. Soon the classroom was filled with a cacophony of incantations. As Professor McGonagall had said, transfiguration may seem as harmless as a kitten, but it can be extremely difficult and dangerous. After a burst of multicolored magical light, the matches in front of some students exploded with a loud bang, shattering into countless sparks that flew in all directions. With a quick hand, Professor McGonagall waved her wand, turning the scattered sparks into small birds. The birds chirped melodiously, circled once above the room, and then vanished without a trace. "Focus. Be cautious," Professor McGonagall called out loudly. "You need a clearer goal. Imagine the shape, size, and texture of the needle." This effortless display of transfiguration greatly boosted the students' enthusiasm for practice. Before long, Professor McGonagall made her way to Weizet's table. She had noticed earlier that Weizet hadn't cast a spell immediately but had closed his eyes to visualize. Sensing her gaze, Weizet opened his eyes. Through his visualization he had built a sufficiently clear image. Now he only needed the aid of the incantation. Vera Verto. The sensation of casting transfiguration magic is quite marvelous. With the help of the incantation, Weizet's consciousness enveloped the surface of the match as if transforming into a pair of hands able to manipulate the match at will. He felt a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of his childhood days playing with mud in a past life. A clear goal emerged. A silver needle materialized in Weizet's mind as he directed his consciousness to mold the match, which indeed began to elongate and sharpen. More details are needed. He endeavored to replicate every aspect of the silver needle. It must have a metallic sheen. The needle tip needs to be more refined. There should be a hole for the thread. The match on the table continued to change its form, its edges softening, the red and wood colors gradually fading. The bright luster of metal became increasingly apparent while the match's shape grew longer, the end tapering to form a sharp needle tip. Is this really the first time casting a spell and it succeeded so quickly? Anthony glanced at the match before him and exclaimed, "This is too fast, isn't it?" Professor McGonagall lightly nodded, acknowledging Anthony's remark. Transfiguration magic requires not only caution but also sufficient patience and imagination. Weizet began with the first step of closing his eyes to visualize, not rushing into action, which was a sign of prudence. Professor McGonagall observed the orderly process of change, with each step taken firmly, not rushing for immediate success but making gradual adjustments which reflected patience. Weizet had not ceased casting the spell, evidently because the magic was not yet truly complete. The end of the silver needle displayed a hole for threading and intricate patterns emerged on its surface. Professor McGonagall leaned in to observe, discovering it was the pattern of mistletoe. The mistletoe pattern was the finishing touch, elevating this silver needle from a mere utility item to something of greater value. Generating complex patterns through willpower showcases the power of imagination, a unique advantage of wizards. She held the silver needle in her hand and proclaimed loudly, "Mr. Lovegood has completed this spell, successfully transforming the match into a silver needle. Ravenclaw receives 5 points." The students collectively looked up at her. "Quickly enlarge." Professor McGonagall cast a spell and the small silver needle rapidly extended and thickened, transforming into a beautifully carved cone. She raised the cone to show the students, "Everyone can see this is a very successful transfiguration spell. Besides the hole for the thread, Mr. Lovegood has also created beautiful patterns. Not only did he transform it into a silver needle, but it also has patterns." Anthony patted Weizet's shoulder heavily. "You make me feel quite pressured." Spell halt. Professor McGonagall returned the silver needle to its original size. "Well done, Weizet." "Thank you." Weizet took the silver needle and suddenly thought of a question. "Professor McGonagall, does this needle count as wood or metal now?" "That's an interesting question," Professor McGonagall replied with a smile. "You simply changed the appearance of the match, so it is still wood." Weizet inquired, "Can transfiguration magic change the essence of a match and turn it into a true silver needle?" "Of course, but I would not recommend doing so." Professor McGonagall patiently explained, "The danger of transfiguration magic stems from this. For inanimate objects, changing their essence might merely make them less fragile, allowing them to be used more effectively. But what if you change your own essence? After changing essence, are you still you? Having a true steel body means your essence must also transform into steel, causing your original essence to become lost." "Does essence become lost?" Weizet opened his mouth, feeling a chill rising behind him. Professor McGonagall noticed Weizet's apprehension and gently nodded. "This is essence. In my view, a wizard's essence stems from his thoughts and desires, which is the soul. When your body becomes powerful but your soul has changed, are you still the same you? If not, then who are you?" These are questions worth pondering. The soul is a fascinating topic. Exploring the mysteries of magic and deepening the understanding of the soul is an essential step. Many wizards may thus go astray, becoming dark wizards who toy with souls for amusement. Professor McGonagall suddenly shook her head. "I seem to have said too much. You just need to remember that to progress further on the path of transfiguration magic, you must recognize and maintain your essence. If you're interested, look up information about animagus." What Professor McGonagall said was undoubtedly beyond the syllabus, but it greatly benefited Weizet. The magical world is like a vast treasure trove with secrets to explore in abundance. He hurriedly took out his notebook to jot down Professor McGonagall's words. There was still plenty of time left in this class, and many students gathered around Weizet, eager to inquire about his insights on transfiguration magic. Weizet did not hold back, generously sharing his insights. In his view, being able to answer others' confusion also helps to solidify his own acquired knowledge. You don't need to be so hard on yourself. Start by trying to sharpen one end of the match, taking it one step at a time. Didn't you see? The color of the match has lightened. That's a good start. Changing the color first is also a fine choice. You can relax. Hold your wand a bit farther away. The previous explosion was merely an accident. If you are truly afraid, you can break the red phosphorus in front of you. The most important thing is to try. Seeing Weizet surrounded by so many students, Professor McGonagall sighed gently. She envied Flitwick. Now, how could such an outstanding student choose Ravenclaw? Actually, Hermione performed well too. She could also shape the match into a needle's prototype. Unfortunately, this child struggles with interpersonal skills, often sounding preachy when answering questions. Professor McGonagall understood why Dumbledore appreciated Weizet so much. Amidst the torment of dark wizards, to nurture such a humble character capable of harmonizing with those around him is truly rare. Weizet also seemed to possess the potential for mental occlusion. To develop this potential, one wonders how Dumbledore plans to guide him and who he will choose as a mentor. Hogsmeade Village. Dumbledore stepped out of the flames, appearing on the second floor of the Hogshead Inn. Soon after, hurried footsteps echoed. A tall, thin old man with grey-white beard appeared before him. The old man raised an eyebrow and gruffly asked, "What brings you here?" Dumbledore replied softly, "Aberforth, I would like to ask you for a favor." The first-year curriculum at Hogwarts was quite relaxed, with no classes on Friday mornings, leaving students free to roam. After breakfast, Weizet left the castle and strolled across the grass toward the Forbidden Forest. Just yesterday morning, Hagrid had sent him a letter via owl inviting him to his hut for a visit and inquiring about his recent well-being. Before entering Hogwarts, Hagrid was one of the few who held no prejudice against him. Coupled with their encounter in Diagon Alley, Weizet found no reason to decline the invitation. Moreover, he was deeply intrigued by the Forbidden Forest, and Hagrid's hut happened to be right on its edge. Hagrid called his dwelling a hut, but to Weizet it felt more like a giant's castle. The oak door frame alone stood nearly 4 meters tall, giving this single-story hut the impression of a 2-story building. Outside, it had a rustic farmhouse ambience adorned with all sorts of peculiar tools. Before Weizet could knock, a thunderous bark erupted from the side. "Oh! That must be Weizet." Hagrid's voice rang out. "Phone. Easy. You'll scare him." With a whoosh of wind, a massive black dog suddenly burst forth. The great hound, tongue lolling, leaped up and lunged at Weizet. "Hey! Phone. You'll frighten Weizet." Hagrid followed closely, grabbing the dog by the scruff of its neck and lifting it up. Though the black dog stood a meter tall, it had no chance of resisting in Hagrid's grasp. The size difference was too vast. It was a Neapolitan Mastiff resembling a Shar-Pei, with its wrinkled face which gave it a melancholic look. "He's just excited. There aren't many students who come here during the day," Hagrid said, ushering Weizet inside. "He's actually quite gentle, even a bit timid." "Woof." Fawn sniffed around Weizet, tongue still hanging out. Despite being a Mastiff, Fawn was surprisingly docile, even rolling over to let Weizet rub its belly. "You're my friend, so hell be good to you," Hagrid chuckled. "He's usually a bit timid, but if real danger comes, hell, make the right choice." The interior was simple, consisting of just one room. By the fireplace stood furniture of astonishing proportions, and in the corner was a large bed covered with a patchwork. The walls were adorned with various items: an umbrella, a massive leather coat, and a crossbow. The fireplace was equally oversized, with sides for hanging smoked meat and poultry, and space in the middle for a copper kettle and a baking tray. "Have some tea?" "I just baked some biscuits," Hagrid warmly invited. He set the tray before Weizet and lifted the copper kettle to brew tea. "How do you find it here?" he continued, tearing off a piece of biscuit for Fawn. "It might be different from your old life, but I think you'll adjust." Crunch, crunch. Fang's teeth waged a fierce battle with the biscuit, producing sounds like gnawing on a bone. Weizet's eyelids twitched. His teeth were no match for a Mastiff's. "Thanks," he said, taking the cup and blowing on it. "I had breakfast before coming, just tea is fine." The biscuit was too much for him, but just right for Hagrid. "No need to be formal with me," Hagrid said, grabbing a biscuit as white as a head and crunching away. "You can think of Hogwarts as your second home." Whether by age or stature, Hagrid's first impression always carried a sense of distance. Only through genuine interaction did one discover his simple heart, straightforward speech, and willingness to share everything. He told Weizet about his youth, how he was expelled for a certain incident, missing the chance to continue his studies at Hogwarts. He also spoke of the nearby Forbidden Forest teeming with all kinds of magical creatures and plants. Because of this, the Weasley twins were always scheming to sneak into the forest and cause a ruckus. They do experiments in there, and a few times they've even attracted centaurs. Not only could they get hurt, but the little darlings in the forest might get injured too. Those two are slippery as eels. Every time I have to find them, it takes up so much of my time. Luckily they're third years now, in a few more years they'll have an easier time." Little darlings. Weizet thought of Hagrid's unique definition of the term. "Hagrid, which magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest do you like?" "Oh, so many." When the conversation turned to his favorite topic, Hagrid's voice rose with excitement. "Thestrals, demighezes, alchemies, hippogriffs, unicorns." He listed various creatures, his smile growing brighter. "They're all my good children." He lifted the copper kettle and pulled out the mat beneath it. This mat is made from an alchemy's crest feathers, great heat insulation, and it can stretch or shrink. Caught up in his enthusiasm, Hagrid brushed the soot off the crest feathers, revealing their bright azure hue beneath. He pinched both ends of the crest and gently pulled, expanding it to the size of a palm leaf fan, then he compressed it, shrinking it to about the size of a hand. Besides the alchemy crest, there were many other materials from magical creatures. For instance, a roll of bandages casually hung on the wall was woven from unicorn tail hairs. Moreover, the dirty grease-stained handbag by the bed was also made from unicorn tail hair. Hagrid casually remarked, "I sold some unicorn tail hair before to buy Fluffy. You'll need to find more soon or he'll run out of bandages." The Zerter clutched his chest. Bandages? You collect unicorn tail hair just to make bandages? That's right. Hagrid nodded. You know, I was expelled from Hogwarts, so I didn't get to learn much more. Animals in the forest get hurt and bandages made from unicorn tail hair work best. They speed up healing without hindering the little darling's movements. Perhaps it was his sincere devotion to magical creatures that earned him their favor. Yet the reasoning was so crude that the Zerter felt a pang of regret. He had already grasped the prices in the wizarding world. A single unicorn tail hair cost 10 galleons and a bandage required at least a dozen hairs. Hagrid was undoubtedly a hidden millionaire. The value of his handbag alone was immeasurable. As the gamekeeper, Hagrid also had a steady supply of materials, which was crucial. The Zerter stood up and asked solemnly, "Hagrid, once I master healing magic and help you treat magical creatures, could you give me some unicorn tail hairs?" "Ha! Of course." Hagrid paused, scratching the back of his head. "Actually, if you want some, just say the word." By noon, Weizet bid farewell to Hagrid and left the hut. Before leaving, Hagrid, relying on his physical advantage, stuffed quite a few materials into his pockets. Apart from unicorn tail hairs, there were also many materials he hadn't had time to identify. Weizet felt lightheaded. A state he thought would be suitable for the afternoon's flying lesson. "It's almost the weekend, and with so many materials, I can study how to make a wand. Healing magic, the animagus transformation Professor McGonagall mentioned. I need to look into all of them." There were 2 more classes in the afternoon: herbology taught by Professor Sprout and the much-anticipated flying lesson. Herbology was held in the greenhouses, and the first-year students had limited exposure to plants. Even before the term started, Weizet had learned a great deal from Luna. Whether it was digging, fertilizing, or tending the plants, he handled everything with ease, earning him points from Professor Sprout. Without a moment's concern for the dirt on his clothes, Weizet packed his books and headed straight for the lawn, the meeting point for the flying lesson. Chris quickly grabbed him. "Weizet, aren't you going back to wash up? It might not be appropriate to go like this." The Slytherins were sharing the herbology class with them, and a stocky black-haired girl suddenly spoke up. "That's right. No matter how much a dirty Obscurial washes, they'll never be clean." Her tone was contemptuous, and she crossed her arms, lifting her chin to reveal a thick jaw. "Is that so? I thought as a wizard one could use a more magical approach." Weizet smiled faintly, drew his wand, and traced an elegant S-curve. "Scourgify." In the blink of an eye, all the mud on him vanished and his robes were pristine again. He continued casting effortlessly, cleaning his roommates as well. He even spread his hands and asked in a calm tone, "Need help cleaning up? Or perhaps you can do it yourself? Please." The girl's face flushed a deep crimson. "You?" Weizet's courteous gesture left her speechless, and his roommates burst into laughter. "Millicent, let's go," a thin-lipped girl interjected, brushing past Weizet. "Pansy, I was helping you. Miss Bulstrode. Please address me by my surname, it would show you have some breeding." Pansy snapped, walking away from the greenhouse without looking back. Millicent's face turned even uglier and tears welled up in her eyes. She couldn't utter another word and ran off, covering her face. "What's all this about?" Terry asked curiously. "I've been meaning to ask you, why do they have such hostility towards you?" "Well, he is an Obscurial." Anthony frowned. "It's fear and repression of magic that creates an Obscurial, traits usually found in Muggles. Slytherin believes in pureblood supremacy and even looks down on Muggle-born wizards. It's no surprise this happened. Too bad they can't do the magic Weizet can." Michael slung an arm around Weizet's shoulder. "How come you can be friends with Cho Chang and know spells we don't? I'm so jealous." "I learned this spell from Cho Chang," Weizet explained. "The Scouring Charm, a very useful household spell. Do you want to learn? I'll lend you my notes. Let's talk about it when we get back." Michael waved his hand dismissively. "The brooms are probably out already. Let's go pick a good-looking one. Since ancient times, humans have yearned for and been curious about the sky. It is this longing that gave rise to all kinds of flying machines. Wizards shared the same aspiration, so they invented the broomstick, which even led to a wizarding sport, Quidditch. Madame Hooch was the flying instructor and also a Quidditch referee. She officiated all matches at Hogwarts. She arrived early, laying out the brooms in 2 rows on the ground. "She looks like she has eagle eyes," Terry whispered, leaning in. Madame Hooch had a short, practical crop of gray hair, and her eyes were a striking bright yellow, truly like an eagle's. Her eyesight was as sharp as an eagle's too. When she saw Michael pick up a broom, she rushed over instantly. "Please put the broom back on the ground. Even if you know how to use a broom, wait until class and follow my instructions to pick it up." "Ow. Michael recoiled as if shocked, dropping the broom back onto the ground. Sorry, Madam Hooch. Ahem. Madam Hooch cleared her throat, looking a little embarrassed. I should be the one apologizing. I'm a bit too sensitive. Yesterday afternoon I taught the other two houses and one of the children had an accident, so I need to be extra careful. Michael and the others huddled together, puzzled. Who was it? It was Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor. Hannah's voice rang out. He broke his wrist. It must have hurt a lot. More Hufflepuffs gathered around, sharing bits of school gossip with great enthusiasm. Draco Malfoy took something from Neville Longbottom. Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy clashed. Harry Potter became the Seeker. Michael and the others were even more confused. What's all that about? How did he become Seeker? Isn't the Quidditch tryout this weekend? As the bell rang, Madam Hooch clapped her hands and called out loudly, since everyone is here, let's begin today's lesson. Stand next to a broomstick. Remember, do not touch it. Then wait for my next instruction. The students complied, amused by Madam Hooch's apparent nervousness. Good. Now extend your hand over the broom, but don't move yet. Wait for my next instruction. After the students followed suit, Madam Hooch continued, say up, and when the broom flies into your hand, catch it. Then stop. And wait for your next instruction, the students added with a hint of exasperation. Yes. Exactly. Madam Hooch nodded. We must take it step by step to avoid accidents. After a series of up commands, not everyone managed to grasp their broom. Some Hufflepuff students watched their brooms roll a couple of times on the ground before slowly flying into their hands. Hannah's broom seemed broken, it didn't respond at all, turning her face red with frustration. Perhaps because they lived in higher places, the Ravenclaws performed much better. After a few calls, their brooms answered readily. Vizet's broom was particularly obedient. Even before he spoke, the mere thought of it sent the broom flying swiftly into his hand. Summoning a flying broomstick was only the first step. These brooms were all quite old, and calling them was no easy task. Even when a flying broomstick answered the call, it might fall midway, shedding a few twigs as it tumbled on the ground. Once everyone managed to grasp the handle, Madam Hooch continued issuing cautious commands. She guided each person on their preparatory stance and precautions, imparted some handy tips, and demonstrated how to ride without slipping. All right. She grew tense, sweat beading on her forehead. When I whistle, you mount your brooms, give a push with your legs, and soar into the sky. Don't be nervous. This is just a flying lesson, not a race. There's no competition, no pressure at all. Remember. Grip your broomstick tightly. Pull up on the handle to ascend, lean forward and press down to descend, and the broom will carry you back to the ground. Listen for my whistle. And don't be nervous. She put the whistle to her lips and mounted her broom first, her expression cautious. The students followed suit, mounting their brooms. At the sound of the whistle, they all rose into the air without any mishaps. Madam Hooch's tone lightened. Good. Now try landing, take it slow, no rush. After they completed the descent, she instructed them on hovering and turning midair. These were advanced techniques, and students new to flying would need time to master them with ease. Seeing Weizet execute a graceful shaped weave, Michael couldn't help but say, Weizet, how do you do that? Madam Hooch hasn't even taught us yet. Weizet shook his head, finding it strange too, why flying felt as natural as drinking water or breathing. But he soon realized the reason: he was an Obscurial. When he had crossed over, he floated in the form of an Obscurus. It was this innate ability to fly that made him so adept at it. If he weren't worried about alarming Madam Hooch, he would have flown higher to attempt some more daring maneuvers. Michael sighed. How did you get so skilled? I was the first to touch the broomstick. Chris teased you were the first to touch it, but when Madam Hooch called out, you got scared and dropped it. Terry chimed in, right. You abandoned it first, so now you're flying like this. Michael raised his voice, making an excuse. This broom is too old, look, twigs are falling off when it flies. I'm just being safe. Yes, safety first. You make a point. You could replace Madam Hooch as the teacher, Anthony said, flying higher and looking down with a smirk. You're no better. Michael shot back. For someone who claims to have an aura relative, how can you ride a broom like that? He leaned on the handle, legs clamped tightly around the broom, head wobbling forward while making faces. This is how you ride a broom, isn't it? Safe enough. I don't ride like that. Anthony's face flushed with embarrassment from Michael's mockery. Tell me. Is this how I look? Only a few snickers answered him. Weizet shook his head gently. Safety first, you're not wrong. See? Anthony grew more confident with Weizet's approval. Michael laughed. That's just Weizet being nice. Didn't you hear Chris and Terry laughing? Damn it. Just you wait. Anthony, humiliated and furious, gritted his teeth and flew straight upward. Michael kept laughing unfazed by Anthony's approach. Anthony, now reckless, showed no fear and collided head-on with Michael. Both brooms let out a groan. Like magnets repelling each other, they flew backward in opposite directions upon impact. "You too." Madame Hooch immediately sensed the trouble and blew her whistle. "Everyone! Land immediately! Land now!" Without a second thought, she dove straight down on her broom, landing ahead of Michael. She dropped her broom and lunged forward, catching Michael just in time. Neither was hurt. "Look up there!" The students screamed, staring at the sky. Anthony's broom was spewing green smoke, carrying him higher toward the castle. "Can I even keep this job?" Madame Hooch's voice was tinged with despair as she mounted her broom again. She was too far from Anthony, and she feared another injury in today's lesson, dreading what Madame Pomfrey would have to say. Just then she caught a figure in her peripheral vision. "How is he so fast?" Weizet shot upward on his broom, leaving a trail of afterimages. The wind roared in Weizet's ears, rushing into his robe through the sleeves, making it flap loudly. The broom was indeed old, groaning under full power. But to save Anthony, he couldn't afford to slow down. Just as Anthony was about to crash into the castle window, Weizet raised his wand. "Accio robe." Anthony's robe was yanked by an unseen force, stopping him from hitting the window. Below him the broom snapped with a crack and broke in two. Falling, Anthony screamed and flailed his arms, grasping at air as if searching for a lifeline. The true lifeline, Weizet steered his broom like an arrow, diving down and casting another summoning charm. Anthony's descent slowed again, but his robe tore with a ripping sound. It couldn't withstand a third summoning charm. Weizet wasn't surprised. He had anticipated this and prepared a backup plan. He hadn't been idle that week. Besides mastering what he had learned, he spent his remaining time exploring Hogwarts Castle. But the castle was vast, with countless secret passages and chambers, so he could only explore as much as possible. The ancient magical power he gathered during this time was enough to enhance and refine his spells. The summoning charm had many uses, and he decided to enhance it further. Now it could grasp larger creatures like Anthony about to hit the ground. Many students covered their eyes, imagining a bloody scene, Anthony's skull shattering, blood splattering everywhere. "Accio Anthony!" Weizet murmured, channeling the ancient magical power into his wand. It blazed with a brilliant silvery blue light. An invisible force enveloped Anthony's entire body, lifting him slightly until he hovered 10 centimeters above the ground. Anthony gasped for air, his nostrils filled with the pungent scent of soil and grass, a chill running down his spine from the harrowing escape. "Weizet! Mr. Goldstein!" Professor McGonagall's stern voice rang out. "You! What happened during flying lessons this time?" 3 minutes earlier. "Professor McGonagall, after tomorrow's Quidditch tryouts, could we use the Quidditch pitch?" "Harry's only a first year, he needs more practice with us," Oliver would ask, trailing behind Professor McGonagall. As captain of the Gryffindor team, the Quidditch Cup was always his goal. With Charlie Weasley's graduation, that goal seemed to slip further away until Professor McGonagall recommended Harry Potter to him. "I can negotiate with Professor Snape. He already applied to use the pitch the day before yesterday." Professor McGonagall nodded. Wood grew impatient. "Could we cut their practice short by 2 hours? Half the time for each side would be perfect." "I'll try." Professor McGonagall turned, her expression stern as she looked at Wood. "I know you're eager and so am I, but the pitch is shared by everyone." Seeing Wood's anxious face, she suddenly sensed something amiss. "Mr. Wood, it's class time? Why aren't you in the history of magic classroom?" Wood broke into a sweat, his eyes darting wildly as he searched for something irrelevant to divert Professor McGonagall's attention. "Professor McGonagall, look. They're having flying lessons over there, and it seems there's another accident." Professor McGonagall remained unmoved. "Mr. Wood, I hope you'll answer my question directly?" As head of Gryffindor, she knew Wood well. As long as Quidditch wasn't involved, he was quite rule-abiding. But once anything related to Quidditch came up, Wood transformed into a different person, becoming fanatically obsessed. Just like now. Incredible speed. A beautiful dive, so agile. How does he seem born to fly? And on a shooting star, a relic from 1955. One problem after another. Wood's words tumbled out at an astonishing pace. "So he's rescuing someone. He should save him." "No. Professor McGonagall, someone's falling." Professor McGonagall whirled around, and when she saw Weizet diving on a broomstick while a student plummeted toward the ground, her pupils shrank to pinpricks. She quickly drew her wand, but just as she was about to transfigure the lawn into an air cushion, a burst of silver blue light erupted from Weizet's wand, halting the students' descent. Seeing that both were unharmed, Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief and strode toward them. "Weizet. Mr. Goldstein, you. What happened during flying lessons this time?" Merlin's beard. Madame Hooch finally arrived, panting. Are you both alright? Any injuries? I'll take you to Madame Pomfrey. That's enough. Yesterday a child got reckless and broke his wrist, today a broom malfunction. Why has this been happening so often lately? Madam Hooch, you're too tense. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses. Accidents during flying lessons are quite common. Please don't worry. Weizet, Mr. Goldstein, do you feel unwell? Do you need to visit the hospital wing? No. Anthony waved his hands repeatedly. It was quite thrilling. I thought I was going to die. Stop it. Madam Hooch clutched her chest. 2 days in a row with such problems. Professor Trelawney was right, I've been having a streak of bad luck. Professor Trelawney. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow, clearing her throat. You really needn't worry. It was just an accident. Wood picked up the faulty broomstick and examined it. Definitely an accident. The twigs were too old to use. Even if it hadn't happened today, it would have eventually. These brooms are all 40 or 50 years old. It's high time they were replaced. Continuing to use them might bury some real talent. Madam Hooch, go back to your class. I'll submit a request for a new batch of brooms, Professor McGonagall said. Would you should go back too? Madam Hooch led Weizet and the others away, leaving Wood with a conflicted expression. Professor McGonagall, can Weizet join our team? I haven't seen Harry's true ability yet, but I've witnessed Weizet's. If both of them joined the Gryffindor team, would definitely win the cup this year. His eyes seemed to sparkle with fervent longing. If we don't, he'll eat spaghetti upside down. Mr. Would go back to class now. Professor McGonagall's eyebrows shot up. Otherwise he'll have no choice but to deduct points. Watching Wood's retreating figure, Professor McGonagall pressed a hand to her forehead. I'd love to have Weizet on the team too, but he's a Ravenclaw. Late at night in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Dumbledore leafed through a copy of Transfiguration today. A week has passed. What do you think? Snape paced back and forth, his tone as dragging as his steps. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. As mediocre and arrogant as his father. He loves breaking rules and has the same obsession with showing off. He just craves attention but knows nothing. Ridiculous. Severus, perhaps you're only seeing what you wish to see, Dumbledore said softly. Other professors say he's humble and affable, talented too, a likable child. Oh, so what? Snape responded flatly. Dumbledore set down the Transfiguration today. And what about the other child? There was once someone who shared similarities with him, equally exceptional in talent though perhaps a bit more handsome. He had an insatiable thirst for knowledge and was favored by the professors, especially Professor Slughorn back then, who even invited him to join the Slug Club. I also heard a rumor that you awarded Ravenclaw 5 points, a feat no less challenging than joining the Slug Club. Snape seemed to recall something unpleasant, his expression darkening further and even his pacing ceased. Dumbledore pressed on. Severus, what do you think of him? Snape's jaw tightened, his voice gaining an edge. Since you've noticed the resemblance, you could nip it in the bud without asking me. Severus, I have no such intention. No two people are exactly the same in this world. Dumbledore chuckled with evident amusement. It is like two feathers from the same phoenix. As long as the wand's shaft and length differ, two distinct wands will be born. Another weapon. Snape's expression darkened. A wand does not submit completely either. You are aware of wand backfire, are you not? Of course I am. Dumbledore sighed deeply, his brow furrowing. In the past I had to confront Grindelwald neglecting Voldemort, who was still studying him. Severus, my energy is not what it once was and the situation we face remains dire. I need the help of others more than ever. Why do you always tell me these things? Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. Because I awarded him points. He is different from Voldemort, he is willing to appreciate the beauty around him. Dumbledore shook his head gently. You must have noticed his uniqueness, haven't you? Merely a bit of cleverness. Snape did not deny it. He sat down across from Dumbledore. Those eyes of his can see through appearances to the essence. Just as I thought. No wonder. Dumbledore nodded, his brow relaxing. I have not only spoken to you about this, I have also asked Minerva and the others. You need not do anything deliberate, only offer appropriate guidance so that he may always stay on the right path. I trust his character will lead him to make the correct choices. Minerva and the others. Hoof. Snape crossed his arms, a cold smile curling on his lips. Including Professor Quirinus. The importance of defense against the dark arts goes without saying, does it? Dumbledore's face showed a pained expression. This is what I wanted to discuss with you. Please keep an eye on Quirrell, will you? So it is him. Snape's gaze instantly sharpened. And you still let him participate in the fourth floor challenge? to lure the enemy in Severus. Dumbledore said at least for now Quirrell appears to be acting alone. I want to draw out the one behind him. And what about Harry Potter? Snape pressed on. If he truly appears, what will happen to Harry Potter? Dumbledore clasped his hands together, his thumbs circling each other. If the judgment from 10 years ago was correct, there should be no danger to his life. The judgment from 10 years ago. Snape took a deep breath. Because of that judgment he spent 10 whole years with those two foolish muggles. And now you dismiss it so lightly, needing him to face Quirrell directly, even the Dark Lord himself. And you say should be no danger to his life. Precisely because I need to focus on Harry, I cannot divide my attention. Dumbledore sighed once more. Weasley must rely on you all. I hope you remember what you have said. Snape stood up, gathered his robes and quickly left the headmaster's office. Over the weekend Weasley's life was equally fulfilling. After sending his letters in the morning, he arrived at the Great Hall where several roommates immediately gathered around him. Good morning, Weasley. Chris handed him a glass of pumpkin juice. I saw you doing homework last night. Have you finished it? Thanks. Weasley took the pumpkin juice. Almost done. I want to find some more material to enrich that essay on turning a match into a needle. How much have you written? Chris continued. Isn't it long enough? I've written enough length. Weasley said. Professor McGonagall taught me some extra knowledge, so I want to add some content about animagus. Terry immediately suggested, then after breakfast how about we go to the library? The Transfiguration essay. I haven't written enough length. Anthony followed suit, and the potions homework, the properties of those ingredients for the boil cure potion. I feel like I've missed some. Michael nodded in agreement. I haven't finished looking through that either. 1,000 magical herbs and fungi isn't complete. I've written even less than Anthony. The unpleasantness from flying class had not lasted long. He and Anthony had already reconciled and were discussing homework together again. Looking at the buttered bread, bacon and roast ham they handed him, Weasley asked with a knowing smile, did you plan this together? His roommates smiled sheepishly. Terry said, just a little more content and then we can go out and have fun. Michael shrugged. There's the Quidditch tryouts this afternoon. Anthony and I plan to go watch. Once the homework is done, there's no burden. Anthony added. Oh right. The Quidditch tryouts this afternoon. Weasley recalled that Cho Chang had also mentioned it to him last night. Cho Chang planned to participate in the tryouts to see if she could join the Ravenclaw team and had invited him to come and cheer her on. Under his roommates' expectant gazes, Weasley nodded in agreement. It was the first weekend of the term and not many students were in the library. Most of the people there were in small groups, either huddled in front of shelves searching for materials or sitting in the lounge area whispering discussions. That looks like a Gryffindor. Quite a rare sight. Michael pointed to the farthest corner of the lounge area. Hermione was sitting there alone, her bushy brown hair covering her face as she seemed to be writing homework. Ravenclaw had its own library, but it didn't have a complete collection, so some materials still required a trip to the main library. Weasley was not surprised. He often saw Hermione there, always alone. He said quietly to his roommates, for the potions homework, look for the 1986 issue of Practical Potioneer number 7. There's relevant content in it published by Professor Snape. Also, the second issue of today's Transfiguration from 1895 has an essay on turning a match into a needle written by Headmaster Dumbledore. I completed my homework based on those two magazines. Amazing. His roommates all gave him thumbs up. You've read so much. Weasley waved his hand with a smile. All thanks to Madame Pants. She helped me discover that magical magazines are incredibly interesting. Irma Pants was the Hogwarts librarian. As long as one didn't break the library rules, she was a fairly kind woman. Though she seldom smiled, her reading volume was astonishing. Weasley could always get from her the location of the books he needed. His roommates gathered in the periodical section to search for the magazines while Weasley approached Madame Pants. Madame Pants, may I ask where I can find books about animagus? At your age. Madame Pants looked Weasley up and down. Delving into animagus could be dangerous. Vizet explained. Professor McGonagall asked me to find some materials on animagi. I don't plan to practice this magic. Ah, Professor McGonagall. Madame Pants said in a flat tone. Theory of Metamorphic Transfiguration section, shelf 103, row 7. She added, her tone much heavier this time. Remember, do not scribble or draw on it. The library had been magically expanded countless times, with potions and transfiguration being two major categories occupying vast areas. The entire library housed thousands of shelves with hundreds of narrow aisles containing an endless array of books. It was Vizet's first time delving deep into the library. Many of the library's collections were ancient, even more unruly than those from Flourish and Blots, and some could even speak. Some books muttered incomprehensible sounds, some would suddenly let out a howl, and others whispered seductive words. Ah. All rubbish. Defiling Hogwarts. Magic belongs to pureblood families. Open me. Power beckons, with me you can have everything. Escape death. Weizet felt no fear, instead he found it fascinating and even activated his magic eye to observe. Unsurprisingly, the library existing since the school's founding naturally contained a vast amount of ancient magical power. Though he had only traversed this one path, the ancient magical power he harvested was considerable enough to turn the next page of The Wizard's Practical Guide. Ancient magic throwing mastery. Master the power of ancient magic, conceal it within objects and unleash it upon impact with the target. From the description, this was an offensive ability with a degree of stealth allowing for surprising effects. Weizet halted, digesting and understanding this ability. He discovered that throwing mastery was not simple, as it could be used in conjunction with other spells. Combined with the summoning charm, it could summon surrounding objects for attack. Paired with transfiguration, it could directly create projectiles. It could even use ancient magical power as fuel to enhance the flight speed of thrown items, achieving a surprising effect like the nitrous boost in racing games. The most crucial point was that this ability could still be effective even when unarmed. In his past life with this ability, he might have considered pursuing a career as a shot-putter, basketball player, or baseball pitcher. Weizet shook his head slightly and murmured, "But I prefer magic." With the loss of ancient magical power, the strange voices weakened, becoming as faint as a mosquito's hum. Weizet continued forward, taking about 5 minutes to reach the shelf Madame Pants had mentioned. Weizet found Theory of Metamorphic Transfiguration. The book had a pitch-black cover with an incredibly complex pattern embossed in gold foil. This pattern gave an impression similar to Vitruvian Man. Vitruvian Man was a work by Da Vinci depicting a man standing in both a cross and a star shape. But this pattern was even more complex, encompassing structural diagrams of countless animals within a circle and rectangle. Weizet could only identify classic forms like pigs, dogs, cows, sheep, lions, tigers, and elephants. He opened the book, and the first thing to catch his eye was not the prologue but a line of floating text formed by magic, no scribbling or drawing on the book. Not even Headmaster Dumbledore. Irma Pants. Weizet smiled softly. Leaving this message was very much in line with Madame Pants's attitude toward the collections. The magical text transformed into another string of words. It's true. When I wrote notes, this book flew up and hit my head. It hurt quite a bit. You should be careful. Albus Dumbledore. Weizet almost laughed out loud, but he was still a bit puzzled. Would Dumbledore really leave such a message? The Dumbledore he had encountered was a kind and amiable old man. Weizet found it hard to imagine such a person leaving such a playful note. Driven by his desire for the book's content, he didn't dwell on it and instead reached out to turn the page. As his hand touched the page, the magical text dissipated and the true prologue appeared. Metamorphic transfiguration is a topic that can spark debate among wizards. Many wizards insist that they change their very essence, elevating their transfiguration magic to new heights. As someone keen on getting to the bottom of things after interacting with these wizards, I discovered a sad truth: they don't even understand themselves yet. They believe they have achieved growth and transcendence. In this book I will act as a guide, leading you to deconstruct yourselves, recognize your essence, and even deconstruct all things, hoping to help you go further on the path of transfiguration magic. After reading the prologue, Weizet was deeply captivated and eagerly turned to the next page. This book contained not only the author's insights but also annotations expressing viewpoints in the margins. Combining the insights and annotations, he felt he had gained a deeper understanding of transfiguration magic. Weizet even began to form a vague idea, a path of transfiguration magic uniquely his own. Now he had reason to believe that the second magical text might indeed have been left by Headmaster Dumbledore. Focus. Start with something familiar. Relax. Don't let pressure control you. Seek a place of recollection. As Weizet read and attempted, he plucked a hair from his head and placed it on the ground, conjuring an image of a familiar garden in his mind. He hovered his wand tip over the hair. Transfigure. The hair quickly swelled and transformed into a palm-sized bookmark shaped like a leaf. Weizet consulted the structural diagrams in the book to refine the bookmark's details, making the color more vibrant and the veins more distinct, just like a real leaf. He suddenly experienced a feeling of being a creator, as if he could truly create something from nothing. He seemed to hear Luna's voice in his ear: "There needs to be a wish. My wish is for it to truly become a leaf." Weizet murmured as his wand emitted an emerald light engulfing the leaf-shaped bookmark. In Weizet's mind, a branch appeared with several lush leaves attached to the stump, exuding a faint scent of sandalwood. His imagination became reality. The leaf bookmark expanded outward, its texture growing tender, its color becoming more vibrant, and it even began to sprout tiny branches. Weizet! Weizet! Just then Anthony suddenly reached out and shook him, waking Weizet from his immersion in the book. "It's almost 1 o'clock. If we're any later, there might be no food left in the Great Hall. We still need to go watch the Quidditch tryouts this afternoon." Weizet slowly opened his eyes, catching a unique scent of sandalwood. In his hand appeared a branch exuding sandalwood fragrance still attached to a mistletoe leaf. There was no doubt this was an entirely magical creation possessing a rather eclectic feel. "Why is there a twig in your hand?" Antony asked curiously. "Because I need to borrow this book," Weizet replied with a smile, gently tapping the branch with his wand. The branch rapidly shrank into a sandalwood-scented mistletoe leaf bookmark. "Let's go." He tucked the bookmark into the book. The theory of metamorphic transfiguration greatly benefited Weizet, so much so that on his way to the Quidditch pitch he was still waving his wand, experimenting with more applications of transfiguration magic. Insights demanded practice, a learning method he had honed in his past life, and now in the magical world it remained effective. He walked across the grass waving his wand like a symphony conductor. With each step the trampled blades transformed into rare white primroses. The theory of metamorphic transfiguration contained numerous structural diagrams ranging from plants to animals in order of difficulty. The primrose was one such diagram, its structure not overly complex, making it ideal for practice. Weizet turned to look at the vanished primroses behind him, a sense of accomplishment filling his heart. Transfiguration is a vital branch of magic, possessed a unique charm all its own. The freedom and unpredictability were the hallmarks of transfiguration, immersing him so deeply he could not tear himself away. Michael had actually noticed this long ago. Watching one primrose after another bloom, his mouth fell open and he finally couldn't resist plucking one. Petals scattered and the rare white primrose lay in his hand, reverting to a blade of grass. He tugged at Weizet's sleeve. "Why did it turn into this?" "It's the most basic transfiguration. Turning grass into flowers isn't very difficult," Antony explained beside him. "It's just that Weizet executes it with remarkable skill. Remarkably skilled. How can he be so skilled?" He sighed in slight dejection. "The speed at which he performs transfiguration is too fast. I'm afraid the first-year curriculum has lost its meaning for him." "It's just practice making perfect," Weizet said, putting away his wand as petals instantly scattered behind him, the primroses returning to grass. "I usually practice a lot. It's nothing special. If you're interested I can lend you my notes," he said, holding up The Theory of Metamorphic Transfiguration. "This book has inspired me greatly. You should take a look." Faced with The Theory of Metamorphic Transfiguration, which was over 10 centimeters thick, Antony instinctively swallowed. "Let's talk about it later. It's the weekend. We need to balance work and leisure." Exactly. Michael quickly chimed in. "Look. The tryouts seem to have started." Weizet's range of activity had been confined to the castle, at most catching a distant glimpse of the Quidditch pitch from his dormitory window. The oval-shaped pitch resembled an olive in form, comparable in size to a football field. The central takeoff zone was clearly marked with a white circular pattern. As an aerial ballgame, the stands were also built high up, encircling the pitch like columns of an ancient Greek temple. 3 golden goalposts stood at each end of the pitch, topped with hoops that functioned like basketball nets. To score in the match, one needed to throw the ball through these hoops. Seeing Weizet's unfamiliarity with Quidditch, his 2 roommates proudly puffed out their chests, seizing this rare opportunity to explain the player positions and scoring methods. It was a time-honored sport beloved by witches and wizards worldwide, even boasting major events like the Quidditch World Cup. The game used 4 balls, 1 quaffle, 2 bludgers and 1 golden snitch. Each team fielded 7 players, 3 chasers, 2 beaters, 1 keeper and 1 seeker. Chasers were responsible for seizing the quaffle and throwing it through a hoop to score 10 points, the primary scoring method. Bludgers were enchanted to randomly attack players. Beaters wielded bats to protect their teammates from bludgers and knock them toward opponents to cause trouble. The keeper guarded the goalposts, preventing opponents from scoring. The golden snitch was imbued with flight magic, about the size of a ping-pong ball, flying extremely fast and silently. The seeker needed to find and catch it to end the game. Weizet asked curiously. 150 points. If someone catches the golden snitch right from the start, do they win immediately? That's what makes Quidditch so thrilling. Antony gesticulated excitedly, a trailing team seizing the opportunity to grab the snitch and turn the tables in one fell swoop. How exhilarating. Weizet nodded in agreement. The golden snitch indeed introduced unpredictability to the game, enhancing its spectacle. As they entered the pitch, they heard Cho Chang's call. "Weizet, come over here." On the benches on either side of the team's waiting area, quite a few people were already seated. Some, like Cho Chang, had brought their own broomsticks for the tryouts, while others used those provided by the school. Cho Chang polished her broomstick, her voice a bit hurried. "I thought you'd forgotten." "Sorry, I nearly did." Weizet sat on the bench. "Antony reminded me." Cho Chang waved. "Hello there." "Thank you both." "Well. Yeah. It's nothing, just that." Antony's ears turned crimson, his head bowed low, unable to meet Cho Chang's gaze. "Yes. Antony's right." Michael fared no better, his ears red as if scalded by boiling water. Weizet couldn't help but chuckle. These two had been passionately discussing and gesticulating on the way, yet the moment they greeted Cho Chang they turned into shrinking violets. It wasn't yet time for the tryouts at Cho Chang's desired position, she still needed time to adjust. To calm her nerves she chatted with Weizet about the team's current situation. Ravenclaw's team had suffered severe player attrition with vacancies among seekers, beaters and chasers alike. Cho Chang sighed, so the captains are quite anxious. Before you arrived 20 people had already been weeded out. How were they eliminated? Weizet asked, genuinely curious about the Quidditch tryouts. Hovering acceleration, weaving sharp turns. Cho Chang counted on her fingers. The captain randomly calls out maneuvers. If you can't keep up, you're out. Weizet pondered yesterday's flying lesson, thinking that if he had participated in the tryouts he could have at least advanced to the second round. The second round of tryouts began, starting with the beaters. This position demanded both accuracy and strength. Over a dozen candidates mounted their brooms, balloons strapped to their chests and split into pairs. They had to protect their own balloons while striking the bludgers that appeared at any moment. Just in time a male voice came from behind. It was Oliver Wood, whom Weizet had met once before. Cho Chang clearly knew Wood. She asked with some confusion, "Why are you at Ravenclaw's tryouts?" Wood lowered his clipboard, glanced at Weizet and said with a somewhat evasive look, "Just came to have a look. I am a captain after all." "Looks like you're gathering intelligence." Cho Chang smiled. "I've heard Roger mention you. He says you're a Quidditch fanatic who would give your life for the sport." Wood puffed out his chest, looking proud. "That's my honor." The beater tryouts continued and Weizet noticed that becoming a beater seemed to require taking risks. The bludgers were fiercely aggressive. If not struck away they would slam violently into the candidates' chests. They were knocked off their brooms, their mouths hitting the ground, shattering their teeth. The word miserable could hardly capture the full extent of it. Such accidents scared off many who slunk away from the pitch under the pretense of taking the injured to the hospital wing. "So Ravenclaws are just too delicate," Wood muttered. Noticing Cho Chang turning to look at him he quickly backtracked. "Actually there are some brave ones. These two lads aren't bad either. Quick reflexes, decent skills. Just need more practice." The two who secured the spots were third years Jason Samuels and Duncan Ingleby. With the beater tryouts done, Cho Chang suddenly stood up with a sharp swish, her body stiff as she walked forward. "Fred and George told me that a second year Seems Cedric has a thing for her." Wood mumbled, quietly scribbling on his clipboard. "Excellent flying posture. She was wearing a Tuchel Tornadoes jersey before. Probably loved Quidditch since childhood. She's likely the seeker." Weizet was momentarily speechless. "You're quite professional." "I'm just passionate about Quidditch," Wood nodded. "Nothing about Quidditch escapes my notice. Including you." "Me?" Weizet instinctively shrank back. "That has nothing to do with me, right?" Wood said very seriously. "I saw Harry's flying skills last night. Honestly, though impressive, he still falls short compared to you. If his flying talent is exceptional, you were born to fly. To achieve such astonishing speed on an antique like the shooting star. Unbelievable." He lowered his voice and asked Weizet, interested in transferring to Gryffindor. "I'd risk my life to ask Professor McGonagall." Weizet shook his head without hesitation. "I'm very happy in Ravenclaw. I do what I love every day and I enjoy the atmosphere here." "What a pity." Wood's voice carried a hint of regret. He fell silent, turning his focus back to the pitch to evaluate the seeker candidates. The most important thing for a seeker was flying speed to catch the golden snitch. Cho Chang's slender build gave her an edge, allowing her to fly faster than others, securing her advantage. When Roger threw marbles from different angles she caught them swiftly before they hit the ground. Accomplishing this with ease showed her sharp observation and quick reflexes. As Wood had predicted, Cho Chang was far superior to the others and secured the seeker position smoothly. "What a promising future," Wood remarked. "At least in the seeker position Ravenclaw has found a gem." Cho Chang, beaming with joy at earning the spot, broke into an even wider smile upon hearing his praise. "Next are the chasers." Wood scribbled on his board. "I can head back and start planning tactics soon." As he muttered, a voice came from the side. "Mr. Lovegood, there you are." It was Ravenclaw's head of house, Professor Flitwick, accompanied by Professor McGonagall in her green robes. Could it be? Wood's eyes flickered as if a bad thought crossed his mind. He sighed bitterly and murmured to himself, "Professor McGonagall, you're far too fair. Could you spare some of that fairness for Professor Snape?" Professor Flitwick, diminutive in stature, scurried over on his short legs. In an instant he was before Weizet. "Professor McGonagall told me you have great flying talent. Would you like to try out?" Weizet asked. Didn't the notice board say only second years and above could try out? Rules can be bent. Professor Flitwick said cheerfully. We thought new students needed time to adjust, so we added that rule. But you have no such issues. Your performance in class and homework has been outstanding. We've all seen it. Weizet nodded. Since Professor Flitwick says so and willing to give it a try. Flitwick immediately took action. Then follow me. I'll have a word with Arsenal and the others. Cho Chang made an encouraging gesture. Go for it. You'll do great. Anthony and Michael also stood up, showing their support with their eyes, though with Cho Chang nearby their movements were restrained. Go Weizet. A few more voices cheered him on. It was then Weizet noticed several Hufflepuff students had also gathered. It seemed wherever there was excitement, these gossip-loving students were sure to appear. Vice Captain Roger was responsible for selecting the chasers, leaving the initial screening to others. Arsenal Vincent, the team captain, was tall and sturdy playing keeper. He was also a 7th year. As a 7th year, he needed to prepare for his N.E.W.T. exams and had less time. This school year he had delegated most team matters to Roger while he studied on the sidelines. Barring any surprises, Roger would take over after Arsenal graduated. Seeing Wood's sour face makes me happy. Arsenal smiled. Yesterday noon he came bragging about a genius player in Gryffindor. He patted Weizet's shoulder. Professor Flitwick says you're also very talented. Then mount your broom and show me what you've got. The first round of selection commenced, and as Weiser had anticipated, this phase was quite effortless. Whether hovering, weaving, or even flying upside down, he performed all aerial maneuvers with remarkable ease. Upon his return to the ground, Arsenal said with a laugh, "This is the first time I've seen a new student fly so well on a meteor. This year is Ravenclaw's most promising one," he exclaimed, both excited and animated. "Have you considered which position you'd like to play?" Weiser suddenly recalled the new ability he had acquired in the library and thought a certain position might suit him well. "Could I be a chaser?" "Absolutely," Arsenal replied with a smile. "I'll make sure you become a chaser no matter what." As the team captain, Arsenal naturally aspired to win the championship. Unfortunately, the team had suffered a severe loss of talent over the years, leading to Ravenclaw's lackluster performance, always lingering in 4th place. The Hogwarts Quidditch Cup consisted of only 4 teams, and being 4th was merely a more palatable term for being last. Ravenclaw prided itself on adopting the colors of the sky and the eagle, yet their Quidditch team consistently ranked at the bottom, a rather embarrassing state of affairs. Weiser's appearance gave Arsenal, who was facing graduation, a glimmer of hope for the championship. Filled with excitement, Arsenal approached Roger. "Have you found a suitable chaser?" "Jeremy Stretton." Roger pulled over a 3rd-year student. "His reflexes and aim are decent. With some training he'll be fine for the matches. But we need 2 chasers and there aren't any other suitable candidates at the moment. We'll have to go through the selection list again, at least to fill the roster. Well, come and meet Weiser." Arsenal's voice rose involuntarily. "He's the genius recommended by Professor Flitwick. His flying skills are impeccable." "Really?" Roger was somewhat surprised. "Weiser. The name rings a bell. He's a 1st year, isn't he?" Arsenal was as thrilled as if he had won the lottery jackpot. "I've already taken him through the first round of screening. He even managed an inverted dive. His balance and speed are both flawless." Roger's eyes lit up. "Then he'll add his name to the list right away." Arsenal nodded. "Bring the quaffle and the bludgers. Let everyone get acquainted and have a brief training session." Mounting the team's match-grade broomsticks, Weiser ascended into the air with the others. Arsenal positioned himself in front of the goalposts. "Jeremy and Duncan, you two are responsible for intercepting Weiser's quaffle. Cho, you and Jason will team up with Roger to hit the bludgers targeting Weiser." Cho Chang frowned slightly and raised her hand. "May I ask, why is the target always Weiser?" "Because I have faith in him," Arsenal replied with a smile. "We'll be building our tactics around him in the future. Letting everyone understand the situation now will save us explanations during formal training next week. The bludgers are a significant threat on the pitch, and this training is also a test for all of you. It will expose your weaknesses and design your training tasks based on this session." Once everyone was ready, they quickly dispersed. With Weiser at the center, they maintained a distance of over 10 meters from one another. Roger opened the crate containing the bludgers. The 2 bludgers shot out like cannonballs, howling as they arced through the air and began attacking the players on the field. Arsenal tossed the quaffle into the air. "Weiser. Catch." Hovering in the starting zone, Weiser caught the quaffle and shot forward like an arrow. Roger moved swiftly through the air, successfully intercepting one bludger and swinging his bat to send it flying with a powerful strike. The bludger tore through the air with a deafening roar, leaving a dark streak in its wake. In an instant it was before Weiser, less than 2 meters away. Zhou Zhan watched the scene, gripping her broom tightly. The reactions of the new players were all too similar. They hadn't expected Roger to be so ruthless, showing no mercy at all. Isn't this too harsh? Roger muttered to himself as he continued searching for the other bludger. Professor Flitwick, seated in the stands, clutched his wand tightly, ready to intervene the moment Visor fell from his broom. Professor McGonagall, sitting nearby, adjusted her spectacles but kept her fingers gripping the frame, her eyes fixed intently on Visor in the sky above. Wood narrowed his eyes and unconsciously clenched his fists. At such a close range, most people wouldn't have time to react, would they? Roger may be a chaser, but he hits those bludgers with real ferocity. Arsenal held his breath, his gaze unwavering as he tracked the bludger. Visor, hearing the howl of the bludger, had already steeled himself mentally. When he saw the bludger appear before him, he felt not a trace of panic but rather a strange thrill that spurred him to accelerate even further. The match-grade broomstick performed exceptionally well, far surpassing the meteor in both acceleration and stability. With no intention of slowing down, he bent low, tucking the quaffle under his arm and pressing his chest against the handle, narrowly avoiding the bludger in a breathtaking maneuver. Visor's speed was astonishing. He streaked across the sky like a swift, leaving a trail of afterimages. Then, transitioning from extreme motion to absolute stillness, he appeared before Arsenal in the blink of an eye, again less than 3 meters away. Ancient magic throwing mastery. He hurled the quaffle with force, and under the power of ancient magic the ball emitted a soft whistle. Arsenal instinctively moved to catch it, but the quaffle traced a crimson afterimage flying straight through the hoop. Less than 30 seconds had passed since the start, and Visor had already scored a feat that most present had not anticipated. Zhou Zhan beamed with a radiant smile and called out loudly, 10 points for Visor. Professor McGonagall, I don't know how to thank you enough. Professor Flitwick's face was wreathed in smiles. It'll definitely help you snatch the trophy away from Professor Snape. It's still too early to say that. Our Potter isn't bad either. Professor McGonagall forced a smile. You'll see during the matches. Anyway, just make sure we get that trophy. Wood stared at his clipboard momentarily, at a loss for what to write. When speed reaches the unimaginable, devising tactics requires breaking the boundaries of imagination. In the end, he smiled wryly and wrote, "Thank goodness Visor isn't a seeker, otherwise it's hard to imagine how quickly he could end a match." Roger flew over to the goalposts, grinning as he complained, "Arsenal, don't go easy on me. I'm giving it my all and you're barely putting up a fight. It's really hard to react in such a short distance." Arsenal said with a rueful smile. "Let's go for another 5 minutes. And all of you put in some effort, don't leave Roger to do all the work." The training session became almost a solo showcase for Visor. Although they didn't get to identify the weaknesses of the other players, as Arsenal had said, they all gained confidence in Visor. If all else failed when the match began, they could simply trust Visor within the first 30 seconds. Having become a chaser for the Ravenclaw team, Weizet immediately returned to his dormitory to write a letter sharing the good news with Luna. Even in Ravenclaw, where academic pursuits were prized, Quidditch topics could still ignite fervent discussion. The Arsenal captain busy preparing for his N.E.W.T. exams was absent from the common room. Having lost their primary target, the crowd cornered Vice-Captain Roger, pressing him for the complete team roster. "Besides myself and Arsenal, everyone else is new. As you know, many graduated last year. Next is Cho Chang, a second-year seeker, solid fundamentals, quick reflexes, and Weizet. Come. Say hello to everyone." Weizet, who had just descended the stairs, was spotted by Roger and ushered before the crowd. Roger slung an arm around Weizet's shoulders and announced in a raised voice, "A top-tier chaser. Even I have to admit my inferiority." Even Arsenal was caught off guard. "We can look forward to this year's Quidditch. We truly have a chance at the championship." With this introduction, Weizet gained some renown within the house. Ravenclaw's lackluster Quidditch record had long frustrated many upper-year students. Having finally secured Roger's assurance, they were eager to offer Weizet tangible support, allowing him to focus his energy on training. Weizet did not refuse the help. From these senior students he received numerous useful notes and insights. This was another reason he loved Ravenclaw. The students here were diligent note-takers. These notes, brimming with personal reflections, served as excellent learning models. Leveraging the learning synthesis methods he had mastered in his past life, he could distill a unique set of insights by comparing different notes on the same spell. Take the healing charm, which he had just learned. This spell functioned like a band-aid, rapidly healing minor wounds. Soreness after exercise could also be alleviated with the healing charm, making it quite useful in daily life. After synthesizing 4 sets of notes, he had developed his own understanding of how to cast it. He recalled a doctor's advice from his past life: patients were told to relax their minds and bodies to recover faster. This principle could be applied to magic. Maintaining a relaxed mindset made casting the healing charm easier. Apiski. Weizet committed the insight to memory. As he chanted, a cluster of emerald light emerged from his wand tip. The light enveloped his wrist, producing a sensation akin to a warm compress, instantly dispelling the soreness from throwing the quaffle. You learn so fast. Penelope once again questioned her own abilities. I spent an entire weekend mastering this spell back then. I wouldn't have grasped it so quickly without your notes. Weizet quickly said, I was merely fortunate enough to stand on the shoulders of giants. Hearing you say that still makes me happy. Penelope's mood improved significantly and she resumed her revision. Weizet, not one to idle, continued practicing the healing charm by targeting other Quidditch players, healing one whenever he could. The next morning, before Weizet could even enter the Great Hall, Fred and George cornered him at the entrance. Heard you became a chaser. Why not go for seeker? I'd love to see you go head-to-head with Harry. Weizet asked, would tell you. Fred shook his head. Of course not. Wood wouldn't talk about that, he only devises tactics. Tactics designed to exhaust us. George chimed in, he sat by the fireplace all night drafting a plan as thick as a history of magic. Yes. Terrifying. Fred shivered. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats and a 10-mile run. Most importantly. George's face grew grim. We can't wear thick clothes in winter, we have to resist the cold through willpower. He's gone mad. Our hair will freeze off. The twins' antics prompted Weizet to quip, don't worry. I just learned the healing charm, I can use it to save you. Ah. That's wonderful. Fred yelped. If I'm ever on the verge of death, be sure to rescue me. George answered the earlier question, if you want certain information the best bet is to ask a Hufflepuff, their gossip is always the fastest. I will. Weizet nodded with a smile. His life remained routine. After breakfast he headed to the library to continue studying theories of transubstantial transfiguration. After an indeterminate time Ron's plaintive voice reached his ears. Weizet, have you finished your homework? Weizet looked up. Finished it the night before last. Did you miss some notes? Feel free to ask me if you need help. Ron said to Harry beside him. See. That's the difference between him and Hermione. Harry glanced at Madame Pants in the distance and nodded vigorously in agreement. Weizet, however, was puzzled by their purpose. Has something happened? Harry nodded eagerly. Yes. We can't stop thinking about that monster, we can't even focus on our homework. Monster. Homework. Weizet was even more confused. Harry and Ron opened the floodgates, pouring out the tale of their recent ordeal. Malfoy had challenged Harry to a midnight wizard's duel. Acting on impulse, Harry and Ron sneaked out of the common room to meet him, encountering Hermione and Neville along the way. The midnight duel was in fact a lie. Not only did Malfoy fail to show up, but he also reported them to Filch, intending to get them punished for breaking school rules. While frantically evading Filch, the four of them stumbled into the forbidden corridor Dumbledore had mentioned, coming face to face with a three-headed dog the size of a house. Weizet frowned. A three-headed dog. Guarding a trapdoor. Exactly. Harry nodded quickly. Do you know about the Gringotts break-in? It must be guarding that package, the one I went with Hagrid to retrieve. Weizet said, I don't think this is something you should be involved in. Professor Dumbledore said it was forbidden. So we came to borrow your homework. Harry said ruefully. Finishing the assignment is the priority. I don't want to be ridiculed by Snape. Ron added, Hermione refused to lend us hers, so we had to come to you. Copying homework isn't a good habit. Weizet raised an eyebrow. Given Professor Snape's abilities, if you copied my work, he'd see through it in an instant, wouldn't he? Since you say that. Ron pressed, what should we do? Weizet expertly guided them. Go to the periodical section and find the 1986 issue of Practical Potioneer number 7. Read it, summarize the content, and that should help you complete the assignment. With Ron and Harry receiving tutoring, they finally managed to complete their homework with great difficulty. Watching their retreating figures, Weizet fell into thought. No wonder Hagrid had shown unusual nervousness whenever he mentioned Fluffy before. It seemed Fluffy had become the guardian of the trapdoor, helping to watch over some treasure obtained from Gringotts. Why think so much? He reconsidered and chuckled softly, realizing this matter had nothing to do with him. Not long after, another faint voice sounded. Did you let Harry and Ron copy your homework? That's wrong. We're definitely going to lose points again. Hermione hugged a thick book, her speech still astonishingly fast, her brows filled with doubt. Weizet looked up. What are you talking about? I saw everything. Hermione pointed behind her toward her designated corner. Ron and Harry brought their homework over, they must have come to borrow yours. So where is my homework? Weizet asked softly, spreading his hands to reveal the copy of the Theory of Metamorphic Transfiguration. Hermione was momentarily speechless, her ears instantly turning red, and she stammered, sorry. I didn't know. Weizet replied calmly, they completed their homework themselves, I just helped answer a few questions. It's that simple. He now somewhat understood why Ron and Harry's tone carried dissatisfaction whenever they mentioned Hermione. Such a blunt and impulsive nature was indeed hard to accept, but that's exactly what I told them. Hermione said indignantly, I told them that if they copied homework they'd definitely be caught and lose points. Then I also said, if they didn't understand something they should come to me. Why didn't they take notes diligently when the lectures were clearly covered in class? Weizet found it somewhat amusing you said all that. Yes. Hermione nodded, I said it all. Weizet continued, do you think they appreciated hearing that from you? Why wouldn't they? Hermione hesitated, they should be fine. I was doing it for their own good. Weizet frowned actually I saw your last transfiguration spell turning a match into a needle. You were too greedy thinking you could complete magical transfiguration in a short time like me. Do you think you have that ability? Hermione's body trembled, her eyes slightly reddening you. Don't you understand yet? Weizet smiled faintly, the words I just said were merely imitating what you said to Ron in them. No one likes to be lectured, much less have someone order them around in a condescending tone, point out their flaws and deny their abilities. I know you mean well for them, but if you want them to accept your advice you can't just criticize them. It's almost time he'll be off now. Without acknowledging the stunned Hermione he took the theory of metamorphic transfiguration and his notebook and left the library. With ample time over the weekend he planned to continue exploring the magnificent castle to harvest more ancient magical power. Defense against the dark arts was an extremely important course covering the identification of various dark magical creatures and understanding the evil charms, hexes and curses associated with dark magic. The course also taught a number of offensive spells and explained how wizards should engage in combat. Additionally, the course itself was highly controversial, since 40 or 50 years ago no professor had taught it for more than a year. Even Ravenclaw students would assert this course itself is probably cursed. Finding a new defense against the dark arts professor every year had become Dumbledore's primary challenge. For this reason the teaching quality of defense against the dark arts professors varied greatly. For instance, the current Professor Quirrell was generally poorly rated by students. First, Quirrell had a peculiar appearance with a purple turban wrapped around his head that emitted a smell of garlic. Students had to endure the pervasive garlic odor during class. Second, Quirrell's class content involved stammering through the textbook, then stammering through explanations with slight extensions lacking any real practical combat material. Such a class experience was hardly enjoyable, leading many students to call it a substitute for history of magic and openly catch up on sleep during the lesson. The Snot Curse. This is an ancient magic. Quirrell began his stammering lecture again. After the Wizarding World War. The improved Snot Curse. Return to the textbooks. The most dangerous aspect of dark magic was curses, and the Snot Curse was precisely a curse. However, in Quirrell's explanation the spell's effect was very simple, it caused the victim to have a severe runny nose like a bad cold. The name and description of the Snot Curse were both mundane, coupled with the stammering voice causing at least half the students to start dozing off. Even the Ravenclaw students couldn't hold on and simply pulled out yesterday's homework from Snape, writing furiously. Weizet always completed the homework assigned in class on the same day. With his extensive experience from history of magic he could barely organize the lecture content and glean a small amount of knowledge. Piece by piece, like a puzzle, assembling the fragmented class material became a form of enjoyment for him. The Snot Curse was not as simple as it seemed. According to Quirrell, the spell had undergone several modifications, especially after the Wizarding World War, which drastically reduced its power. Professor Quirrell. Weizet raised his hand. May I ask, do you know the original power of this magic? His clear and loud voice instantly woke the drowsy students, who groggily looked around to see who was speaking. Oh. Quirrell also seemed startled. Mr. Lovegood, why? Why do you think that? Weizet said, because it's a curse. As one of the most dangerous types of dark magic, shouldn't it do more than just cause a stuffy nose? He. You listen very attentively. Quirrell laughed, a look of relief in his eyes. Among the many students who were distracted, Weizet, who listened attentively, took notes and thought critically, stood out. Quirrell continued, this magic is ancient because its inspiration came from diseases or plagues. Plagues deadly enough to kill. In other words, the original effect of this curse could be used to kill. It was a killing curse. A killing curse. A magic related to death naturally caught the attention of the students present. The earliest Snot Curse was very complex, a composite curse that could cause severe diarrhea, persistent fever and skin ulcerations. Quirrell's stammer was truly unbearable. Within just 3 minutes the students, who had barely managed to muster their spirits, were once again succumbing to drowsiness, nodding off as they struggled to stay awake. Weizet's earnestness touched Quirrell, prompting him to open up and deliver a profound interpretation of the Snot Curse as if he were imparting all his knowledge with unreserved generosity. Only Weizet listened with rapt attention, filling an entire page with notes. As the bell rang, Quirrell approached Weizet, his expression anxious and his voice hoarse as he asked how. How was it? Can you understand? Brilliant. Weizet replied with a satisfied smile. This is my first encounter with a composite spell. Do all previous spells share similar characteristics? Quirrell beamed with joy. What a brilliant connection. No wonder Professor Flitwick and the others always praise you. Would you like to learn more about such spells? Come to my office at noon and I'll recommend some books. Weizet nodded in agreement. Of course, I'd be delighted. I hope I won't intrude too much on your lunch break. Not at all. Quirrell waved his hand, smiling even more brightly than before. It's rare to find such a diligent student. He trudged back to his office with heavy steps, pressed his back against the door, and his eyes revealed a flicker of anguish. I must do this. It's my master's command. He muttered hysterically. But he's just an eager Ravenclaw, much like I once was. I'm sorry. Hiss. Quirrell gasped sharply, instinctively clutching his head as pain made breathing difficult, a signal from Voldemort summoning him. He walked to the center of the office, removing the purple turban from his head in front of the mirror. The mirror reflected the back of his skull, where a horrifying face had grown. The face resembled that of a snake, with only 2 slits where a nose should have been, and its sinister eyes glowed with an eerie red light. Voldemort, once bound to a serpent, had transferred to Quirrell, forging an unbreakable bond of subservience. Voldemort's voice hissed like a serpent's venomous whisper. Quirinus. I hope this time you bring me good news. Master. Quirrell trembled, his tone reverent. The 2 boys you asked me to watch, I have already invited one of them. Harry Potter. Voldemort's eyes flared with crimson light, then dimmed slightly. No. That boy's skills are lacking. You invited Weizet Lovegood. Yes. Today I lectured on the snot curse, successfully capturing his interest. Quirrell quickly explained. I invited him to come at noon to recommend some books. A Ravenclaw just like you. The lure of knowledge is fatal for your kind. Voldemort chuckled darkly. Excellent. Quirinus, you've done well. After all this time you've finally accomplished something truly useful for me. Now hasten your efforts to uncover how to enter the room on the 4th floor. Once you succeed, everything you desire shall be yours. Thank you, my master. Quirrell closed his eyes, his jaw twitching slightly. What should I do next? What was today's lesson? What drew his attention? The snot curse. I covered the history of the spell. Weizet felt that being a curse, it couldn't be so simplistic. His intuition is sharp. Voldemort sneered. Those fools used the silly mundane name snot curse to disguise the true nature of this spell. The debilitating curse. You taught me this spell only yesterday, master. Quirrell hesitated. But I don't understand, what do you intend to do with Weizet? Isn't it just Harry Potter? Quirinus, do not presume to fathom my intentions. Voldemort barked sharply. Quirrell's head felt as if it would explode, his balance faltering as cold sweat poured down his face and he collapsed to his knees. Master. I was wrong, he pleaded. Master. What should we do? Surrender yourself entirely, Quirinus. Voldemort's voice dripped with seduction. I will infuse you with the secrets of the debilitating curse and you will teach it to him. Quirrell had no time to respond. He shook his head desperately, but his consciousness grew hazier and he could only nod with difficulty. Dragging his heavy frame, he stumbled toward a nearby chair. A flood of knowledge surged into his mind, the excruciating pain in his skull causing him to lose consciousness as he collapsed into the chair. His soul's resistance weakens further, Voldemort murmured darkly. Setting aside his ineptitude, he is indeed a worthy servant. He fixed his gaze on the mirror. An Obscurus. Finding an Obscurial nowadays is no easy feat. Let's hope Quirrell holds out long enough for me to fully tap this Obscurial's potential and make him a suitable vessel. At noon, Weizet knocked on the office door. Come in. The office, located on the 3rd floor of the castle, had decent natural light but exuded an unsettling. The room was sparsely furnished. In the corner stood an iron cage half covered with linen. The air was thick with the scent of garlic mingled with an odd rancid odor. Mr. Lovegood. Quirrell called out. Please have a seat. The lesson is about to begin. Compared to his morning lecture, his complexion was as pale as paper, his lips drained of color as if he had just endured a severe illness. Professor Quirrell, are you all right? Weizet asked softly. Perhaps you should rest. I can visit another day. No need. Quirrell hastily replied, conjuring a chair that landed behind Weizet. I recall mentioning that I encountered several vampires and hags over the summer who cursed me together. It flares up from time to time. During class the crowd reminds me of that ordeal and I can't help but stammer. With fewer people I'm much better. Weizet offered politely. Curses are indeed terrifying. Please take care of yourself, Professor Quirrell. Quirrell shuddered, his stammer returning. You're the first student to care about me. Weizet gave a non-committal smile, pulling out his notebook and quill ready to take notes. Quirrell wasted no time, his speech becoming fluid again. I remember this morning you mentioned an interest in composite spells. Yes. Weizet chuckled. In truth, I'm fascinated by anything related to magic. That's excellent, a true Ravenclaw should be just so. Quirrell forced a kind smile, though it seemed stiff, as if he hadn't smiled in a long time. Let me use the debilitating curse as an example to show you what a composite spell is and the traits such spells possess. Weizet inquired. The debilitating curse. Is that the true name of the snot curse? Quirrell nodded. Precisely. After its power was diminished, it was given a new name. As the lesson commenced, Quirrell posed a question. Weizet, do you understand the so-called counterspell? Counterspell. Weizet recalled the books he had read. There's a general counterspell in Standard Book of Spells Grade 2. Not long ago Professor McGonagall had also used that spell to nullify the effects of an engorgement charm, leaving a deep impression on him. Quirrell smiled with relief. That's sufficient. The general counterspell is a representative counterspell theoretically capable of dispelling all magic found in Standard Book of Spells. It is called the general counterspell naturally because of its wide applicability. He explained, the extent to which you can master the contents of Standard Book of Spells determines how many types of magic you can dispel. The general counterspell is like a master key, always able to unlock the lock. To counter the proliferation of this spell, wizards developed composite magic. By installing more complex locks and linking various spells together in sequence, the fundamental concept of composite magic was born. I see. Weizet suddenly realized it's like drawing, combining different shapes results in intricate patterns. An excellent analogy. Quirrell praised. Now that you understand the basic concept, it's time to formally begin learning the sinking curse. He waved his hand, summoning a quill and writing board. As he outlined the principles of the sinking curse, the quill automatically transcribed the key points onto the board. As a composite spell, the sinking curse incorporated numerous hexes and curses. These hexes and curses were interlinked in a chain, forming a curse of immense power, a phenomenon where quantitative change led to qualitative transformation. During the lecture, Weizet realized that Quirrell was no ordinary wizard. His theoretical knowledge was exceptionally solid, and he could explain even the most obscure concepts in simple terms. It seemed that the summer trip had profoundly influenced him, causing students to develop a skewed perception of his abilities. Quirrell's voice grew hoarser. Weizet, do you have another class this afternoon? Yes. Weizet nodded. I have a transfiguration class this afternoon. Then let's stop here for today. Quirrell's tone carried a hint of regret. If you have the time, you might look into these books. He snapped his fingers and a still wet slip of parchment flew towards Weizet. Weizet read the titles aloud. A Guide to Medieval Sorcery, The Mad Wizard's Bizarre Magic, Fighting Poison with Poison. It's missing his signature. Quirrell retrieved the parchment and signed his name. The original copies are in the restricted section. Without a professor's signature, Madame Pants won't allow you entry. He handed the parchment back to Weizet. Give this to Madame Pants, she'll understand. Professor Quirrell, thank you so much for sacrificing your lunch break. Weizet carefully stored the parchment and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. A distinct flush appeared on Quirrell's pale face. He waved his hands repeatedly, his voice rising. I am a professor. This is all part of my duty. But do you truly think I teach well? He asked tentatively, his expression betraying a lack of confidence. Of course. Weizet nodded emphatically. At my age I would likely never have access to such material. Even if I could access it, understanding its meaning would be extremely difficult. Without your guidance from the basics to the complex, I would never master this knowledge. Excellent. Quirrell laughed genuinely. Then I'll assign you a small task. Summarize the hexes I taught you today and combine them into a phrase that you find appropriate and smooth to pronounce. Weizet connected this to the notes he had taken. Is this the construction of composite magic? It seems you've truly grasped it. Quirrell's smile grew even brighter. Exactly. That is the purpose of the assignment. All right. Weizet nodded repeatedly. I will complete it with all my heart. Good. Quirrell began to speak, but a sudden sharp pain shot through the back of his head. Hiss. To hide his contorted expression, he quickly turned away, struggling to control the trembling of his body. Voldemort had awakened, and he did not want Weizet to discover his secret. Noticing the abnormality, Weizet pressed, Professor Quirrell, are you all right? Quirrell waved his hand repeatedly, his voice forced through clenched teeth. You go back. Come again on Saturday. Saturday at 2 in the afternoon. All right, please take care of yourself. Weizet set down a chocolate frog and exhaled softly. Professor Quirrell, you really do teach well. Keep it up. The door closed, leaving only Quirrell's pained gasps in the office. Whether from pain or relief, 2 streams of murky tears rolled down Quirrell's face. He approached the mirror again, tore off the cloth wrapped around his head, revealing Voldemort's serpentine face. Quirinus. It seems you still haven't straightened out your attitude. Voldemort's voice dripped with mockery, shedding tears. Moved by a "you're good." Or is it because of a piece of candy? Don't be so naive. He praises you only because I bestowed upon you the secrets of the sinking curse. Without me you would be incapable of anything. Understand? Quirrell realized something, his body trembling violently. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and spoke with utmost deference. Yes. My master. I understand. Voldemort responded with satisfaction. How far have you taught him? Quirrell hurriedly replied, I've introduced him to the basic concepts of composite magic and shown him the necessary hexes and curses. Voldemort's tone was skeptical. Quirinus. That's not what I instructed you, is it? I told you to make him master the sinking curse as quickly as possible. Quirrell struggled against the excruciating pain in his skull, but doing so would expose him to the curse's erosion. You're worried about an Obscurial being eroded by a curse. Voldemort let out a strange laugh. Have you forgotten what an Obscurus is? He was born a dark wizard. The Obscurus itself is the most extreme curse. I am unlocking his potential, tapping into that 9 million Obscurial talent. Is that so? Quirrell knelt on the ground, panting heavily, his robe soaked with sweat. Master. Are you planning to nurture him? Another wave of intense headache struck, accompanied by Voldemort's contemptuous voice. Quirinus, I owe you no explanation. Just stick to your role. Continue observing that Harry Potter find his true strengths. And that Obscurial, make him cast the sinking curse as soon as possible, not just master the spell, understand? Also, find a time to enter the room on the 4th floor and see what's inside. You've only acted once since the start of term. Your efficiency is far too low. Quirrell closed his eyes in agony, speaking with utmost reverence. Yes. My master. Accio notes. Weizet left the office, drawing his wand to perform the spell, summoning the handwritten copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration from his dormitory. Undoubtedly the summoning charm was an exceedingly useful spell. Especially once mastered, this magic could also be used to find lost items or summon textbooks left in the dormitory. Magic is truly too convenient. Weizet exclaimed in admiration as he headed to the Transfiguration classroom. Weizet. Snape, his face cold, emerged from the shadows. Professor Snape. Weizet was slightly startled. Good afternoon. Snape replied, his voice low. Come with me. They walked through the corridors until they reached a secluded corner. Only then did Snape look directly at Weizet. Why did you go to Quirrell's office? Weizet answered truthfully, I'm interested in composite magic. Professor Quirrell wanted to recommend some books to me, so I went. For some reason, when he met Snape's gaze, he felt as though his thoughts were being seen through an uncomfortable sensation. Instinctively he cast the Guardian meditation technique and his perception instantly became clear, dispelling the unease. Oh. Snape murmured, his eyes narrowing. So that's it. It seems you've indeed made a start, though it's easily seen through. Weizet asked in confusion. Professor Snape. May I ask what was seen through? Snape didn't answer his question and continued, what did you learn after spending the whole noon in his office? Basic theoretical knowledge of composite magic, and I learned about a few curses and jinxes. Weizet showed the signature Quirrell had given him. Professor Quirrell asked me to find the original versions of these books. Besides that, what do you think? Snape's expression seemed unnatural, as if reluctant to say the words. What is Quirrell like? A decent professor. As long as I listen patiently, I can still learn quite a bit of useful knowledge. And besides that, did he seem unusual? Or anything that struck you as odd? Weizet took a subtle step back. Speaking ill of a professor behind his back probably isn't what a student should do, is it? Ha! Snape let out a cold laugh. Gryffindor wouldn't think that way. Gryffindor loses 2 points. Weizet smiled inwardly, momentarily at a loss for words, silently mourning for Gryffindor for 3 seconds. School had been in session for less than a month and Gryffindor's house points had already dwindled significantly, putting them at the bottom. Ravenclaw and Slytherin's house points were quite close. Looking only at the hourglasses, it was hard to tell who was first and who was second. What if I insist you tell me? Snape repeated his earlier question. Did Quirrell seem unusual? Or anything that struck you as odd? Weizet had no choice but to speak. Professor Quirrell. His room has a strange musty smell. Even though the sun is bright outside the window, I feel a chill. Is that all? Snape seemed somewhat disappointed, yet also relieved. Yes. So, What composite magic did he teach you? The Maledictus curse, a complete version of the sticking jinx possessing the power and effects a curse should have. You are also interested in the dark arts. Snape squinted, his tone far icier than before. Weizet shook his head. I haven't been exposed to that much dark arts, so I can't say I'm interested, nor can I say I'm repulsed. When it comes to knowledge about magic, I actually want to understand it all. And I think magic is like a small knife. It can be a weapon plunged into an innocent heart or a scalpel saving a dying life. What it is doesn't matter so much, what matters is what the person wielding it intends to do. Ravenclaw, huh? Snape said flatly. You speak well and have plenty of theories. In that case, show me this magic. Let me see how much you've truly grasped and whether you can make it live up to its power. Should I have learned it so quickly? Weizet was taken aback. He's still teaching me theory. Introducing me to those curses and jinxes. Professor Quirrell gave me the signature so I could consolidate the knowledge. He also asked me to explore the pronunciation and try to construct a suitable incantation. That's how he taught you. Snape's brow furrowed deeply, suspicion flickering in his eyes. He didn't directly teach you how to recite the incantation and cast the spell. No. Weizet shook his head immediately. Professor Quirrell also introduced me to counter curses, saying that wizards created composite magic in response to them. That's as far as he can go. Snape let out a sneer. Using magic to counter magic is merely one unstable solution. Weizet quickly caught on. Professor Snape, could you also use potions? Right. You're a bit smarter than him. Snape twitched the corner of his mouth and gave a soft snort, a sign of approval. When did Quirrell ask you to see him again? Weizet replied, Saturday at 2 in the afternoon, so there'll be more time. We should be able to do some magic practice. Then come to my office on Sunday at 2 in the afternoon. Ha! Weizet was a bit slow to react to Snape's words. Snape frowned. If you don't want to, you can refuse. Weizet waved his hands repeatedly. Of course not. I'd be very happy to learn more. Snape immediately poured cold water on him. Then be prepared for the worst, I might kick you out at any moment. I'll work hard. Weizet said with a smile, holding up a beginner's guide to transfiguration. Professor Snape, I need to go to class. After dismissing Weizet, Snape went directly to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore asked in a low voice, is he alright? Snape replied expressionlessly, Weizet's social skills are simply too good. Even Quirrell is willing to teach him everything he knows. Really? Dumbledore's eyes lit up. What did he teach him? The Maledictus curse, an evil enough curse. So? Quirrell didn't crudely make Weizet cast spells, but instead adopted the most fundamental method, teaching him step by step. Exactly. Your worries were unnecessary. It's a good thing Quirrell isn't too bad. Dumbledore was visibly relieved. And you? Are you willing to? Snape said reluctantly, I've sacrificed my precious time and told him to come see me on Sunday afternoon. I won't treat him like a treasure as you do. The time I lose I'll make up for through him. I understand. Dumbledore's tone was much lighter than before. I'm already very pleased that you could accomplish this. Snape pursed his lips. Good that you understand. Headmaster Dumbledore. You summoned me. Quirrell stammered, sweat beading on his forehead as he nervously entered the office. Quirinus, there is no need to be so tense. Dumbledore beckoned, offering the prepared hot tea. Have you been under too much pressure lately? No. Everything is fine. Quirrell slumped into the chair like a marionette, his limbs stiff and rigid, appearing exceedingly ill at ease. Dumbledore took a sip of tea, frowned, and added several sugar cubes. The school has been rather unsettled lately. I believe you are aware of that. What? Quirrell's body grew even more rigid, like a statue. Headmaster Dumbledore, I do not know. Dumbledore cut to the chase. A friend of mine entrusted me with an item for safekeeping. That item is quite precious, so I deliberately arranged for it to be in the restricted area on the 4th floor. SSO, that's how it is. Quirrell forced a smile. I was unaware until now. Someone is plotting to get their hands on that item. Dumbledore's gaze was piercing. Quirinus, I hope to have your assistance. Madame. Quirrell seemed startled, his body still frozen. Do I have thighs on her? Of course. Dumbledore smiled faintly. It is precisely because I trust you that I approved your transfer request. Before November, I hope you can provide a protective measure. Can you do it? Quirrell let out 2 hysterical laughs. Of course no. No problem. I will do my best. Excellent. The old you would have likely refused me. Dumbledore said this with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Did Weasley come to see you at noon? Yes. He has talent. I gave him several reference books. Caught off guard, Quirrell nodded hastily. Headmaster Dumbledore, are you also quite concerned about him? Dumbledore took a gentle sip of tea. He is a pitiful child. You might not know as you were away from England over the summer, but he is an Obscurial. The situation was dire. He was consumed by the Obscurus and the Ministry of Magic was on the verge of destroying him. It was he himself who recovered his body covered in wounds. As the defense against the dark arts professor, you should be well versed in handling dark magic. He observed Quirrell's expression. Do not let the dark magic consume him again, all right? I. Quirrell's gaze flickered, finally solidifying into unwavering resolve. I will. I most certainly will. Dumbledore revealed a barely perceptible smile. I look forward to your good news before Halloween. Back in his office, Quirrell relayed this information to Voldemort. The guardianship of that place is indeed no simple matter. Voldemort analyzed that wall itself is problematic. Magic cannot be used to peer through it. You can only open the door and see for yourself, understand. Since Dumbledore has even sought your help. Minerva McGonagall, Phileas Flitwick and the others will likely be involved too. You must make even more thorough preparations. Quirrell ventured tentatively, Master, I am quite adept at dealing with trolls. Could I use that as a protective measure? I will bring a troll into the school on Halloween Eve. I will pretend there is an accident during its confinement causing the troll to escape and create chaos. Not a bad idea. Voldemort offered a rare word of praise. Use that Obscurial as bait to trigger the Obscurus within him. Master. Quirrell's voice suddenly firmed. Dumbledore just spoke to me about Weasley. He values Weasley greatly. So I believe we cannot use him as bait. Caution does no harm. Voldemort's reaction was remarkably calm. I shall bestow upon you an ancient magic. Use it to fabricate the accident. He began to teach the magic, his voice growing increasingly mesmerizing until Quirrell once again fell unconscious. In the darkness his eyes gleamed with an eerie red light. Quirrell. Do you truly wish to become a professor who cares for his students? What a pity. Very well. The Obscurus potential still needs to be developed. His voice dripped with mockery. It is you who will be taking the risk after all. I certainly do not mind. Study and practice always left Weasley feeling that time was insufficient. The weekend arrived in the blink of an eye. He went to Quirrell's office as promised. The stench of blood here was still thick and the cold gloomy atmosphere remained unchanged. The only difference was Quirrell. His complexion was less pale than before and a warm smile graced his face. Besides the books Quirrell had recommended, Weasley had also found some other texts, hoping to combine them all to deduce the incantation composition of the Maledictus curse. Seeing the notes on the spell, Quirrell asked in surprise, did you compose this spell yourself? Have you attempted to cast it? Weasley said sheepishly, I didn't know how to attempt it. After all, it is a curse and quite dangerous. Although he had an open mind about dark magic, he understood the peril of such magic and did not rashly try it. Then give it a try. Quirrell beckoned towards a corner. The linen cloth covering the iron cage fell to the floor, revealing a cage full of dormant venomous snakes, the very source of the office's stench. One venomous snake slowly floated before the two. Quirrell said softly, practice is often the most effective way to master magic. Recite your composed incantation to it. Weasley drew his wand and murmured, entangled illness. The snake seemed agitated, writhing continuously as some mucus and scales sloughed off. Quirrell nodded and smiled. The general direction of the incantation composition is correct. The shedding skin charm and the pustule curse have both taken effect. Weasley felt a bit disappointed. Violent diarrhea, persistent high fever and skin ulceration, of these three symptoms I seem to have only achieved the last one. You cannot say that. Quirrell chuckled. What you mentioned are effects that only a true curse can produce. Achieving this step is enough to demonstrate your talent. In fact, under certain circumstances I would be even more reluctant to face this magic of yours. Weasley caught on and quickly replied, is it because my magic is new? So it would be more difficult to counter. Exactly. Quirrell smiled with satisfaction. As long as you don't run into an Auror or an even more powerful wizard. After all, the principle of this magic is based on the Maledictus curse, so it is still quite easy to resolve. He reached out, grabbed the snake's head and with a slight murmur of his lips restored the venomous snake to its original state, ceasing its struggle. First we need to understand the incantation of the Maledictus curse, Mors Maledictus, and then correct your pronunciation. During class Professor Flitwick also emphasized the importance of pronunciation when casting spells. However, with so many students in the room, he could not provide the meticulous guidance that Quirrell did. Tone and enunciation, how to transition mouth shapes, the distinction between voiced and unvoiced sounds, the intensity and rhythm of pronunciation. Weasley realized for the first time that casting spells required such a multitude of considerations. He filled 2 full pages just recording these invaluable insights. Professor McGonagall must have told you that focus and caution are essential for transfiguration, Quirrell said. Quirrell took a sip of water to soothe his throat. The same applies to incantations. Only through focus can you ensure clarity in your casting, and only through caution can you maintain a clear mind. Especially with dark magic, you must be cautious with every syllable. Because of wand backfire? Weasley asked curiously. He had studied many things during this time, including Ollivander's wand-making notes. Exactly. Your knowledge in certain areas might surpass that of many graduates. Quirrell's expression suddenly darkened. Do they target you often? No, Weasley shook his head gently. I get along well with them. We often do homework together and they come to watch my training. That's good, Quirrell sighed with relief. Let's continue. As a curse, the malediction required attention to many details, especially to avoid magical backlash, which demanded careful handling. Weasley was deeply grateful for everything Quirrell did. He never hesitated to ask questions, believing that only by clarifying every issue could he truly honor such unreserved teaching. The final step is to cast the spell. Quirrell's voice sounded like a taut string about to snap. Use your imagination. Imagine this snake afflicted with a plague, its scales all fallen off the skin beneath, festering and oozing pus on the verge of death. Weasley half closed his eyes, gradually constructing the corresponding image in his mind. He felt a slight creepiness on his scalp but hesitated, not uttering the incantation in a low serpentine hiss. Mors Mordra. A dull gray light burst from the tip of his wand, darting like an arrow into the snake's body. The snake began to decay silently. Within half a second it dissolved into a puddle of green mucus-like slime, and a foul stench instantly filled the room. Evanesco. Quirrell gagged, drew his wand and waved it, vanishing the mixture of slime and stench. Weasley instinctively clutched his chest, feeling the restlessness of the Obscurus core within him pulsing twice like a heartbeat. In that instant countless malevolent thoughts surged like a tide, only to vanish mostly in a flash, leaving but a few tremors in his heart. Quirrell sensed something amiss and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Weasley exhaled a deep breath. It felt like my heart skipped 2 beats. Maybe it's because it's my first time casting dark magic. The Obscurus. Quirrell said in a low voice. So that's it? Weasley asked in confusion. What do you mean, so that's it? You need to restrain yourself, Weasley, Quirrell said with a very serious expression. The Obscurus is both your gift and a curse. It amplifies your dark magic, much like the snake that turned to pus just now. At the same time it stirs the malevolent thoughts of the Obscurus. You must cast dark magic with even greater caution. Through these 2 lessons he came to appreciate Quirrell's solid theoretical foundation. Professor Quirrell, is there any way to eliminate this influence? My suggestion, Quirrell pondered for a moment, is to focus only on the incantation and gestures without visualizing the specific images. That should help somewhat. He summoned another snake. Additionally, you could try occlumency. If you can master occlumency. Though this magic is extremely advanced, at least I cannot teach you. Thank you, Professor Quirrell. Weasley expressed his sincere gratitude. I'll try the first method first. Mors Mordra. Quirrell's judgment was remarkably accurate. Without visualizing the specific image, the malediction's power was greatly diminished. The snake shed half its scales, oozed pus from its mouth, and appeared half dead. Yet even this level of power drew Quirrell's admiration. The Obscurus grants you a remarkable boost. Even without the visualization, the spell's potency is still impressive. Perhaps the stammering during regular classes made Quirrell cherish the private tutoring sessions even more. Ignoring the pain in his throat, he delved deeper into knowledge about compound spells and recommended several related books. At 1:50 p.m. on Sunday, Weasley stood at the door of Snape's office. Come in directly. Snape's voice suddenly rang out. Good sense of punctuality. Compared to Quirrell's theoretical and practical teaching, Snape's instruction was more concise. The office housed a magical energy field piled with many materials. Both magical plants and animal ingredients could be found there. None of these materials had been processed. The animal parts were not only bloody but also twitching slightly, extremely fresh. Snape asked, which materials can you handle? Weasley stepped forward to look. Dittany, shrivelfig, snargaluff pods, gurdy roots and dirigible plums. I've handled them at home. Luna's daily routine involved tending the garden, and she would take him along to process magical plants, selling them in Diagon Alley to supplement the family income. Good, Snape responded coldly. Go process those dragon innards. Having been at Hogwarts for a while, Weasley was not surprised by Snape's bluntness. Weasley rolled up his sleeves, stepped into the magical energy field and immediately shivered. Snape's voice remained icy. "How do you feel?" "A bit cold," Weasley said, spreading his palm to feel the air and taking a deep breath. "The temperature should be near freezing. The humidity is suitable and it doesn't feel stuffy, ideal for preserving these materials." Snape said, "I will teach you this spell. Practice it on your own and next time you will maintain the magical energy field." Weasley asked, "Can I use it normally too?" "And the techniques for handling materials?" "Use it as you wish, just don't embarrass me." Snape's tone softened slightly. "Do you know the severing charm?" Weasley nodded in response. "Yes. I've practiced it several times recently." "Then get to work. Use the severing charm to cut the membrane on the surface of the dragon liver," Snape said, drawing his wand. "Your technique is too rough." "Do you think dragon liver is as cheap as pig liver?" "Congratulations, the pig thinks so too. Stab into the depression of the dragon kidney. The green lump contains deadly poison. Either remove it cleanly with the severing charm or lick it clean, not a trace must remain." "What are you doing? How can you pick up the dragon heart like that?" "There's still dragon heart blood inside, an absolutely precious material." "Are you planning to sell yourself to Hogwarts to pay off the debt?" Weasley now truly understood why students from other houses always showed a hint of fear when talking about Snape. Such a style of speech was indeed not something an ordinary person could endure. Learning from Snape felt much like experiencing an ancient apprenticeship system. A master instructing an apprentice never showed leniency, using harsh methods to spur the apprentice's growth. After an entire afternoon, Weasley's techniques grew increasingly skilled and he had amassed an immeasurable wealth of potioneering knowledge. Many of the tricks Snape mentioned were ones Weasley had rarely if ever encountered in books. Through his eye of magic he could discern that even the techniques recorded in texts were neither as efficient nor as precise as those Snape imparted. In the wizarding world, potions were always a sought-after commodity. The profession of a potioneer was practically synonymous with a life of comfort and plenty. Moreover, Snape was not merely a potioneer, he was the youngest potions master alive. Simply by helping to process various ingredients one could gain guidance from a potions master. It was undeniably a bargain beyond measure. The only thing that troubled him was the blood and grime splattered from handling dragon innards, which had virtually soaked through his robes. Dragons possessed high resistance to magic, and the same held true for their internal organs. Even using the scouring charm and the uncrusting charm proved insufficient to clean them thoroughly. "Can't even handle a bit of filth." Snape frowned slightly. "Did Quirrell teach you nothing? Or is your head empty and you've learned nothing at all?" "Composite magic." At the mention of Quirrell's name a glint of sharp light flashed in Weasley's eyes. "I should treat the dragon's magical resistance as a countercurse, which means I need to use composite magic to deal with it." Compared to the jinxes and hexes that comprised the lingering malady curse, the scouring charm and uncrusting charm were spells far more familiar to him. Closing his eyes he performed the guardian meditation and his thoughts instantly became crystal clear. He intended to combine the scouring charm and the uncrusting charm to create an effective composite spell. The scouring charm's function was simple, it could clean away dirt like dust and feathers. The uncrusting charm went a step further, not only cleaning dust but also proving highly effective against stubborn stains like sauces and dried blood. Scour. G-O. To. Jiffy. Ife. Urjo. With the aid of the guardian meditation, various combinations flashed through Weasley's mind. After an indeterminate amount of time he finally opened his eyes and settled on the incantation. "Filth and stain be gone." He waved his wand, tracing a smooth-shaped arc in the air. A gentle breeze swept across Weasley's robes, raising a small whirlwind on the floor. Guided by the wand, the bloodstains on his robes were drawn out by the vortex, forming a mass of dark red mist in the air. Snape's eyes widened and a muscle in his cheek twitched. He quickly masked his expression, his demeanor turning cold once more. "Clean up the mess on the floor too and get rid of it all." "Yes, sir." Weasley snapped back to reality and quickly responded, pressing his wand downward. Under the wand's control, the whirlwind darted around, rapidly scouring the bloodstains from the floor clean. Weasley's heart swelled with joy. Mastering this composite spell meant he had fully grasped the knowledge he had learned the previous day. "Professor Snape, thank you." He spoke with sincere gratitude. "If it hadn't been for the inspiration you gave me, I wouldn't have thought of this so quickly." Snape turned away. "Take out the trash." Weasley left the office and silence once again descended upon the room. Gazing at the spotless floor, Snape murmured to himself, such a terrifying talent. As Weasley strolled along the corridor, his mind was still occupied with thoughts of composite magic. This was the first composite spell he had ever created, a milestone worth commemorating. What should I call it? The powerful stain removal charm. That seems too ordinary. After all, it works on dragon blood. The dragon's blood purification charm. That seems a bit overstated. He had a bit of trouble naming things and truly couldn't decide on a suitable name for this spell. Unconsciously he had arrived at Quirrell's office intending to tell him about the composite spell. Quirrell seemed to be out. He knocked for a long time without any response. But that was to be expected. Hagrid had once told him that there was a village called Hogsmeade just outside Hogwarts. Students weren't allowed to visit until their third year, where they could spend their weekends. It was said to be as bustling as Diagon Alley, with pubs, candy shops and cafes all within reach. Hogwarts professors were also frequent visitors to Hogsmeade, often stopping by the pub for a drink. Perhaps Quirrell had gone there. Weizet found the moving staircase leading to the Great Hall and made his way down. I wonder if the enhancement magic can be applied to this composite spell. He had accumulated a fair amount of ancient magical power recently, enough to use the enhancement magic once more. Actions spoke louder than words, so he set about attempting to merge the two spells. This enhancement was peculiar. It consumed all of his ancient magical power before yielding a single new page. Ancient magic. Channel ancient magical power to cast spells enhancing their might, cleansing external filth and purifying the inner soul. As expected, since Weizet hadn't given the spell a name, the page remained blank. The expenditure of so much ancient magical power was worthwhile, as this spell could even affect the soul. Professor McGonagall had once said to explore the mysteries of magic, deepening one's study of the soul is an indispensable step. Through his recent studies he was beginning to form his own understanding of the concept of the soul. He had a vague feeling that purifying the inner soul was the first step on his journey of soul exploration. Without hesitation, Weizet took a deep breath, waved his wand and traced an shaped arc in the air. The wand glowed with a silvery blue light as the magic took effect. A whirlwind appeared not only at his feet but also around the core of the Obscurus. Ever since casting the lingering malady curse the day before, Weizet had been experiencing occasional heart palpitations, and dark thoughts would surface intermittently. When the whirlwind confronted the Obscurus core directly, this agitation became even more pronounced. The Obscurus core seemed to sense danger, trembling violently as if trying to break free. Just then the whirlwind, like a gentle breeze, passed directly through the core, drawing out a puff of dark red mist. As the mist dissipated, the feeling of agitation slowly faded and the Obscurus core returned to its former calm. Cleansing external filth, purifying the inner soul. Weizet let out a long breath, a flicker of enlightenment dawning within him. So that's what those words meant. Not only can it clean filth, but it can also purify the negative effects of dark magic. Then I shall name this spell the Cleansing and Purification Charm. Dear Luna, dear Mr. Lovegood, I only learned a few days ago that Halloween is not merely a day for muggles to frolic, but also the ancient Celtic New Year. It is said that on the eve of Halloween, the very day I write this letter to you, the boundary between life and death blurs, allowing the Grim Reaper inspectors to wander into our world. I suspect this must be a rumor, given that Hogwarts is home to quite a few ghosts, such as the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw. Unlike the loquacious Fat Friar from Hufflepuff, the Grey Lady speaks far less. She possesses vast knowledge and occasionally offers guidance on students' assignments. Oh. Fred and George from the Weasley family also told me that something always happens on Halloween. To be honest, I'm looking forward to it a little. If any real adventure unfolds today, I'll turn it into a story and submit it to the Quibbler. I hope Mr. Lovegood won't look down on my manuscript. Wishing you a happy Halloween. Weizet Lovegood. Watching Thor disappear into the distance with the letter in his beak, Weizet stood up and stretched. It was only while writing this letter that he realized he had already spent 2 months at Hogwarts. These 2 months had been immensely fulfilling. Aside from the regular classes from Monday to Friday, there was Quidditch training on Tuesdays and private lessons with 2 professors on weekends. From a certain perspective, Quirrell and Snape were somewhat alike. During the private lessons, Weizet could always sense the scholarly brilliance of both professors. Quirrell had a wealth of theoretical knowledge and spoke in a gentle tone during lessons. He patiently answered every confusion Weizet encountered. Snape was profoundly knowledgeable, though his tone during instruction was rather icy. At first he was full of criticism, but once Weizet's skills became proficient he grew much more taciturn. Regardless, being able to access these arcane magical secrets made Weizet deeply grateful for the 2 professors' guidance. Before even entering the Great Hall, Weizet could smell the sweet aroma of baked pumpkins from afar. The suits of armor in the corridors grew lively. If students got too close, they would suddenly snap to attention and shout, "Happy Halloween!" Surrounding the area, not only was there the scent of baked pumpkin, but pumpkins were also placed everywhere. These pumpkins were a full 1.5 meters tall, all hollowed out with candles lit inside. Some ghosts would hide inside them, and whenever a student passed by they would suddenly pop out to scare them. The Halloween spirit wasn't confined to the corridors. The Great Hall was also decorated. Black drapes with castle silhouettes hung on the walls, and Flitwick waved his wand, directing countless black cloth bats to fly through the air. Perhaps infected by the festive atmosphere, Flitwick the Charms professor was also in high spirits as he continued teaching the levitation charm. Remember the gestures we practiced? Swish and flick. Yes. A nice easy swish and flick. Then say the incantation, Wingard. Leave I. Oh. S.A. He demonstrated as he taught. When you say Gar, start moving your wand. Now let's practice. Wingard. Levi. O. S.A. The classroom echoed with synchronized chanting. Excellent. Weizet's feather is flying very steadily. Just like his flying skills. 10 points for Ravenclaw. Flitwick never stinted on encouragement for students from his own house. Weizet was already thoroughly familiar with the nuances of the gestures and pronunciation. Moreover, this spell wasn't complicated. Succeeding on the first try was a rather ordinary feat for him. The Ravenclaw students had grown accustomed to it and treated him like a teaching assistant gathering around to ask for tips on the levitation charm. While Flitwick was checking on the Gryffindor students, he gave Weizet a thumbs up. Compared to the harmonious atmosphere in Ravenclaw, Gryffindor was thick with tension. Seamus got impatient while casting and actually set the practice feather on fire. If Harry hadn't been quick-witted, the flames might have singed off all of Seamus' hair. The atmosphere between Ron and Hermione was equally strained. Hermione's voice was shrill. It's Wingar. Diane, you have to draw out the Gar and start casting directly. Weren't you paying attention in class? Professor Flitwick just said. I mean, maybe you were nervous. Actually, you were doing fine before. Ron's face flushed as red as his hair. If you're so good, why don't you try it? Fine. Hermione didn't hesitate. She rolled up her sleeves and began waving her wand. Wingardium Leviosa. Well done, Professor Flitwick praised, watching the floating feather. Mr. Weasley, you need to work harder. Learn from Miss Granger. 2 points for Gryffindor. When the bell rang, the students who had finished their classes breathed a sigh of relief and looked forward to the Halloween feast that evening. Terry said mysteriously, I heard that Headmaster Dumbledore ordered a lot of candy from Honeydukes. As long as it's not cockroach clusters. Anthony remarked casually, my elders told me that Headmaster Dumbledore really likes cockroach clusters. I don't like cockroach clusters. Michael seemed to recall an unpleasant memory. The moment you put it in your mouth, it tastes like cockroach. Even when you chew it, its legs still wiggle in your mouth. Chris asked with a strange expression, you actually ate a cockroach? Don't talk to me anymore. What are you talking about? Who ate a cockroach? Michael howled and started roughhousing with Chris. Weizet couldn't help but smile at the scene, shaking his head gently. Suddenly Ron's voice came from behind. Weizet. Are you going to the library today? Of course. Weizet nodded. Are you looking for some information? Something for potions class. Ron's face reddened again and his tone was hesitant. I just wanted to ask if you've seen Hermione. Weizet shook his head. No. What happened? I said some harsh things. Ron's face seemed scorched, glowing a vivid red. I said no wonder she doesn't have a single friend. She's as dreadful as a nightmare. Harry added from the side, I saw Hermione crying. Then she skipped class. She didn't show up for history of magic, transfiguration or flying. Given Hermione's personality, she would never skip class. So we think something might have happened to her. We want to find her. Hermione. The Gryffindor who's always in the library. Anthony and the others gathered around. She doesn't seem that bad, does she? Michael added with a chuckle, I think so too. Are you Gryffindors just too laid back? Different houses may have different lifestyles. Weizet said with a slight smile. Ron, Hermione actually talked to me about you two before. Ron quickly pressed, what did she say? She actually cares a lot about you and Harry. Weizet recalled their conversation in the library last time. She asked me for advice on how to act so you wouldn't feel offended. I told her not to speak so condescendingly and to be more tactful. Hermione is indeed quite blunt, and changing that in a short time is a difficult task. Like in this morning's charms class, I actually noticed her trying to change. She first bluntly asked if you hadn't been paying attention, then remembered to soften it, changing the question to whether you were nervous. Ron lowered his head, clenched his fists tightly and gnashed his teeth in frustration and remorse. And then I interrupted her. I'm such a jerk. So what should we do? Harry asked with a conflicted expression. Apologize to her. What else? Weizet shrugged. Find her and have a proper talk if you hope to gain a friend. Tisk tisk tsk. Anthony draped his arm over Weizet's shoulder. It seems our Mr. Lovegood is all capable. He can even mediate such issues. This was just a coincidence, Weizet said with a faint smile. I really have no experience in this area. You'd better ask me about writing homework. The night deepened and the smell of roast pumpkin grew stronger, permeating the entire castle. As Weizet headed towards the Great Hall, he was suddenly stopped by Fred and George. They grabbed Weizet by the arms and pulled him into a corner. After making sure no one was around, Fred whispered, "You've been getting pretty chummy with Snape lately." George added, "We're worried Snape might poison you, so we came to check." Weizet explained, "Professor Snape hasn't done that. He just asked me to help process some ingredients. That's something Snape would do." Fred's eyes widened. "Has Merlin traded his woolen socks for silk stockings?" "I think it's even more serious than that," George said gravely. "Doing this kind of thing, and he didn't ask a Slytherin. The end of the world must be near." Weizet asked, half laughing and half crying, "You believe in the end of the world too?" Fred nodded. "We have a real seer. Not the Trelawney kind. Their prophecies come true." "Ahem. Since Snape hasn't poisoned you, it's time for business." George cleared his throat. Weizet asked curiously, "What business?" "You want me to introduce you so you can process ingredients together?" Fred shook his head repeatedly. "Of course not. Our vitality isn't as strong as yours." A flash of inspiration crossed George's brow. "We have a great undertaking and want to invite you to join." "Interested?" Fred clapped George hard on the shoulder. "Great idea. Brilliant. Can you tell me about it first?" Weizet said tentatively, "I have a lot to study lately, I might not have the time." "Even for a Ravenclaw, you're the most hard-working person we've ever met." George said admiringly, "Actually, we want you to be our material consultant." "Material consultant?" Weizet looked puzzled. "You want me to help you process materials?" Fred snapped his fingers. "Exactly. We heard from a Hufflepuff that you're really good at handling materials. Otherwise, why would someone like Snape ask a Ravenclaw for help?" "It must be because of your exceptional talent." "Exactly." George nodded in agreement. "We're good judges of character. We said on the train that you were special." "Ahem." Weizet felt a bit embarrassed. "So what materials do you need processed?" "Ingredients for prank items." "George, I told you." Weizet remembered. Fred grinned. "That's right. We need these ingredients processed. Let's take you to see them first." As the Halloween feast approached, most people had already gone to the Great Hall. The two led Weizet through a maze of twists and turns, darting swiftly through the corridors until they stopped before a painting. The painting depicted a drum kit. Fred and George looked around once more before drawing their wands and tapping the drum kit. The drums emitted a thump-thump sound and transformed into a narrow wooden door. Weizet exclaimed in amazement, "So this is how you get in here? You know about this place?" Fred and George asked, surprised. "How did you know?" Weizet pointed at the wooden door. "There's magic here. I could sense it, but I didn't know this was how to enter." "That's already impressive. Now I want you to join us even more," George said cheerfully, opening the wooden door and ducking inside. Inside was a very small space, less than 10 square meters. Several burlap sacks were piled against the walls with herbs faintly visible inside. A battered soot-blackened wooden table was pushed against the wall, covered in pockmarked experimental traces. On the table were not only a cauldron but also a mortar and pestle, herb scales, a cutting knife, a medicine cabinet, a funnel, potion bottles. Everything one could need. "We're planning to make some fireworks to celebrate." Fred rolled up his sleeves. "If you think we're handling something wrong, just give us a heads up." Fred and George took the herbs out of the sacks and began processing them without any hesitation. Weizet suddenly spoke up, "Albizia flowers." "What are you planning to make?" "Fireworks that bloom in brilliant gold." Fred and George both stopped. "Yes, but we've tried several methods and the color isn't vibrant enough. Grinding it into powder gave the best results." Weizet recalled something Snape had once said. "You can add the roots of the Albizia flower in a ratio of 1 to 20. And 2 drops of valerian juice. This will stabilize the color of the Albizia, keeping it golden without fading." "So it was the valerian juice we were missing," George exclaimed in realization. "We did think of using the Albizia roots, but after mixing the color turned a muddy yellow." Weizet smiled. "That's where the valerian juice comes in. It keeps the mixture stable and prevents cloudiness. It feels like we're on the verge of creating an incredibly cool firework." Fred clenched his fist. "Let's keep going." "Quirinus, release your soul completely," Voldemort said in a sinister tone. "To avoid detection by Dumbledore, this spell cannot be cast by you." "But Master, that's not what was agreed before." Quirrell wiped the sweat from his brow. "Are you truly unafraid of being discovered? You seem bold." "Quirinus." "Master, will I really not be discovered? Once the troll breaks free, you will go and alert everyone." Voldemort's tone grew impatient. "Hurry. Release your soul." Quirrell shuddered but finally closed his eyes in agony. Yes. Master. He became as rigid as a marionette, raising his arm in a bizarre gesture pointing it toward the troll imprisoned in the dungeon. Voldemort's voice came from the back of his head. Silent rage. A jet of black light plunged into the troll's head. The troll convulsed violently as if struck by a seizure, its roar deafening. The hall was adorned even more richly. Jack-o'-lanterns floated midair while countless black cloth bats fluttered about. Swarms of these bats would dive into the lanterns, then surge upward to circle the dome back and forth in an endless cycle. Unlike the welcoming feast, the Halloween banquet was far more relaxed, devoid of rigid formalities. Dumbledore did not deliver a speech. Instead, he joined the other teachers in raising their glasses, drinking cheerfully and chatting with ease. Students only needed to sit on the benches to begin enjoying the meticulously prepared feast. Halfway through the banquet, Ron and Harry finally arrived, late and flustered. Both were drenched in sweat, wearing sullen expressions. Spotting his younger brother nearby, Percy asked curiously, "Ron, why are you so late? And Fred and the others haven't shown up either. You haven't done anything wrong, have you? Don't follow Fred's example." "We didn't do anything, we were just looking for someone." Ron's expression was unnatural, his face awkward. Neville, chewing on a lamb chop, mumbled, "Harry, did you find Hermione?" "Hermione's missing." Percy frowned slightly. "What exactly happened?" Ron and Harry exchanged glances, and it took Neville's help to explain the situation clearly. "So? You searched the castle for ages and couldn't find her?" Percy's brow furrowed deeply. "Did you try the girls' bathroom?" "Ha!" Harry and Ron were taken aback. "Hermione's in the girls' bathroom. I heard it from your classmate, Miss Patil," Percy said. "She mentioned Hermione was in the girls' bathroom crying all afternoon, and no amount of persuasion could help." "Which girls' bathroom?" Ron pressed. "What floor?" "On the other side of the marble staircase down a secluded corridor," Percy recalled. "I caught Fred and the others there 2 days ago." As a Gryffindor prefect, he owed his knowledge of such hidden routes to his beloved younger brothers Fred and George. "Let's go check it out." Ron and Harry exchanged a look. "Weasley's right. We should talk to her properly." Bang! Just then the hall's doors burst open. A breathless Quirrell stumbled in, looking terrible, his face drained of color, his robes soaked with sweat. "Troll! Troll!" he shouted in terror, rushing frantically to Dumbledore. "Troll in the dungeons. You should know." Before he could finish, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the floor. Trolls could reach 12 feet in height, possessed considerable resistance to magic, and were notoriously temperamental, often attacking without provocation. These magical creatures were immensely strong yet exceedingly dim-witted, earning them a notorious reputation in the wizarding world. Even in exams and homework evaluations, troll was used as the lowest grade, meaning your performance is so poor it rivals a troll's intellect. For this reason, every Hogwarts student knew about trolls and understood how dangerous they were, throwing the hall into chaos. They shoved each other, shouting and running wildly in an attempt to escape. Silence. A firework exploded above the hall, its dazzling light and deafening roar briefly calming the student. Dumbledore's voice echoed in every student's ear. "Don't panic. There's still time." He continued, "Prefects escort your houses back to the common rooms. Go check it out. Don't reveal yourself yet," Dumbledore whispered to Snape. Hiding in plain sight." Snape drew his wand, tapped his arm, and his form gradually turned transparent. Hearing Dumbledore's orders, the prefects sprang into action. Percy shouted to the panicked Gryffindors, "Follow me. Back to the common room now. Hurry up." With time pressing, he swiftly led the students to the 7th floor. As he counted heads, he suddenly sensed something amiss. "Neville, where are Ron and Harry? Where did they go?" Neville shook his head helplessly. Seamus spoke up. "They seemed to head back a moment ago, muttering about warning someone of the danger." Percy sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead. "Those two. They must have gone to find Hermione. I need to inform Professor McGonagall." On his way, he encountered a Ravenclaw prefect. "Penelope. Are you looking for someone too?" Penelope nodded quickly. "Yes, Weasley's missing. He never showed up at the Halloween feast. Time rewound to over 10 minutes ago." The hall was now empty. Quirrell groaned on the floor, struggling to his feet. Hiding in plain sight. Under the disillusionment charm, his transparent form swiftly left the hall and ascended the marble staircase to the 4th floor corridor. Hearing the prefects directing students above, Quirrell let out a soft sigh, gripping his wand tightly. A flicker of hope crossed his mind. If he could get through this smoothly, perhaps he could fulfill Voldemort's command tonight. That way he could leave Hogwarts behind and his days of fear would be over. Quirrell tried to reassure himself with these thoughts. "What a pity. I won't get the chance to teach Weasley what I know." he murmured, then dashed toward the door at the end of the corridor. Whoosh! A sharp sound cut through the air as a cold silver light shot toward him. Shield! Quirrell revealed himself, his wand flickering rapidly, conjuring a transparent shield beside him. He swiftly counterattacked, thrusting his wand toward the source of the silver light. Explosion! A blinding orange-red flash erupted from his wand tip, hurtling straight to the other end of the corridor. Snape also revealed himself, casually flicking his wand to dispel the explosive spell. His voice was icy and deliberate. Quirinus Quirrell, as a professor, shouldn't you be searching for the troll? What are you doing here? As Snape stepped closer, Quirrell's face twisted in fear. Backing away, he stammered, I was just worried someone might come here. Headmaster Dumbledore told me someone has ill intentions toward the school's treasure. I thought the troll's escape was suspicious, so I came to check. A perfect explanation. Truly a dedicated professor. Snape stood before the door. I'll stay here. You may leave. Why are you standing there? Quirrell, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth and challenged, Are you the one with ill intentions? An interesting claim. Snape's tone grew even colder. Perhaps I should fetch Dumbledore so you can repeat that to him. Fine. I'll go get Headmaster Dumbledore right now. Quirrell took a step back, then in an instant thrust his wand forward. Birds. More than 10 glowing little birds chirped excitedly, resembling a playful trick to amuse children as they swooped towards Snape. His displeasure was evident at such a feeble spell. He reached out and grasped at the air, instantly extinguishing the glowing birds as if they had never existed. No wonder Malfoy complained to me, hoping his father would expel you. Is this your real ability? Professor Quirrell of the Defense Against the Dark Arts. What? What do you want? Quirrell's eyes widened as he continually retreated. His face displayed sheer terror, and in a moment of distraction he tripped over his robe and fell to the ground. Snape's lips twitched just as he was about to say something. He noticed Quirrell's gaze had changed, becoming intensely focused. Silently casting a spell. Snape became instantly alert, feeling a wave of heat erupt from behind him. The glowing birds reappeared, gathering together and igniting like a phoenix reborn, forming a massive fireball. The fireball distorted the surrounding air, dragging a fiery tail behind it, rushing towards the wooden door with astonishing speed like a shooting star across the sky. Stupefy! Snape shouted sharply. The fireball was on the verge of extinguishing, but then rapidly expanded, evidently Quirrell casting another spell. Everything happened too quickly. The wooden door was engulfed in flames and fierce barking erupted from within. 3 enormous dog heads suddenly burst through the doorway, opening their toothy mouths wide to snap forward. Despite Snape's quick reaction, he couldn't evade one of the dog heads' vicious bites. The 3-headed dog's teeth pierced Snape's calf, emitting a growl that seemed to threaten from deep within. Quirrell's face turned pale. A 3-headed dog. How can there be such a thing in the school? Receiving this crucial information, he decided not to linger and hurriedly scrambled to his feet and fled. Snape's expression turned grim as he waved his wand, repel the enemy 3 feet back. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, an invisible force surged towards the 3-headed dog, causing it to lose control. It let out a painful howl, awkwardly flying backward and crashing into the wall, causing a tremor around. Snape gritted his teeth, standing up to face the 3-headed dog. The 3-headed dog had just regained its balance when it caught sight of Snape's stern gaze and shuddered involuntarily. It emitted a low growl of warning from its mouth but did not charge forward recklessly. Snape pressed his lips together and waved his wand horizontally across the room, conjuring an iron door to confine the 3-headed dog once more. Thinking of escaping, Snape turned to Quirrell, only to see that Quirrell had already run a distance away. He suppressed the intense pain in his calf and yanked his wand upward, fiercely piercing charm. Quirrell only then heard Snape's voice, a surge of crisis rising within him, an imminent threat of death. He frantically waved his wand, desperately reciting one spell after another. Protego. Protego. All protections. All protections. Several invisible protective spells converged before him, solidifying into a robust gray magical barrier. Yet the sense of crisis did not diminish in the slightest. He could only lay down protective spells as best as he could before the magic struck. The strange spell finally came silently crashing against the magical barrier. The solid magical barrier shattered in an instant as a tremendous force collided with Quirrell. He was propelled through the air like a puppet tracing a grotesque arc. Quirrell was thrown backward, his arms flailing weakly, his face reflecting an expression of disbelief and terror. Boom! He crashed against the wall with a resounding impact, the plaster instantly shattering and dust and debris spread in a cloud of smoke. Cough, cough, cough. Quirrell coughed repeatedly, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. He felt dizzy and disoriented, as if hit by a fire dragon. Every inch of his skin and every organ emitted groans of distress. Quirinus Quirrell. Snape approached Quirrell with a cold stare, limping. His wand trembled in his hand, scattering specks of emerald green light to staunch the bleeding from his calf. As Snape advanced, the sense of impending death grew stronger. Quirrell forced himself to calm down, stammering a defense. Professor Snape, this is all just a misunderstanding. It truly was. A misunderstanding. My wand. It backfired. The wand backfired. So my magic went out of control, burning through that wooden door. Fortunately you are unharmed. Snape had the words on the tip of his tongue, but he still refrained from speaking. The reason for this was that his true target was not Quirrell but the potential mastermind behind him, Voldemort. Voldemort was the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. If Voldemort was still alive, every word and action he took now would impact Voldemort's future attitude toward. Even without considering Voldemort, he had other matters to contemplate. Times had changed. This was a relatively peaceful era, and killing at Hogwarts would easily attract the Ministry of Magic's heightened scrutiny. He also bore the identity of a Death Eater, and any act of killing, even with Dumbledore as a guarantee, would not be easy to quell. Moreover, once Dumbledore intervened, it would implicitly indicate a connection between the two, making it even more challenging for him to reintegrate into Voldemort's ranks in the future. Snape reflected on the past. Perhaps it was precisely because he walked the grey area that he encountered so much. Lily, Hogwarts, Harry Potter, Voldemort, Death Eaters. Memory surged before his eyes. That hauntingly beautiful smile seemed so close. He took a deep breath, forcing a sound through his gritted teeth. Quirinus, Quirrell. What are you doing? Are you here too? Take care of something. Quirrell raised his hands, emitting an awkward and short laugh. I am just a professor. What else can I do? Of course I am here to serve. Headmaster Dumbledore. Just then a sharp shout pierced through, followed by a tremor and a loud crash. In an instant Snape raised a magical energy field. What trouble have you gotten into this time? He whispered, pointing his wand at Quirrell's forehead. I don't know either. Quirrell spread his hands, indicating he had done nothing. The two stood in a tense standoff for a while until the voices of three boys echoed. Wow! Weasley's fireworks that you helped us improve are really fantastic. This year's Halloween feast is so innovative, I love it. Can you be serious? The situation is very critical. Fred, watch out. Followed by a steady and clear incantation. Fred, come here. What is going on? Quirrell exclaimed in alarm, clumsily getting back on his feet. Why is Weasley being targeted by a troll? Seizing the opportunity, Snape waved his wand, conjuring a rope that bound Quirrell. With the rope constraining him, Quirrell appeared even more anxious, pleading, Snape, please let me go. Snape remained unmoved, snatching the wand from Quirrell's hand. You seem quite concerned. Voices from below surged again. Weasley, run. It is targeting you. Hurry. Quirrell continued to plead. If that child confronts the troll, it could provoke a rampage. We need to stop him. Snape's jaw twitched as he waved his wand, making the rope disappear. Thank you. Thank you. Quirrell scrambled to his feet, using all limbs to run, neglecting his wand as he dashed downstairs. Snape looked at Quirrell departing with a strange expression before finally gritting his teeth and following. With a loud bang, a riot of colorful fireworks burst forth, blooming in the sky into a lion-shaped spectacle. Fred and George embraced, cheering jubilantly. We did it. We did it. It's even more beautiful than we imagined. This gold is absolutely stunning, more dazzling than a galleon. Weasley couldn't help but smile. The twins possessed a magical ability to spread joy effortlessly. In truth, he hadn't done much, mainly ensuring the materials performed optimally to guarantee the final product's vivid colors. Yet in Fred and George's eyes, Weasley's contribution was the most significant. The twins didn't rest after completing the experimental fireworks. They immediately busied themselves with crafting larger ones. They even drafted a patent application with great seriousness, insisting Weasley add his name. In the secret passage, Weasley pondered the patent. You plan to take this to the Ministry of Magic and file a patent. Can magic even be patented? His knowledge of the ministry was scant, mostly gleaned from Luna's tales, like the elite Aurors being part of the Rotfon conspiracy. The so-called Rotfon conspiracy suggested that malicious individuals would use magic and gum disease to bring down the ministry from within. The conspiracy sounded impressively arcane and thoroughly magical, especially coming from Luna, so Weasley believed it wholeheartedly. Eager to understand the Rotfon conspiracy fully, he grew curious about the ministry itself. The Patent Office for Ludicrous Products handles that. Fred explained cheerfully. It's under the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Getting approval shouldn't be hard. Mr. Bagman is easygoing. He was a professional beater in his youth. George added, mimicking a batting stance. Weasley remarked in awe, you seem to know quite a few people at the ministry. Fred said earnestly, you're our material consultant now, so the people we know. George slung an arm around Weasley's shoulder, grinning. Are the people you know? Seeing the twins' genuine smiles, Weasley beamed too. Exiting the secret passage, they glanced around the unusually quiet first floor, a flicker of unease stirring within them. Weasley suggested, let's check the Great Hall. They hurried over only to find it empty save for the fluttering black bats on the ceiling. Just then a sharp scream echoed from afar. The three dashed out of the hall to see Hermione, Ron and Harry fleeing in panic at the end of the corridor. A massive shadow loomed, followed by a colossal creature rivaling Hagrid in size. Its hulking body was rough as granite, its grey-black hide thick with moss and warts. Each step the behemoth took made the ground tremble. Its long arms clutched a thick club, dragging it across the floor with a grating screech. Fred cheered instantly, a real surprise for Halloween. George shouted, "And it's a troll." Weasley frowned, warning, "I just saw Ron." "Did you notice?" "Of course we did." Fred and George chorused. "Well, go check it out." Weasley, "Stay here." Harry's trio had barricaded themselves in a room, but the troll attacked, smashing a wall and burying them under rubble. After wreaking havoc, the troll sniffed the air and turned toward Weasley. Hearing the wall collapse, Fred and George quickened their pace. They closed in on the troll at lightning speed, their fireworks already lit, trailing a shower of sparks. The situation felt too bizarre. Weasley had no idea where the professors were, and staying alone seemed unsafe. After a moment's thought, he didn't remain idle. Gripping his wand tightly, he followed the twins with utmost vigilance. Boom! The fireworks soared, carving a dazzling arc of flames through the corridor, transforming into two fiery lions. Like true beasts, they roared and pounced on the troll, engulfing it in a brilliant explosion. Startled by the sudden blast and noise, the troll stumbled in confusion. Knocked off balance, it crashed sideways into the wall. The wall couldn't bear the troll's weight. Stones rained down, burying the creature completely. Dust billowed, obscuring the troll's massive form, leaving only its intermittent low growls audible. George raised his arms and shouted, "Hoo-hoo! Weasley, the fireworks you improved are absolutely thrilling." He waved his wand to clear the dust, eager to see the result. As the dust settled, the troll lay crushed under rubble, one arm still gripping its club protruding outward. Fred chuckled, "This year's Halloween feast is the most creative ever, I love it." Weasley said sternly, "Can you be serious? This is a dire situation." Before he could finish, the troll's exposed arm stirred, swinging the club toward Fred. "Fred, watch out!" Weasley shouted, instantly casting an enhanced summoning charm. Accio Fred. Ancient magic surged into his wand, which blazed with brilliant silver-blue light. The light formed an arm that grabbed Fred by the collar and yanked him back, narrowly dodging the troll's attack. The troll, failing its strike, staggered to its feet with short guttural roars. "Oh ho! Stupefy!" George, sensing the troll's aggression, retreated swiftly while aiming a red beam from his wand. The red light hit the troll's chest but had little effect, dissipating into faint sparks. The troll shook its potato-sized head and looked toward Weasley. A chill ran down Weasley's spine. He had become the troll's target. With a furious roar, the troll moved with alarming speed. It seemed more agile than before. With a whoosh, it raised its club and hurled it straight at Weasley, who stood farthest away. Weasley, already on high alert, cast the levitation charm without hesitation, Wingardium Leviosa. The charm worked, suspending the once menacing club midair, held by an invisible force. It was the wonder of magic that allowed him to restrain the club so effortlessly. In his past life, lifting such a massive club by sheer physical strength would have been impossible. Weasley's mind raced, recalling crucial information from the books in his mind. The troll's weakness was its head. For most creatures, the head is a fatal point, and trolls were no exception. But the troll's head was only the size of a potato, making precise targeting no easy feat. Aware of this, Weasley added an extra layer of magic to the levitation charm. His wand glowed with brilliant silver-blue light. Without hesitation, he swung it, hurling the club forward. Ancient magic mastery of throwing. Under the enhancement of ancient magic throwing mastery, the wooden stick flew backward and in an instant reached the top of the giant's head. At that moment, Weizet's heart felt as if it would leap out of his chest. Facing a life-or-death crisis, he actually felt an exhilarating sensation. He unleashed his understanding of magic, calculated the landing point of the stick, and cancelled the effect of the levitation charm, causing the stick to smash accurately onto the giant's head. Bang! Amidst a spine-chilling sound of cracking bones, the giant's head was smashed deep into its chest like a mole in a whack-a-mole game. The bewildered giant staggered and struggled forward a few steps before crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Accurate hit. Ravenclaw scores. A promising beater. Fred and George high-fived each other, looking even happier than Weizet. Weizet coughed lightly and reminded Ron and the others are still buried in the wall. Oh. Right. The twins hurriedly ran toward the collapsed wall. Ron. Are you alive? Alive. Alive. The voices of Hermione, Ron and Harry came simultaneously. Then we're coming over. Just as the twins passed the giant, a change occurred. The giant stood up again. Is this a reanimation? The twins, startled and uncertain, leaned against the wall behind them and swiftly moved away from the rising giant. The headless giant broke through the smoke, raised its hands abruptly and charged at Weizet like a zombie craving fresh flesh and blood. At this moment the giant moved like a marionette, each step stiff and eerie. Fred and George noticed the anomaly and instantly understood. They shouted at Weizet, "Weizet, run! Its target is you! Run! Petrificus totalis! Arresto momentum! Change of form! Kalashu!" They waved their wands repeatedly, multicolored magical lights flashing desperately, trying to stop the giant's advance. However, the giant possessed immense magical resistance, making their spells ineffective. Even transfiguration spells failed, though the twins conjured ropes, the giant simply broke through them. The terror of a XXX-class dangerous creature was fully displayed at this moment. Weizet! Flee into the Great Hall. There are doors there that can block the giant. Weizet! Move! Are you scared? Fred, let's go! Fred and George shouted as they ran, resorting to the most primitive method, leaping onto the giant's back. Such an act was undoubtedly futile. The giant merely shook its body violently, flinging both of them against the wall. They grunted in unison, their eyes closing as they fell into a brief unconsciousness. The ground trembled incessantly as the giant, like a tank at full throttle, drew closer and closer to Weizet. Weizet did not take a single step backward. Only one image filled his mind, the giant's granite-like skin peeling rapidly, the flesh beneath festering and oozing pus. The Affliction Curse. It was a spell he was reluctant to use. The Affliction Curse would stir the restlessness of the Obscurus, a sensation he greatly disliked. But in a moment of danger, when spells and transfiguration had failed, the Affliction Curse was undoubtedly the most effective means. He hesitated no longer, raised his wand high and uttered in a low voice like a serpent, "Sis morsis plaga." At that instant he felt as if a second heart was beating within him. The core of the Obscurus was incredibly restless, like a powder keg about to explode. A thick dark light burst from the tip of his wand, plunging straight into the giant's neck. That was the only place where the flesh was mangled and where the magical resistance was weakest. The disintegration began from the neck. The skin on the giant's neck sloughed off and the flesh inside decayed into foul green liquid. Its speed slowed more and more, like a vitamin C tablet dropped into water, with bubbles emerging all over its body. The bubbles burst continuously and the giant seemed to dissolve, its form shrinking and shrinking until it turned into a vile green sludge that spread across the ground. Finally it could no longer maintain its shape and collapsed like mud, splashing a pool of foul green liquid. Weizet's robe was stained with much of the green sludge, but he ignored it, instinctively clutching his head. Malice surged in like a tide, relentlessly battering his consciousness. He grew increasingly dizzy and lightheaded, losing his balance, and involuntarily stumbled backward step by step. The concerned voices of Fred and George reached his ears. "Hey Weizet, are you okay? What just happened? You look terrible. Why don't you rest in the Great Hall? It's empty there anyway. Why are you emitting black mist? That's so cool. Emanating black mist, that's a great idea. George, write that down." Just as Weizet was about to fall, two hands caught him, preventing him from hitting the ground. The twins' buoyancy was infectious. Weizet felt a light appear before him, curbing the surging tide of malice. Guardian meditation technique. Seizing this rare opportunity, Weizet entered a meditative state, calming himself. Everything was returning to normal. The ornately decorated Great Hall unfolded in his mind while the twins' retching sounds reached his ears. Ugh! What happened? Why did the giant turn into stinky water? Who cares? To make dung bombs would have to buy stink pellets. I think that smell can't compare to this. Ugh! Ugh! That's true. Stink pellets are expensive as hell. We need to collect more. Hearing the twins' conversation, Weizet smiled wryly. Fred and George were truly carefree, ignoring their own pain to collect the green sludge from the ground, seemingly intending to use it to make dung bombs. Perhaps infected by the twins, Weizet felt the overwhelming malice growing weaker. He seized the opportunity, gripped his wand tightly, and traced a smooth S-curve in the air. Re-purger. A silver-blue light shone from the wand and a whirlwind formed. The whirlwind not only removed the green sludge from his robe but also swept away the malice brought by the Obscurus core. At that moment Dumbledore's voice came from outside the Great Hall. "Shall I give you a hand? If Mr. Filch discovers this any later, he will be furious." The Great Hall finally grew livelier, taking on a bit of a Halloween Eve atmosphere. Fred and George stood like royal guards before two large bottles filled with green sludge, fending off the pacing Percy as if he were a dragon coveting treasure. Hermione, Harry and Ron stood aside, uninjured but covered in dust, looking disheveled. They all kept their heads low, as if humbly accepting criticism. Penelope sat beside Weizet and asked with concern, "Do you want to go to the school infirmary? You look terribly pale, like a sheet of paper." Dumbledore was also in the hall with four professors standing behind him, their expressions varied. Dumbledore spoke softly. "Miss Clearwater, would you please wait a moment? I'd like to clarify a few things." Penelope promptly nodded, remaining silent. Dumbledore turned around. "Professor McGonagall, if you please. With pursed lips, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, her gaze falling upon Harry and the others. Headmaster Dumbledore asked everyone to return to the common room. When I went to check, Percy came running to me saying someone was missing. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, do you have any idea how dangerous that was? The wall collapsed and buried you all. Fortunately, none of you were injured. But luck won't always be with you. Harry and the others, singled out by Professor McGonagall, looked up as if startled, then lowered their heads in unison, displaying a remarkable synchrony. The three timidly turned their heads, exchanging glances with one another, yet not a single word escaped their lips. Snape, standing nearby, interjected, "The boy who lived is like that. Always thinking he can do something more outrageous to prove his uniqueness." His voice was cold, flat, devoid of any inflection, yet brimming with biting sarcasm. Professor McGonagall's voice grew stern. "Please explain yourselves. Why didn't you return to the common room but instead stayed on the first floor? Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, I saw you in the Great Hall earlier. Why didn't you follow Percy and stay properly in the common?" Perhaps provoked by Snape, Harry lifted his head and said stubbornly, "Professor McGonagall, we had a reason to stay." Professor McGonagall's tone softened slightly. "Mr. Potter, then please tell us." At her words, Harry's mind went blank and he was left speechless. The matter was simple in origin. Ron had spoken ill of Hermione, leaving her unaware of the rogue troll. He and Ron had found Hermione not only to inform her but also for Ron to formally apologize. The three had reconciled and become friends. It should have been a happy ending, but they encountered the troll on the way, leading to the subsequent ordeal. Explaining this would expose Ron's harsh words about Hermione. For Harry, revealing such a truth would be a betrayal of his good friend Ron. Regardless, Ron was the first and closest friend Harry had made at Hogwarts, someone willing to risk his life for him. Harry turned his head slightly, glancing at Ron and then at Hermione, deciding to alter the story. He would take the blame himself. But before he could speak, Hermione stepped forward. Her eyes red and glistening with tears, she choked out, "Professor McGonagall, it's my fault. I thought I could handle the troll alone, so. Miss Granger, I hope you're not deceiving me. You weren't in the Great Hall earlier, so how did you know about the troll?" Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, her expression exceedingly grave. "Professor McGonagall, Hermione sobbed, her face flushed with embarrassment, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Professor McGonagall, it's all my fault." Ron shouted, his face red, stepping in front of Hermione with his eyes squeezed shut. "I said mean things about Hermione. I was going to drag Harry to apologize to her, but we ran into the troll. Punish me if you must. Write to my mother." Hermione quickly looked up, wiping away her tears haphazardly. "Professor McGonagall, when the wall fell, Ron shielded me. Please don't expel him." Harry chimed in anxiously. "Professor McGonagall, Ron protected both Hermione and me. You can't send him away from Hogwarts." Fred and George remarked in awe. "Unfamiliar. Utterly unfamiliar. Ron was so brave, willingly asking Professor McGonagall to write a letter." The three feared different things. Hermione dreaded expulsion, Harry didn't want to leave Hogwarts, and Ron dreaded the prospect of getting into trouble at Hogwarts only to have someone write to his mother. "Professor McGonagall, since the children are unharmed, perhaps a minor penalty would suffice." Dumbledore suggested, a satisfied smile on his face. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses and let out a long sigh. "I see in you the radiance of friendship. But breaking school rules must be punished. Gryffindor loses 30 points. Percy, take them back to rest." Harry and Ron exchanged glances and breathed a long sigh of relief. For them, this was the best possible outcome. Hermione's eyes remained red, feeling it was her fault that Gryffindor had lost another 30 points. "Now on to your matter," Dumbledore said, taking 2 steps forward. "You faced the troll, which must have been even more thrilling. Why didn't you return to the common room?" "Headmaster Dumbledore, it was all an accident." Unlike Harry's panic, Fred remained composed, answering with a wink. George, equally unflustered, chimed in with perfect synchrony. "We were just a few minutes late. A few tens of minutes. Maybe half an hour to the Great Hall. Who knew we'd run into this? The Great Hall was empty and we were absolutely terrified. We were on the verge of tears." Fred narrated vividly. George covered his face with his hand, nodding and wailing, "That's right. I actually cried. Boo-hoo." Beside them, Penelope covered her mouth, struggling to suppress a laugh. Weasley held his breath, similarly restraining his laughter. "What were you doing earlier?" Professor McGonagall took a deep breath as if to calm herself. "And why were you with Weasley?" "Seeking magical advice." Fred's eyes darted around before he blurted out, "We were consulting Weasley about potions." "Discussing potions with a first year?" Professor McGonagall murmured, her tone laced with skepticism. "At the very least you should." "Weasley is qualified," Snape interjected coldly. "Arms crossed, these two are not as proficient as him." "I said it." George lowered his hand, nodding vigorously in agreement with Snape. Although Snape Professor Snape's words sting. It's the truth. Enough. The matter is clear, it was an accident. Dumbledore maintained his smile. Everyone is tired tonight. Let's all go back to rest, shall we? Fred and George spoke in unison. Yes, yes. We're tired too. Good night, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall and Snape. Professor Snape. Fearing Dumbledore might change his mind, they quickly hoisted the large bottle of green slime behind them and sprinted out of the Great Hall as if running a 100-meter dash. Before leaving, they left behind a parting remark. Weasley, we won't forget your life-saving grace. Professor McGonagall watched Fred and George depart with a soft sigh. Those two boys, she murmured. Headmaster Dumbledore, shall I take Weasley back as Penelope asked tentatively. Given what had transpired, losing no points was already the best outcome. I'm afraid not, Miss Clearwater. Dumbledore waved his hand. There are a few matters I wish to discuss privately with Mr. Lovegood. Professor Flitwick, would you be so kind as to escort him to the headmaster's office? The password is Jelly Slug. As the group dwindled further, Dumbledore turned his gaze to Quirrell. Professor Quirrell, I couldn't find you earlier. Where were you? Ah. I just woke up. Quirrell stammered, sweat beading on his forehead. And then I left. Later I heard a commotion and came over to check. Is that so? Dumbledore hummed thoughtfully, then looked at Snape. Professor Snape, I noticed you arrived together. Quirrell took a deep breath, his eyes filled with anxiety as he glanced nervously at Snape. Snape pursed his lips and gave a curt reply. A chance encounter. Yes. A chance encounter. Quirrell sighed with relief. I was a bit disoriented when I woke up, but am feeling much better now. Since you're all right, Professor Quirrell, that's excellent. Dumbledore nodded. Then let's all disperse and get some rest. The professors departed one by one, leaving Dumbledore alone in the Great Hall. He strolled to a distant corridor, now in shambles, littered with bricks and stones knocked down by the rampaging troll. Apar vestigium, he whispered. Golden mist shot from the tip of his wand, swirling into a vortex in the air. The vortex emitted a rustling sound, scattering countless specks of golden dust. The dust coalesced into moving figures, replaying the scene like a film. Dumbledore pulled out a bag of lemon sherbets and watched with relish like a cinema patron. Magical fireworks. Fred and George have improved. Could Weasley have helped? So this is the special summoning charm Minerva mentioned. Truly fascinating. Knowing the troll's weakness, a remarkably skilled levitation charm. And there seems to be an additional magical boost. Is this the peculiar nature of an Obscurus? The power of the debilitating curse. Enough to rival some Death Eaters. Realizing this, Dumbledore carefully tucked away his lemon sherbets, his expression turning grave. So this is Voldemort's aim. What is his aim? Snape's voice suddenly cut through the silence as he limped towards Dumbledore. Seeing Snape's state, a flicker of guilt passed through Dumbledore's eyes. You're in poor condition. Shall I ask Fawkes to? No need. Snape refused brusquely. Since Quirrell is the Dark Lord's servant, it's better we keep our distance. Phoenix tears can heal wounds, but if mine mend too quickly, it will only make me more vulnerable in the future. I am sorry. Dumbledore sighed softly. Your leg. Did you fight Quirrell? Is his power really? I was bitten by the three-headed dog. Snape interrupted. You never told me a three-headed dog was hidden in that room. Why isn't such a creature kept in the Forbidden Forest? Actually, I did mention it. At the Startoptrum feast, Dumbledore explained. I placed a spell on that room marked by the door. Fluffy only stirs inside. It only attacks if the door is opened. I never imagined you would venture in there. Snape opened his mouth, struggling to keep his tone icy. Quirrell is a skilled deceiver. His nonverbal magic is proficient. He used fire to destroy the door, an unintended success. I didn't anticipate that. Dumbledore sighed. He was a talented wizard himself. A pity. He certainly has a talent for mindlessly risking his life for the Dark Lord. Snape said ruthlessly. What did you mean by the Dark Lord's aim? Dumbledore explained, to make Weasley use dark magic, thereby agitating the Obscurus. Voldemort's goal is the Obscurus. A look of recollection flickered in his eyes as if recalling a past event, and his face momentarily darkened. He too seeks the power of the Obscurus. Snape asked, is this the Dark Lord's goal or Quirrell's? Dumbledore frowned. What else happened between you and Quirrell tonight? When Quirrell heard Weasley's voice, he became immediately tense. He even begged me, exposed his back to me, and ran downstairs recklessly. So that's why you appeared together. Dumbledore's brow smoothed as he stroked his long silver beard. This is a good thing. Seeking Weasley's power while also caring for him, and you call that a good thing? Snape crossed his arms. I think he needs a checkup at St. Mungo's. Perhaps his soul has split. One half cares for Weasley while the other only follows orders. I wouldn't mind brewing a potion to put him out of his misery. Dumbledore waved a hand. Contradiction brings opportunity. Under Weasley's influence, Quirrell might yet have a chance to turn back. You must still maintain contact with him. Find out how Voldemort is now. This is crucial for us. Poof. What else? Snape sneered. That's why I refused the Phoenix Tears. I'll go to him again tonight. Dumbledore gazed deeply at Snape, his tone sincere. Severus, I thank you. Enough. Snape's voice was harsh. I'll do anything to kill the Dark Lord. Ah. I haven't sighed this much in a long time. Dumbledore said wryly, changing the subject. Let's continue watching. Do you need my support? Snape said nothing, his brow furrowed as he stepped forward 2 paces, his actions speaking for themselves. They returned to the Great Hall to see the Weasley figure made of golden dust surrounded by a distorted aura. Dumbledore's voice was low. The Obscurus is agitated. This is not a good sign. He wore a contemplative expression. By the time I had calmed Harry and returned to the hall, Weasley was already back to normal. How did he manage it? Soon the tracking spell gave him the answer. The golden figure of Weasley waved his wand and cast a spell on himself. Seeing the familiar movement, Snape's expression turned peculiar. A compound spell. He innovated it in front of me. I remember the incantation. Scourgify. The wand traced a beautiful shaped arc. A whirlwind rose from their feet, sweeping away a layer of dust. Snape explained, the effect is, as you see, it can cleanse all kinds of filth, even effective against dragon blood. Dumbledore murmured, when was it completed? Under your guidance. No. Snape shook his head. The knowledge of composite magic came from Quirrell, though his lessons were worse than a potion of despair. But when he taught Weizet individually, he displayed the competence befitting a Ravenclaw. At least his theoretical knowledge was solid. He's only a first year. Dumbledore marveled. To innovate a composite spell, remarkable. Snape interjected coldly, don't think of switching targets. Expecting me to spare time for Harry Potter. Impossible. Rest assured. Dumbledore chuckled, helplessly waving his hand. This composite spell wasn't overly complex but brimmed with creativity, ingeniously combining the strengths of 2 magics. Intrigued, Dumbledore replicated the spell with ease, following Snape's gestures. Closing his eyes, he experienced the magic anew, yet remained baffled as to how such a domestic spell could suppress an Obscurus. However, he knew someone with deep insight into Obscurials and resolved to write for counsel later. Snape, visibly impatient, asked, since the Dark Lord has set his sights on Weizet, will you inform him? Dumbledore hummed softly. I'm contemplating how much to tell him. Concealing parts is your usual tactic, no surprise. Snape sneered. My advice. Tell him everything. You trust him that much? Dumbledore's tone carried surprise. Truly unexpected. Snape pursed his lips, said no more, and limped away. Weizet, take this. In the corridor, Flitwick pressed something into Weizet's hand, a large pack of Honeyduke's finest chocolates. Eat up. Flitwick encouraged. You missed the Halloween feast, you must be famished. Have some chocolate to tide you over. Ravenclaw students adored their head of house not only for his lively charms classes but also for his amiable nature. He always carried assorted treats. Whenever he encountered a disheartened Ravenclaw, he would warmly offer a snack and a word of encouragement. According to Penelope, if one felt down, a visit to Flitwick's office would reveal him waving his wand to command a dancing cowboy jig for entertainment. Honeyduke's finest chocolates lived up to their name, far surpassing chocolate frogs in flavor, silkier, smoother, richer, and more fragrant. After 2 chocolates, Weizet felt warm in body and spirit. Flitwick led him into a corridor ending at a grand statue of a fierce gargoyle. The gargoyle, with a menacing expression and spread wings, perched on a stone pedestal so lifelike it seemed ready to spring into action. Flitwick called out the password, jelly slug. The crouching gargoyle truly came to life, stretching its body, folding its bat-like wings, and nimbly hopping aside. Behind the gargoyle statue lay a hidden bright passage where a spiral staircase slowly ascended. The sensation of riding the spiral staircase felt familiar to Weizet, like an escalator in his past life, steady, smooth, and best of all, requiring no climbing. It was precisely due to Flitwick's popularity and the practicality of charms that he had the most students seeking his advice. During the ride up the spiral staircase, Weizet seized the opportunity to ask numerous questions about spells. As Weizet had anticipated, none of the professors he knew were simple, each was erudite, effortlessly resolving his doubts. Gestures, incantation, intonation, and a relaxed mind. Remember these 3 points when practicing spells and you'll achieve twice the results with half the effort, Flitwick said, animated in his teaching mode. Beginners must especially heed these three. Gesture and tone effect. The final magical effect, a solid foundation, allows you to master more advanced magical techniques. More advanced magical techniques. Weizet blinked, curious. Head of house, could you give me an example? Such as wandless magic and non-verbal magic, these are advanced techniques. Flitwick raised 3 long fingers. Let me demonstrate briefly. With a snap of his fingers, a stream of clear water sprang from his fingertip. Raising his other hand, he traced a fine line and the water instantly froze into a flower-like ice crystal. Flitwick handed over the ice flower, smiling. The water-making charm combined with the freezing charm executed through non-verbal and wandless magic achieves this effect. As the name implies, non-verbal magic is producing the intended magical effect without vocalizing or shouting the incantation. Weizet nodded, pulling out his notebook to take notes. Setting aside the nuance of not vocalizing, simply not shouting the incantation was already a challenge. With the spells he currently knew, maintaining a rhythmic intonation was essential for sufficient power. Writing it down won't hurt, but building a solid foundation is key. Flitwick nodded approvingly. Of course. I have full confidence in you, your intonation and pronunciation are excellent. What he admired most about Weizet was not only his solid foundation but also his constant readiness to learn. Once you pass your O. W. L. S in your 6th year, he'll guide you in practicing this technique. Weizet looked up. Head of house, can wandless magic also be learned in the 6th year? Flitwick shook his head. Hogwarts doesn't teach that skill. European wizards have used wands for centuries. Mastering wandless magic is considerably more difficult. Without a wand's assistance, spells become less precise and prone to accidents. I recall that in parts of Africa local wizards are adept at this technique. The spiral staircase led them to a corridor ending at an intricately carved wooden door. Weizet pocketed his notes with a satisfied smile. I feel I've learned so much. Learning is endless, one must also relax occasionally. Flitwick said with concern, that's why I had you join the Quidditch team, to balance work and rest. Behind the wooden door was a spacious circular chamber, its walls adorned with portrait paintings. These portraits were also animated, but as the night had grown deep they had all drifted into slumber, their bodies rising and falling slightly in their doze. Upon entering, Flitwick lowered his voice considerably. These are all portraits of the headmasters. Weizet nodded, gazing around the room with curiosity. Several desks were placed here, and on the desk against the wall stood an array of silver instruments of peculiar shapes. These instruments spun or leaped, emitting puffs of smoke. 2 rows of arched cabinets lined the walls. In one compartment rested a tattered old wizard's hat, the very sorting hat used for the sorting ceremony. Just as Weizet was overwhelmed by the sights, a melodious sound came from above. He looked up to see a large fiery red bird appear before him. The bird resembled a swan in form, trailing a splendid golden tail. Its beak and talons were long, exuding a deadly elegance. This is Fawkes the Phoenix, headmaster Dumbledore's companion, Flitwick introduced softly. A rare magical creature. I've seen him in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Weizet replied with a nod. But he is far more beautiful than the illustration. As if hearing his praise, Fawkes let out a soft cry and hovered beside Weizet. Try extending your arm, it seems he has taken a liking to you, Flitwick said cheerfully. Don't worry about holding him, phoenixes are very understanding. Weizet did as told, raising his arm as if to beckon a hawk. Fawkes immediately alighted upon it. As Flitwick had said, the phoenix placed no burden on him but instead brought warmth. This warmth felt familiar, reminding him of his arrival in this world. I remember you. Weizet murmured softly, his voice tender. Thank you for catching me. Fawkes trilled again, nuzzling his cheek. It seems you and Fawkes are acquainted. That's wonderful, Flitwick said with a smile. He'll have some food prepared for you, it will be sent here shortly. Weizet felt a bit embarrassed and quickly said, that's far too much trouble. Flitwick winked. It's late and I'd like a little bedtime snack myself. It's just a convenience. What Flitwick's bedtime snack consisted of, Weizet did not know. But he could be certain that the feast that suddenly appeared on the desk was definitely not a bedtime snack. Eating a large lamb chop and steak before bed along with 3 roast potatoes would surely leave one feeling overstuffed even in dreams. Yet he could not resist the tantalizing aroma of meat and began to enjoy the bedtime snack. He chewed the steak in small bites and fed Fawkes some dirigible plums. He knew from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them that phoenixes loved drinking dew and tasting herbs and berries. The dirigible plums seemed to suit Fawkes' taste. He raised his beautiful head, signaling that Weizet could stroke his neck. Weizet placed his hand on Fawkes' neck. The feathers there were even smoother and softer, and the warmth they emitted was more intense. After a few strokes he felt a strong affinity with Fawkes. He also felt more relaxed, able to properly ponder the night's events. After some thought he connected many past occurrences and suddenly felt quite disheartened. After an unknown amount of time, Dumbledore's voice rang out. It seems you and Fawkes are getting along well. He turned to see Dumbledore standing at the entrance of the headmaster's office, a gentle smile on his face. Time seemed to have silvered Dumbledore's hair and beard without troubling him further. He remained hale and hearty, his bright blue eyes full of spirit. Fawkes flapped his wings and perched on Dumbledore's arm, rubbing his cheek against the headmaster's face with his gracefully curved beak. Dumbledore patted Fawkes back and the phoenix flew off again to land on a perch by the door. He approached the desk and asked in a gentle tone, "Your first Halloween Eve at Hogwarts, quite marvelous, isn't it?" Weizet nodded. "I plan to write an article about tonight's events and submit it to Mr. Lovegood. I am now a loyal reader of the Quibbler," Dumbledore replied with a smile. Noticing the gloom on Weizet's face, he rummaged through his pockets and like a magician produced an assortment of candies. "I look forward to reading your article." Looking at the lemon sherbet Dumbledore offered, Weizet spoke first. "Headmaster, can I know what really happened tonight? After I appeared, the troll abandoned its original target. Its sole target became me. That was far too unusual. And the previous attack by the runespore also had its doubts. According to Hagrid, the eggs came from that very runespore. But Luna told me that the runespore that attacked us was already very old, likely unable to lay eggs, wasn't it? Those eggs earned me 500 galleons, no small sum. So I want to know, what things am I not supposed to know?" After speaking so much in one breath, he felt a great release and his earlier gloom dissipated considerably. Dumbledore maintained his smile. "Getting everything off your chest must feel much better, doesn't it?" "Yes. That's good." Dumbledore nodded. "Your past experiences have likely changed you quite a bit, making you, though young, someone who has endured many unfortunate events. I too had such a time, lacking someone to confide and letting bitterness and troubles fester in my heart. Until I made a grievous mistake." Weizet asked in confusion, "A grievous mistake?" "Yes," Dumbledore said with a slight nod, but did not delve deeper into the topic. "Weizet, you should continue to speak your mind as you are now." Weizet cleared his throat and said apologetically, "Life here is wonderful. I only have these two matters I don't understand. Precisely because it is wonderful here, I don't wish for any mishaps to ruin this beauty. The most simple, pure curiosity toward all things, that is the quality Ravenclaw values most." Dumbledore smiled wryly. "Ravenclaw indeed suits you perfectly. Let's start with the runespore incident. That matter was orchestrated by a pureblood family. I intervened and negotiated, and the result was those eggs." He spread his hands, showing absolute firmness and confidence. "The pureblood families dare not take further action. You may use that money without worry. The pureblood families targeted me." Weizet thought of Slytherin's attitude toward him. "Because I am an Obscurial." "Not entirely." Dumbledore explained. "An Obscurial signifies not only danger but also that you come from the Muggle world. Some pureblood families still fail to realize that blood purity is merely an absurd consolation and that wizards will never become the masters of this world. Yet to showcase the uniqueness of wizardkin, these families have become exceptionally exclusive, harboring animosity towards all Muggles and the wizards born from them. They simply forget that pure-blood wizards are dwindling. Even in the wizarding world, half-bloods or those from Muggle backgrounds have become the mainstream." Having heard these words from Dumbledore, Weizet felt a surge of absurdity. The pure-blood theory is indeed quite ridiculous. The so-called pure-blood theory bore a striking resemblance to the racial theories he knew in his past life, extending even to the notion of the one-drop rule. Fortunately, at Hogwarts, blood purity theory was only prevalent within Slytherin. Perhaps it was precisely this reason that created a rift between them and the other houses. Yes, a laughable theory. The wizarding world is increasingly rejecting this dogma. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Hence they made their final desperate move and Voldemort was born. Weizet was incredulous. Voldemort was put forward by the pureblood families. Their relationship is exceedingly complex. Dumbledore gently shook his head. Voldemort's upbringing was unique, which led him to become an advocate of the pure-blood theory. When Voldemort rose to power, the pure-blood families recognized this and truly began to support him, seeking to preserve their own power and status. Their ideologies aligned, so they joined forces and grew stronger together. Voldemort became he who must not be named, and the members of pure-blood families transformed into Death Eaters. The wizarding world endured a dark period until Voldemort was vanquished by Harry Potter and vanished, bringing back peace. And now I must tell you, Voldemort has returned. He has set his sights not only on Harry Potter but also on you." Weizet's eyes twitched. "Set his sights on me?" "Yes." Dumbledore nodded emphatically. "So? That troll was his doing, but why?" Weizet frowned, suddenly struck by a thought. "Is it still because I am an Obscurial?" Dumbledore smiled with satisfaction. "You are very perceptive." He noticed that upon learning of Voldemort's return, Weizet showed no panic but instead engaged in thought and quickly arrived at an answer. This was a rare quality and a key reason why Dumbledore valued Weizet. In Weizet he saw reflections of many. Not only Ariana but also him. Since Weizet had not betrayed Snape's trust, Dumbledore decided to reveal more information. His expression turned serious. Weizet, I must tell you something and I hope you are prepared. Sensing Dumbledore's change in demeanor, Weizet nodded solemnly. Of course. It was only after I made contact with Quirrell that I believed Voldemort had returned. That is to say, this recent action was likely carried out by Quirrell. Professor Quirrell. Weizet's eyes widened as he swallowed hard. How could it be him? He found it hard to imagine that a professor who had taught him so generously could be connected to Voldemort and had even placed him in danger. Dumbledore remarked with emotion. Straying from the path is a common occurrence. Many people go through similar experiences. The words seemed both to comfort Weizet and to be spoken to himself. I have been observing Quirrell. Since his return from the holiday his behavior has grown increasingly unusual and he barely communicates with those around him. Until I thought he might be beyond redemption, racing headlong towards the abyss. That was when a turning point finally emerged. Weizet pointed to himself. The turning point is me. Of course. Dumbledore smiled. You are both from Ravenclaw. It is a curious coincidence. How could it be, Professor Quirrell? Weizet was still full of confusion. If Voldemort ordered him to target me, why did he impart knowledge to me? It was from him that I learned dark magic stirs the malevolence of an Obscurus. He even advised me to master occlumency to counter the malice generated by the Obscurus. That is precisely it. Dumbledore maintained his smile. Contradiction is the turning point. You may not have noticed, but your words and actions are distinct. You respect every professor equally, and it is this respect and sincerity that Quirrell has always craved but found difficult to obtain. He embarked on the wrong path and your sincerity made him waver. It is the key to his redemption. Weizet furrowed his brow, still full of doubt. What do I need to do? Dumbledore said slowly. Maintain that respect and sincerity. For a sensitive person, special treatment will only unsettle him. Act as if you know nothing and influence him subtly. You can continue attending Quirrell's private lessons, or you can choose to no longer trust him. He let out a long breath and instructed in a solemn tone, and most importantly, you must ensure your own safety. Just then Fawkes let out a soft cry, soaring from its perch and landing beside Weizet. Of course I haven't forgotten you. Dumbledore gently stroked Fawkes' feathers. If you encounter danger you can call upon Fawkes, it will help you. Fawkes nodded very humanly and plucked a feather from itself. The fiery red feather floated into Weizet's palm and then vanished. Weizet raised his hand, looking left and right but saw nothing. Yet the warmth in his palm told him that what had just happened was real. He seemed to have established a connection with Fawkes. Merely calling out to it in his mind would elicit a response. Fawkes truly likes you, Dumbledore explained. That is its mark. As long as you are within the school it can find you swiftly. We still have some time. You can take your time to consider this matter. If you encounter any difficulties you can come to me anytime. Professor Flitwick knows the password. Weizet stood up directly, his tone unwavering, his gaze resolute. I will continue attending Professor Quirrell's lessons and do my utmost to change him. Dumbledore interlaced his fingers and said softly, good. He lowered his head slightly, not letting Weizet see his eyes. In those clear azure eyes there seemed to be a layer of crystalline translucent film. After Weasley left the headmaster's office it became somewhat quieter. Dumbledore drew his wand and traced a perfectly complete circle, expecto patronum. A dazzling silver light burst from the tip of the wand, transforming into a lifelike phoenix in the air. Newt, how have you been lately? One of my students has innovated a spell and the casting process is like this. The incantation is Scourgify. Yes, an extremely efficient and practical household charm. I vaguely recall that you seem to have an Obscurus preserved there. So I want to know, would it be helpful in suppressing the Obscurus? Write back to me as soon as possible. Best wishes to you and Tina. He gave his wand a gentle flick and the silver phoenix spun around once before flying out of the headmaster's office, vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Occlumency. Having done all this he let out a long sigh, weariness gradually creeping onto his brow. I need to go see him again. Snape stood up, looking down at Quirrell from his full height. Quirinus Quirrell, since you want more time to think, then use that garlic-filled head of yours to think it over carefully. Do you truly believe you can help the Dark Lord with just your own strength? Compared to you I would actually be far more reliable. Quirrell clenched his jaw, still maintaining a look of utter denial. Professor Snape, I really don't know anything about any Dark Lord. Very well. Snape sneered, tossing out a parting remark as he walked away. I will come to see you again. Bang. A loud crash came from the direction of the door. After Snape left, Quirrell seemed to have all his energy drained, collapsing limply to the floor. Suddenly he sprang up like a coiled spring, clutching his head and letting out a roar like a wounded beast. He quickly cast a spell towards the door to prevent the sound from leaking out, and only then did he tear the cloth bandages from his head. Voldemort's hideous face appeared in the mirror. Voldemort said in a calm tone, "You did well. Snape is not a reliable man. You were right not to mention me to him. But I don't understand." Quirrell panted heavily, the tearing sensation in his head subsiding somewhat. "But he knows so many things about you. Wasn't he a Death Eater?" Voldemort hissed in a low voice, "He is a traitor." Quirrell screamed again as the tearing pain in his head suddenly intensified, nearly causing him to faint. "Quirinus, your ignorance amuses me." Voldemort sneered. "Even I know that most of my truly loyal servants ended up in Azkaban. Only those like Snape, who used all sorts of excuses to absolve themselves, have been able to live freely for 10 years. A full 10 years. They are all traitors. Of course. Upon hearing news of me wanting to find me and atone for their sins is only natural. After all, I told them I had achieved immortality." "Is that so?" Quirrell muttered, holding his head. "So he concealed what I did tonight." Voldemort said impatiently, "Quirinus, I don't need your reminders. I can see everything you do." Quirrell shuddered, a look of infinite regret flashing in his eyes. "Feeling regret?" Voldemort's expression was one of bitter enjoyment. "Did I ever deceive you? Haven't you mastered all that dark magic knowledge? Wasn't it with my help that you were able to advance your non-verbal spellcasting? Help me get the Sorcerer's Stone and I will reward you with even more. And as for that Obscurial, it was the Cruciatus curse that saved his life this time. So, continue teaching him more dark magic, understand?" Quirrell's body trembled. "But..." He hesitated. Voldemort gave a soft hum. "Yes. My master." Quirrell's groans echoed through the office like reverberations from an abyss. Voldemort laughed loudly as if to drown out the only echo. "That's right. I am watching you from behind. You must remember that. I am very dissatisfied with your performance tonight. How dare you try to stop the Obscurial's rampage? And just now you weren't really thinking of acting like a good professor, were you? How ridiculous. In that case..." His laughter grew more manic. "Then endure. Endure my wrath." Quirrell clutched his head again, which was now shrouded in a swirling light of green and black, his screams swallowed up within it. Only the violent trembling of his body like an epileptic seizure spoke of his boundless agony. "In silence you shall know my true name. When you speak I shall cease to exist." Before the bronze door of the Ravenclaw common room, Weasley pondered the Eagle Knocker's riddle. "It is silence." Weasley arrived at the answer. "Remaining silent means keeping quiet. Once I speak, the silence is broken and thus it ceases to exist." A brilliant answer. Acknowledged by the knocker, the bronze eagle spread its wide wings and the bronze door slowly swung open. It was now midnight and Weasley was surprised to find quite a few people still in the common room. As if hearing his footsteps, the Quidditch team captain Arsenal stood up to look. "You're finally back. Great to see you're all right." His roommates and other Quidditch players were also staying in the common room, seemingly waiting for his return. "Thank goodness you're back." Cho Chang patted her chest, a look of relief on her face. Penelope put away her study materials and looked at Cho Chang. "Didn't I say so? Nothing would happen." Roger ran over and threw an arm around Weasley's shoulders. "A first year taking on a troll. That's like something out of a Lockhart novel." Anthony asked eagerly, "That's a XXX classified dangerous creature. Come on, tell us how you defeated it." Everyone gathered around. "Yeah. Fred and George are just babbling nonsense. Would rather believe what you say. I remember a troll's weak spot is its head. If it were me, I'd hit it with a stunning spell. Trolls have high resistance to magic. Are you sure a stunning spell would knock it out? They're very tall, making it hard to aim for the head. Maybe we should add some transfiguration magic to restrict the troll's movements. At least it would keep us safe. I think a potion would be a good choice too. Draft of Living Death isn't a bad option. Trolls aren't picky eaters, so it would probably eat it." The Ravenclaw students possessed a solid theoretical foundation, often engaging in these armchair discussions to articulate their viewpoints and speculate freely on what actions should be taken in actual combat. Now they were doing much the same, voicing their methods for dealing with trolls and letting Weasley judge whose approach was superior. The ability to vanquish a troll hinged on the decisive effect of the Curse of Ailments. The combination of the levitation charm and ancient magic mastery of throwing also proved crucial. Yet these were Weasley's secrets, which he was not yet ready to reveal. Nor did he wish to draw undue attention, so he drew upon various plotlines from novels he had read in his past life, weaving a tale of the group uniting to defeat the troll. Even in the wizarding world, the story of a first-year student defeating a troll seemed far too fantastical. The narrative of the group overcoming the beast together was far more plausible, and it satisfied his companion's curiosity. After finishing the tale, Weasley felt even more exhausted and subconsciously rubbed his eyelids. Penelope and Cho Chang noticed this, dismissed the others to rest, and gave Weasley the chance to return to the dormitory. His roommates were also thoroughly worn out. They exchanged a quick goodnight, collapsed onto their beds without even changing into pajamas, and fell asleep the moment their heads hit the pillows. Weasley washed up and changed into his pajamas. Just as he was about to sleep, he heard a sound from outside the window. Turning his head, he saw Saul tapping on the glass with his beak, a bulging letter clutched beneath his talons. "You've worked so hard." Weasley quickly let Saul into the dormitory and held him close for warmth. "You could have rested for the night and come to see me tomorrow." Hoot hoot. Saul shook his head. A faint fragrance of herbs clung to him, the scent of the Ollery feed. The feed, personally prepared by Professor Sprout, helped owls recover their energy swiftly. The 4 heads of Hogwarts were exceptionally skilled, each achieving remarkable mastery in their respective fields. The letter was naturally from Luna. As soon as Saul sensed Weasley's return to the dormitory, he delivered it promptly. Weasley tore it open. Immediately inside were Halloween greetings from Luna and Xenophilius. And a blank space marked by Luna with a smiley face and the candy. "There's a little surprise from Daddy for you." This explained the envelope's bulk. It also contained a packet of handmade sweets. Peeling back the outer waxed paper revealed glossy toffees in various shapes, dirigible plums, owls, and crumplehorn snorkax. Luna had added intricate details to the toffees, her delicate brushstrokes making the candy shapes remarkably lifelike. Weasley picked up a crumplehorn snorkax toffee and slowly chewed it. The toffee had a wonderful flavor upon entering the mouth, a blend of milky richness, vanilla, and caramel that created a sublime sweet experience. After a few more chews, he felt a powerful impact, a soft candy center made from gertie root juice and honey. To describe it simply, it was akin to finishing a spoonful of vanilla caramel ice cream and then biting into a honey-drizzled scallion pancake. This soft candy center was likely Xenophilius' surprise. He was fond of brewing tea with gertie root. Having spent time at their home, Weasley had grown accustomed to this oniony tea. And he didn't dislike the taste of the soft center. In fact, it sent his thoughts wandering far away. He smiled knowingly. "This is the taste of home." Hoot. Saul cooed softly, nuzzling Weasley's neck. Weasley shook his head, his thoughts returning to the present. He first picked up Saul and said gently, "Why don't you go back and rest? It's too much for you flying back and forth like this." Hoot. Saul tilted his head, gently pecking his hand as if to show he didn't mind. "I plan to submit something to Mr. Lovegood, so I can't finish writing that quickly." Weasley gave a helpless smile and changed his approach. "Could you come pick up the letter tomorrow afternoon?" Hoot hoot. Saul accepted the suggestion, flapped his wings and flew up nimbly, slipping out the window and gliding into the night until he vanished. Weasley picked up another toffee and popped it into his mouth. This time he didn't chew, letting the candy melt slowly as he picked up his quill to write a letter. Whether it was due to the uniquely flavored soft center or the feeling of home it evoked, he found himself not the least bit sleepy. 2 months could change many things. For instance, gaining a deeper understanding of magic, mastering a dangerous curse, and acquiring a wealth of ancient magical power. And now he could easily reply to letters conveying everything he wished to say to Luna. As for the night's adventures, he planned to draw on the novels from his past life to write a more dramatic story. It was no simple task. By the time he had outlined the overall framework, the sun outside the window had already risen. Greeting the dawn, Weasley stood up and stretched. A brand new day. It was Friday, and the first-year Ravenclaws had no classes in the morning, giving him the perfect chance to catch up on sleep. Waking up at noon, the midday sunlight streamed across the blue carpet, making Weasley feel as though he were floating among the clouds. He stood by the window, gazing into the distant Forbidden Forest. It was already late autumn, edging into winter, yet the Forbidden Forest remained a pitch-black expanse. Only the arrival of winter, it seemed, could cloak it in silver with falling snow. The dirigible plum on the windowsill had sprouted its seedlings, stretching toward the sunlight, basking in its gentle caress. With Professor Sprout's guidance, the dirigible plum seedling was thriving. Anthony's voice suddenly rang out. "We took care of it for you this morning." His roommates had all returned to the dormitory, each carrying several wax paper parcels that exuded a rich aroma. Chris set down his parcel. "Since you didn't come to the Great Hall, we brought some back for you." Just as Weasley was about to thank them, Michael spoke first. "No need for thanks. Don't you bring us breakfast when we're too groggy to wake up in the morning." "Ah. What a pity about last night's Halloween feast." Terry closed his eyes in reminiscence. "You missed it. The Yorkshire pudding had a special spice, the flavor's unforgettable." Michael Ever the Chatterbox teased with a grin. "You love eating so much you should have been in Hufflepuff." Terry shot back immediately. "Ha! If it weren't for you last night I'd never have known Yorkshire pudding was so good. You're the one who'd fit right in at Hufflepuff. Anthony summed it up. My suggestion is that both of you go. Weasley had long grown accustomed to his roommate's banter. He picked up a slice of apple pie and sat by his desk to watch the commotion. When one's stomach is empty, sweets always hold a peculiar allure. Leaving the Ravenclaw common room, Weizet noticed something peculiar. People around him kept pointing and whispering. Some even turned back after passing him as if trying to confirm something. Anthony sidled up to Weizet, his tone a blend of 7 parts envy and 3 parts jealousy. You're something of a celebrity now after all. You defeated a troll. Exactly. Michael nodded. I heard several versions of the story today and they seem quite different from what you told us last night. Several versions? Weizet asked, puzzled. What are they saying? He was still thinking about his manuscript, hoping to glean inspiration from these tales. Michael turned to ask Chris, do you remember what Ron and the others said? Let me think. Chris scratched his head. They said the troll was extraordinary, much cleverer than Flint, and could even throw its club as an attack. Flint. At the name, Weizet couldn't help but chuckle. As a member of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, he knew the players from the other 3 houses, and Flint was the captain of Slytherin's team. As an avid Quidditch fan, Anthony immediately understood what amused Weizet. He burst into laughter. Gryffindor and Slytherin have never gotten along. I've seen Flint a few times and he does resemble a troll. Just too short. Are you still listening? Chris complained, annoyed. Michael quickly said, of course we are. Go on. With an audience, Chris continued. Weizet used the levitation charm to catch the club, then threw it back, making the troll's head split open. But then for some reason the fallen troll came back to life, seemingly turned into an Inferius, and tried to take Weizet down with it. At that critical moment, Weizet used a spell that emitted black smoke, successfully destroying the Inferius troll. Weizet rubbed his nose, suspecting this story originated from Fred and George. As witnesses, they alone knew so many details. Very Gryffindor, Terry commented. They love tales of single-handedly defeating enemies, stories that best embody courage. Arriving at the greenhouse, several Ravenclaw girls were huddled together, animatedly chatting about something. They occasionally glanced toward the door only to look disappointed and resume their chatter. Only when Weizet and his friends appeared at the door did the girls stop talking, studying Weizet with curious gazes and covering their mouths to giggle. Terry nodded toward the girls. They came asking about you several times this morning. If Prefect Penelope hadn't stopped them, I bet they'd have barged into the dormitory. Drat! Michael clenched his fists, looking pained. When will I ever become the topic of their conversations? When you get a T on your final exam, Anthony teased. A Ravenclaw getting a T gives everyone else an excuse for their poor grades. They can just blame you. I support that. Chris declared solemnly. Not only will the girls talk about you, but will forever remember your great achievements. The class bell rang. Professor Sprout entered the greenhouse, wand in hand, with 2 large trunks floating behind her. Children, time for class. The 2 trunks differed. One was an ordinary wooden box while the other was coated with thick black paint. Let's open 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi to page 726 and learn about an extremely dangerous vine, Devil's Snare. They usually thrive in dark, damp places like dense rainforests or swamps thick with miasma. Remember, you must be extra cautious with Devil's Snare. They're cunning and even capable of camouflage. She tapped the ordinary wooden box with her wand and it sprang open. Inside was an emerald green vine that swayed like crab claws. This is crabgrass, a common magical plant, lively and easy to care for. It can go a month without water. As a demonstration, she watered the crabgrass, which immediately danced joyfully. All right, everyone, please stand back. She cleared her throat and clapped her hands at the students. I'm going to open the other trunk, which contains Devil's Snare. Sprout stepped back 5 meters, motioning for the students to stand behind her, then waved her wand, dimming the greenhouse to twilight. The black trunk opened, revealing a magical plant that looked remarkably like crabgrass. Its vines were just as green and swayed similarly, appearing harmless and amusing. Sprout warned at the right moment, this is Devil's Snare disguised as crabgrass. Now watch closely. She transfigured a tissue into a sheepdog and urged it to approach the Devil's Snare slowly. The students craned their necks, curious about what would happen next. In her usual classes, Sprout was always cheerful. But today she seemed like a different person. Her face was solemn and her tone far more serious. Influenced by her demeanor, the students held their breath, not daring to relax. Weizet was equally vigilant, activating his magic eye and the Guardian meditation method to observe closely. Under the magic eye's enhancement, the 2 plants changed slightly, revealing blurry magical circuits of similar shape. With the basic magic eye, one could only see the magical circuits of materials. For untreated magical plants or magical creatures, the circuits became much blurrier. The sheepdog controlled by Sprout drew closer to the Devil's Snare. The Devil's Snare seemed as harmless as the nearby crabgrass, evoking a sense of calm before the storm. 12 feet. 11 feet. 10 feet. The students silently counted, estimating the distance between the sheepdog and the devil's snare. 5 feet. 4 feet. 3 feet. When the sheepdog was less than a meter from the devil's snare, an astonishing scene unfolded. The vine's emerald hue instantly turned into a deep ink-like green. Like frenzied serpents, they intertwined and coiled, forming a deadly black net that tightly bound the sheepdog. Then the devil's snare tightened, slowly squeezing the sheepdog's body, constricting and crushing it, until it turned back into a tissue. Sprout drew her wand and whispered to the devil's snare, "Lumos." Sprout directed the light at the tip of her wand, striding to form it into a broad barrier. Like a gallant female knight, she raised her shield of light, suppressing the devil's snare back into the pitch-black wooden crate. The students still wore expressions of shock, the sudden attack of the devil's snare leaving them somewhat dazed. Children, fortunately our only victim was a tissue. Sprout resumed her cheerful demeanor, symbolically waving the tissue to help the students relax. Once they had recovered, she cleared her throat and continued the lesson. "See. As I said, devil's snare is extremely cunning and perilous. Its strangling power is astonishing, capable of effectively harming even a troll. However, their weakness is obvious. Warmth and light can drive them back. I assume you've all mastered the fire-making charm and the wand-lighting charm. If not, it's fine. Next, well, practice these two spells." Wizard's mind wandered. Perhaps this was his first time daydreaming in class. He was still recalling everything he had seen, especially the moment the devil's snare revealed its true form, which had left a deep impression on him. The moment the sheepdog approached, the blurred magical circuit representing the devil's snare changed. Its overall structure seemed to expand and grow more complex. Still limited by the level of his magic eye, he couldn't see the entire process. Wizard had an intuition that this transformation in the magical circuit would help him better understand transfiguration magic. After a brief moment of thought, he infused the magic eye with ancient magical power, hoping for its further growth. Similar to when he first awakened the magic eye, everything around him changed. The world before him seemed to crumble. Crack after crack appeared, gushing out colorful lines and patches. These lines and patches converged, shaping the entire world into one clear pattern after another. These patterns grew more numerous and intricate, arranging and stacking upon each other, until he could no longer discern them. In the blink of an eye, the greenhouse reappeared before him. The students lined up with Sprout acting as a safety guide, practicing how to deal with the devil's snare. Wizard let out a soft breath, savoring the experience. When he first awakened the magic eye, it felt as if he stood on the river of history, viewing the world from a macroscopic perspective. Now, with the magic eye's further growth, his perspective shifted from the macro to the micro, transforming his way of seeing the world. The pages of the practical guide to wizardry had also changed. Intermediate magic eye bring more things into view, making their magical circuits clear and visible. Discover ancient magical power nurtured by time. Absorb it to continue helping the magic eye's growth. Wizard, come over here. Anthony turned around and called out to Wizard. Wizard nodded and lined up behind Anthony. Anthony asked with concern, "You were spacing out for a long time. Is it an after effect from dealing with the troll last night?" "No." Wizard shook his head lightly. "Maybe I didn't get enough sleep. I only went to bed at sunrise this morning." Michael leaned in. "Why so late?" "Excited because you killed the troll and couldn't sleep. I had to write a reply." Wizard explained. "By the way, do you want the toffees Luna sent me?" Michael waved his hand, saying dejectedly, "I don't want any. The soft center must be sour and nasty." Wizard corrected him. "Actually, it's onion flavored, you know, the taste of Gertie root. It's not bad once you get used to it." Chris joined the conversation, asking in surprise, "Is this still toffee? Your sister has such a unique taste." Wizard shook his head. "It was Mr. Lovegood's idea. He wanted to give me a surprise." Anthony murmured, "It seems you get along well with Mr. Lovegood. I've heard from relatives that he's not easy to get along with." Wizard said seriously, "He's an interesting man and very respectable." He meant it from the heart. After Luna's mother passed away, Xenophilius raised Luna alone. Luna's family background was very, very ordinary. That Luna could remain cheerful and optimistic was due not only to her own remarkable precociousness and wisdom, but also to Xenophilius' crucial role. A happy person is healed by their childhood, an unhappy person spends their life healing their childhood. Clearly Xenophilius had done his best so that Luna wouldn't need a lifetime to heal. "Don't say another word." Michael theatrically clutched his chest, striking a pained expression. "I think the sour stench is getting stronger." A faint smile tugged at the corner of Wizard's mouth as he looked at the crab claw cactus nearby. With the help of the intermediate magic eye, the magical circuit within it was indeed clearly visible. Compared to the symbols presented by potion ingredients, the crab claw cactus as a magical plant displayed a far more complex magical circuit. They were arranged and combined one by one, operating with the precision of mechanical gears where a single move affected the whole, giving the crab claw cactus its liveliness. Wizard was captivated by the clear sight before him. Sprout's voice rang out, "Mr. Lovegood, are you ready? Please take out your wand." "Wizard! Wizard!" Michael nudged his shoulder. Wizard quickly apologized, "Sorry. Professor Sprout, I was distracted." Sprout looked at him with concern. "You must not have slept well last night. It's only natural after such a thrilling first experience. But I hope you can still focus. In special circumstances, Devil's Snare can be no less dangerous than a troll. So I need to teach you how to use your wand to protect yourselves and deal with Devil's Snare calmly." "Thank you, will do my best." Wizard nodded, gripping his wand. Sprout instructed, "He'll open the crate, you'll have about 10 seconds to react. Don't push yourself. You can use either the wand lighting charm or the fire-making charm." She placed her hand on the crate's latch, her other hand also gripping her wand, ready to cast a spell to drive back the Devil's Snare. "Ready?" "Yes." The crate was opened. This time the Devil's Snare wasn't camouflaged, its vines were dark green, which slightly disappointed Wizard. He had a feeling that seeing the Devil's Snare's camouflage process once more would greatly help his understanding of transfiguration. Sensing a living creature nearby, the Devil's Snare immediately extended serpent-like vines reaching for Wizard from all directions. Lumos. Wizard swung his wand and a burst of light like a flashbang exploded. The Devil's Snare dared not approach. In the blink of an eye it retracted into the crate, not even daring to sway its vines any longer. The herbology lesson concluded and the students left the greenhouse with lingering enthusiasm. Compared to the usual watering, fertilizing and transplanting, practical combat was evidently more popular among them. "Weizet isn't the next class flying?" Professor Sprout looked up, humming a tune, and asked with practiced ease, "Do you have a question for me?" "Professor Sprout, I would like to ask. How does the Devil's Snare disguise itself as a crabgrass? You always come up with such unexpected questions." Professor Sprout said with a smile, "When the Devil's Snare senses danger or needs to hunt, it disguises itself. In fact, it can disguise itself as something smaller and more inconspicuous, such as ivy or ordinary vines. But when it comes to launching an attack, nothing is as swift as disguising itself as a crabgrass. After all, they are essentially the same magical plant." "The same magical plant?" Weizet exclaimed in surprise. "Could it be like the relationship between a wolf and a dog?" "A very apt metaphor, you are quite perceptive. You can understand it that way." Professor Sprout praised. "Their relationship can be seen as that between a dog and a wolf. In the distant past, the Devil's Snare was an extremely threatening magical plant. Back then, to venture deep into swamps and rainforests, wizards usually had to travel in groups and look out for one another. It wasn't until later, when wizards created more spells, that the threat of the Devil's Snare gradually diminished. Afterwards, some wizards attempted to improve the Devil's Snare, and thus the crabgrass came into being." "It feels somewhat inconsistent," Weizet said, looking at his notebook. "How does the Devil's Snare imitate the crabgrass? The Devil's Snare existed first, then the crabgrass." "The appearance of the crabgrass is one of the forms the Devil's Snare disguises itself as," Professor Sprout explained. "When not attacking, the Devil's Snare's disguise is quite pleasing to the eye. The wizards of old must have noticed this, which is why they solidified this form. Don't you think? The crabgrass looks adorable." Weizet smiled gently. He felt that Professor Sprout was very much like Hagrid, harboring a profound and deep love for magical plants or magical creatures. Professor Sprout took out her wand from her pocket. "Nevertheless, the danger of the Devil's Snare still exists. Next, I will demonstrate how to make the Devil's Snare disguise itself as a crabgrass." Weizet packed up his notebook, activated his magic eye, and said, "Professor Sprout, please go ahead. It is our duty to clear up students' doubts." Professor Sprout waved her hand and led Weizet to a spot 5 meters away before opening the box containing the Devil's Snare. "First, we need to create a suitable environment to make the Devil's Snare feel safe." She gently flicked her wand, tracing a trajectory in the air that resembled a combination of C and D. "Chill and damp." A familiar magical energy field appeared, enveloping the Devil's Snare. The energy field brought a sense of cold and dampness, and the Devil's Snare inside gently swayed its vine. Before long, the dark green color of the Devil's Snare gradually faded, and it indeed transformed into the appearance of a crabgrass. Professor Sprout continued casting, gently pressing down her wand and chanting in a steady tone, "Steadfast and true." For Weizet, these two spells were very familiar. Snape had already taught them during his private lessons. Chill and damp was the incantation for the preservation charm, which could create a layer of magical energy field to keep materials fresh through low temperatures. The preservation charm could be compared to a refrigerator. Wizards could adjust the temperature and humidity according to their will. This spell was very complex, and it took Weizet a full 2 weeks of practice to barely master it. When he demonstrated his results, Snape's jaw kept twitching, perhaps dissatisfied with the learning speed. Steadfast and true was the incantation for the stasis charm which could temporarily stabilize the state of a material, preventing the magical effects within it from dissipating. This spell was also taught by Snape and was often used when processing rare potion ingredients. During Professor Sprout's casting Weizet through his magic, I witnessed the process of the devil's snare disguising itself as a crabgrass. As he had expected, this process of disguise was highly unlikely. With the help of the magic eye, he saw the magical circuits of the devil's snare begin to contract, the originally sharp circuits becoming rounded, gradually transforming into those of a crabgrass. He quickly picked up his notebook to record the magical circuits he had seen. Professor Sprout glanced curiously at the notebook, which was filled with various sharp and clean patterns. Although the patterns looked exquisite, she could not understand what Weizet was drawing. However, in the wizarding world it was perfectly normal for wizards to have their own unique understanding of magic that others might not grasp. After finishing his notes, Weizet asked somewhat sheepishly, "Professor Sprout, could you please make the devil's snare revert? I'd like to see it once more." "Of course, no problem." Professor Sprout agreed, and the tissue paper once again became a victim torn apart by the devil's snare. Weizet picked up his notebook again, refining the original patterns while annotating some subtle differences. "Chill and damp." He instinctively raised his wand, chanting the incantation to help the devil's snare disguise itself, then continued to refine the patterns with his pen. Seeing Weizet cast the spell so adeptly, Professor Sprout exclaimed in surprise, "You already know this spell?" Weizet nodded. "Yes, I learned this spell from Professor Snape." Professor Sprout slapped her forehead. "I'd forgotten you go to Professor Snape for lessons on weekends. It's only natural you'd learn this spell." Potions and herbology were closely linked, and she often went to Snape to deliver ingredients, so she was well aware of this. She then asked curiously, "This spell is quite complex. It requires precise control of magic. How long did it take you to master it?" 2 weeks. Weizet pondered for a moment and said perhaps it was too slow. When he found out Professor Snape's expression wasn't too pleasant. 2 weeks. Professor Sprout was momentarily speechless, then she patted Weizet's shoulder solemnly. "Don't put so much pressure on yourself. You are already exceptionally outstanding. I will continue to work hard." Weizet nodded emphatically. "After all, I've only just begun to learn magic. There is still so much for me to learn. Professor Sprout, I have to go to flying class now. Do you have another class later? I'd like to come back afterward. The next class is also on the devil's snare. Feel free to come by." Professor Sprout said with a laugh. Headmaster Dumbledore specifically instructed that everyone should know how to deal with the devil's snare. Watching Weizet hurry away, Sprout closed the pitch-black wooden box. "It only took him 2 weeks," she exclaimed in amazement. Children these days are truly remarkable. No wonder Headmaster Dumbledore thinks so highly of him. And making Snape look foolish is quite amusing to think about. She sighed softly. What a pity I wasn't there to see his expression. Professor McGonagall's application for broomsticks was finally approved. Though they were still secondhand, they were well maintained and no further accidents occurred. Students reveled in the rare freedom soaring through the sky, while Weizet alone remained immersed in understanding magical circuits. Repeatedly observing the camouflage process of the devil's snare, he felt countless inspirations surging within his mind, threatening to overflow. When the flying lesson ended, he bid farewell to his roommates and returned to the greenhouse. Only Sprout remained in the greenhouse, finishing the final cleanup before the weekend. Weizet greeted her, then drew his wand to help. Sprout handed him a drink. "Didn't he honey water? You won't find this anywhere else, it's my secret recipe." Weizet took the cup and took a gentle sip. It was sweet and refreshing with a clarity that awakened the mind. "Delicious, isn't it?" "This year's honey is excellent quality," Sprout said proudly. "Going to observe the devil's snare again?" Weizet shook his head. "Professor Sprout, I'd actually like to borrow a clawed cactus. May I cast spells on it?" Sprout nodded. "Of course. As long as you don't use dark magic, the clawed cactus is quite resilient." "I want to practice transfiguration," Weizet said quickly. "I've had some insights and wish to test them." "Absolutely." Sprout raised her wand and waved at a nearby spot. The pitch-black wooden box floated into the air. "Practice here at your leisure," she instructed. "I need to hide the devil's snare, it's quite dangerous. Just close the door when you leave. Wingardium Leviosa." Weizet gently flicked his wand and several pages of notes floated in the air. These pages recorded the magical circuits of the devil's snare and the clawed cactus from dynamic to static states. Moreover, the theory of transfiguration in his mind was ready for consultation at any moment. He cast the Guardian Meditation, letting the pages follow him as he approached a clawed cactus. Sensing his presence, the cactus grew animated, its vine swaying gently in a rhythmic dance. With the aid of the Guardian Meditation, His focus sharpened, his thoughts darting between the note pages and the theory of transfiguration. Weizet gently maneuvered his wand using the levitation charm to flip the pages back and forth, creating a flipbook effect. Combined with the theory of transfiguration, a light seemed to dawn in his eyes. So this is how it's done. He activated his magic. I raised his wand and pointed its tip at the swaying clawed cactus before him. With the aid of the magic eye, Weizet's magic seeped into the clawed cactus, targeting its magical circuits. He wrapped his magic around them like a garment. Vine shaping. Weizet murmured, commanding the magic enveloping the cactus to sharpen, mimicking the circuits of the devil's snare. As he shaped it, the cactus swaying ceased, its emerald vines deepening to a dark green. The vines writhed like a serpentine swarm, twisting in all directions as if stretching their limbs. Suddenly, as if receiving a command, the dark green vine surged upward, completely cocooning Weizet and hoisting him into the air. As the sun set, two professors walked together toward the greenhouse. Sprout looked at McGonagall, her voice filled with worry. "Minerva, is it really safe to leave the devil's snare there?" "At least that's what Dumbledore said." McGonagall shrugged, a hint of resignation on her face. "After all, he had you teach everyone its weakness." Sprout sighed. "I still feel it's a bit risky." "That's you-know-who. This probably isn't meant for you-know-who." McGonagall adjusted her glasses. "Think of it as an extra final exam. If that's the case, the student being tested is quite pitiful." Sprout lamented. Even an adult wizard would have a headache facing so many challenges at once. "Since it's Dumbledore's plan, we should continue to trust him," McGonagall said firmly. "After all, he's led Hogwarts through so many storms." "I wouldn't doubt Dumbledore," Sprout laughed. "Speaking of which, he's been working overtime again lately, always coming to ask for Dittany honey." She shrugged helplessly. "I had prepared a whole jar of Dittany honey for you, but now only half is left. Your kindness is enough. The pressure on Dumbledore is immense." McGonagall couldn't help but smile. "To relieve stress, sweets are undoubtedly the best remedy, though I feel he's become a bit obsessed." Sprout laughed too, then glanced toward the distant greenhouse and screamed, "Oh, Merlin's beard! How is there still devil's snare?" "Impossible. I only brought one devil's snare. And I already took it away. I even told Weizet." "Weizet." McGonagall immediately looked toward the greenhouse. Through the wide-open door, a massive tangle of devil's snare writhed like a nest of serpents, as if in the midst of a hunting embrace. Without a word, McGonagall transformed into a tabby cat and dashed forward, reaching the greenhouse door in mere breaths. Indeed, the devil's snare was hunting. It had wrapped around a student, its vines constricting as if to crush him. McGonagall felt her heart skip a beat. Through the gaps in the vines she saw a face, Weizet's face. "Incendio!" She cried out sharply. A fiery lion burst from her wand, growing as it lunged at the devil's snare. But the lion struck empty air, the devil's snare had vanished in an instant. "Professor McGonagall." Weizet's voice came at the right moment. "It's me. Weizet." McGonagall took a deep breath, her expression turning severe. "What on earth happened?" Just then Sprout arrived, breathless and anxious. "Minerva. Weizet. Is everything all right?" "I was practicing transfiguration." Weizet explained somewhat awkwardly. "I happened to witness the devil snare's camouflage process and suddenly had an inspiration." Professor McGonagall was caught between laughter and exasperation. "Practicing transfiguration? When we saw a massive devil's snare in the greenhouse earlier, you have no idea how worried Pomona, Professor Sprout and I were." "Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout, I'm terribly sorry. I should have explained beforehand." Weizet lowered his head, his tone subdued. "It's not your fault." Noticing Weizet's dejected tone, Professor McGonagall pursed her lips reluctantly. "Our concern got the better of us." She deliberately changed the subject, not dwelling on the incident. "Are you saying you can transform a Christmas cactus into devil's snare, is that it?" "Yes." Weizet nodded eagerly, his eyes seemingly alight. "I read the metamorphic transfiguration theory you recommended, and combined with what I've observed recently, I managed this." He couldn't wait to raise his wand and cast a spell at the distant Christmas cactus. Vine shaping. After about 10 seconds, the gently swaying Christmas cactus changed color, coated in a deep dark green. It writhed like devil's snare and lunged toward Weizet. Professors McGonagall and Sprout instinctively reached for their wands, but were stunned by the sight before them. The devil's snare clustered at Weizet's feet, forming a platform of vines that lifted him into the... He raised his wand high, waving it like an orchestra conductor. Under his direction, the vines crawled up from his feet, covering him completely to form an impenetrable suit of vine armor. With a flick of the hand holding the wand, the vine armor at his sleeve transformed back into vines, converging into the shape of a cone that thrust straight ahead, exploding with a crackling sound. "Minerva." Sprout leaned close to Professor McGonagall. Do you teach this to first-year students now? Of course not. Professor McGonagall, lacking her usual sternness, was flushed with excitement. He figured it out himself. The only help I gave him was a suggestion. To borrow metamorphic transfiguration theory from Madame Pants. Who knew he would achieve this? As the professor of transfiguration, she understood far better than Sprout just how astonishing the transfiguration Weizet was performing truly was. Hogwarts offered many magical disciplines, among which transfiguration was the most rigorous. In her transfiguration classes, Professor McGonagall followed a process from easy to difficult, leading students step by step, gradually unveiling the mysteries of transfiguration. For instance, first years could turn a matchstick into a needle, or a piece of iron into a file, or even a feather into a fan. Mastering the transfiguration of small objects was considered quite good. This was basic same-species transfiguration, primarily focusing on transformations between various inanimate objects. As their skill level increased, students needed to learn how to use magic to enable mutual transformations between living things. Fourth-year students would learn these advanced techniques, though without involving transformations between magical creatures. The transfiguration Weizet was performing was not only high-level same-species transfiguration, but also involved the mutual transformation of magical creatures. Any magical creature possesses a certain degree of magical resistance. For a first-year wizard to attempt transfiguration on a magical creature was by any measure a fantasy. Moreover, Weizet had no guidance from others, relying solely on his observation of the Christmas cactus and devil's snare and his understanding of metamorphic transfiguration theory, essentially self-taught. Professor McGonagall had never imagined that such an unbelievable feat could actually happen, and in an even more extraordinary way. Furthermore, from Weizet's earlier words, Professor McGonagall had reason to believe that his magical understanding had begun to sprout. This was an ancient magical concept, something that could not be taught by others but had to be constructed by oneself. Having one's own magical understanding was essential to go further on the path of magic and to appreciate the deeper mysteries it offered. The earlier one's magical understanding sprouted, the more likely one was to leave a name in magical history, such as dueling champion Alberta Tusk, giant hunter Gifford Ollerton, sea serpent slayer Gormlaith Perkins. Weizet waved his wand again, and the devil's snare slowly retracted, reverting to its former Christmas cactus form. He landed on the ground, pointing excitedly at the Christmas cactus. Professor McGonagall, this is the transfiguration technique I've developed. Truly remarkable. Professor Sprout said cheerfully, clapping enthusiastically. Professor McGonagall focused on the Christmas cactus. The Christmas cactus hasn't changed. Sprout asked in confusion. Minerva, what do you mean the Christmas cactus hasn't changed? Having devoted herself to herbology for years, she couldn't immediately grasp the deeper meaning behind McGonagall's words. Yes. Weizet nodded vigorously, speaking with great pride. Its essence hasn't changed. I simply applied magic over its essence. He looked at the gently swaying Christmas cactus in the distance, struggling to find the precise words to explain what he had done. It's like putting on a piece of clothing. The person is still the same person, but by wearing different clothes you can change others' impression of that person. I draped the Christmas cactus in the clothes of the devil's snare. So it became devil's snare. But if you remove the clothes, it can go back to being a Christmas cactus. Weizet, I understand what you mean. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, trying to steady her voice. You are undoubtedly the most gifted student I have ever encountered. Weizet's cheeks flushed and he spoke somewhat incoherently. There is still so much I need to learn. And Professor Sprout is willing to help me. And I was also fortunate enough to learn about Devil's Snare today and to discover the connection between the Christmas cactus and Devil's Snare. Indeed. Professor McGonagall nodded, sighing with emotion. Fortunate enough. Talent was something that could not be sought. Weizet calling himself fortunate enough was entirely appropriate. However, it was his ability to leverage this fortune and continuously learn and improve that was truly commendable. Weizet tucked the page back into his notebook, intending to inform the two professors and head to the Great Hall for dinner. After a long day's work, his stomach was growling incessantly. He dismissed the guardian meditation, and the enhancement of his magic eye, and the world returned to its most familiar form. But in the next moment he felt the world spin, and even the two professors before him seemed to be rotating. Weizet didn't have time to think further before collapsing. In the instant before he lost consciousness, he only heard the startled cries of Professors McGonagall and Sprout and felt something soft cushioning his back. When Weizet regained consciousness, he found himself in the school infirmary. Unlike the hospital of his past life, there was no scent of disinfectant here. Instead, a peculiar blend of medicinal herbs filled the air. A faint floral fragrance reminiscent of lavender lingered at the tip of his nose. The sunlight was perfect at this moment, streaming through the window and casting a warm, cozy glow over the bedsheets. Bright sunlight. The school infirmary. He remembered that when he had lost consciousness, the sun was just setting, yet now the afternoon sun was shining. This meant he had been lying in the infirmary for nearly an entire day. Professor Quirrell's lesson. Weizet struggled to sit up, but an invisible gentle force held him back. A dull throbbing pain encircled his forehead as if he had been pulled back to his past life, akin to the sensation of pulling 2 all-nighters in a row doing exam papers. "Child, you're awake." A weathered kind female face suddenly appeared before him. It was Madame Pomfrey. She helped Weizet sit up and handed him a beaker emitting silver mist. "Still have a headache? Drink this down." Weizet held his forehead. The dull ache intensified as he sat up. He nodded and managed to say, "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey." "Ending up here from mental exhaustion," Madame Pomfrey muttered to herself. "I can tolerate it from 5th and 7th years. But you're a first year. As a Ravenclaw, are you putting too much pressure on yourself? You can afford to relax a bit. You'll be here for 7 years." "Of course not." Weizet shook his head helplessly, bringing the beaker to his lips. "I'll be careful. This was just an accident." The potion itself was tasteless, with a thick viscous texture upon entry similar to overcooked porridge. Then came a burst of lavender fragrance as grainy particles slid gently down his throat. "All right, lie back down and rest," Madame Pomfrey instructed. The potion worked quickly. Within 3 seconds of drinking it, just as he lay back down, he felt the dull pain begin to ease. Then drowsiness washed over him, pulling him into unconsciousness. When he awoke again, the same bright sunlight greeted him. He calculated briefly. It seemed another 2 days had passed. He had not only missed Professor Quirrell's lesson but also Professor Snape's. The thought left a bitter taste in his mouth. He wanted to know about Professor Quirrell's condition, and he didn't want to miss the knowledge from either professor. His dorm mates were the first to visit, crowding around Madame Pomfrey, asking if there were any aftereffects from the fight with the troll that required hospitalization. Madame Pomfrey answered them politely at first, but soon grew annoyed and ushered them out, citing that the patient needs rest. Next came Penelope and the members of the Quidditch team. Following the example of his dorm mates, they barely exchanged a few words before being politely asked to leave the infirmary. Harry and the others also came, but under Madame Pomfrey's stern gaze they could only whisper their brief greetings. Ron said, "George and the others told me you got a knock on the head from a troll, which is why you have a headache, right?" Weizet rubbed his temples. He finally understood why his dorm mates were so anxious and had pestered Madame Pomfrey. Hermione said, her face flushed. "Thank you for speaking up for me. Without you I wouldn't have become friends with Ron and Harry." Harry was just about to say something when Madame Pomfrey interrupted. "You can leave now." Harry bravely protested, "But I haven't said a word." Madame Pomfrey raised an eyebrow. "The patient needs rest and you've already said 1 sentence. That makes 3 in total." With a yelp from Harry, the 3 were pushed out of the infirmary. Weizet ate a simple meal, mainly pumpkin porridge and some stew. On the table were a few oil paper packages containing candy cake biscuits and dried meat, and a silver vessel emitting a pale misty smoke with the scent of lavender. Madame Pomfrey explained, "The snacks are from those first-year Hufflepuffs. Seems you're quite popular. The silver vessel was sent by Professor Quirrell. He asked me to light it, saying it would help with your headache. Professor Snape examined it and added some lavender essential oil before letting me light it." Speaking of Snape, he appeared immediately. He walked silently into the infirmary carrying a beaker of potion emitting silver mist, the same kind Weizet had drunk yesterday. Weizet noticed Snape's gait was a bit odd but didn't have time to look closely. Before leaving, Snape cast a glance at Weizet, then curled his lip and departed. Weizet thoughtfully reached for the table, intending to grab his notebook. "Can you rest?" Madame Pomfrey said with some exasperation. "Your diligence surpasses most Ravenclaws I've seen." "Sorry, Madame Pomfrey, I need to jot down the ingredients for this potion." Weizet took the potion and took a small sip. "This scent is definitely lavender, but I'm not sure if it's a tincture or essential oil." "1 more sip." "It must be a tincture. The alcohol evaporated during brewing. The grainy texture is moonstone powder." "What about the viscous base?" "Probably moon dew nectar mixed with wormwood infusion. It has a slightly sweet taste." Using the technique Snape had taught him, he tried to deduce the exact formula of the potion. As the potion level in the beaker decreased, Weizet's eyelids grew heavier. He forced himself to finish the last note before finally drifting into sleep. This sight pained Madame Pomfrey. After locking the infirmary door, she immediately marched to Snape's office. Upon seeing Madame Pomfrey, Snape immediately frowned and said, "Is there a problem with the potion?" "Impossible. Are you putting too much pressure on that child?" Madame Pomfrey demanded. "The moment you left he started taking notes." "Taking notes?" Snape was puzzled. "Notes on what? Why are you coming to me?" Madame Pomfrey crossed her arms. "He was tasting the potion and deducing its recipe." "Was that an assignment from you?" "Deducing the recipe, Snape's eyelid twitched. "So what if it was? As a student it's his duty." "But he's a patient." Madame Pomfrey, usually a gentle person, always stood her ground when it came to her patients. Snape said flatly, then he'll keep brewing potions. Until he's well. After sending Madame Pomfrey away, Snape's lips moved slightly and he shook his head with a faint smile. That boy. In a dimly lit unknown storage room, Dumbledore navigated through a multitude of clutter. With a strong tug he lifted the grey cloth, sending dust swirling wildly in the air. Dust be gone. Dumbledore waved his wand and not only did the dust vanish but the grey cloth, aided by magic, returned to its original white. What a useful spell. He smiled slightly, turning to gaze at the large object covered by the grey cloth. It was an imposing mirror standing at least 2 meters tall, with its top nearly touching the ceiling. At the top a line of flowing cursive read Ares Stra Arawaidube Kafrawoid on Wosi. An exquisite snake-shaped relief formed a golden frame with 2 serpentine statues arched at the base, ensuring the mirror stood upright. He stood there for a long time, yet he dared not step in front of the massive mirror, merely tracing the relief of the frame with his fingers, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Behind him a brilliant light appeared and a silver-white horse-like water creature emerged, drifting toward the massive mirror. Dumbledore looked at the guardian of the creature and softly asked, "Newt, do you have news?" The horse-like water creature hovered in midair, saying in an ancient voice, "Headmaster Dumbledore, your memory serves you well. I indeed had kept a nurturer in silence. However, when I went to New York, the nurturer was seized by the Magical Congress. After that incident I wanted to retrieve the nurturer, but I was informed by the Congress that it was missing. If I am not mistaken, it was likely taken by Gellert Grindelwald. So I am unable to assist you. I apologize." After saying this, the horse-like water creature seemed to dissolve into the air, vanishing in a ripple. So it is like this. Dumbledore's gaze flickered as he watched the silver light ripple disappear, a myriad of thoughts turning into a long sigh. Weizet slept soundly until evening, the heavy pain in his head completely gone. When he opened his eyes, 2 remarkably similar boys appeared before him. Fred, grinning, asked, "How does our dear materials consultant feel?" "If you could refrain from spreading rumors about me, I would feel even better," replied Weizet with a smile. "How can this be considered a rumor?" George waved his index finger back and forth. "We are celebrating the achievements of our savior, just like medieval bards." "Exactly. Exactly." Fred nodded in agreement. "Since you can still joke, it means you must be getting better, right? It should still be the weekend, right?" Weizet shook his head, hearing a crack from his neck. "Yes." George said regretfully, "Such a beautiful weekend and you wasted it in the hospital." "Occasionally sleeping like this isn't so bad actually." Weizet stretched lazily in bed. Fred stroked his chin, nodding in agreement. "When it comes from you it sounds particularly persuasive." Just then faint footsteps sounded nearby. Fred and George immediately became alert, waving to Weizet, "We should go. Hope to see you in the Great Hall tomorrow." "I hope so too." Weizet waved back at them goodbye. Fred and George's instincts were sharp. The footsteps belonged to Madame Pomfrey, who was patrolling. Once she confirmed no one was disturbing, she relaxed, leaving the hospital wing and locking the door behind her. After ensuring Madame Pomfrey had left, Weizet opened his eyes, using his magical eye to survey everything in the hospital wing. Lumos. As he anticipated, there existed a wealth of ancient magical power here. Under normal circumstances, entering the hospital wing was no easy feat. Madame Pomfrey typically resolved issues outside, as she believed patients needed to enter inside. Seizing this rare opportunity, Weizet wandered around the hospital wing, exploring every area, illuminating the corresponding sections of the map in his mind. He kept checking the map in his mind until all related areas were lit up, then paused to gather all the ancient magical powers. Weizet initiated the enhancement spell again, transforming the crabclaw plant into the Devil's Snare's transfiguration spell, worthy of pouring ancient magical power into it. He wanted to know what characteristics ancient magical power would bestow if he enhanced the transfiguration spell. Hesitating was not Weizet's character. He quickly acted, pouring all the ancient magical power he had just acquired into the transfiguration spell. The wizard's practical guide began to turn pages. Unlike before, he drew understanding from the page that had not been turned yet, gleaning insights from the transfigurations. These insights were profound. He could only barely grasp a bit of content with the help of the theory of transfiguration. After what felt like ages, the page was finally turned, revealing a new spell: Ancient Magic Self-Shaping Devil's Snare Form Guide. Ancient Magic to perform transfiguration magic. Transforming fingers into Devil's Snare. Combining the understanding he had just obtained, he did not use his wand but extended his hand directly. Vine shaping. His fingers were enveloped in silver blue light, a tingling sensation spreading from his fingertips throughout his body. Under the influence of the magic, his slender fingers began to elongate as if the bones inside were softening. This was a marvelous feeling. His will seemed to transform into a hand, while his real hand became Play-Doh. He guided the magic to change his fingers, which soon morphed into dark green vines adorned with unique patterns belonging to plants. Knox. Weizet not only extinguished the light at the tip of his wand but also closed his eyes, moving around the hospital wing. Warmth and light were both mortal enemies of the Devil's Snare. Sensing the withering of the devil's snare on his hand, Weizet immediately opened his eyes. As expected, the devil's snare that had formed from his fingers curled up like clumps of iron wire fern, and even the attached sensory ability dissipated into nothingness. As the flames faded, the lights of the school hospital wing suddenly flickered on. Dumbledore said softly, "A truly flawless piece of transfiguration. To achieve such a level is exceedingly rare." He wore a pine-green robe-like garment adorned with golden buttons, each bearing the crest of Hogwarts. Weizet blinked, struck by a thought. Dumbledore's attire never seemed to repeat itself. This stood in stark contrast to Professor McGonagall's fondness for dark green robes and Professor Snape's penchant for black. "Good evening, Headmaster Dumbledore," Weizet said, a little flustered as he restored his hand to its normal state. "Are you feeling better?" Dumbledore inquired with concern. "I believe Professor Snape's potions, aside from being unpleasant to drink, are quite effective. Actually, the taste wasn't so bad, like drinking porridge," Weizet recalled honestly. "But the effect was truly remarkable. I've fully recovered." Dumbledore murmured, almost as if talking to himself. "Not so bad, you say? Perhaps next time I'll ask him to add some sugar." He didn't dwell on the matter and continued, "Professor McGonagall told me you have a great talent for transfiguration, that you could perform advanced same-species transformations. But now it seems you've not only accomplished advanced same-species transfiguration but also human transfiguration. Frankly, that goes far beyond mere talent." Weizet felt his ears grow warm and waved his hand dismissively. "Headmaster, there is still so much I need to learn." This time it was mainly a stroke of inspiration coupled with that book, The Theory of Metamorphic Transfiguration, that allowed me to transform a crabclaw orchid into Devil's Snare. The Theory of Metamorphic Transfiguration. Dumbledore stroked his beard. "The one you borrowed from the library?" "Yes, it even has your inscription." Weizet thought of the notes and message in The Theory of Metamorphic Transfiguration and couldn't help but ask with a smile, was that inscription true? It was. Dumbledore also chuckled. "Madame Pants has a peculiar tenacity when it comes to preserving books." They exchanged a knowing smile and Weizet felt much more at ease than before. Dumbledore glanced at Weizet and said in a conversational tone, "Half the school year has nearly passed. Which course do you find most interesting?" "They're all quite interesting," Weizet blurted out. "Perhaps it's because I've only just entered the magical world. Treating all knowledge equally is a fine quality," Dumbledore said gently. "You're not wrong. This place is the starting point for British wizards to encounter magic. Every subject here holds its own significance. We hope students can discover joy in them and find the course that truly captivates them. We hope that during their 7 years at Hogwarts they can follow their own souls, build their own understanding of magic, and find the magical path best suited to them." Soul. Magical understanding. Weizet frowned, sensing the weight of these two words. "You remain as perceptive as ever." Dumbledore smiled approvingly. "While mastering everyday magic is enough to get by in the magical world, it is only by possessing your own magical understanding, by knowing where you should go, that you truly set foot on the path of magic. Most wizards are well past 40 before they achieve this. Now I'm going to share some content that goes far beyond the curriculum." He blinked, noticing Weizet deftly pulling out a notebook. "These are just my personal views on the soul, so there's no need to write them down. Let's just chat casually about it." "All right," Weizet replied with a hint of regret, placing the notebook back on the table. "Weizet, what do you think makes one wizard different from another?" Dumbledore asked with a smile. "Answer in a more magical way if you can." Weizet nodded, and after considering his time living with the Lovegoods and his studies at Hogwarts, he finally uttered a single word: the soul. "Exactly." Dumbledore smiled as if the hospital wing were a classroom. "Every wizard's soul is different. Since I've mentioned it so many times, I want to deduct points from Ravenclaw. Wizards have different souls and thus they excel at different kinds of magic. Take Professor Flitwick's talent for charms. Did you know he was once a dueling champion?" "A dueling champion? No, I didn't." Weizet's eyes widened. Though he didn't fully grasp the title's significance, he sensed it must be incredibly impressive. Dumbledore recalled, in duels one can use most dark arts. Professor Flitwick did not. He defeated his opponents with sheer mastery of charms. The sooner one establishes their own magical understanding, the sooner they understand what their soul requires, just like Professor Flitwick. And Professor Sprout, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape. They all possess their own magical understanding, allowing them to better harness their talents. Just as some wizards might be naturally adept at the disarming charm, the memory charm, or wandless magic. The soul is a wondrous thing. There are as many souls as there are wizards, and as many talents as there are souls, like Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Each one offers a new and unique experience. It is an indescribable process. Professors can only serve as guides, inspiring you to feel your soul and construct your own magical understanding." Weizet ventured tentatively, "Headmaster, do you think My soul is inclined towards transfiguration. Yes. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Aside from your recent performance, the Obscurus you bear is also a crucial basis for my conclusion. The Obscurus. Weizet placed a hand on his chest. Then shouldn't I have more of a talent for the dark arts? And don't you? Dumbledore countered with a genial smile. No one says a soul can only have one inclination. The soul is a complex, even mutable entity. You have talent for the disarming charm and you can master the exceedingly difficult Patronus charm. Anything is possible. Weizet wizards can work miracles. Remember that. An Obscurus is itself a form of dark magic, yet it is more than just dark magic. He spoke while drawing his wand and giving it a gentle wave. A wisp of black mist spread from the tip of his wand, sometimes transforming into a cloud-like form, sometimes condensing into a black spike. After demonstrating, Dumbledore retracted his wand, allowing the black mist to dissipate. His voice was low. Moran has an extremely strong malleability while also being extremely uncontrollable. Most people's understanding of Moran often only stays at its uncontrollable aspect. However, they forget about Moran's talent for transformation magic. The ability to control such immense power to freely enlarge and shrink. Isn't that a reflection of this aspect? Weizet nodded in confusion. He truly could not comprehend this part. Dumbledore's mastery in transformation magic was something he was well aware of. That book, The Theory of Transmutation and Transformation, would be quite difficult for him to read without Dumbledore's annotated help. So it's just a casual discussion. Dumbledore smiled gently. This is my understanding based on my knowledge, experiences and past. You are different from me. You possess a unique talent that can help you achieve more with less effort in understanding magic. A unique talent. Weizet pressed his lips together, somewhat puzzled. Yes. Dumbledore nodded. Your eyes. The eye of magic. This is an extremely ancient and rare talent. Principal Dumbledore. Weizet's eyelid twitched. Did Mr. Ollivander tell you? Yes, he wanted to keep the secret completely hidden, so he sought me out. Dumbledore extended his arm, rolling up his sleeve. As he clenched his fist, 3 chain-like threads gradually appeared on his arm. The threads emitted a dazzling light resembling fireworks. Weizet tentatively asked, Principal Dumbledore, is this a magical contract? Yes. Your reading range is quite broad. This is a good thing. Dumbledore smiled appreciatively. This is the unbreakable vow, a highly powerful magical contract. Unbreakable vow. Weizet whispered, repeating it. Although he deduced from the keeping secrets that Dumbledore had entered a magical contract, he did not know the specific function of this magic. He adhered to the learning attitude of asking when in doubt and asked, so it means this magical contract cannot be broken. In a sense, it indeed cannot be broken. Dumbledore nodded. If the vow is broken, the one who breaks it will die. Weizet gasped. That's a very dangerous magical contract. But it's also quite secure. Principal Dumbledore, may I ask, why did you choose to enter such a dangerous magical contract? Ollivander values your talent greatly, and that's the most important reason, Dumbledore explained. I was also shocked when he told me about this. To prevent this secret from being discovered by others, he made a contract with me. The content of the contract is very simple. Regarding your eye of magic, we cannot disclose it to more people. Mr. Ollivander, really? Weizet felt deeply moved. Clearly he had only met Ollivander once, yet this wandmaker had gone to such lengths. Although he had been reading the wand notes during this time, he had only remained at the theoretical level without putting it into true practice. Dumbledore smiled slightly, keenly sensing Weizet's emotional changes. Wand-making is not an overnight thing, it is an extension of alchemy. It requires a vast amount of knowledge to better learn wand-making. You should relax more and enjoy life in the magical world. If you end up in the school hospital for similar reasons again, Madame Pomfrey might just have to knock some sense into me. Weizet thought of the theory of transmutation and transformation, smiled gently and nodded. I was just thinking Mr. Ollivander said the same thing to me. All right. Don't think too much about it. Dumbledore patted Weizet's shoulder and took out 2 lemon drops. He handed one to Weizet and opened one for himself. The reason I wanted to tell you all this is that your eyes are quite special, so I thought of something that should be very suitable for you. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a well-used note. The notebook bore a special symbol, a circle embedded within a triangle with a straight line touching the vertex of the triangle piercing through the center of the circle. Weizet took the notebook, and aside from that symbol, the cover also had 2 signatures: Albus Dumbledore, Gellert Grindelwald. He traced the symbol on the notebook and couldn't help but ask, is this notebook shared between Gellert Grindelwald and you? Yes, this is my secret. I hope you can keep it for me. Dumbledore blinked and nodded generously. Weizet cleared his throat, calming the tumult of his emotions. There was an extraordinary relationship between Grindelwald and Dumbledore. This was evident from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. However, Weizet did not expect that the two had actually shared a notebook and likely engaged in some magical research. Dumbledore looked at the notebook, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Grindelwald's eyes were quite magical, although they cannot compare to the eye of magic. They are also a rare talent. He had a true prophetic eye, allowing him to accurately foresee the actions of hostile wizards. Principal Dumbledore, can I understand it this way? Weizet felt his breath quicken. This notebook can help me develop the ability of the eye of magic. It's not exactly helping to develop. Dumbledore shook his head gently. I just think of it as a reference book. After all, the eye of magic is even rarer. During that time, Grindelwald and I were somewhat crazy, utterly obsessed with developing the prophetic eye ability, and we summarized quite a bit of relevant theoretical knowledge. We recorded all the relevant theoretical knowledge in it. He patted the notebook, including some related magical traces which I have preserved quite well. Isn't it too precious? Weizet asked worriedly. And the names on it? How should I hide them? Good child. Dumbledore's tone was very gentle. I will give you some extra protection. He took back the notebook, drew his wand, and seemed to be writing something. After a while he closed the notebook and handed it back to Weizet. As Weizet touched the notebook, a warm feeling instantly spread through his palm and the notebook was enveloped in a soft glow. Amidst the radiance, the notebook seemed to come alive, slithering like a serpent up to Weizet's wrist. As the light faded, a silver bracelet appeared on his wrist. Weizet scrutinized the bracelet. Its surface was adorned with an exquisite phoenix relief, and the somewhat dull silver texture exuded an ancient charm, giving it an extraordinary feeling. Professor Dumbledore, what is this? You can try flipping your wrist and say open. Weizet immediately followed suit, and in the blink of an eye the silver bracelet transformed back into the notebook, quietly resting in his palm. Incredible! Weizet exclaimed in amazement. Professor Dumbledore, is this also a transfiguration magic? Dumbledore smiled and waved his hand. In addition to transfiguration magic, it also involves some basic alchemical techniques. This is also a result of our research when he was young. He pointed at the notebook and continued, I also recorded the method for making this bracelet in the notes. I saw it. Weizet said excitedly, noticing a section of newly added handwriting. This handwriting was much thicker, forming a stark contrast with the previous graceful and free-flowing script. I guess you should be very interested. Dumbledore asked with a smile. From the initial to the final form, I've detailed it all. You can consider it as extracurricular reading and study it slowly. A new week began and Hogwarts had completed its winter transition overnight. Not only did the weather turn cold, but heavy snowfall also followed. The grey peaks surrounding the school were drenched in a desolate white. When the sunlight shone upon them, the snow-covered peaks lost their desolation, becoming as warm and smooth as jade. The lake beside the castle had formed a thick layer of ice, hard and transparent like tempered glass, reflecting a fantastical underwater world. Discussions about the troll were still ongoing, especially after the students learned that Weizet had been sent to the hospital wing by Professor McGonagall, causing the fervor to escalate. To them such a storyline seemed normal, otherwise it was hard to believe how a first-year student could deal with a troll. Perhaps if Harry had accomplished the feat of defeating the troll, it wouldn't have stirred as much discussion. After all, Harry was not just known as the boy who lived, but was also regarded by many as the savior. A savior who defeated Voldemort at the age of 1. Defeating a troll seemed entirely plausible. Many curious students even followed Weizet to the library. They neither spoke nor read, but simply stared at Weizet with intense focus, making him feel uneasy, yet they showed no signs of giving up. Weizet, disturbed, felt helpless and could only seek a quieter place to study. The Ravenclaw common room was indeed a good place, but unfortunately the other Ravenclaws thought the same, causing the common room to often be overcrowded. The dormitory was also suitable for studying, but occasionally he needed to practice certain spells which prevented him from staying there too often. Fred and George's secret hideout was quite secluded, but the space was a bit cramped and various mishaps could occur while testing their prank items. After pondering for a while, Weizet finally found a good spot, the hut of Hagrid. The hut's fireplace crackled with firewood, making the room very warm, and after becoming familiar with him, Fawn would lie in front of Weizet, nudging him to scratch his belly. Though Hagrid appeared extremely rugged, he enjoyed crafting little trinkets. He would sit alone in a chair whittling wood with a small knife to make wooden flutes. To Weizet it was an impressive skill for a giant over 3 meters tall to whittle a flute with a small knife comparable to threading a needle for embroidery. In a few days it should be fine. They shouldn't be following you to sneak a peek anymore, Hagrid comforted while whittling. After all, the Quidditch matches are about to start. I heard from Harry and the others that you're the seeker for Ravenclaw. That's quite impressive. Once the Quidditch matches begin, they should shift their attention to the games. Weizet nodded in agreement. I think so too. The matter of the troll is just a bit fresh these days. Arsenal had already informed him of the match schedule, with Gryffindor facing Slytherin in mid-November. There was also a match before the Christmas holidays with Ravenclaw against Hufflepuff. Hagrid set down his knife and rubbed his hands together expectantly. Would you like some tea? And maybe some of my rock cakes? They're hot and will come out any moment now. Weizet gently waved his hand. I'll just have some tea. I had a hearty lunch. Hagrid had an extraordinary talent for cooking, capable of bringing out certain qualities of food to the utmost. For instance, with rock cakes, Hagrid had perfected the rock aspect, and the cookies he baked were incredibly hard, rivaling real stone. Just as Hagrid got up to boil water, a faint pop sounded in the room. A bird the size of a rooster, plump and fluffy, appeared in front of the fireplace. This bird had vibrant feathers, and near its wing was a shocking wound oozing a slightly mixed green liquid. This was a magical creature similar to a dodo. Or rather, the quaffle bird was the dodo of this world, and according to Muggle records the quaffle bird was already extinct. Only the wizards of the magical world knew that the quaffle bird was not extinct, it had simply been driven to hiding by Muggles who annoyed it. As a magical creature, the quaffle bird possessed remarkable magical abilities, able to suddenly disappear and reappear in another location. This ability was akin to a wizard's apparition and disapparition, but was much quieter and unaffected by ordinary anti-apparition spells. Barry, how did you get hurt? Hagrid flusteredly set down the kettle, spilling water into the fireplace, creating clouds of steam. He hurriedly cradled the quaffle bird, placing it on the table for a careful examination. You're injured. And there's poison. It seems you'll need to rest with me for a few days. As he spoke, he walked to the wall to retrieve a unicorn hair bandage, preparing to bandage the quaffle bird. Weizet, witnessing this, stood up and said, Hagrid, can I give it a try? If the magic works, then we wouldn't need this bandage. Hagrid's eyes widened. You learned healing magic so quickly? Weizet nodded gently. I learned a little bit. Since you have the intention, then give it a try. Hagrid nodded and brought the quaffle bird in front of Weizet. Weizet did not immediately cast a healing spell. Instead, employing techniques learned from Snape's private lessons, he first examined the classification of the toxin within the Dirical's body. Lumos. A ball of light emerged from the wand's tip, not harsh to the eyes but warm like sunlight. This was a spell he had learned from Snape, a variant of the standard wand lighting charm used to inspect whether an object contained traces of dark magic within. The Dirical let out a painful shriek, the flesh around the wand on its wing trembling incessantly. Hagrid hastily fumbled a few pieces of feed from his pocket, stuffing them into the Dirical's beak while humming softly, there, Barry, don't be afraid. It'll be over soon. Under the glow of the light, wisps of black vapor rose from the quivering flesh, a clear sign of dark magic. Nox. Weizet dispersed the light. Hagrid, are there many dark magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid nodded. Quite a few, yes. Otherwise Hogwarts wouldn't have made it an official rule that entering the Forbidden Forest results in breaking school rules. Actually, it's like this every winter. As the activity of ordinary animals decreases, those ferocious magical beasts become less discriminating in their hunger. As he spoke, two more Diricals appeared. They were not in good shape either, their wounds tainted with a greenish liquid. A magical beast capable of hurting Diricals. Hagrid's eyes flickered, his face filled with gravity and concern. He set down the Dirical in his arms, strode to the wall and took down the umbrella, leather coat and crossbow hanging there. Dressed, he pulled a small pouch of feed from his pocket and handed it to Weizet. I'm going to check the Forbidden Forest. If more Diricals come, give them this. They won't be afraid of you then. Hagrid hurried off, leaving Weizet and Fong in the hut. Fong swiftly padded over to the window, wagging his tail as he watched Hagrid disappear into the Forbidden Forest. Several more Diricals arrived at Hagrid's hut, all looking terrified. Thankfully, the feed Hagrid had left helped them gradually calm down. Weizet let out a soft breath and, following the techniques for handling materials, cast a spell to clean the wounds. At first the Diricals trembled in his arms, but they stopped once the venom was drawn out. With the venom gone, the Dirical's spirits finally lifted. Wingardium Leviosa. Weizet stared at the floating venom, lost in thought. This venom looks so familiar. Have I seen it somewhere before? Activating his Eye of Magic, he discerned the truth from the symbols revealed in the venom. Could it be Acromantula venom? Are there such magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest? Acromantulas are XXXX-class dangerous beasts typically found in tropical rainforests, especially deep in the jungles of Borneo, where large colonies reside. Hogwarts is located in the Scottish Highlands. The cold should be a severe trial for acromantulas. To survive the harsh winter, it's no wonder they've started hunting magical creatures. But they chose the wrong prey. Diricals are far too agile, making the hunt an arduous and unrewarding task. According to Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, acromantulas were bred by wizards to guard their dwellings or property. Perhaps due to this artificial breeding, these magical beasts are naturally cruel, even hunting humans for food. Acromantulas can spin webs of incredible toughness and secrete venom to aid in hunting. Their venom holds high value in potion making, serving as an ingredient for invisibility potions and as a neutralizer for armadillo bile. Before neutralization, armadillo bile is highly corrosive. Only by neutralizing it with acromantula venom can its corrosive properties be eliminated, making it suitable as an ingredient for witch sharpening potions. Additionally, when diluted, the venom can be used as an enhancer for certain potions. According to Snape, the highest quality acromantula venom sells for 100 galleons per pint. After an acromantula dies, the venom it stores dries up rapidly. To collect the venom one must do so while the acromantula is incapacitated. This means wizards must take risks to avoid a fatal counterattack, which is why acromantula venom commands such a high price. Continuing to treat the Dirical's wounds, Weizet collected a small vial of venom about 50 milliliters. Unfortunately, the venom was tainted with blood, slightly reducing its quality so it wouldn't fetch the highest price. After cleaning the wounds, he began to heal them. Episky. The healing spell emitted an emerald glow, falling upon the wounds as the torn flesh twitched slightly. Just as the wound was about to close, a wisp of black vapor rose from the flesh, nullifying the spell's effect. Through his recent studies, Weizet had become increasingly adept at identifying different types of magic. No wonder it's rated XXXXX. He murmured, looking at the black vapor. Not only venom but also a hidden curse. Well then, let's try ancient magic. Weizet raised his wand and traced an S in the air. Scourgify. A whirlwind arose. The Diricals, trusting Weizet, did not flee and allowed the purifying spell to wash over them. The effect was remarkable, completely cleansing the curse. A smile spread across Weizet's face as he continued healing the Diricals. Putting his knowledge to use was a deeply satisfying experience. Once the wing wounds healed, the Diricals regained their vigor. They nuzzled Weizet's arm with their long beaks, then began to frolic with one another, chasing, appearing and disappearing together, playfully tapping each other with their beaks, having a wonderful time. Weizet, still maintaining his eye of magic, discovered a fascinating phenomenon when the Dirical's apparatus materialized. Their magical circuits actually changed. He quickly took out his notebook and recorded the magical circuits in full. However, he did not delve deeper, merely perfecting the process of the circuit's transformation, striving to capture every change it contained. Looks like the Diricals have taken a liking to you. Hagrid returned to the hut, shaking the snowflakes off his leather coat. Hagrid, I'm glad you made it back safely. Weizet put away his notebook and said with concern, there are acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest. These Diricals were attacked by them. You. A flicker of panic crossed Hagrid's eyes as he asked nervously, how do you know it was acromantulas that attacked them? I've healed all the Diricals. Weizet pulled a vial of venom from his pocket. I recognize acromantula venom because I've come into contact with it before. Oh. I see. Hagrid sighed in relief, forcing a smile to change the subject. You actually healed the Diricals, that's incredible. After returning from the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid seemed troubled. His face remained grim and his eyes betrayed a hint of worry. As for the acromantula venom, he showed no interest whatsoever and simply told Weizet to keep it. The Forbidden Forest was far from peaceful. Hagrid occasionally ventured deeper into it, carrying back injured magical creatures and entrusting Weizet with their treatment. Weizet didn't refuse the request. During the healing process, he could continue collecting acromantula venom, a win-win situation. Not only did he harvest acromantula venom, but Hagrid also gave him a bundle of unicorn hair bandages as compensation for treating the magical creatures. Didn't we agree on this before? Hagrid pushed the bandages back toward Weizet. You treat my magical creatures and I give you bandages. Even if I used these bandages on them, it would take days for them to recover. How could that compare to your healing magic? Just take them. Weizet spent another fulfilling week immersed in a flurry of study and practice. The magical circuits of Diricals, Dumbledore and Grindelwald's notes, review materials for composite spells, Quidditch training. There was simply so much for him to learn. With such a mountain of study materials, he always felt there weren't enough hours in the day, wishing he could materialize time itself and split it into fragments to use. Besides that, he also needed to revise and polish the manuscript about the Halloween troll, aiming to complete it before the Christmas holiday. Before he knew it, the weekend arrived again. Weizet went to Quirrell's office as promised. Pretending nothing had happened, easy to say, but when he actually tried to do it, he found it far from simple. He arrived at the designated floor 30 minutes early, pacing back and forth on the staircase for a long time before finally composing himself to face Quirrell alone. He carefully placed the silver artifact on the desk and said solemnly, Professor Quirrell, thank you for your help. Quirrell merely grunted in response, his tone unusually cold. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but Weizet felt that Quirrell seemed to be in a terrible state. His face was deathly pale, the whites of his eyes bloodshot, his forehead beaded with sweat. All these signs pointed to one thing: Quirrell was under immense pressure. Professor Quirrell, you don't look well. Weizet greeted him as usual. Maybe you should go see Madame Pomfrey. No need. Quirrell forced an utterly dreadful smile. It must be the cold weather, I haven't gotten used to it yet. Sit down, let's begin. He let out a long breath, avoiding Weizet's gaze. Today you'll learn a more complex composite spell, the Hanging Scream Curse. The Hanging Scream Curse was also a form of dark magic. It could be cast directly through a lengthy incantation or concealed within an object to serve as a trap. Opal was the best medium for this curse, capable of unleashing its full effects. To demonstrate, Quirrell had prepared an opal pendant infused with the hanging screen curse in advance. He tied the pendant to a venomous snake. The moment the opal touched the snake's belly, the snake suddenly went limp as if losing consciousness. Then the snake floated into the air, letting out a heart-wrenching hiss while its body writhed uncontrollably. After about 5 minutes, the snake was hanged to death amidst agony and struggle, its life extinguished. Everything the snake had endured perfectly matched the name of this composite spell, Hanging Scream. Witnessing such a brutal end to life sent a chill down Weizer's spine. Quirrell looked even worse than before. Fine sweat beaded on his forehead and the veins at his temples bulged prominently as though he was enduring something. He didn't allow himself a moment to recover, forcing himself to speak. As you can see, this composite spell incorporates several effects. First, it renders the victim helpless, then it levitates them into the air, screaming loudly until the victim is tortured to death. He began to stammer again, his face turning deathly pale. Weizet let out a soft sigh, striving to remain calm. He imagined how he would ask questions if he knew nothing at all. Professor Quirrell, do we really need to learn curses? I think the affliction curse is sufficient. Besides, you told me yourself that I'm not suited for dark magic. Yes. I did say that. Quirrell nodded, hesitating for a moment before continuing, but dark magic is just another form of magic. After all, it's what I excel at. Didn't you learn the levitation charm? The hanging scream curse also incorporates knowledge from the levitation charm, that effect, making the victim float into the air. This composite spell uses extended versions of the levitation charm, the stunning spell, and the full body bind curse. He finally got into the zone, delving deep into the hanging scream curse. If one could ignore Quirrell's alarming condition, this lesson would have been even more fascinating. The mere discussion of the levitation charm and its extensions already proved highly enlightening for Weizet. Not only did it deepen his understanding of the levitation charm, but it also turned a new page in the wizard's practical guide. Ancient Magic Levitation Charm Incantation. Leviosa, channeling ancient magic to enhance the spell's power, enabling it to lift larger creatures. This spell was quite similar to the improved summoning charm, both capable of affecting living beings. Compared to the lengthy incantation of the levitation charm, this spell's incantation was noticeably more concise and powerful. More importantly, when Weizet acquired this ancient magic, he consumed no ancient magical power at all. The sun set, signaling the end of the day's lesson. Quirrell, as if drained of all energy, collapsed into his chair without any dignity. Weizet asked with concern, Professor Quirrell, are you sure you're all right? Should I take you to the hospital wing? No need. Quirrell refused again. You'll feel better after I eat something. Go now. Leave. Weizet nodded. Professor Quirrell. Thank you. As he grasped the doorknob, he glanced back at Quirrell and left behind a chocolate frog. Quirrell's expression was one of excruciating pain, his face pale as a sheet of paper. Noticing the chocolate frog, Weizet had left, his tone grew even more resolute as he gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Go. Quirrell was the only one left in the office. He suddenly jumped up, his face contorted with pain as he clutched the back of his head. Gritting his teeth, he cast a spell at the door before tearing off the cloth wrapped around his head. Isn't this right? Voldemort let out a raspy, wheezing laugh. Do everything as I say. Show him the hanging curse, then guide him step by step to learn this magic. Quirinus, I hope you will always remain this obedient. Quirrell glanced at Voldemort's reflection in the mirror. The hideous visage sent a chill down his spine. Of course. My master. Quirrell looked at the chocolate frog on the table and said painfully, I will follow your every command until you regain your power. Excellent. Voldemort's voice carried a hint of triumph. Have you found a way past the chamber behind the door and that three-headed dog? I have a lead. Professor Sprout likely set up Devil's Snare. Quirrell shivered, speaking with trepidation. As for that three-headed dog, I asked Professor Kettleburn. He doesn't know how to get past it. Is that so? Voldemort murmured, if even the Professor of Care of Magical Creatures doesn't know how to get past the three-headed dog, then seek out another person. Quirrell quickly asked, Master, do you have a plan? The gamekeeper, Rubius Hagrid. Voldemort's face twisted with disdain. His head is filled with nothing but knowledge of magical creatures. Find a way to cozy up to him. He's not tight-lipped at all. A few words should be enough to get him talking and reveal the three-headed dog's weakness. Yes. Do it exactly as I say. This. Quirrell looked troubled. Master, you seem to know him well. Do you have any good ideas for getting close to him? His tastes are disgusting. Voldemort showed an expression of revulsion. As I recall, he's most fond of huge, ugly magical creatures. First get him a XXXX class creatures young, then ply him with some alcohol and hell spill everything. Will that really work? Quirrell's tone was full of worry. Besides the XXXX class creatures young won't come cheap. Quirinus, it seems you are being disobedient again. Voldemort sneered. I've fed the plan to you, surely you can figure out how to execute it. You. Understood. Quirrell quickly begged, I will do everything in my power to accomplish this. Sunday afternoon was the time for Snape's private lessons. The office felt somewhat empty today, devoid of baskets of flesh and blood materials to process or bundles of herbs needing sorting. A table stood in the center of the office bearing a cauldron, measuring and processing tools, and several dozen neatly arranged potion ingredients. Weizet scanned the potion ingredients on the table, a flicker of familiarity dawning on him. Snape sat to one side, lifting his chin to gesture towards the table. Begin. Weizet nodded understandingly, walked to the cauldron and carefully identified the potion ingredients on the table. Snape was indeed testing his ability to distinguish materials. The notes from that night had not been in vain. He recalled the potion recipe he had jotted down that evening, setting aside the required ingredients. Glacial aura. He conjured a magical energy field and placed the unused materials inside it, leaving no room for error. Having done this, Weizet returned to the cauldron and surveyed the potion ingredients. State their uses. Snape crossed his arms. And the specific methods of preparation. All right. Weizet acknowledged. He first picked up a bundle of herbs and said unhurriedly, lavender needs to be made into a tincture. Chop the flowers and leaves, steep them in alcohol. The steeping time depends on the desired concentration. Generally it should be steeped in a cool, dark place for 4 to 6 weeks with regular shaking to ensure thorough extraction. Use the summoning charm to remove the flowers and leaves, then strain through a filter 3 times to ensure no impurities remain. Finally store the tincture in a cool, dark place. Straining it 3 times is your own method, Snape said coldly. 1 summoning charm is sufficient to remove all impurities. Yes, I still have much to learn and my magical skills need improvement. Weizet replied with practiced ease, then picked up a jar covered in black cloth. Moondew honey must be harvested at night, preferably on a clear full moon. It should also be shielded from direct sunlight when used. Moonstone is best ground on a clear full moon night to maximize its efficacy. Wormwood is prepared as an infusion similar to a tincture but using morning dew. He introduced all the materials methodically. Throughout, Snape remained silent, his right knee occasionally trembling. From his understanding of Snape, Weizet knew that as long as Snape didn't speak it was essentially a sign of approval, so he didn't pause. Rote memorization. That fits my impression of Ravenclaw, Snape said, lowering his hands, his voice deep. To have learned them to this extent, those potion ingredients haven't been wasted, but this is merely the basics. Even a troll after prolonged training could be taught to guard a vault. If a potioneer merely imitates by rote, I suggest they change careers immediately. Using a troll as a metaphor was quite typical of Snape's style, but Weizet didn't mind. He had learned to extract the key points from such remarks. Professor Snape, does this mean I no longer need to process the materials? Of course not. You have merely graduated from the level of a troll, the materials still need to be processed. Snape's expression remained impassive. Soul-soothing draft. That's the name of the potion you drank in the hospital wing. An advanced potion. Its function is to deeply soothe the spirit and repair damage to the soul. Weizet's spirits lifted. What Snape was saying now wasn't superficial textbook knowledge but profound theoretical insights into potions. He had heard fragments of this theory before, but they were always glossed over. Rarely had he heard it explained so systematically. He tried to grasp these words, forming a general concept of the deeper theory of potions. When a wizard truly understands potions, whether adding an ingredient or omitting one, the final quality of the potion can be ensured through technique, understanding, or substitutes. According to Weizet's original understanding of potion making, as long as the ingredients were properly handled and the techniques were sufficiently standardized, a high-quality potion could be produced. However, for Snape, adding a bit more or a bit less of an ingredient could achieve the desired effect. Brewing potions for an ordinary wizard was like assembling a puzzle. Every piece had to be placed correctly to restore the complete picture. For Snape, potion ingredients were like building blocks. As long as the final form was achieved, it didn't matter which blocks were used. These two approaches seemed incomparable, yet such a vast chasm separated an ordinary potioneer from a master of potions. Snape's method of private instruction mirrored his guidance on ingredient handling, concise and powerful language that conveyed all the key points. The advantage was its brevity, but the drawback was its excessive conciseness. Weizet had to simultaneously associate ideas and take notes to truly keep pace with Snape's teaching rhythm. Especially since he was learning the soul-soothing draft, a high-level potion, he had to exert great effort just to record some of the content. The lesson only concluded as the sun set behind the mountains. Weizet rubbed his forehead and shook his head, feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. The sheer volume of knowledge crammed into his mind required thorough digestion before he could even vaguely grasp its mysteries. The reason he said vaguely was because he firmly believed that only by combining theory with practice could knowledge truly serve him. Same time next week, Snape said, instinctively rising, but then immediately slumped forward as a faint scent of blood wafted through the air. Professor Snape, thank you for your instruction. Weizet, who was also standing up, rushed over swiftly. He supported Snape's arm and tentatively asked Professor Snape, I actually wanted to ask you earlier. I'm injured. Snape frowned, a thin layer of sweat beading on his forehead. You can leave now. Even the potion didn't work. Weizet was still immersed in the lesson just given. After all, for wounds that healing magic can't cure, potions are the best option. Snape pursed his lips. These were indeed the words from his lecture. I was bitten by a dangerous magical creature. Its malice and venom cling to the wound, making it difficult to heal. Such creatures are rare, and there are no records on how to break this malice. It's like the principle of counter curses. Faced with a rare malice without a specific countermeasure, you have to use potions to continuously dispel the curse. He pulled open his robe, revealing his calf still bloodied and raw. I haven't found the corresponding antidote yet. It's as simple as that. Professor Snape, may I try? Weizet gasped sharply at the shocking wound. Lately, I've been helping Hagrid, treating quite a few magical. Removing quite a bit of dark magic. Go ahead and try. You have 3 minutes. Hearing this, Snape grew suddenly irritable, recalling events from a few days ago. At that time he had changed the antidote formula and gone to Filch for help with the dressing change, only to encounter Harry in the office and forget to deduct points in his presence. The mere thought infuriated him, and he muttered darkly, 10 points from Gryffindor. Ha! Weizet was bewildered again, unable to fathom why Snape would suddenly deduct points, and from Gryffindor no less. Could it be because the wound hurt too much? He didn't dwell on it further. Drawing his wand, he traced an S in the air and cast the purification and cleansing charm. A whirlwind immediately rose, sweeping across Snape's calf. The sweeping whirlwind gradually turned black, dragging out a large mass of deep malice. As the whirlwind dissipated, the malice floated in the air, bobbing up and down like a balloon. Snape's brow relaxed considerably. With a flick of his wand, various potion ingredients emerged from the surrounding cabinets. Like an experienced symphony conductor, he used only his wand to command the ingredients, processing them in midair amidst a flurry of magical lights. Weizet was dazzled. Every step was crucial, and he truly didn't know where to look first. The scents of various potion ingredients intermingled as the cauldron emitted steaming vapors within which bubbles of uniform size formed. Snape waved his wand again. The potion rose into the air, coalesced into a mass, and rapidly condensed into a fist-sized bomb. Throughout the entire process he hadn't moved a step. All the steps of brewing were executed by magic through his wand. His expression was relaxed and effortless, as simple and casual as flipping through a book. The bomb slowly settled onto the wound. Amidst rising green smoke, the originally bloody gash healed swiftly. Snape finally stood upright to deal with the floating mass of malice. With a casual flick he traced a circle, and a transparent glass dome appeared encasing the suspended malice. After doing all this he looked at Weizet and said coldly, try not to show off the special effects of that spell of yours. There will always be those with ulterior motives. The wizarding world is not as wonderful as you imagine. Especially out there, you must stay alert and not trust anyone easily to survive better. Weizet felt as if struck in the chest and instinctively replied, I understand. Thank you very much, Professor Snape. After hearing Snape's words, a chill of fear ran through him. Life at Hogwarts was indeed wonderful, and it had made him let his guard down. As Snape said, malice still existed in this world. The runespore he encountered before enrollment was the perfect example. Even from the news in the Daily Prophet it was clear that beyond the ivory tower of Hogwarts all sorts of wizards existed. Among them were not only Voldemort, who could return at any time, but also a never-ending stream of dark wizards. These dark wizards also committed crimes, and because of magic their cost of crime was lower while the harm they caused was greater. If someone coveted the purification and cleansing charm and captured him for study or threatened Luna and Xenophilius, such a thing must not happen. Weizet silently resolved. At school he could learn to his heart's content, but outside of school, he needed to be constantly vigilant and always prepared to protect himself and his family. Snape spoke up, I just don't want you to die and return to Hogwarts as a ghost, that's all. Weizet responded readily, yes, Professor Snape. Also, some things can wait until Madame Pomfrey has left before you do them. Snape added expressionlessly. Ha! Weizet was a bit slow on the uptake. Like identifying potion ingredients. Snape remained expressionless. Although I don't know what you were thinking at the time, how you managed to resist the potion's effects and still finish writing the formula. Ah! Weizet finally caught on. The Patriarch Bodhi knocked on Sun Wukong's head 3 times. Routine probably only worked for Sun Wukong, not for him. But he felt there was nothing wrong with continuing as he was. As December arrived, a Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff was soon to take place. Early on Saturday morning, Arsenal as the captain began his incessant chatter. Don't be nervous, we've practiced this tactic for a long time. Cho Chang, relax a bit, we still have 2 more rounds to play. There will be plenty of opportunities. If anyone's broom has issues, remember to call a timeout immediately. Not getting hurt is the best outcome. The players weren't that tense initially, but after Arsenal's speech they showed signs of unease. Weizet remained unaffected, he was still reviewing his notes, completely oblivious to what Arsenal had said. They still had to wait in the locker room where Arsenal would explain the tactics again. Moreover, based on his past lives' rich exam experience, getting nervous would only hinder actual performance. He had a unique method to calm himself, such as reviewing more. Wizards had limited entertainment, a Quidditch match was a rare treat. Students arrived early, brimming with enthusiasm, awaiting the game's start. As Weizet stepped onto the pitch, a loud bang echoed from the sky, revealing a soaring firework eagle. It was lit by Fred and George, who waved at him incessantly. Many on the stands waved downward. Though the match was half an hour away, the stands were already packed. Seeing the lively scene, Weizet recalled football leagues from his past life, mainly the World Cup and Champions League. Arsenal led them into the locker room where they changed into sky blue Quidditch robes and donned knee pads, gloves and chest guards. Though made of leather, the knee pads, gloves and chest guards were coated with a deep bronze leather oil resembling genuine bronze armor. Arsenal rehearsed the tactics again, giving a final pre-match speech. We have many new players and Hufflepuff is relatively friendly, perfect for you to adapt to the game's pace. But remember, only Hufflepuff is that friendly. Against Slytherin next time, stay sharp, they play dirty. Roger smiled and added, don't worry too much, that's a concern for later. Exactly. Arsenal put away the tactic board. Make final adjustments. The bell will ring when it's time. As they waited, Cho Chang shared chocolate frogs. Penelope asked me to bring these, she said. If you're nervous, eat a chocolate frog, it eases anxiety easily. At 11, Weizet followed the team to the Quidditch pitch center. Along the way, cheers were endless. Go Ravenclaw! Hufflepuff will win. Just don't lose too badly. Our emblem is an eagle. Hey! What's with the defeatist talk? We must win. Ravenclaw can't lose again. Voices varied, but Ravenclaw students were pessimistic. The team had too many newcomers this year. Don't let them affect you. Arsenal's tone was resolute. Today we prove Ravenclaw's worth. Yes. The players echoed with equal determination. With a deafening roar, another magical firework soared into the sky. The firework eagle let out a piercing cry, flapping its wide wings as it ascended until it vanished. According to Fred and George's design, the complete form of this house firework should circle the pitch once before slowly fading. It was uncertain how long the two would need to perfect the magical firework to achieve the desired effect. But it didn't stop them from making some pocket money. After the firework eagle disappeared, another loud bang erupted above, revealing a cute firework badger. There's more. More. Both fireworks are for sale. All right. 2 small house fireworks. That'll be 2 galleons. Watch this. Hey, race your badger and eagle together. The stands buzzed with their excited sales pitch. 2 huge explosions sounded as the firework badger and eagle appeared together, vying to cry out. 1 minute to 11, Madam Hooch appeared on her broomstick. Please mount your brooms. She spoke naturally, whistle in mouth. Refereeing was her true calling, the Quidditch pitch was her domain. Only here did Madam Hooch feel completely at ease. Mount your brooms and wait for my whistle. She released the bludgers holding the quaffle. Checking the time, she said, 3, 2, 1, match start. The whistle blew, the beaters rose high to deal with the bludgers. Weizet shifted his focus from the stands, fully immersing himself in the game. The moment he heard Madam Hooch shout match start, he shot upward, catching the quaffle tossed into the air. What speed, commentator Lee Jordan exclaimed. As a newcomer, Weizet grabs the quaffle first. He's incredibly fast. Let's see his broom, just a clean sweep 5. He looked at the commentary box. Professor Flitwick, I thought you'd get this newcomer a new broom. Professor Flitwick stood on an ebony platform. Seeing Weizet seize the quaffle first, he was in high spirits, a big smile on his face. If we're lucky enough to win the Quidditch Cup this season, he'll try to get the whole team new brooms. As they spoke, Weizet charged toward Hufflepuff's goalposts before the opponents could react. Hufflepuff's keeper was startled, moving back and forth among the 3 hoops attempting to defend. Without hesitation, Weizet hurled the quaffle. The red ball arced through the air, grazing the keeper's nose and soaring through the hoop. The Ravenclaw stands erupted, students cheered wildly. Ravenclaw scores 10 points. Lee Jordan's voice rose. In under a minute. Weizet has made the first goal. In all my commentary, I've never seen such a fast goal. The Hufflepuff team felt similarly, they hadn't reacted before Weizet scored. During this time, Arsenal roared, tactics. Tactics. Madame Hooch restarted the game. Weizet surged ahead faster than the opposing chaser and grabbed the quaffle again. Roger and Jeremy, following the tactic, did not cover Weizet but turned their broomsticks to block the Hufflepuff chaser. I see their strategy. Lee Jordan, the commentator, flashed a sly grin as if he had seen through everything. They're betting everything on Weizet. As he commented, the two Hufflepuff beaters gathered together and swung their bats fiercely, sending the bludger toward Weizet near the scoring zone. The two struck the bludger, simultaneously boosting its already swift speed to another level. Double strike. Lee Jordan shouted, it seems Hufflepuff has put in the hard work too. No wonder Wood said they had a secret weapon. Oh no. Ravenclaw's beaters aren't near Weizet. They're dealing with the other bludger. The bludger is getting closer and closer to Weizet. He's still not slowing down. Is he mad? He'll crash straight into it. At the very least he should change direction. Merlin's pink stockings. Weizet dodged it. He flipped his broomstick. Upside down he avoided the bludger. Is he an eagle? So agile, unlike any wizard. That's right. He is an eagle. The sky is his stage. Ravenclaw scores again. Within less than 2 minutes Weizet had secured another 10 points. The Ravenclaw stands erupted once more, the fervent students unleashing even louder cheers. This can't be real, can it? Lee Jordan's voice sounded somewhat dazed. Why do I feel like I'm watching a professional Quidditch player? Showing off their skills. Hufflepuff needs to think of something. Otherwise they'll have to rely on Cedric to see if he can end the match with the golden snitch. If they drag it on, things will really look grim. In just 10 minutes Weizet had forced Hufflepuff to score only one goal with this fast break tactic, the current score standing at 70-10. Completely disrupted, Hufflepuff had no choice but to call a timeout to discuss their next strategy. Weizet returned to the ground, his teammates crowding around him. Roger, his face flushed with excitement, shouted, Weizet, well done. A 60-point lead in 10 minutes. Last year I wouldn't have dared to dream of it. Duncan directly raised Weizet's hand and yelled, we have Lovegood. Weizet, Lovegood. It's still far from enough. This is only the first match of the year. Arsenal poured cold water at the right moment but couldn't hide the smile at the corners of his mouth. They'll definitely target Weizet next, and we've considered that before. Let's stick to the training and continue the tactic. What if Hufflepuff chooses to end the match with the golden snitch? Cho Chang the Seeker had a hint of worry in her eyes. I noticed Cedric's movements up high earlier. He might have already spotted the golden snitch. Indeed, that's another point to consider. Arsenal stroked his chin. After all, his performance last year was outstanding. He could even go toe-a-toe with Charlie. Cho, don't put too much pressure on yourself. He patted Cho Chang on the shoulder. They called the timeout themselves, so they'll lose track of the golden snitch too. The golden snitch. Weizet, hearing their conversation, had a sudden inspiration and used his magic eye to observe the surroundings. A tiny black speck flashed swiftly before his eyes in the air. It was the golden snitch Cho and Arsenal had mentioned. Without the magic eye he would have needed to ascend high and maintain intense focus to spot the golden snitch. Just then Madame Hooch blew her whistle, calling the two teams to gather. 5 minutes are up. She set down the box containing the bludgers. If you need another timeout, please request it after takeoff. For your information, Ravenclaw has used both of their timeouts and Hufflepuff has only one left. Be advised. We're all set. The Hufflepuff players nodded and mounted their broomsticks. Good. Madame Hooch nodded first, releasing the bludgers, then cradling the quaffle. 3, 2, 1. The match continues. Let's get back to the game. Lee Jordan perked up at the sound of the whistle. It seems Weizet's outstanding performance has caused quite a headache for Hufflepuff. Weizet has the quaffle again. Achieving such speed with a clean sweep 5. I bet every team will be studying Weizet as a subject from now on. Something's off. Why aren't Hufflepuff's players defending? He quickly scanned the field and noticed something strange. Let's look at the other end of the pitch. The Hufflepuff players, except for Cedric, who had flown high to continue searching for the golden snitch, were all hovering outside the scoring zone. Ah. A wise choice. Though a bit less exciting. Lee Jordan sighed deeply. But it fits Hufflepuff's steady nature. Weizet's flying speed is too fast and they haven't found a suitable way to handle it yet. Just defending without attacking is also a tactic. Harass them with the bludger. Arsenal shouted hoarsely from afar. Create a gap. Break through their defense. He felt a sense of frustration. Although Weizet's breakthrough ability was strong, the teamwork among the players still lacked some finesse. Hufflepuff adopted a defensive formation, staying around the scoring zone, adopting a posture of waiting at ease for the exhausted opponent. The two beaters, Jason and Duncan, could only keep hitting the bludger toward Hufflepuff to tear open a small defensive gap, allowing Weizet to break through and score. Unfortunately, Ravenclaw's players were all newcomers, only occasionally managing to create an opening for Weizet to exploit. The game was less thrilling than before, and Lee Jordan had to find ways to keep the commentary lively. Hufflepuff's double strike is definitely practiced. They repel the bludger again without letting the formation loosen. This is like a battle between eaglets and honey badgers. Ravenclaw seems to hold the advantage, but Hufflepuff still has a chance. The current score is 170-40. As long as Cedric catches the golden snitch, Hufflepuff still has a good chance of winning. Just as Lee Jordan was trying to liven things up, Cedric suddenly sprang into action, turning his broomstick handle and diving fiercely in one direction. Look everyone! Cedric seems to have found something. Remember last year Cedric had just joined the team when he caught the golden snitch. Cho Chang is right behind him. Her broomstick is a Comet 260 with excellent performance. The two are neck and neck. Upon hearing Lee Jordan's commentary, Weizet immediately sought out Cedric's trail while activating his Eye of Magic to pinpoint the golden snitch's exact location. He discovered that the direction Cedric was pursuing held no trace of the golden snitch. This is a trap. Weizet instantly made his judgment and looked in the opposite direction from Cedric, not far from the Ravenclaw goalpost. As expected, the golden snitch hovered there, tracing a series of zigzag lines through the air. The golden snitch, a magical artifact mimicking the golden snidget, inherited its habit of pausing briefly in midair. Seekers rely on this brief stillness to pinpoint the golden snitch's precise location. Cedric's initial approach was a classic strategy of the dominant seeker. Feinting to mislead his opponent, then abruptly accelerating in a new direction to seize the snitch by surprise. Why is Weizet suddenly flying toward his own goalpost? Lee Jordan noticed the unusual movement. Is he about to score? Wait. That's his own goalpost. It would award points to Hufflepuff. Weizet raises his hand. He really intends to throw the quaffle at his own goalpost. Arsenal was also puzzled, but trusting his teammate, he said nothing, merely sharpening his focus to coordinate with Weizet at a moment's notice. Weizet exhaled softly and shouted to Cho Chang, "Cho! The goalpost! The goalpost!" Cho turned, instinctively halting her pursuit of Cedric's broom. Beside her own goalpost she noticed the glimmer of gold from the snitch. Damn! Cedric's heart sank as he instantly grasped Weizet's meaning, wrenching his broom handle around and racing toward the Ravenclaw goalpost. Oh, Merlin's beard! Hearing Weizet's shout, Lee Jordan caught on. The golden snitch was in the opposite direction all along. Cedric was just fainting. But Cho is closer, she's right by the goalpost. She might just beat Cedric to the snitch. The spectators held their breath, their eyes fixed on Cho and Cedric, watching to see who would capture the golden snitch. If Cedric caught the snitch, the score would completely reverse, granting Hufflepuff the ultimate victory. Weizet employed the Guardian's meditation technique, his gaze darting among 4 points: Cho, Cedric, the goalpost, and the snitch. Once a seeker drew near, the snitch would instantly flee. Extending Cho's flight path, the snitch was most likely to fly toward Cedric. Thus Cedric might well seize the snitch. The turning point lay in the quaffle in his hand. Weizet let out a long breath, infused the quaffle with ancient magic, and hurled it with all his might. Ancient magic throwing mastery. The quaffle shot forth with a whirring sound, reaching Arsenal in an instant. From the quaffle's trajectory, Arsenal was certain that Weizet's target was not their own hoop but the goalpost beneath it. He vaguely guessed Weizet's intent and murmured, "Can he really pull this off?" Under his hopeful gaze, the quaffle, like a crimson bolt, struck the goalpost and ricocheted in another direction. Weizet seems to have other plans. The quaffle hit the goalpost. Lee Jordan hesitated. Then he looked elsewhere, his tone rising with excitement. Cedric is very close to the snitch. But Cho is faster. The snitch is fleeing toward Cedric. Merlin's floral knickers. What a twist-filled match. Cedric might just catch it. A collective sigh echoed from the Ravenclaw stands. As Weizet predicted, the snitch, sensing Cho's approach, panicked and veered toward Cedric. Weizet's focus remained on the quaffle, channeling the ancient magic within to subtly adjust its course until... Let's congratulate Hufflepuff on their victory, Lee Jordan's rapid-fire commentary faltered. The quaffle. Hufflepuff. Cedric caught a quaffle. The golden snitch is now in Cho's hands. She caught it. The match is over. Final score 320-40. Ravenclaw takes the opening victory. Let's congratulate Ravenclaw. Still bewildered, he quickly asked Professor Flitwick what just happened. He had been so focused on Cedric that he missed the quaffle's appearance. The Ravenclaw stands erupted in thunderous cheers, with many students rising to wave their arms and shout Weizet's name. Ravenclaw! Ravenclaw! Flitwick himself joined the roar. He raised his wand, conjuring a cascade of colorful ribbons that danced wildly across the Quidditch pitch. Hearing Lee Jordan's question, he lowered his wand, cleared his throat and fought to steady his voice, suppressing the excitement within. Weizet's quaffle hit the goalpost, struck it and bounced off. He gestured dramatically. Then it struck the golden snitch. Absolutely mind-boggling. I've never seen such a play. Simply incredible. A stir rippled through the crowd and the chants of Weizet's name swelled, echoing across the entire Quidditch field. This. Lee Jordan swallowed hard. Was it luck or skill? Regardless. Let's once again congratulate Ravenclaw. The incredible Ravenclaw. Weizet touched down and his teammates immediately mobbed him, their faces alight with unrestrained joy. They desperately needed this victory. A house with a common room high above an eagle as its emblem, yet consistently at the bottom of Quidditch standings. For Ravenclaw it was simply inexcusable. Ravenclaw students gathered around, hoisting Weizet high like a newly crowned hero, carrying him off the pitch in a jubilant procession. Had they not feared dropping him, they would have carried him across the snow-covered grounds all the way to the Ravenclaw common room. Back in the common room, Weizet checked the time. It was still before 1 in the afternoon. He had time for a nap before attending Quirrell's private lesson. The afternoon lessons remained as enriching as ever, yet Quirrell's condition continued to deteriorate. Anxiety was etched deep between his brows and the dark circles under his eyes were as thick and stubborn as undiluted ink. Apart from his lectures, Quirrell remained reluctant to engage in any meaningful conversation with Weizet. To avoid alerting him, Weizet could only express his concern through offerings of chocolate frogs. It was only upon returning from the Great Hall that he learned the celebrations on the pitch had ended, but the Ravenclaw festivities were far from over. The Ravenclaw students, rarely given to such indulgence, were reveling in this long-awaited victory throughout the night. Penelope and others raised their wands, casting spells upon the crystals suspended in midair, causing them to refract a kaleidoscope of brilliant colors. Someone had sought out Fred and George, purchasing a good number of magical fireworks from them to commemorate the day's triumph. Fred and George were overjoyed, generously providing an abundance of food and sweets, propelling the night's festivities to their zenith. As the snowdrifts around Hogwarts grew thicker, it heralded the approaching Christmas holidays. Waking early after bidding farewell to his dorm mates, Weizet packed his belongings and returned to the uneven platform. Gazing at the Hogwarts Express, which exhaled billowing white steam, a wave of emotion washed over him. Unknowingly, he had already lived at Hogwarts for nearly half a year. Then his mood shifted, replaced by excitement and anticipation. Soul fluttered its wings, alighting on his shoulder and nuzzling against his cheek. You miss Diana too, don't you? Coo. Many students had chosen to remain at the school, and as he walked along, many compartments stood empty. Weizet settled into a window seat, pulling out his notes on magic circuits to study as he awaited the Hogwarts Express departure. The notes contained 2 magic circuits, one belonging to the Diricol and the other to the Golden Snitch. The circuit for the Golden Snitch had been derived from the one captured by Cho Chang. Curious about its structure, Weizet had meticulously recorded it for leisurely study. The Diricol's magic circuit was astonishing. It was entirely fragmented, yet possessed a strange harmony, as if the breaks were innate. When the Diricol utilized its apparition ability, half of the circuit within its body vanished, only to reappear at the point of manifestation. The Golden Snitch's magic circuit was equally intriguing, resembling a shape formed by several stacked circles like a rolling wheel that seemed never to cease. Perhaps it was this circuit that granted the Snitch its incredible speed and agile turning, making it so elusive. Through his recent studies, he felt there was a connection between these 2 circuits. He split the Diricol's circuit in 2, inserted the Golden Snitch's circuit in the middle, and began to connect the lines. Yet no matter how he connected them, the resulting circuit never felt smooth or fluid. Weizet had a distinct intuition that if the 2 circuits could truly merge, something wonderfully transformative might occur. Weizet Lovegood. A male voice suddenly sounded. Is this seat taken? Weizet looked up to find an unexpected visitor at the compartment door, Cedric Diggory. He was a tall, handsome boy with a ruddy complexion and a gentle expression. He was highly popular in Hufflepuff, even first years occasionally mentioning his name. Weizet put away his notebook and shook his head lightly. No, it's free. Make yourself at home. Your performance in the last match was brilliant. Cedric sat down. Even in professional games, I've rarely seen anyone dare to use a quaffle the way you did. Maybe because I had nothing to lose. Weizet touched his nose. And it was such a thrilling moment, I just acted on impulse. That's a kind of talent too. You fly incredibly well. Cedric's face showed envy. If you were a seeker, I doubt I'd get any sleep the night before a match. It was no wonder Cedric was so popular. He was not only talkative but also had an excellent demeanor. He never let the conversation become confrontational, nor did he pry into sensitive matters. He maintained a comfortable distance in conversation and was adept at finding topics to keep the dialogue flowing smoothly. Cedric was skilled in transfiguration, and Weizet sought his advice on several related issues. Cedric mused, just as Professor McGonagall says transfiguration requires caution. I think observation is also crucial. Being able to memorize an object's form allows for a more perfect transfiguration. Absolutely. Weizet nodded in agreement, his hand never pausing in its note-taking. A deeper understanding of the subject itself enables better refinement of details. The two were of similar age, and gaining insights from a peer proved immensely beneficial to Weizet. The midday sunlight streamed into the compartment as Weizet and Cedric opened up to each other. Their conversation grew, touching not only on every aspect of Hogwarts but also on their personal lives. Weizet's life was simple, all the beauty of this world was etched into that garden and within the walls of Hogwarts. Cedric bore the weight of his parents' expectations, which brought him no small amount of worry. They hoped he would study hard, eventually work at the Ministry of Magic, preferably in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He seemed to have found an outlet. His face flushed red, yet his voice was resolute. But I think working with my father would be a wonderful thing. My father works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. He often has to work overtime. And there's always the risk of injury. So I want to help him so he can have an easier time. Having said this, he scratched his head sheepishly. You won't laugh at me, will you? I envy you. Weizet shook his head gently. Your parents have expectations for you because they love you and want you to have a good future. And you love your parents too, wanting to work with your father so you can truly help him. I can only admire you for that, not laugh at you. Since you wish to work with your father, you must also strive diligently to get into the ministry. Since the prerequisite is entering the ministry, the goal is the same. So what is there left for you to worry about? Shouldn't you redouble your efforts aiming to join the ministry with even better qualifications in the future? That way you'll have more options. You can help your father and also prepare for future promotions. Isn't that right? You're right. Cedric's face lit up with sudden realization. I was overthinking it. How could I not see that? Because you're inside the maze while I'm standing outside. Weizet offered a slight smile. So I can see a bit more clearly from an outsider's perspective. Thank you. Cedric let out a long breath, extending his right hand. I'm really glad to have truly gotten to know you today. Just call me Cedric. Weizet smiled faintly, reaching out to shake his hand. Weizet. Unbeknownst to him, the sun had already descended into a fiery sunset, its crimson rays sweeping across the towering edifices. The steel forest, veiled by the twilight glow, appeared as a pitch-black expanse reminiscent of the dark, forbidding woods of the Forbidden Forest. As the Hogwarts Express pulled into the station, nightfall shrouded the sky and the windows of the skyscrapers flickered to life, resembling fireflies dancing through the steel forest. Weizet and Cedric passed through the barrier, emerging into the bustling King's Cross station. Instead of venturing into the alley, Weizet pulled his luggage outside the station, leaning against the railing to survey his surroundings. Everything seemed to have changed. Having spent so long at Hogwarts, returning to the vibrant modern metropolis evoked a profound sense of disorientation. I'll be home soon. Weizet double-checked his trunk to ensure everything was packed, then stepped into the alley. With a flick of his wand, the night bus materialized swiftly. Welcome to the night bus, and your conductor. Weizet, pulling his trunk along the path, saw the familiar castle-like house appear before him. Diana appeared first, flapping her wings as she soared toward Thor, and the two owls immediately engaged in a playful scuffle. Gazing into the distance, Weizet caught sight of a familiar silhouette. He quickened his pace. Luna seemed to have grown a bit taller, and her pale blonde hair was perhaps a little longer. When he could finally discern her smile, he understood one thing: nothing had changed. Having been away for nearly half a year, the place had undergone considerable changes. The first floor boasted a brand new mural. Luna had painted vast swaths of white on the wall, then sketched various animals and houses, creating a cozy village blanketed in snow. Ottery St. Catchpole, located in Devon, is influenced by the North Atlantic drift, making snowfall a matter of chance. Given Weizet's magical prowess, conjuring a snowstorm to cover the village with a weather charm would require further diligent study. The fireplace at home had also changed, now connected to the Flu network, making magical travel more convenient. The recent issues of the Quibbler had sold well, prompting Xenophilius to replace the magical printing press. The new machine, crafted entirely from brass, not only operated without the clattering noise but was also far more efficient. Xenophilius was busier than before, with deeper dark circles under his eyes, making him resemble a raccoon in terms of appearance. He brought in a fir tree as a Christmas tree, placing it in the center of the living room, letting Luna hang ornaments on it. Besides the essential mistletoe and dirigible plums, the tree was adorned with numerous delicate sugar figures in various shapes. It seemed as if half the creatures from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them were hanging from the branches. At the very top of the Christmas tree, instead of a shining star, was a bright red quaffle. A small figure stood atop the quaffle, a miniature of Weizet with a cape draped over his shoulders. The night wind was somewhat blustery. When Weizet got up for a drink, he unexpectedly encountered Xenophilius, who was still working. "It's the Christmas holidays. Of course I have to spend the day with her. Xenophilius stated matter-of-factly. So I work at night. You know what? Getting this printing press was a real bargain. It's so quiet when it runs Luna can't hear a thing. He swallowed a large gulp of Gertie root tea, shuddered, his eyes bright within their dark circles gleaming with self-satisfaction. Mr. Lovegood, you really should get more rest. Weizet said, somewhat exasperated. The days ahead are long, don't wear yourself out. Do you even need to say that? Xenophilius raised an eyebrow. That troll story of yours is really good. Luna loves it too. She even helped draw a lot of illustrations. I'm hoping to finalize the first edition of the storybook before Christmas to give it to her as a present. A Christmas gift for Luna. Weizet murmured. Mr. Lovegood, is there anything I can do to help? Of course there is. Xenophilius waved his hand grandly. Since you're home anyway, why not take her out to play tomorrow? Then I can work during the day. That way you'll be much more efficient. Now that the Flu network is set up, it would be a waste not to use it. There's a monthly maintenance fee. As he spoke, he looked down at the floor as if trying to see the fireplace below, a pained expression on his face. Weizet couldn't help but chuckle. Then he'll take her out tomorrow. Take this. Xenophilius pulled a cloth bag from his drawer which jingled with coins. There are 42 galleons, 4 silver sickles and 16 bronze nuts inside. Use this money to buy some things for Christmas. Remember to buy Luna a Christmas gift, give it to her in your name. Don't let her catch you buying it, give her a surprise. You don't have to give me back the rest, buy yourself a Christmas present or use it as pocket money for next term. Either is fine. Seeing him huddled in his patched robes meticulously planning, Weizet found it both amusing and touching. In truth, he didn't need to worry about gifts. The Christmas present for Luna had been in the works ever since Weizet received Grindelwald's notes. Nevertheless, Weizet understood that the money was a token of affection, so he accepted it. Mr. Lovegood'll put it to good use. All right. Xenophilius said, relieved. Go get some rest. Mr. Lovegood, you should rest soon too. Good night. In the following days there was no sign of snow. In fact, the sky was clear without a single cloud. While helping Luna fertilize the plants, his undershirt would become damp with perspiration. Maybe it will snow in a couple of days, Luna said softly. They are getting ready. I think so too, Weizet nodded. How about we go to London first? The Leaky Cauldron, Diagon Alley, you'll be enrolling next year too. Returning to his room last night, he had spent some time planning, finalizing today's itinerary. We also need to buy new clothes. You can pick out a few things for Mr. Lovegood, his robes have holes. Okay. Luna nodded, her eyes curving like crescent moons, quite lovely. The Flu network was indeed a convenient mode of travel. In the blink of an eye the two of them stepped out of the Leaky Cauldron's fireplace. Merry Christmas, Mr. Tom. Weizet nodded towards a figure nearby, leading Luna to the small courtyard behind the pub. Ah. Merry Christmas. Bald old Tom set down his glass, his thin lips curving into a smile. It's been a while. Come to do some shopping? Yes. Weizet replied briefly, then raised his wand and tapped the wall. As he watched Weizet and Luna leave, old Tom resumed polishing his glass. Ah, to be young. The warm morning sunlight slanted onto the street, yet it could not thaw the desolation of Diagon Alley. Many shops had closed their doors, posting signs that read open after the Christmas holidays. However, they had hung all the requisite Christmas decorations and the bells swayed gently in the breeze, emitting a tinkling sound. Quite a few people have gone home for Christmas. Luna said, her hands clasped behind her back as she hopped along the cobblestones. Flourish and Blots was still open, with a platform set up in the most prominent spot laden with a variety of magical greeting cards. Some chimed like bells, others scattered snowflakes when opened, and still others offered a Christmas greeting. Weizet and Luna entered the bookshop, picked up a copy of Why I Didn't Die When the Augury Called, and huddled together to read. Weizet. Merry Christmas. Mr. Batshirt. Merry Christmas. Cloder Batshirt, the owner of Flourish and Blots, approached them. Have you forgotten the spot I reserved for you upstairs? Come on up and sit a while. Luna was deeply engrossed in the book, so Weizet had no reason to refuse. The second floor had been renovated with more tasteful furnishings, exuding the ambience of an elegant salon. Even with the Christmas holiday upon them, a few witches and wizards were gathered there, conversing animatedly and expressing their ideas. Batshirt brought over a tea set and some pastries. And this is... Weizet introduced her naturally, my sister Luna. Luna spoke in a dreamy, soft voice. Hello, Mr. Batshirt. It's a pleasure to meet you. She looked around and said unhurriedly, my father told me that a bookshop is like a portal to a higher dimension. I think. Ghosts would probably enjoy lingering here too. Following her instincts had always been one of her strengths. Weizet, well acquainted with this trait, nodded in agreement and said with a smile, the ghosts of Hogwarts are very learned, like the Grey Lady. Mr. Batshirt, the Grey Lady is the ghost of Ravenclaw. When we encounter difficulty, she is quite willing to help us solve problems. Batshirt tried to grasp the thread of their conversation. Weizet, do you mean I could have ghosts take up residence here? That would be a rather magical experiment. Weizet looked at Luna and they exchanged a knowing smile. Weizet continued, a bookshop is a place where knowledge converges. Books can provide knowledge, and I think ghosts can too. Oh. Batshirt finally grasped their meaning. Add a unique feature. After all, Hogwarts has so many ghosts, perhaps we can create an atmosphere unique to the school. Perhaps we could try a different theme each month. Weizet recalled his past life and thought of another model. Since it's still in its infancy, we can cast a wider net to find our audience. Yes. Batshirt nodded vigorously, his eyes lighting up. A sense of novelty is also important, it keeps them interested in the shop. Weizet chatted with Batshirt for a while, mostly listening as Batshirt shared his upcoming plans. When Batshirt's throat grew dry, he shook his head gently. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. It must have been boring, right? Of course not. Weizet said with a slight smile. These visions you've described are unlike anything I've ever encountered, quite refreshing. Batshirt was a man of action, and seizing the moment, he left the bookshop to find someone to implement his plan. Luna was absorbed in her book, showing no inclination to leave Flourish and Blots just yet. Weizet excused himself to her and stepped out of the shop. Many stores in Diagon Alley were closed, so for any necessary purchases one had to go to ordinary shops. For Weizet, the difference between the two was negligible, he simply needed to exchange currency at Gringotts. Gringotts, being a bank run by goblins, did not observe Christmas. The only difference was that the hall had fewer wizards coming and going, making transactions faster than last time. As Gringotts placed no restrictions on exchanging galleons for pounds, Weizet's spending became much more flexible. His second stop was the wand shop. Having recently studied his wand notes, he had a few questions he wanted to ask Ollivander. To his surprise, not only Ollivander but also Dumbledore was present in the shop. Weizet, you're here. Ollivander's head was wrapped in bandages from which a strong herbal scent emanated. His silvery white eyes seemed dimmer, betraying a hint of bewilderment. Weizet quickly asked, Mr. Ollivander, what happened to you? I'm fine, just a little accident. Ollivander waved a hand. Albus was just mentioning you, saying how well you've been doing at school. And here you are. Indeed, what a curious coincidence. Dumbledore gently adjusted his half-moon spectacles. Here to do some shopping. Yes, Weizet nodded. Since I was in Diagon Alley, I thought I'd drop by to see Mr. Ollivander. Dumbledore added, you seem quite relaxed. That's a good thing. Because I'm home. Weizet smiled. But please, what exactly happened to Mr. Ollivander? It's a rather rare occurrence, the wand shop was burgled. Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye. But the culprit has been caught and will likely be sent to Azkaban. Weizet looked at Ollivander with concern. Mr. Ollivander. Are you badly hurt? A mere trifle. Ollivander waved dismissively. Just needed some gentle healing, hence the rather dramatic appearance. Gentle healing. I could. Weizet instinctively thought of the purification and soul cleansing charm, but quickly changed his mind. I have some bandages made of unicorn hair. Snape's words to him had been quite enlightening, and he resolved to keep the purification and soul cleansing charm a secret, refraining from using it in front of more people. Yet faced with a venerable old man who had been willing to use an unbreakable vow to guard a secret, he still wished he could do something. Bandages. Made of unicorn hair. Ollivander's voice suddenly rose and the bewilderment in his eyes vanished instantly. He hurried over to Weizet. May I see them? Of course. Weizet took the bandages from his inner pocket, pulled out the longest strip and handed it to Ollivander. When it came to his life's work, Ollivander seemed a different man. He cupped the bandage in his hands, his eyes wide and spirited. Merlin's beard. Unicorn tail hair. Of the highest quality. Absolutely superb wand core material. And it's been made into bandages. It's simply. For a moment he could not find the right word. Is that so? Weizet asked, somewhat puzzled. This quality. It's hardly top-grade tail hair, is it? Hagrid's method of handling unicorn tail hair was crude, simply weaving and twisting it into a bandage. Due to lack of care, the hair had turned dull and even split at the end. By the standards of potion ingredients, it's certainly not premium material, Ollivander said with a flourish. But wand lore is a different matter entirely. I detect no trace of curse in this tail hair. To obtain hair of such quality one must have a good rapport with the unicorn. Unicorns are pure beings. Forcing materials from them leaves a curse attached. Though these curses are faint, a curse remains a curse and it will always have some effect. To use unicorn tail hair as a wand core one must process and purify it to remove the curse. He held up the unicorn tail hair from Weizet's hand. But this hair you've brought. It requires no purification at all. A curse from unicorns. Weizet frowned. Unicorn tail hair is also a potion ingredient. Wouldn't those potions? Magic cauldron and fire, these three unite to melt the hair and annihilate the trace curse, Dumbledore explained with a smile. Of course. Unicorn blood is the exception. The curse within blood cannot be dispelled by these three means. Unicorn blood? Weizet asked curiously. Does it hold a more powerful curse? Fantastic beasts and where to find them also mentioned unicorns but mainly described their form and praised their beauty without touching on curses. Of course. Dumbledore's face grew grave. Only by killing a unicorn can one obtain its blood. It is an act of utmost cruelty. Unicorn blood can sustain life even if the drinker is at death's door. But they will only live a cursed half-dead existence. But who would be so mad as to drink unicorn blood? Ollivander interjected. Let's return to wands. Once the topic turned to wands, his confusion vanished and he spoke at length. Weizet seized the chance to ask all his lingering questions about wand making. In the end, Ollivander did not accept the bandage, only symbolically pulling out a few strands of tail hair, keeping them as a Christmas gift. Watching Weizet leave, Ollivander smiled and remarked, "What a fine lad." Then his tone shifted, tinged with concern. "Albus, do we really not tell him every—" "Not for now," Dumbledore said, shaking his head gently. "That Canaan wizard has too many suspicious points. We can't be sure who he was truly after. Risking himself for a ledger." Ollivander frowned. In the end, the ledger wasn't even lost and that Canaan wizard lost all his memory. Too strange. He recalled what the Auror had said during the follow-up. The Canaan wizard was captured at the border, hit with a severe obliviation, his past completely erased like a newborn infant. Dumbledore said, "Indeed. The ledger contained Harry's wand information as well as Weizet's. We can't tell if it was Death Eaters gathering intel on Harry or some other faction targeting Weizet. Could it be the Saints? Or the Wizarding Brotherhood?" Ollivander ventured. Might they be planning something? If they were true saints, they wouldn't do such a thing. Dumbledore's tone was resolute. At the very least, they would have consulted you first. Then tried a gentler method to obtain the ledger. As for the Wizarding Brotherhood, that's more plausible. After all, that name is more widely known. Perhaps someone is using the Brotherhood's name to plot something in secret. After all, many did such things back in the day, so it's not surprising. Ollivander asked Albus, "Do you plan to investigate along this line?" "It's a promising lead," Dumbledore nodded. "Whether it's aimed at Weizet or Harry, it's not something I wish to see." Weizet and Luna left the Leaky Cauldron, walking north along Charing Cross Road as the crowd of passers-by grew thicker. London was indeed covered in snow. Pristine white drifts lined the roads, clustering around Christmas trees. These trees were prepared by the nearby shops, which also adorned their windows with colorful lights and ribbon-strung bulbs along the eaves and hung large wreaths on their doors. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. As doors opened and closed, the tune of the carol came and went. The festive atmosphere was infectious. Luna walked lightly, her bright eyes taking in everything around her, brimming with joy that seemed ready to overflow. Walking side by side, Weizet softly described the sights along the way. "This area is a shopping district, much like Diagon Alley behind the Leaky Cauldron. It covers everything from clothing to food and daily needs." "It's different from what Dad said." Luna hummed as she spoke. "I just remembered. We need to change into Muggle clothes. Times have changed." "You don't need to worry too much," Weizet explained. "They celebrate Halloween too. They dress up as all sorts of ghosts and monsters, knock on neighbors' doors and say in a gruff voice, 'Trick or treat.'" Hearing Weizet mimic trick or treat in a rough tone, Luna let out a silvery laugh. "Ghosts and monsters. Like ghosts, hags and ghouls. And inferi. But they call them zombies. Though zombies aren't afraid of fire or light and they feed on humans. So Muggles have to face such terrifying creatures." "That's impressive." "Those are just creatures of their imagination depicted in films and books." "Films? What are they?" "Like the moving pictures in the Daily Prophet, but they need a special device to play and the figures inside move." They stood close. With a slight turn of his head, Weizet could see the smile on Luna's face, the soft down on her cheeks. Given Luna's unique family situation, to avoid trouble she usually only moved within Otteriaceae. Catchpole. Now in the modern city, everything around her, the passing cars, the diverse attire of people on the streets, the electronic goods sold in shops, was a novelty to behold. Let's go inside and take a look. We happen to need a clothing store. Weizet noticed that Luna's gaze had lingered on a spot for quite some time. This was a clothing store unlike any other. The window was devoid of decorative ribbons and colored lights, and a wreath shaped like a moose head hung by the entrance. The furry moose head snorted repeatedly, yet it drew no attention from the passers-by. This was a wizard-run clothing store named Madame Felton's Boutique. Upon entering the shop, an elderly woman with a crooked witch's hat greeted them. Her voice was gentle. What rare guests. Children, are you here for new clothes? Yes, Madame Felton. Weizet nodded, then turned to Luna and said softly, go ahead and try some on. I'll be right here. Luna responded, darting through the store like a joyful butterfly. The elderly woman followed behind, unhurriedly explaining the craftsmanship of the garments and the meticulous selection of materials bearing a resemblance to Ollivander's mannerisms. In the afternoon, Weizet also took Luna to the department store, purchasing everything on their shopping list. The commercial street was even more enchanting at night. The colorful lanterns hanging from the shops illuminated the area, their vibrant lights intertwining and complementing the lavishly decorated Christmas trees under the eaves. Luna wore a velvet robe adorned with snowflake patterns, its hem decorated with feathers and bells. Despite carrying several bags, she remained as agile as ever. Strolling through the patches of light cast by the lanterns, she resembled an ethereal elf descending into the mortal world. On the evening before Christmas, as Weizet and his companions enjoyed their dinner, a gentle snowfall finally began. Though the snow was only a thin layer, it filled Luna with joy. Together with Weizet, she fetched shovels and gathered the snow around the garden, molding it into 3 owl-shaped snowmen. Xenophilius retreated to the second floor, once more continuing his covert project in hopes of completing the first draft of his storybook before the midnight chimes. After shaping the snowmen, they returned to the living room. Luna quietly covered her mouth and yawned. Weizet said softly, go to bed now. It's already late. During this time, Weizet used the Leaky Cauldron as a hub, exploring various places in London with Luna. Besides sightseeing, he would pause in different spots to prepare Christmas gifts for those close to him. It was only this afternoon that he finally prepared the gifts and successfully delivered them. Luna had been a great help, so it was only natural that she now felt drowsy. Yet tonight she displayed an unusual stubbornness, insisting she was not at all sleepy as she curled up on the sofa with a copy of the Quibbler. Weizet smiled faintly without saying much, taking out his wand notes and sitting on the other side of the sofa. The living room fell silent, broken only by the rustling of pages and Luna's quiet, stifled yawns. After an unknown amount of time, Weizet felt a weight on his arm. Luna's head rested against his shoulder, fast asleep. He smiled softly. Just moments ago she had sworn she wasn't tired yet, now she drifted in the realm of dreams. Carefully he picked up his wand and pointed its tip at the cushion, murmuring almost unconsciously, metamorphosis. The cushion in Luna's arms suddenly elongated, transforming into a warm orange blanket. Weizet realized something. The incantation had been barely audible, edging toward silent casting. Although he had mastered the metamorphosis spell, achieving such an effect still filled him with delight. Most importantly, his murmured spell had not disturbed Luna. She continued to sleep peacefully, curled up like a kitten, still clutching the Quibbler, her body rising and falling in a steady rhythm. Weizet did not continue flipping through his notes. He closed his eyes and rested. Hoot! Hoot! The midnight chimes rang out. Weizer's eyes snapped open, meeting Luna's gaze directly. Without even rubbing her eyes, she sprang up like a nimble hare and dashed toward her room. Weizet rubbed his stiff neck and arm, feeling an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. However, he did not dwell on it. Instead, he pulled a gift box from his pocket. It was a Christmas gift for Luna. Soon she returned holding a gift box of her own, adorned with flowers from the garden. Inside the box was a translucent potion vial containing a golden clear liquid that faintly glowed, captivating Weizer's gaze. Within the vial floated a crystallized dirigible plum as resplendent as an oranger gem. This is a potion my mother taught me, Luna said. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Collect the first dewdrop you encounter each morning and give it as a gift on an important day, it brings good fortune. Weizet held the vial in his hand, its surface radiating a gentle warmth like a perfectly soft-boiled egg enjoyed on a morning. So this was why Luna collected dewdrops each morning. A warm current flowed through his heart. Through this potion he could almost travel back in time, seeing Luna rise early every day, carefully gathering dewdrops. When you get up in the morning, remember to put on an extra coat so you don't catch cold. Okay. Luna's cheeks flushed deeply, so much so that she had to open the window to cool down. After the snowfall, the night sky was devoid of clouds. The bright moonlight poured down upon her, casting a pearlescent halo. Weizet walked to the window, handed her his gift and whispered, "Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas." Luna's voice was clearer than usual. Inside the box was a bracelet, its main body woven from unicorn tail hair, its gentle silver hue reminiscent of the dawn. The bracelet was adorned with feathers and flowers, vibrant plumage from the dirigible plum bird as well as fragrant lavender and other blossoms. At its center hung a smooth crystal bead within which lay an iron charm shaped like a daisy, its petals exquisitely detailed. Weizet helped Luna put on the bracelet, pointing to the crystal bead. If danger. Just hold it firmly. He cleared his throat, struggling to articulate. If you encounter danger, grip it and rub it 3 times. It will protect you. The iron charm inside was a gift from Ollivander, a defensive magical artifact. Weizet had modified it using the notes from Grindelwald, applying transfiguration and charms repeatedly until it took the shape of a daisy. All right. Luna said softly. She raised her wrist toward the moon outside the window, adjusting the angle. Weizet, look. A smile bloomed on her face. This imperfect moon, you've completed it. Weizet bent down slightly, following her gaze. The crystal bead and the moon in the sky mirrored each other, forming a perfect whole. Luna! Where are you? Suddenly Xenophilius' voice drifted down from upstairs. At the sound of Xenophilius' voice, both of them were startled, stepping back in unison before exchanging a knowing smile. Luna winked playfully, then fluttered past Weizet like a butterfly. Daddy. I'm here. Merry Christmas. Aha. My darling, Merry Christmas. Xenophilius exclaimed in a high-pitched voice. A freshly baked storybook. The Dark Shadow in the Fortress. The Wizard's Final Dance. Weizet couldn't help but chuckle at the title, having a great appreciation for Xenophilius' knack for naming. Although the content and illustrations of the book came from him, and Luna hearing the title still made him want to open it and see what was inside. Weizet stepped forward as well, presenting his Christmas gift, a restored pristine ancient book titled I Saw a Brain, the Flying Trembling Maggot. The book chronicled a wizard's expedition. While fetching water from the River of Forgetfulness, he stumbled upon a trembling maggot. It also included several exquisite illustrations of the creature. According to the book, the trembling maggot was a floating organism resembling a brain, which could be used as an ingredient to enhance the effects of talent potions. In the end, the wizard became a renowned supplier of talent potions thanks to a single trembling maggot, but running out of them eventually led to his shop's bankruptcy. This gift came at Luna's suggestion, as she believed both she and Xenophilius would adore it. A peaceful night passed until Weizet was roused by a commotion at the window. Several owls perched outside, clutching parcels in their talons, tapping on the glass with their beaks. He let the owls into the room and soon more flew in. Before long, a mountain of packages had piled up by his bedside. He received gifts from many. Professor McGonagall's present was a notebook focusing on fundamentals filled with personal notes and annotations. Professor Flitwick's gift was also notes containing concepts on wandless magic and methods for practicing non-verbal spells. Professor Sprout's gift was seeds, improved crabclaw orchid seeds whose vines not only swayed but also changed color with the seasons. Headmaster Dumbledore's gift was a delicate locket engraved with a phoenix pattern. When opened, it emitted focus melodious song. Inside a hidden compartment was a note: I hope this may help you when needed. Sincerely wishing you a Merry Christmas. Weizet folded the note into a lucky star, placed Luna's luck potion inside, and took out a coil of unicorn hair bandages to fill all the gaps around it. He shook his head with a smile as if understanding Hagrid's sentiment. Such soft tail hair is perfect for protecting the potion. Hagrid had also sent a gift, a pillow the size of a fist with a note attached: Weizet, Merry Christmas. The pillow was stuffed with augury down. Just pull it to your preferred size. To Weizet's surprise, Fred and George's mother Molly had also sent him a gift, a sky blue sweater with the initials WL and a box of chocolates along with a thank you note: Weizet, thank you for saving my 3 children. This is a small token of our appreciation. Merry Christmas. The Weasley parents had gone to Romania to visit Charlie, so the 4 Weasley brothers were spending the Christmas holidays at school. The box of chocolates turned out to be a Romanian specialty. Weizet popped one into his mouth. It was more bitter and richer than chocolate frogs, perfect for staying alert in the evening. His friends also sent their gifts, mostly an assortment of magical candies. He packed them all into jars, filling 7 in total. Look at my wand, what do you think? At the staff table in Hogwarts, Flitwick directed his wand to cut his sausage. Sprout observed closely: it seems a bit shinier than usual. And more responsive. Flitwick emphasized. Weizet gave me a premium wand care kit. It's the first time I've received such a thoughtful gift from a student. Sprout smiled softly. No wonder you're so delighted. As a former dueling champion, this gift must be quite fitting, isn't it? He also gave me a Christmas present, a plant harvest calendar freshly released by Flourish and Blots. He'll put it to use right away. He must have given gifts to all the professors. Flitwick turned to McGonagall. Minerva, what did you receive? A tea set. McGonagall set down her knife and fork, recalling the set adorned with flowers, leaves, and kitten patterns. It's quite lovely. Care to try some Muggle sweets? Dumbledore arrived at the staff table, tapping the table to conjure a fruit bowl brimming with an array of candies. McGonagall asked tentatively. Albus, how many sweets did Weizet give you? Dumbledore laughed. 7 boxes in total. They come in every flavor. I never imagined Muggle sweets could evolve so fast. These are all so fascinating. McGonagall rubbed her temples. I recall Madame Pomfrey advised you to watch your. How could I disappoint Weizet's kindness? Dumbledore picked up a blue-wrapped candy. I highly recommend these popping candies. Toss a handful in your mouth and you'll feel them fighting inside. He then picked up an egg-shaped chocolate. This one is amusing. 2 Muggles put toys inside the candy cars that scurry when pulled, wind-up dolls that move on their own. As Dumbledore introduced the sweet, Snape arrived at the staff table. He glanced at Dumbledore's antics, pursed his lips and sat as far away from him as possible. Flitwick levitated his chair over to Snape. Severus Weizet must have sent you a gift too, right? Given his nature, he wouldn't overlook you. A gift? Yes, he did. Snape's voice was low and terse. A set of useless potion equipment and a bottle of Soul Soother. The Soul Soother was poorly made, the technique was definitely flawed. I wrote him a letter pointing out all the defects. I see. Flitwick murmured. So that was your Christmas gift to Weizet? A set of improvement suggestions for potions. Think what you will. Snape tapped the table and a plate of smoked meat, sausages and buttered bread appeared before him. Flitwick remarked, how peculiar. You rarely send gifts at Christmas. A letter. Oh. Snape's voice remained low as he leisurely sliced his bacon. I simply find it distasteful to see potion ingredients go to waste, nothing more. Flitwick revealed a knowing smile. Understood. Understood. Just then an owl fluttered into the great hall. Its talons clutched a rope, pulling a sizable package as it flew to the other end of the staff table where Quirrell was seated. Flitwick gazed at the departing owl, musing, judging by the shape of that package, could it also contain potions? Snape cast a casual glance and sniffed. Soul-soothing draft, equally dreadful in quality. Quirrell, startled by the sudden arrival of the owl, only regained his composure upon spotting Weasley's name on the package. He picked it up and left the great hall. He sprinted back to his office at breakneck speed, his stomach churning violently, threatening to expel the meager breakfast he had consumed. Hurry! Open that package. I need the potion inside. Voldemort's muffled voice emanated from the turban at the back of his head. Quirrell dared not delay. He tore off the turban while waving his wand to unwrap the package. Inside lay a glass bottle filled with a silvery potion, a layer of mist swirling around its mouth. A magical card was attached. Professor Quirrell, I hope this soul-soothing draft helps restore your spirits. Merry Christmas. It seems those laughable emotions aren't entirely useless, Voldemort remarked, his gaze fixed on the bottle in the mirror. At least that Obscurial has brought me a large bottle of soul-soothing draft. Pour it for me now. Quickly. Quirrell poured a cup of the draft and levitated it before Voldemort. Like a traveler parched in the desert, Voldemort greedily consumed the entire cup. He wore an expression of lingering satisfaction. Excellent. Truly excellent. Indeed. Everything is proceeding according to my plan. Voldemort's demeanor had improved considerably and Quirrell's complexion also regained some color, no longer so pale. Master. What do those words of yours mean? A sense of dread settled in Quirrell's heart and he pressed for an answer. In high spirits, Voldemort explained calmly, the soul-soothing draft. A highly advanced yet not overly complex potion. It tests the purity of the brewer's soul. The purer, or the more obsessive, the soul, the better the draft produced. Of course. Purity is the standard for those brewers, but my standard is chaos. Quirrell had a foreboding feeling and quickly asked, Master, so Weasley's soul? Yes. Yes. Voldemort let out a sinister laugh. He is being influenced. Delicious. An exceptionally delicious soul-soothing draft. How many flavors can I discern? Let me count. Pure chaos, malevolence. Delicious. Queeriness. Pour me another cup. Complete nothingness. Novel. Another cup. Ah. And a peculiar texture. Hard to describe. Never experienced before. Transcendent. He was like a seasoned gourmand savoring the flavors of Weasley's soul with cup after cup of the draft. How marvelous. How marvelous. It's been so long since I've felt this exhilarated. Queeriness. I doubt you could comprehend that feeling, the sensation of tasting his soul. Voldemort was indeed in good humor, even willing to offer Quirrell a few more explanations. Queeriness. Your soul is terribly dull. A cowardice so transparent, pitifully seeking validation. Yet timid as a squirrel. That's why I chose you. I saw your hunger for power, your desire for others' recognition like a squirrel craving a pinecone. Quirrell's expression was complex as he tried to grasp Voldemort's words. He ventured tentatively, Master, since he brewed a soul-soothing draught to your satisfaction. Could you cease teaching him dark magic? Keep him here. Let him supply you with more drafts. I can provide the ingredients for him to brew more for future needs. Quirinus. Quirinus. Voldemort's tone turned venomous. Your memory is always so poor, so quick to forget important matters. I can see everything about you, Quirinus. You should be grateful that with this soul-soothing draught your lot will improve. Understand? Yes. My master. Quirrell shuddered. I understand. Good. Very good. Voldemort chuckled darkly. Since it's Christmas, I suppose I should give you a gift as well. Quirinus. I hope in the days to come you'll remember what abilities I possess. You truly need to improve your memory. In an instant a dark green light engulfed the entire office. The Christmas holiday was lengthy, spanning over half a month. Weasley spent his time either tending the garden with Luna or studying Snape's reply. Before Christmas he had just completed the theoretical study of the soul-soothing draught. Adhering to a method of combining theory with practice, he used the holiday to brew the draught according to his note. This potion was an advanced one with numerous variables during brewing, requiring constant adjustments to heat and technique. Even with the aid of his Eye of Magic the process was exceedingly perilous. Yet the moment he succeeded he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Upon appraisal both its appearance and efficacy matched the records in his notes. That was why he chose it as a gift for both Snape and Quirrell. For Quirrell it was meant to ease his troubles, for Snape it carried an undertone of submitting an assignment. However, in the eyes of Snape, a master of potions, the draught Weasley brewed was utterly subpar, a fact that caught Weasley off guard. Snape wrote a lengthy letter listing possible reasons for failure and offering numerous improvements. Along with the letter he sent a large bundle of potion ingredients. This bundle was so large it required 3 owls to deliver. Setting aside the acerbic and mocking phrases, Weasley could sense Snape's genuine care from the letter. Following the letter's advice, he revised his notes, set up several control groups, and painstakingly adjusted the heat-stirring techniques and timing of wand movements. Investing most of the Christmas holiday and incurring a huge cost in materials, Weasley still failed to earn Snape's approval. Eventually Snape directly told him to stop practicing the soul-soothing draught for now. This news dealt a blow to Weasley's spirits. Snape later sent a letter offering his explanation. Perhaps the Obscurus still lingered within his body, affecting Weizet's control over the soul-soothing draught. Weizet felt unusually despondent, a sense of frustration welling within him. He sat on a garden bench clutching the letter, gazing at the distant stream. At some point Luna had quietly settled beside him. She stayed with him as the wind blew, listening to Sol and Diana's playful cooing. She stayed with him looking into the distance as the breeze pressed down the grass without truly bending it. She stayed with him from afternoon until sunset, until the stars filled the night sky and the moon hung overhead. Weizet gradually calmed the gloom and frustration dissipating. Luna raised her wrist, aiming the crystal bead at the sky where the moon shyly revealed half its face. Tonight the moon rises and tomorrow the sun will appear. They are like the phoenix's rebirth and renewal, all things natural. Weizet listened quietly to Luna's words, meeting her pale silver eyes, and suddenly let out a relieved smile. He was like Cedric on the train, lost in a labyrinth, trapped for so long by an exceedingly simple question, fortunate to have a guide like an elf showing him the way. An ending might just signify the start of something new. Failure is the same, it's also a precious experience. I've had it too easy lately. Maybe we should have some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Luna's eyes crinkled. Dad always says he gets the vomit-flavored ones. Of course I remember there's a bag in the candy jar. Weizet nodded. Hope luck isn't that bad. Vomit is out, I can handle at most the booger flavor. I'm very lucky, I always get the orange ones. Luna said with a smile, when there's a good flavor I'll share it with you. Weizet slowly stood up, looking at Luna as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, feeling that everything was as it should be. Setbacks were not a big deal, what mattered was how one faced them. In the final days of the Christmas holiday, Weizet devoted his mind to life. The professor's gifts were packed into his trunk, carefully stored away to be unsealed upon return. The Shadow in the Fortress. The Wizard's Final Dance was a huge success, even displayed on the front shelves of Flourish and Blots. Xenophilius was swamped during the day, starting the printing press early each morning to print the book over and over. Weizet and Luna used the Flu network to continue exploring around London. This time, unlike before, they had no destination in mind, simply enjoying the purest happiness. They took the night bus to a countryside farmer's market, sat on white-painted wooden chairs and savored crispy toast and fresh cheese. After breakfast they lounged in their seats, inhaling the scents of flowers and coffee from nearby shops, observing passers-by and imagining the stories about to unfold. They strolled along the Thames, counting the spires and domes of London on the opposite bank, or climbed the hills beside the city to admire the panoramic urban vista. Weizet felt his body and mind fully rested, more effective than any soul-soothing draft. If he were compared to a house under construction, magical knowledge was the foundation and brick walls, while the details of life formed the windows. With these windows, moonlight could shine into the room. Before he knew it, the day to return to school arrived. Weizet and Luna exchanged no farewells. A single glance said everything. Bidding Luna goodbye, Weizet took the train back to Hogwarts. The Scottish Highlands were still blanketed in snow. The caretaker Filch shivered in a thick coat. Leaning against the small platform railing, he barked at the disembarking students, "Come to me. Follow me." Under Filch's guidance, Weizet arrived at a wide dirt path through the woods lined with rows of carriages. Weizet climbed into one carriage, which closed its door automatically, and began to trot slowly. He cast his magic eye, peering forward curiously. There a massive web of magical circuits was visible, but his intermediate magic eye was insufficient to discern its exact composition. With the intermediate magic eye, he could see creatures no larger than a wizard, but only glimpsed the blurred magical circuits of large beings. As for the magical circuits within a wizard, his current magic eye ability could not yet touch them at all. Returning to the dormitory, Weizet found it empty. From the cluttered desks of his roommates, it was clear they were in a final sprint battling the mountain of holiday homework. Sure enough, on his desk Weizet found a note with a plea from his 4 roommates: "Weizet, come to the library and help us check our homework." He brought Professor McGonagall's and Professor Flitwick's notes and headed to the bustling library. Madame Pants was harsher than usual, randomly expelling a batch of lucky students whenever the noise exceeded a certain level. Anthony and the others had wisely holed up in the corner farthest from Madame Pants, occasionally glancing around. When they spotted Weizet, their faces lit up with joy and they stood up waving frantically during a moment when Madame Pants turned away. "Weizet, you're finally back," Michael whispered. "Quick, help us see if there's anything we can improve." Ravenclaws had standards for their homework. Completing it was just the foundation. Getting a good remark, striving for excellence, that was what they truly desired. Weizet quickly scanned their 4 assignments and praised, "Well done. If you really want to improve, you can quote the original text as a conclusion to elevate the theme." "Let me think." The 12th cabinet in the potion section has a book called Essays on Basic Potions with a serious, concise style that suits Professor Snape. The 6th cabinet in the Charms section has Chadwick's Charms Volume 1. The summaries there are quite interesting, you can refer to them for revisions. The 15th cabinet in the Transfiguration section, I recall it's the 6th shelf, has From Silver Needle to Blade. The sentences there are good too. "You're incredible," the 4 roommates whispered, giving Weizet a thumbs up. They split up, moving as quietly as possible to avoid Madame Pants's scrutiny, and disappeared into the vast sea of books in the library. "Weizet! Weizet!" 2 very faint voices called out. Harry, Hermione and Ron appeared before him. Weizet glanced at Madame Pants and asked in a low voice, "What's the matter?" "Well." Ron and Harry exchanged a glance, speaking in unison. "Do you know who Nicholas Flamel is?" Harry and Ron were staying at Hogwarts for the holidays, having spent several days in the library. They weren't there to finish homework but to search for information about a certain name, Nicholas Flamel. Harry felt the name was familiar, yet despite their efforts having practically turned the library upside down, they had found no trace of him. Even Hermione, who had returned to school, had failed to uncover any information about Nicholas Flamel. The trio decided to try their luck in the library again, where they happened upon Weasley. Trusting him, they decided to ask. "Do you know?" Harry looked at Weasley expectantly. "After all, you're practically..." Ron chimed in immediately, "Practically more Madame Pants than Madame Pants herself. You not only know the titles of books but also where to find them." These were things they had witnessed firsthand. Before befriending Hermione, Weasley had helped them with plenty of assignments. Nicholas Flamel. Weasley consulted the books in his mind, instantly locating the relevant information and distilling the key points. He is an immortal wizard, a great alchemist currently living in seclusion in Devon. He possesses the only Philosopher's Stone in the world. Is that so? Harry gasped upon hearing this. Fluffy is guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Ron continued, Merlin's beard. So Snape is after the Philosopher's Stone. Oh. Fluffy. Professor Snape. The Philosopher's Stone. Weasley raised an eyebrow. The stone is at Hogwarts. Hey. Hermione, hearing Weasley's string of questions, called out in a fluster. Though she had sensed something amiss, she hadn't managed to stop Harry and Ron in time. The two had not only revealed crucial information arousing Weasley's suspicion but also caught Madame Pants's attention. As a result, Harry and his friends were thrown out of the library and Weasley was asked to leave as well. Sorry. We really didn't mean to drag you into this. Ron's face was flushed, almost matching his hair color. Hermione asked urgently, Weasley, you said Nicholas Flamel is an immortal wizard. What does that mean? Weasley replied succinctly, he has lived for over 600 years from 1327 to the present day. So that's it. Ron exclaimed in realization, so we spent the whole Christmas holiday looking for him in modern magical history and couldn't find a thing. I remember where I saw it. Wait for me. See you in the Great Hall. Hermione was in a hurry dashing off towards the moving staircases. You don't want a chocolate frog. Weasley looked at Ron and Harry. The name Nicholas Flamel appears on the chocolate frog cards. Does it? Ron and Harry looked puzzled. Weasley said not on a card of Nicholas Flamel himself but on Professor Dumbledore's card. Oh. Professor Dumbledore. Harry's eyes lit up. I knew I'd seen it. I kept saying that. He fumbled in his pocket, pulled out a crumpled chocolate frog card and read the text aloud. Has discovered the 12 uses of dragon's blood. And has worked successfully with Nicholas Flamel in the field of alchemy. I can't believe I missed that. Ron smacked his forehead with his fist. I've collected over 500 cards. I missed it too, Harry said, feeling a sense of clarity, a smile spreading across his face. Good thing Weasley reminded us. Weasley, do you collect chocolate frog cards too? Ron asked curiously. Do you have Agrippa or Ptolemy? I can trade you for ones you don't have. Seeing that Harry and Ron were about to digress, Weasley quickly voiced his own confusion. What I'm curious about is, what does this have to do with Professor Snape? Ron explained, because Snape always finds excuses to deduct points from Gryffindor right in front of Harry. And he deducts my points too. Whenever Harry and I sit at the same table, we both get points taken off. Others too. Harry added indignantly, anyone who sits next to me gets points deducted along with me. Weasley coughed lightly, trying to suppress a smile. Professor Snape indeed deducted points in front of him, having done so to Gryffindor twice in his presence. Noticing Weasley's barely suppressed grin, Harry declared earnestly, he definitely wants to harm me. He has an injury on his leg. A huge wound. Bitten by Fluffy. As he spoke, he bent down, pulled up his trouser leg and gestured around his calf. It's right here. I saw it. That's why my broom went haywire. Then Ron and the others found out it was Professor Snape casting the curse, so they tried to stop. His mouth was covered by Ron's hand, resulting in a series of muffled sounds. Harry, stop. Ron's face was a mask of sheer terror, as if he had seen something dreadful. Weasley quickly turned around to see Snape clad in black robes standing less than 2 meters away. A faint insincere smile curled at the corner of Snape's mouth. Very good. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley. Very good. His voice was icy, drawling and utterly devoid of inflection. Let me think. Discussing a professor in the corridor once casting a spell that burned a professor's robe. He took 2 steps forward, positioning himself in front of Weasley, and leaned down to stare at Ron. Mr. Weasley, you seem to know quite well who set that fire. He narrowed his eyes, his voice carrying a faint hiss. Harry and Ron were equally red-faced, though Harry's was perhaps even redder. Ron's flush was from nervousness and fear, while Harry's was from being smothered by Ron's hand, unable to breathe. Harry finally managed to pull Ron's hand away, glaring at Snape. Snape straightened up, continuing to look down at Ron. For discussing a professor in the corridor, Gryffindor loses 20 points. You. Harry gritted his teeth, still glaring at Snape. Snape blinked, then focused his attention back on Ron. 20 points each. Feeling unnerved under Snape's scrutiny, Ron didn't even care about the 40 points lost. He grabbed Harry's hand and fled the corridor as fast as he could. Just as they were about to disappear at the end of the corridor, Ron's voice drifted back. Weasley. Thanks for telling us all that. Take care. Snape turned around, his expression still cold but his tone no longer drawling. Weasley, come to my office. Ravenclaw was not entirely without merit. Snape sighed inwardly. In truth, he had contemplated how he should respond once Weizet inquired about the Philosopher's Stone. Yet on the way to the office, Weizet simply followed in silence, asking no superfluous questions. This was undoubtedly the best outcome, sparing him the effort of explaining Dumbledore's troublesome affair. He even felt a flicker of relief at his earlier choice, to teach Weizet knowledge rather than serve as Harry's babysitter. Poof. Me wanting to kill Harry Potter. 10 points from Gryffindor. Weizet looked up, stealing a glance at Snape, whose face was utterly expressionless. Another arbitrary deduction of points. He seemed almost accustomed to it. He could even suppress a grin with practiced ease, maintaining a blank countenance. Much like Snape's expression at that moment. He followed Snape into the office. On the desk in the corner lay not only a notebook but also a brand new set of potion-making equipment. Weizet narrowed his eyes, struggling to discern the mark on the potion equipment. It was the very Christmas gift he had given. As Luna had advised, indeed, a potions master would never refuse a new set of equipment. Beside the potion set, a toad was confined, utterly still, watching the 2 entrants with an almost curious gaze. For some reason, Weizet found the toad oddly familiar, not from a prior meeting but a strange, inexplicable sense of recognition. He could not articulate this feeling. Perhaps if Luna were here she would instantly grasp his meaning, such was their unspoken bond. Snape strode briskly to the desk, pulled out a chair and sat down. With a casual flick of his wand he conjured a pile of potion ingredients. Weizet recognized them at once, the materials for the soul-soothing draught. Snape withdrew his wand and crossed his arms, signaling begin. "I want to see you brew a soul-soothing draught." Weizet nodded, rolled up his sleeves, lit the cauldron and set to work with deft movements. Grinding moonstone into powder. Blending moonflower nectar with wormwood infusion. Pouring dew into the cauldron. Waving his wand to cast spells. During the Christmas holidays he had lost count of how many soul-soothing draughts he had brewed, making the entire process second nature. Weizet's movements were fluid and seamless, with no pause in any step. Snape could perceive this clearly. In the technique of brewing the soul-soothing draught, Weizet was nearly flawless. Though this mastery was built upon vast amounts of time and materials, Snape still recalled Weizet's age and current year. First year at Hogwarts, 11 years old. Snape rubbed his brow, awaiting the final potion. "Professor Snape, it's done," Weizet said calmly, presenting the soul-soothing draught, which emitted a silver mist before Snape. "Still the same," Snape murmured, frowning deeply. "Have you tested the potion yourself?" "Yes." Weizet nodded. "Though far less effective than your potions, after drinking it I feel relaxed and drowsy." "So? You used yourself as a test subject from the start?" Snape raised an eyebrow. "Why not use an owl? I recall you have one." "I couldn't bear it. Thor already tires from delivering letters and he is my friend." Weizet cleared his throat. "So I drank it myself." There was another reason. He had examined the potion with his magic eye, confirming it was safe before testing. Snape said nothing more, rising to open an inner door and retrieve a struggling toad. Toads were ever a potion's master's best companion, for their skin absorbed liquids, making them ideal for potion testing. "Let me explain." Snape tapped the toad lightly and it froze in place. "Administer the potion to the toad if it is a correct soul-soothing draught." He demonstrated taking a vial and pouring it onto the toad's back. After absorbing the soul-soothing draught, the toad will gradually calm and fall asleep. The more effective the draught, the faster it falls asleep. Weizet frowned. His soul-soothing draught not only failed to sedate the toad but made it increasingly agitated. Agitated was not quite accurate. Rather, after absorbing the draught the toad's behavior grew exceedingly bizarre. It became hyperactive, attempting to leap forward only to convulse midair, collapse and roll across the table. Just as it was about to topple the potion equipment, Snape waved his wand, seemingly erecting a magical barrier to shield the apparatus. The toad thrashed about for over 10 minutes before with a single croak it fell unconscious, as if utterly drained. Weizet swallowed hard. "Professor Snape, why did it do that?" "Perhaps due to the Obscurus influence." Snape casually tossed the toad back into the inner room. "Try another potion." He waved his wand again and a different set of ingredients flew onto the desk. Sapophoris bean, valerian root, sneezewort, castor oil, frog brains. These were the ingredients for a confusing concoction. Weizet knew of this potion but had never brewed it. Under the normal curriculum he would formally learn it upon reaching his third year. Snape spoke. "So you know what it's used for?" Weizet replied, "The confusing concoction, a potion used to bewilder the mind, causing recklessness and rashness. The stronger the effect, the more pronounced the symptoms, potentially driving one to utter madness beyond reason." Snape nodded. "Do as I say and begin." "All right." Weizet nodded, returning to the cauldron. "First add dew to the cauldron and heat it gently over low flame. Then prepare the sapophoris bean, crushing it in a mortar. Pour the castor oil into a beaker, also over low heat, and add the frog brains once it bubbles. While heating, prepare the sneezewort, slice it into fine strips." Snape's pace was not slow, and with the aid of his magic eye Weizet barely kept up. "When you see fisheye bubbles on the cauldron's inner wall, add the valerian root. Keep it on low heat for 10 minutes. Remove the frog brains, then take another mortar, add raw castor oil and grind into a paste. Add the crushed sapophoris bean, adjust to medium heat and boil until the potion turns a murky color and emits a dull gray mist. Then remove from heat and let it cool." Though Weizet had never studied the confusing draught, he was well versed in the preparation of the draught of living death. Thus following instructions while working was not a difficult task for him. Once he grew accustomed to the rhythm, he even found time to pull out a notebook and jot down the specific procedures and key points. Reheat the cauldron, add finely sliced sneezewort and boil for 5 minutes. Once the gray vapor dissipates, add the mixture of frog brains and castor oil and heat on high. Weizet scooped out the confusing draught, a pinkish-purple potion that smelled faintly of leaded gasoline. Snape procured another toad and dripped the confusing draught onto its back. The results of this trial were promising. After absorbing the potion, the toad began croaking wildly, its leaps grew more erratic and it showed no regard for whether it collided with the walls. Snape murmured, tossing this toad as well into the inner chamber. "Let's do it again." You follow my instructions as before. The same ingredients for the confusing draft were used, but Snape's commands became far more brusque. Boil the dew on high heat, then add the hogweed. Chop the bloodgrass directly, just chop it anyhow. No need for any method. Mash the frog brains and castor oil into a paste, add it straight to the cauldron to boil. You can add the sneezewort too. No. Mid-command, Snape suddenly waved his wand, vanishing all the potion ingredients from the table. He made a peculiar demand: just do whatever you like. I only need the final product. Ha! Weizet looked up. Including disregarding the method from the previous attempt. Exactly. Do whatever you want. Snape nodded. Don't look at the boiling times you recorded, forget the handling methods in your notes. Rely entirely on your instincts, your intuition. All right. Weizet was full of confusion, but he complied nonetheless. He closed his eyes, clearing his mind, and allowed himself to enter a state of emptiness. If one observed his eyes, they would see they were unfocused, carrying a vacant look. Maintaining this state, Weizet casually picked up the potion ingredients on the table, tossed them into a mortar, and ground them all into juice. Then he placed the castor oil and frog brains into the cauldron, frying them directly. When a strange rancid odor filled the air, he poured the mixed juice of bloodgrass, hogweed, and sneezewort straight into the cauldron. The cauldron crackled and popped, and an even stranger fishy smell took over, wafting throughout the entire office. Weizet completed the potion in only a third of the normal time, and the final product astonishingly turned out to be pinkish purple as well. A third unfortunate toad appeared. After absorbing the potion, it displayed a terrifying degree of madness. It not only showed signs of aggression but also kept ramming into the walls in self-harm as if consumed by insanity. This. Weizet looked at Snape. Snape tossed the third toad into the inner chamber. As I mentioned in my letter, stop practicing the draft of living death for now. The Obscurus is still affecting you. Your suppression of the Obscurus has been quite effective. For such a long time you've only lost control once, that night before Halloween. But the Obscurus is inseparable from you. Unconsciously you release the dark magical traits it carries. Weizet pressed further. Will it harm those around me? Not for now, Snape said, waving his wand to clean the cauldron, leaving only those few potions behind. To unleash your Obscurus traits, dark magic and certain potions are the most efficient means. As he spoke, he observed Weizer's expression. Weizet merely nodded, his expression calm, his eyes betraying no panic. Observing this, Snape continued, you're doing well. Just keep it up. Weizet paused, then tentatively asked, Professor Snape, is there anything else I should be mindful of? Mindful of what? Snape raised an eyebrow. Mindful of staying alive. Just don't die at Hogwarts. I have no desire to face a ghost named Weizet. Weizet left the office, but Dumbledore emerged from the inner chamber. Severus. You could have just left the toad on the table instead of tossing it to me, Snape said, waving his wand. Since you came to my office, it's only fitting you lend a hand. If I hadn't tossed it in directly, Weizer's kind nature would have led him to help me carry it inside, and he would have discovered you. Weizet would indeed do that, a truly good child. Dumbledore smiled faintly, placing the unconscious toad on the table. Snape waved his wand and 3 glass jars materialized out of thin air, each covering a toad. Dumbledore picked up 2 jars. They'll take these 2 to see what becomes of them under the influence of those potions. The results are predictable. Snape pointed to the toad beside the potion equipment. It will be imbued with traits, certain traits of Weizer's. He recalled during the Christmas holidays those toads that had fainted from potion trials would undergo temperament changes upon waking, their behavior oddly mirroring Weizer's. They became calm, harmless, curious about their surroundings, studying the potion apparatus and gazing at the world with inquisitive eyes. Returning to the present, Snape continued, this means his very soul through certain types of potions directly influences those who consume them. That is my conclusion. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Based on your description and the toad's behavior just now, I would reach a similar conclusion. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. This suggests his soul is so abundant, like water overflowing from a spring. Utterly unprecedented. What exactly is his origin? Snape's voice was low and somber. Even with your vast resources, you can't uncover Weizer's true background. I can't even trace the origin of that dark wizard. It's as if they appeared out of thin air. Dumbledore sighed. Someone has deliberately concealed it, and done so thoroughly. No flaws can be found in a short time. Uncovering clues may take years. His origin may not matter. Snape looked at the potion equipment. What matters is, what is the dark wizard's goal in tormenting Weizet like this? I don't know. Dumbledore recalled. I had a say. Mungos conduct a thorough examination. There were no lingering injuries on Weizet. All the dark magic was healed by Fawkes. Snape asked abruptly, and his soul? Even legilimency struggles to probe the soul itself. Dumbledore said, "You're a master of legilimency too, you must be aware of that, yes." Snape was non-committal. There are but a handful of wizards who truly comprehend the study of the soul. Indeed, Dumbledore mused. A wizard who walks the path of magic can never evade the eternal topic of the soul. Croak. Croak croak. The toad beside the potion apparatus grew restless as if reverting to its animal instincts. Snape waved his wand, summoning a notebook. As he recorded data, he remarked 5 days. Weizet's soul-soothing elixir affected this toad for a full 5 days. Truly wondrous. Most wondrous. Dumbledore sighed in admiration. The office fell into silence, broken only by the rustling of Snape's notes and the toad's croaking. What a racket. Snape, having finished his notes, flicked his wand to vanish the toad and its glass jar. He turned to Dumbledore. Why not tell Weizet the truth? In truth, we have told him part of it, Dumbledore explained. He is indeed ill-suited to continue studying this type of potion. Those wizards who study the soul could detect Weizet's anomaly through such potions, a very undesirable outcome. For instance, the Dark Lord. Snape set down his notebook. Weizet sent a bottle of soul-soothing elixir to Quirrell, no doubt intended for the Dark Lord. Dumbledore sighed. Weizet prepared each Christmas gift with great care. We cannot stifle such sincerity. So we must resort to white lies using this dishonorable means. To protect him. Snape sneered. Fortunately, the Dark Lord will conceal this matter. Indeed, he has hidden many secrets. He claims to have achieved immortality, yet never reveals the secret to it. That is Lord Voldemort. He desires to be everyone's lord. He revels in it. My lord, your sacred name shall be spoken by none. Dumbledore's tone was gentle yet resolute. Precisely for that reason we must uncover the secrets of this lord. Defeat this lord. As the second half of the school year arrived, students were beset by anxiety to varying degrees. 5th and 7th year students facing their O. W. L. and N. E. W. T. exams felt this anxiety most acutely. They clutched notes or tucked textbooks under their arms, the pages marked with lines that testified to their tireless preparations. The library, dominated by 5th and 7th years, resembled a battlefield. Students started between shelves, scouring the tomes for fragments of information useful in their exams. During meals in the Great Hall, the steaming food was neglected as 5th and 7th years flipped through their books, barely sparing a moment for conversation or laughter. This anxious atmosphere spread, dulling even the common rooms. Ravenclaw, a house that prized knowledge and wisdom, found these qualities most tested by examinations. Especially for 5th and 7th years, their conversations in the common room revolved almost entirely around exams, debating the finer points of transfiguration theory, verifying the correct sequence of potion making, and reciting crucial dates and events in the history of magic. Prefects like Penelope had to squeeze in time for patrols and maintaining order around the castle. By this time, after fulfilling her prefect duties, she seemed drained, reluctant to speak with anyone, and on the verge of breaking down. When Weizet returned to the common room after his private lesson with Snape, he heard intermittent sobbing from a corner. As he drew near, his shadow falling on the floor, a figure peered out. Red-rimmed eyes showed confusion. Weizet. Weizet nodded. Penelope. What happened? Ahem. Nothing. She hastily wiped away her tears, hiding a textbook behind her. Just sitting here. Weizet noticed it was a potions textbook, a hefty tome titled Intermediate Potion Making. If it's about potions, perhaps I can help. You mean ask Professor Snape? No. No. Penelope refused instinctively. Professor Snape is too terrifying. There's no way. Ahem. Weizet coughed lightly. He hadn't even mentioned that yet. Penelope's reaction was so strong. It was clear that Professor Snape's reputation was indeed poor. In some ways, even Professor Quirrell had a better reputation. According to Fred and George, though Quirrell stammered through class and self-study was more efficient, at least he had a good temper. He didn't even get angry when hit with snowballs. Weizet quickly intervened. Could you please not do that next time? He bears a lot of pressure. The twins saluted playfully. If it's a request from our materials consultant, we promise not to do it again. Fred and George also mentioned what would happen if they dared throw a snowball at Snape's head. Weizet remembered their exaggerated, horrified expressions as they clutched their throats. We'd never see the next day's sun. We'd be poisoned that very night. Actually, Professor Snape is quite reasonable, Weizet said carefully. You just have to learn to discern the key information. That's his style of speech. Is that so? Penelope had somewhat recovered, dabbing away the last tears with her sleeve, her eyes no longer as red. Of course. Weizet nodded. I just consulted him on a few matters. Tell me your questions first and I'll ask him for you next time. That works. Penelope looked a bit embarrassed. Has Professor Snape never scolded you? No. Wait. He even awarded you points, didn't he? Right. I heard Hufflepuffs mention it. Yes, Weizet admitted. So feel free to tell me. Penelope nodded hesitantly, pulling out her textbook and flipping to a page covered in various lines and marks. For the invigoration draft, I recall Professor Snape mentioning 2 key points during a scolding. She pointed to 2 brewing steps. Here, regarding dosage and stirring speed, he said there was a way to speed up the potion's brewing. The brewing of potions was a lengthy process, and if one could effectively shorten the brewing time, it would greatly aid in improving exam scores. Weasley asked, didn't you go to Professor Snape after class? I didn't dare to ask. Penelope's voice weakened slightly. I remember last semester Robert mustered his courage to walk into the classroom, but before he could even ask a question he was kept behind to clean up. Robert Hilliard was another Ravenclaw prefect. What happened next? He didn't find out anything. Ahem. Weasley coughed twice again. Professor Snape is actually quite nice. You just have to get used to his way of speaking. Without comparison, there is no harm. Weasley felt that Professor Snape was quite amiable towards him. At least after helping clean up, he would not only add points but also answer questions. As for the 2 questions Penelope mentioned, he had already studied the relevant content before the Christmas holiday and could now provide answers. He pointed to one line in the textbook and said, here you need to use a double portion of vervain chopped and added to the cauldron, which can shorten the brewing time by 10 minutes, but you need to switch to medium heat. Also regarding the stirring speed of the spoon. It's not about speed but the force. Each stir must reach the very bottom, scraping against the cauldron wall. As Weasley explained in detail, Penelope's expression gradually brightened and she exclaimed in realization, that's it. That's exactly what he said. Thank you so much. Glad I could help, Weasley said with a smile. But I suggest you try it out yourself. If the process is correct, the brewing time for the invigoration draft should be shortened by 15 minutes. How many times have you helped me now? I don't know how to thank you, Penelope said with an envious expression. You're braver than me, daring to ask Professor Snape questions. Hiss. She gasped hastily, pulling out her prefect's badge. What bad luck, I have to go on patrol again. See you. See you. After bidding farewell to Penelope, Weasley continued towards the common room. He still had much to learn, such as studying Professor McGonagall's notes and combining them with Professor Flitwick's notes to explore the mysteries of nonverbal spellcasting. On the night before Christmas, he remembered not wanting to wake Luna and performing a transfiguration spell that was almost nonverbal. As he walked lost in thought, Dumbledore's ethereal voice came from behind Weasley. Would you come with me somewhere? Hogwarts Castle was vast, and fully exploring it was a time-consuming endeavor. Dumbledore led Weasley down a completely unfamiliar path. Weasley, I received your Christmas gift, an assortment of candies. Splendid. As Weasley gathered ancient magical power, he smiled and said, I was actually a bit nervous, thinking I should give you a book. But that seemed too conventional. Later, Luna and I visited London and tried many interesting candies, so that became the Christmas gift. I'm glad you like it. Family. Dumbledore murmured softly, his tone melodic like a saxophone. I like it very, very, very much. If possible, you could also give some daily necessities. Like woolen socks or even more novel candies. Consider it an old man's unreasonable request. Weasley smiled and replied, of course, I'll remember that. He followed Dumbledore through corridor after corridor, hall after hall, until they finally reached the castle's back garden. At the center of the back garden was a huge circular fountain, and further beyond stood a magnificent marble archway flanked by 2 winged boar statues. The marble archway was entirely Gothic in style, extremely imposing, adorned with all kinds of intricate patterns. The 2 winged boar statues crouched there, finely carved and lifelike, as if ready to launch an attack at any moment. Weasley asked curiously, Headmaster Dumbledore, where are we going? Hogsmeade Village, Dumbledore said, walking ahead. Under normal circumstances you'd have to wait until your 3rd year to go there. So? Well, need a bit of concealment. He raised his wand and gently touched it to Weasley's forehead. Weasley felt a liquid sensation on his forehead which instantly spread through his entire body like a bucket of cold water being poured over him, very refreshing. He quickly looked down at his hands, but where his hands should have been he could see the ground directly, as if he had vanished into thin air. Headmaster Dumbledore, this is the disillusionment charm, right? Excessive cleverness is humanity's greatest wealth. Dumbledore sighed. Indeed, just follow me and try to speak as little as possible. Hogwarts Castle was filled with magic everywhere. As they walked through the archway, the iron gate ahead rose with a clatter, revealing a wide stone bridge beyond. The stone bridge looked weathered, its pockmarks all marks of history. Weasley followed Dumbledore as they strolled across the bridge, simultaneously opening the map in his mind. Indeed, after walking this entire path with Dumbledore, many areas had been illuminated. Weasley wasted no time in absorbing and storing all the ancient magical power closest to him. Dumbledore seemed to sense something, looking down at Weasley with a contemplative glint in his eyes. Around the stone bridge were returning students chatting and laughing, carrying large bags and small parcels. The disillusionment charm provided invisibility. As long as they made no obvious noise, these students would hardly notice them. Leaving the stone bridge, they came upon a pastoral scene. On either side of the simple dirt road, various lush magical plants grew, occasionally swaying in the breeze. They continued along this path until they stopped at a junction. At the center of the junction stood a cluster of signposts shaped like tree canopies, looking crooked and scrawled, indicating the names of shops in Hogsmeade and their directions. Dumbledore seemed to deliberately slow his pace so that Weasley could familiarize himself with the entire route. Dumbledore's deep voice sounded, "We go this way, Weasley." For some reason, although Weasley couldn't see Dumbledore, he could clearly feel his presence. Feeling the warmth in his palm, a possibility occurred to him. Perhaps it's because of Fawkes Feather. Following Dumbledore's steps, Weasley saw a pointed wooden gate ahead with a sign hanging above it. The sign's pattern was intriguing. At the top were two crossed wands, below were two boars about to collide, and beneath that was an arched wooden plaque reading Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade was more bustling than Weizet had imagined. After all, Diagon Alley was merely a commercial street, while Hogsmeade was a pure wizarding village. The place was quite spacious, with shops and residences interwoven, exuding a strong sense of daily life. Many residents strolled along the streets, greeting each other amiably and chatting about the news and the Daily Prophet. Dumbledore continued in a low voice, "Let's go this way." Weizet followed closely behind him as they entered a somewhat grimy, dilapidated pub. A battered sign hung on the door, swaying in the wind, painted with a blood-stained boar's head. "We need to go to the back," Dumbledore said briskly, walking halfway around the pub. Embedded behind the pub was a large barrel of wine. He skirted around it and pushed open the back door, where a strange pungent smell of mutton wafted over them. Along with it came the clamor of shouts filtering through the walls, along with some coarse cursing, even the sound of breaking glasses and chairs toppling over. "Let's go upstairs and wait for him," he said, waving his fingers casually to move a heavy pile of goods blocking the inner door. Undoubtedly this was the combined effect of silent casting and wandless casting. Through his study of Professor Flitwick's notes, Weizet had already grasped some aspects of silent casting. However, more practice was needed before he could replicate the silent spellcasting from that. After all, transfiguration magic had the lowest requirement for incantations. The so-called spells were more like prompts meant to focus the wizard's mind, guiding the knowledge and consciousness they had learned to perform the transfiguration magic. It was precisely because of this characteristic that phrases like change wisely and vine shaping could be used as incantations for transfiguration magic. The structure here was similar to the Leaky Cauldron, a pub on the first floor and rooms rented out as an inn on the second. Dumbledore very skillfully opened a door, waved his wand to cancel the disillusionment charm, pulled up a chair, made tea and ate sweets in one smooth motion as if this were his own home. "Come and sit down," he called to Weizet. "No need to be so formal here, it's best to be at ease." Weizet nodded, picked up the steaming cup of tea and blew on it. "Headmaster Dumbledore, may I ask, what are we here for?" Dumbledore took out 2 lemon sherbets and asked softly, "Occlumency, do you remember?" "Yes." Weizet accepted a lemon sherbet. "Professor Quirrell suggested I try learning occlumency, as it might reduce the influence of dark magic on the Obscurus." "This is an extremely profound magical technique," Dumbledore said, stroking his beard. "It can accomplish a great many things." "How much do you know about occlumency?" Weizet replied without hesitation, "I've only looked through books in the library and gathered some basic concepts from the few records available. This technique can resist mental penetration, using a closed mind to counter various magical intrusions and shield against the effects of magic." "It's quite versatile, isn't it?" Dumbledore said with a wink and a slight smile. Just then another voice sounded. "A skilled occlumens, when prepared, would find a stunning spell completely ineffective." An old man, tall and thin, with grayish-white beard and flour dust on his clothes, pushed open the door and entered. The tall, thin old man said in a somewhat gruff voice, "Didn't expect you to be here so early." Weizet's eyes widened as he glanced from Dumbledore to the old man who had just entered the room. Apart from a slightly harsher voice and a few traces of blood on his cuffs, their builds were nearly identical, and the part of his face not covered by the beard also bore some resemblance. How could they be so alike? Apparently sensing Weizet's unusual gaze, the tall, thin old man pulled out a chair and sat down, introducing himself first. "I'm Aberforth Dumbledore, the little-known brother of this venerable and illustrious headmaster Dumbledore." From Aberforth's tone, Weizet detected a hint of Professor Snape's manner, that sardonic and sarcastic tone. "He's not unknown, he's just content with his current life," Dumbledore interjected with a smile. "He has always been a great help to me and am very grateful for his. I don't need you to whitewash anything for me." Aberforth interrupted somewhat brusquely, then turned to look at Weizet. He rolled up his bloodstained sleeve, pinched his greasy collar, and held out a dusty rag. "Kid, as you can see, I'm just a pub owner. By the way, the Hog's Head isn't like the Three Broomsticks, it's not very glamorous here." You'd better be prepared. Dumbledore's smile remained. Wizards of all kinds can carve out unique paths in their exploration of magic, so please don't underestimate. Did you bring him here today, or did he bring you? Aberforth raised an eyebrow. Why don't you let him make his own choices? Why must everything be arranged by you? It was like that before and it's like that now. How many lives do you plan to control? Dumbledore took a deep breath, his smile fading, revealing a hint of weariness. You're right. Weizet, you speak. Aberforth's expression also soured. He was breathing slightly heavily and occasionally stole glances at Dumbledore. Faced with a somewhat unusual Dumbledore, Weizet's curiosity was piqued. He had been observing the two of them, noting some anomalies through their fragmented words and subtle expressions. The relationship between these two brothers was extremely complex, seemingly distant, intense, yet there was an indefinable connection as well as a shared secret from the past that they both guarded. This secret seemed to be a swollen, scarred, and festering wound for both of them. The two were like conjoined twins, completely connected by blood and knowing each other inside out, yet suffering endless pain because of the wound that grew at their junction. Headmaster Dumbledore actually trusted Aberforth deeply, otherwise he wouldn't have helped smooth things over or spoken well of him. However, Aberforth seemed to dislike this kind of behavior, always bluntly seeing through everything and revealing a more authentic side. Not only did he want to show his true self, but he also wanted Dumbledore to show his true self. Kid, my time is limited. Tell me your true thoughts, Aberforth called out impatiently. Weizet stood up, but his thoughts did not cease. He had thought about many things during the Christmas holiday and had also talked with Luna about many things, which had brought about some changes in his mindset. There are opportunities to learn everywhere in life. Leaving Hogwarts Castle and the formal classroom environment, he could still gain different kinds of knowledge. This meeting with Aberforth might very well be a good opportunity. With this thought, Weizet bowed slightly and said, Mr. Dumbledore, I am more concerned. What can I do here? Ah. Aberforth shook his head with a long sigh, a look of anguish on his face. The way you are now reminds me of the great Headmaster Dumbledore. When he was young, he was just like you. Meticulous, rigid. You are even more so. Which house were you sorted into? Gryffindor. Or Ravenclaw? Ravenclaw, Weizet replied. If it's Ravenclaw, then it suits you well enough. Aberforth stroked his beard and let out another long sigh. I've already agreed, so you can stay. I hope it won't affect my pub business. Thank you. A glint of light flashed in Dumbledore's eyes as if he was relieved. When does he need to come? I'll give him a Hogsmeade pass. No need for that. Aberforth waved his hand dismissively. If he's not of age, he's not of age. Starting next week, every Friday evening he must come here. Not through a Hogsmeade pass, he must find his own way. Regarding the issues with the soul-soothing potion, Weizet specifically went to ask Quirrell. After confirming that the potion had not caused Quirrell any trouble, he felt relieved and devoted himself to his studies. In addition to reviewing old knowledge in class, Weizet also arranged some extra tasks. He had 5 notebooks on hand. 2 were from the private lessons of Professors Quirrell and Snape, 2 were Christmas gifts from Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, and the last was Grindelwald's notebook. It was a wealth of resources, enough to make his life more fulfilling. On Mondays he studied the 2 private lesson notebooks, Tuesday evenings he had Quidditch practice, Wednesdays he studied the notebooks of Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, Thursdays Grindelwald's notebook. As for Friday evenings, he needed to go to the Hog's Head Inn. As for the first small test, Aberforth had said Weizet had already learned from Fred and George about a secret passage leading into Hogsmeade. After flying class, he followed the route map given by Fred and George and turned into a secluded corridor on the 4th floor of the castle. In the middle of the corridor stood a statue of a one-eyed witch posed with her back to the corridor, turning her head to look around. Weizet drew his wand and tapped the statue's hump. Descendium. With a faint series of clicks, the hump split in 2, opening a narrow passage that was pitch black inside. To be safe, Weizet snapped his fingers, transforming his fingers into Devil's Snare before bending down and squeezing into the narrow passage. After a week of effort, he finally completed his first silent spell, Ancient Magic Self-Transfiguration, Devil's Snare form. However, the process of silent spellcasting was still unstable, so he took a shortcut, using the snap of his fingers as a trigger to activate the Devil's Snare form. Inside the narrow passage was a slide. After sliding a long distance, Weizet stepped onto cold, damp earth. With the help of the Devil's Snare form, he carefully observed his surroundings and groped his way through this new tunnel in the dark. Weizet unfolded a map in his mind. Whenever an area lit up, he would absorb the ancient magical power contained within it. The tunnel twisted and turned like a burrow dug by some giant rodent. At the end of the tunnel appeared a steep stone staircase that seemed to stretch upward endlessly. Such a long path became slightly more interesting because he could absorb ancient magical power. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Weizet finally reached the top of the stone staircase, where there was a trapdoor. Using the Devil's Snare form to probe, he confirmed no one was around before pushing open the trapdoor. Weizet let out a breath. Just as Fred and George said, this is the cellar of Honeydukes. He looked back at the trapdoor which had closed and blended seamlessly with the surrounding floor. After some twists and turns, Weizet followed the route in his memory and opened the back door of the Hogshead Inn. He did not go up to the inn above but waited quietly in the foyer. Before long, Aberforth with flour on his clothes appeared before him. So you haven't been corrupted by Albus? I thought you'd wait until next month to find a way to sneak here. How did you get here? This was Weizet's second meeting with Aberforth, and he could clearly feel that Aberforth and Dumbledore were like two sides of the same coin. Dumbledore always kept his clothes neat, spoke politely, treated others with warmth and kindness, and often wore a kindly smile. Aberforth, on the other hand, was somewhat scruffy, spoke gruffly, and with eyebrows similar to Dumbledore's raised high, gave off a rather fierce impression. Weizet said, I learned of a secret passage from a friend. To tell you about a secret passage you must be on good terms. Aberforth raised an eyebrow. Better than with Albus, it seems. Follow me. The pub hall was dimmer than the leaky cauldron, the air thick with the smell of mutton. From the bar came the sound of chewing, a moving boar's head specimen grinding its teeth. Weizet had only taken a few steps when he noticed several ill-intentioned gazes. Most of the patrons at the bar were hidden in black robes, their eyes seeming to glow, tinged with a hint of malice. A few people, seeing that Weizet was a child, immediately pulled down their hoods, smoothed their disheveled hair, and bared their yellowed blackened teeth, letting out hissing strange laughs. Aberforth led Weizet into a side room where candles burned around the walls, providing more light. A long table covered in flour stood in the center. Several bags of flour were piled in the corner, and on the shelves were sugar, butter, and other ingredients, making it look like a place for making bread. This is the Hogshead Inn. You can still leave now if you want, Aberforth said. Not just the customers outside are inferior to Hogwarts, so am I. Weizet shook his head and said clearly, Mr. Dumbledore, may I ask what I need to do? Don't call me Mr. Dumbledore. Aberforth said solemnly, just call me Aberforth and he'll call you Weizet. Simple as that. All right, Aberforth. Aberforth nodded, drew his wand and summoned two stools, gesturing for Weizet to sit. He then took out a strange parchment scroll covered in dense bizarre script that together formed the symbol of an eye. When Weizet looked at the scroll, the eye on it suddenly opened and spoke in a voice that was neither male nor female. Where is your home? Weizet felt a strange sensation, as if he had been seen through completely. Just as he was about to speak, the parchment seemed to answer its own inquiry, utterly astray. Catchpole Village, the black ancient castle model, correct. Weizet twisted his neck. This feeling again. As if in being seen through. He recalled that during the first month of school Snape had also given him a similar sensation. An accurate description, Aberforth said. This parchment is imbued with legilimency. Now, look closely at the eye upon it. Weizet frowned. He did not comply, instead lowering his head directly. Excellent. Defiance is what I want. Yet Aberforth burst into laughter. But for a legilimens, such resistance might not prove very effective. Weizet once again felt the sensation of being seen through. Instinctively he employed the guardian meditation technique, attempting to block out this penetrating perception. The eye blinked incessantly and even the parchment became unstable. Aberforth laughed even more heartily. Not bad. No wonder Albus said you have talent. To actually have a way to resist prying, truly skilled. Look at me. Look at me, urged the parchment while Weizet continued his defiance. Just then flames erupted from the bottom edge of the parchment, bursting into a strange silver radiance. The silver light instantly flooded the parlor, and though Weizet had already shut his eyes, he was still affected. An image appeared in his mind. The ancient castle he called home blazed fiercely, its beautiful garden transformed into a sea of fire, mercilessly scorching everything. Enough. Weizet had never been so furious. The core of the Obscurus instantly erupted into turmoil, and the practical wizard's guide flipped wildly at this moment, unleashing the stored ancient magical power. These ancient magical forces converged, transforming into more silver blue chains, striving to stabilize the seal upon the core. Yet it was already too late. Countless black-red mists pierced through the silver blue chains, enveloping Weizet like a layer of eerie sinister markings. The Obscurus that burst forth quickly coalesced, taking on a tentacle-like form, binding Aberforth directly and hurling him against the wall. Bang! The wall, as if struck by a boulder, caved in a large chunk, the rumbling sound drowning out Aberforth's cry of pain. Weizet's sword-like brows furrowed, his pupils turning a bloodshot scarlet as he snarled fiercely, "Do you want to die?" Aberforth looked somewhat disheveled but wore a nonchalant expression, even a smile. Excellent. You're much better than Albus. I wanted to see your true side. At least you have a true side, unlike someone who hides it all away. Do you know? Albus was exceptionally skilled at keeping secrets since childhood, as if born understanding magical contracts. He could conceal himself entirely. Fortunately, you are different. You know how to express your emotions, which means you're better than him. What did you just see? I'm curious. Weizet let out a breath looking at Aberforth's indifferent demeanor and couldn't help cursing madman. No. Voldemort is the madman. Aberforth laughed heartily. I merely play the role of madness deliberately. The situation now is that Voldemort has set his sights on you. You are about to face madness itself. So you are in a very dangerous position right now. Although I don't know what that piece of paper conjured for you. But when it involves Voldemort, the visions the parchment presents to you might indeed come to pass. Weizet suddenly felt a warmth in his palm, the warmth transmitted by the phoenix feather. He pursed his lips, employed the guardian meditation technique and strove to draw the black-red mist back into the core. Aberforth slid to the floor coughing violently with traces of blood visible in his spittle. After a long while he recovered, muttering to himself as he struggled to his feet. No wonder Albus said you have talent. Indeed, like Credence, you possess the ability of the Obscurus. Weizet raised an eyebrow at the familiar name. Credence. In the ending of the film Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Credence transformed into a wisp of Obscurus vanishing amidst the ruins. Though Newt Scamander noticed the anomaly, he made no attempt to stop it. This was clearly a foreshadowing indicating that in the second installment Fantastic Beasts Credence would still have a role. Yes. Credence, my son. Aberforth coughed twice, spitting out a bloody phlegm. This is where I differ from Albus. I am willing to speak of my pain. Since you have chosen to stay, perhaps you might from my fragmented words come to know another Dumbledore. One different from the greatest wizard of the age. Aberforth used magic to restore the parlor and through forceful means pacified the guests who were startled and on the verge of causing trouble. Having done all this, he repaired the 2 broken chairs and once again had Weizet sit before him. Let us begin the true learning. First, let me ask you a question. What do you think a wizard is? And what is magic? What is a wizard? And what is magic? Hearing this question, Weizet was momentarily taken aback. If it were his past life, he might have said it was a novel setting or a movie's special effects. Now that he had truly become a wizard, entered a real school of magic, truly mastered magic, able to wave a wand to sweep away filth, to conjure magic to dissolve trolls, he felt somewhat lost. What exactly is a wizard? What exactly is magic? Can't find the answer, can you? Aberforth showed a sly smile. Actually, this question is quite tricky. There is no precise answer. Weizet pursed his lips, offering no opinion, knowing Aberforth had more to say. What a dull lad. Aberforth clicked his tongue. Can't you feign ignorance for once? Ask in a curious tone. Then why would you ask that question? Seeing Weizet still unmoved, he could only say helplessly, before Albus found you, you had never truly been exposed to magic. You were merely tormented by a bastard, indoctrinated with the idea that magic is evil, making you fear the special power within you, right? Weizet nodded. Yes. Aberforth continued, then let me rephrase, have you ever considered such questions? Why can you, a muggle, an ordinary person, pick up a cup and drink water? Have you thought about it? No. Weizet shook his head, attempting an answer. Because I'm a person. And I have strength. He connected it to the earlier question and his eyes lit up. Just like a wizard. Because I am a wizard, I just know magic. You're quite clever, aren't you? Aberforth let out a hearty laugh before his expression turned serious. No wonder Albus keeps coming to me about you. I truly don't know if you're gifted or just like any ordinary Ravenclaw adept at answering questions in a clever way. Like that ring password. Weizet remained non-committal, keeping his silence. Aberforth struck him as somewhat peculiar, and the strange parchment he had used to perform such an act left a thorn lodged in his heart. Yet this served as another wake-up call. This was a real world, not a children's tale or a fairy story, a world fraught with genuine peril. Even without mentioning Voldemort, who had already set his sights on him, the wizards seated in the tavern's main hall were hardly a virtuous lot. There were also all manner of bizarre magical artifacts, such as that parchment serving as a prime example. He also realized that both the eye of magic and the potential rampage of an Obscurial were unstable factors that could invite covetousness. In his past life he was merely a child raised in an orphanage. Now he had what he had always dreamed of, a family. And he had gained even more professors who imparted their knowledge generously, cheerful and sincere friends, magic potions, Quidditch. He would not allow these cherished things to be harmed. Thus he needed to acquire greater power, otherwise the vision conjured by legilimency might one day come true. Weizet let out a long breath. Aberforth, what should I do to stand against Voldemort? Aberforth scoffed. Stand against Voldemort? Do you really think a first-year student could grind a troll's bones to dust? Ha ha ha. Not grind bones, but on Halloween night I dissolved a troll with magic. Albus didn't tell me the full story. Aberforth's smile froze and he said bitterly, he only told me that you did something remarkable on Halloween night. What spell did you use against the troll? Dark magic. An Obscurial casting dark magic would amplify the effect. Am I right? Weizet nodded. Yes. I don't want to know the rest. Aberforth stared at Weizet for a long moment. Learning occlumency is a lengthy process. To become an occlumens one must either possess rich experience, extraordinary talent, or extreme yet controllable emotions. He stroked his beard, slowly stood up and paced as he spoke. You fall into the second category, you have exceptional talent. Weizet remained silent, waiting for more. TCH. This lad. Aberforth clicked his tongue, looking somewhat resigned. From what I know of Voldemort, he is a master of legilimency. In this world, those who can rival him in legilimency could be counted on one hand. So your situation is very dangerous. You need to find another path. Weizet echoed, another path. Literally another path. Aberforth nodded with a smile upon hearing Weizet's words. You must construct a labyrinth within your soul to hinder Voldemort's intrusion. Weizet was somewhat perplexed. May I ask? What does construct a labyrinth within the soul to hinder Voldemort's intrusion mean? Aberforth explained, use your fondest memories to build a maze employing the purest warmth and goodness to counter Voldemort's own evil and madness. How exactly should I do it? Weizet pressed. Aberforth waved his wand, summoning a book that had been used as a footrest. You already have a good understanding of occlumency concepts, so I can save time and move straight to practice. He handed the book to Weizet. As a Ravenclaw, I reckon. You won't need my explanations to grasp the contents, will you? Weizet took the notebook and opened the flyleaf. To successfully master occlumency, one must understand and manage one's emotions to achieve control. Besides the content on occlumency, the book contained neat, concise handwriting. May I ask what these notes are? My annotations, Aberforth said. A few humble opinions I left before I had experienced so much. Some habits of the two Dumbledores were quite similar. Weizet read the book alongside the marginal notes. The originally obscure text became much easier to understand. It reminded him of reading the metamorphic theory of transformation with Dumbledore's annotations. Weizet soon became engrossed, absorbing all the knowledge about occlumency. Undoubtedly Aberforth was equally gifted, yet he never showed a hint of brilliance, merely maintaining his facade as a pub owner. Before he knew it, he had finished the entire book, feeling he had gained a deeper understanding of occlumency. Aberforth noticed this and asked directly, "What have you learned?" Weizet closed the book and tried to summarize in his own words. Mastering occlumency hinges on emotional management. By emptying the mind and through repeated practice, one attempts to construct a box to contain emotions, preventing them from being revealed. It's a long process that requires persistent practice and constant reinforcement to achieve stable emotional control. A legilimens will create illusions, and any emotional fluctuation can become a breach in occlumency. One must heighten sensitivity to legilimency so that in critical moments occlumency can be reinforced in time to resist the illusions. That's enough. Aberforth interrupted. Not bad reading. I didn't expect you to grasp the gist of it in such a short time. Weizet asked, should we start practicing now? Aren't you hungry? Aberforth raised an eyebrow. You must have left Hogwarts right after class to come here, right? Without waiting for Weizet to decline, he waved his wand and began casting spells as if humming a tune. The bread ingredients on the corner shelf obeyed his call, flying toward the table. Milk like a stream, gently stirred, flour clouds of flutter, sugar heaps on platter, butter soft and warm, eggs, a joyful leap, loving warmth infused into the dough. A smile played on Aberforth's face as the bread-making materials frolic like playful children, joyfully dancing to his incantation. When the bread is done, wishes drift with smoke and the magic flame, passion lingers still in the willow's dream, sweet aftertaste remains, feast invites all to share in the grand banquet. A flame appeared on the table and the dough leaped into it, rolling and swelling like a hippopotamus frolicking in water, turning a golden brown.